Actually, there was a formal document, a handover, and it was signed by the Reverend Jesse Jackson and by the Serb Lieutenant General in charge. And the document read, quote, "It is noted these U.S. soldiers are in good physical and mental condition. We have no evidence to contradict that at all. Indeed, they appear in very good physical and mental condition." And those who've been traveling with them aboard the bus say the very same thing. Now, at that military ceremony in Belgrade at about 7:45 this morning Belgrade time, there was an opportunity for the soldiers to call their loved ones in the United States. But what was the actual transfer was a group of a collection of papers that were signed. Of course, they all prayed together at one point. And the prayer went something like this: "Thanks be to God that we are here, and that, as Jesse Jackson said, we will study war no more." Jesse Jackson has issued a very strong plea to the United States government, President Clinton, to stop the bombing in Yugoslavia now and meet with Mr. Milosevic and try to negotiate a settlement to the Yugoslav crisis. Michael?
Walt, thanks very much for that very descriptive commentary of what's been happening there. Walt is on the border with Croatia and Yugoslavia. The soldiers just crossing over into Croatia, as you heard Walt describe. From there, they've got 3 hours ahead of them, about 3 hours of travelling to Zagreb. There they will board a plane and fly to Germany, to the Ramstein air base, as Brent Sadler told us earlier from Belgrade. Well, the families of the servicemen are preparing to travel to Germany for a reunion at Ramstein. The mother of the Staff Sergeant Andrew Ramirez spoke to reporters after talking to her son by phone.
No, I'm packing. Yes. I'm packing.
Are you meeting with the other families of the other members?
Over there we will. Over there in Germany we will be meeting. And I could imagine how they are today. I've called all my families. I've called everybody in town that I talked to him, and it's right.
Who's going? Who's going on the trip?
My son, Stephen, and Nadine, and Vanessa, the baby Vanessa, and his father, Andy, will be going, and myself will be leaving to, you know.
What do you think of Jesse Jackson?
No, he didn't say anything. He was speechless. He was just so overwhelmed that he is coming home. He is coming home. That's all that we needed to hear.
Can you tell how he sounds? Does
He sounded great. He sounded exciting, just like I am. You hear me sounding excited? That's how he sounded. You know.
Did he sound surprised?
Did he sound surprised? No. He didn't sound surprised. He just said, "Jesse Jackson did it." That's all he said.
Did it. What was the first thing he said he wanted to do when he came home?
And I thank him.
We thank Reverend Jackson.
Yes. I thank him. I really do thank him for bringing my son home.
Well, NATO officials say they welcome the release of the soldiers. CNN's Patricia Kelly joins us now with the latest from NATO headquarters in Brussels. What are they telling you there, Patricia?
Well, Michael, here at NATO, officials are saying that the 3 U.S. servicemen should never have been snatched by Yugoslav military in the first place, although, as you say, NATO is welcoming their release. Now, the authorities in Belgrade and the Reverend Jesse Jackson are asking for a gesture from NATO, but this is what NATO spokesman Jamie Shea had to say earlier.
As far as our operations are concerned, we're going to continue, because what President Milosevic has not done in releasing those 3 U.S. servicemen is to say that he is also going to meet the conditions of the international community. Unfortunately, the violence of his forces in Kosovo goes on. We saw that yesterday in the horrifying experience of all of these refugees being forced out, and so we're going to continue our operations until our fundamental objectives are met.
Now, during the course of bombing over Yugoslavia on Saturday, a bridge in Kosovo was targeted, not a primary target according to NATO officials, but a secondary target, and we're told that after the weapon was released, a bus, a civilian passenger bus, crossed this bridge, and NATO is confirming that it did hit the bus, but cannot account for civilian casualties. Those numbers we're hearing from Serb-controlled media about between 35 and 60 casualties, which NATO says it regrets and continues to insist that NATO warplanes do not target civilians. Now, during the course of overnight bombing, NATO says they had a lot of success in Kosovo against fielded forces, hitting tanks and armoured vehicles and mortars. Several radio relay stations were hit, some bridges and some surface-to-air missile sites. Now, NATO also confirming that a US plane was downed in Serbia, a US F-16. This is what Jamie Shea had to say again.
The aircraft came down at about 2:20 this morning in northwestern Serbia, near the town of Kuzluk, about 18 kilometers east of the town of Kuzluk. The pilot ejected. 2 hours later, he was rescued by a NATO mission. He's now at a base, a NATO base, where he's being debriefed. I understand he's in good physical condition, so we're obviously very thankful that he was able to be rescued.
Now, NATO says that it always flies search and rescue missions when its planes are operational, but obviously won't give us any details of what planes are used or how US servicemen or any NATO servicemen are rescued if they do crash. And although we are now seeing pictures from Serb-controlled television, state-controlled television, of what the Yugoslav authorities say is the downed F-16. The authorities in Belgrade saying that they shot the plane down, but NATO unable to confirm whether the plane was shot down or indeed whether it crashed. And quite frankly, Michael, it's unlikely that we will get any confirmation on that. NATO prefers not to give details of this sort of thing when its planes go down, whether on an operational flight, whether they crashed or whether they were shot down. Michael?
Patricia, going back to the released prisoners of war, was there any word from Jamie Shea or any other NATO authority on the 2 Yugoslav soldiers that were captured by the KLA and are now in the hands of NATO allies? Any word on their fate?
What we've been told by NATO is that these soldiers are being kept. They are getting regular religious visits from religious figures. They have been allowed to contact their families. They are being kept in what NATO says are proper conditions. They are being given reading material, and they're obviously being fed and watered. But NATO is refusing to say whether, in fact, these prisoners would be handed over in exchange for the US POWs. That is something perhaps that may come out during the course of today. Michael?
Okay, Patricia Kelly there at NATO headquarters once again. Thanks very much for that. We're going to take a short break now on World News. Stay with us.
Servicemen into the care of the Reverend Jesse and his delegation of American religious leaders. Emotions began to run high, with tears shed, both by the soldiers and those who were at hand to comfort them. One by one, they made brief telephone calls to loved ones. An overwhelming moment of joy. They were not allowed to answer questions, but gave brief statements of thanks for their freedom.
I'd just like to express my gratitude and thanks to the Yugoslav government for their gesture of goodwill and mercy and compassion in our release.
Formalities over, the Reverend Jackson steered the proceedings into prayer before leading the men out, but not before he made it clear that world leaders should respond to what he described as a significant gesture by the Yugoslav leader.
A diplomatic initiative deserves a diplomatic response, not a military response. It is time to use this opportunity to move toward resolution and not toward escalation.
After 32 days of captivity, they emerged into the open, squeezed through a media crush and boarded the bus to freedom. The Reverend Jackson was taking more than the prisoners home. He was also carrying a letter from the Yugoslav leader to President Bill Clinton, urging a face-to-face meeting and addressing NATO's key demands, including the issue of a multinational force to police Kosovo so refugees could return home. As they prepared to leave the capital, a comforting hand. And then the start of the long journey home, through Serbia into neighboring Croatia. Brent Sadler, CNN, Belgrade.
And a reminder to our viewers, reports which come out of Belgrade are subject to restrictions set by Yugoslav authorities. CNN must seek permission to videotape news events, and unrestricted travel outside of Belgrade is not permitted. Now, here's the soldiers' route to freedom. From Belgrade, a bus ride of about 3 hours brought them and Jesse Jackson's religious delegation to the Croatian border. There, they walked across the border and boarded a bus that is taking them to the Croatian capital, Zagreb. From Zagreb, they will fly to the U.S. Air Base in Ramstein, Germany. NATO is delighted the 3 U.S. soldiers were released, but spokesman Jamie Shea said the alliance will continue its air raids on Yugoslavia.
As far as our operations are concerned, we're going to continue, because what President Milosevic has not done in releasing those 3 U.S. servicemen is to say that he is also going to meet the conditions of the international community. Unfortunately, the violence of his forces in Kosovo goes on. We saw that yesterday in the horrifying experience of all of these refugees being forced out, and so we're going to continue our operations until our fundamental objectives are met.
Shea added that the soldiers were snatched from Macedonia and never should have been taken prisoner in the first place. Now, you can no doubt imagine the families of the 3 soldiers are pleased. Staff Sergeant Christopher Stone is from Smiths Creek, Michigan, near Port Huron. Staff Sergeant Andrew Ramirez from Baldwin Park, California. And Specialist Stephen Gonzalez from Huntsville, Texas. Huntsville, Texas is where we find CNN's Mike Betcher with more on that aspect of the story. Mike?
Well, Miles, Gilbert and Rosie Gonzalez began the weekend elated that they'd seen their son on television and knew he was safe. But they figured it'd be a long wait before they saw him in person. Now today, after last night's events, they're preparing for a reunion, preparing to fly to Germany to see their son. Yesterday, they held a press conference and gave many thanks to Jesse Jackson.
We thank God. We feel that God is using him to accomplish things like this, and I thank him from the bottom of my heart, because he was determined to go there. He was determined to see him, and he was optimistic about getting them, even though there may have been a lot of doubts from a lot of other people. He just really, I don't know, I think he left it all in God's hands, and he was just so thrilled that there was someone that could do this, and it was him. So
Rosie Gonzalez was asked what would she do when she sees her son in person. She said, "I'll just look him in the eyes and we'll hold each other." Mike Betcher, CNN, reporting live from Huntsville, Texas.
Meanwhile, CNN's Jim Hill is live in Baldwin Park, California, hometown of Staff Sergeant Andrew Ramirez. Jim.
Well, Miles, it is quiet right now here in Baldwin Park, California, but a couple of hours from now, we expect the family of Staff Sergeant Andrew Ramirez to begin preparations to fly to a U.S. air base in Germany and be reunited with the Staff Sergeant, who, of course, is one of the 3 POWs, I suppose we can call them former POWs now, released into the custody of Reverend Jesse Jackson and the interfaith group in Belgrade, Yugoslavia last night. The Ramirez family, like the other families of the POWs, Staff Sergeant Christopher Stone from Michigan, as well as Specialist Stephen Gonzalez of Huntsville, Texas, all these families going through a tremendous amount of emotion in the last 10 or 12 hours, culminating, of course, last night. It would have been about 10:45 West Coast time that the Ramirez family in the home you see behind me here got a phone call from the Staff Sergeant saying that he was free, that he was free. At that point, or shortly after that, Vivian Ramirez, the Staff Sergeant's mother, came out into the front yard, tears of joy streaming down her face, and told reporters gathered here about the phone call that she had received from her son. Let's listen.
No, I'm packing. Yes. I'm packing.
Are you meeting with the other families of the other members?
Over there we will. Over there in Germany we will be meeting. And I could imagine how they are today. I've called all my families. I've called everybody in town that I talked to him, and it's worked right. It worked.
Who's going? Who's going on the trip?
My son, Stephen, and Nadine, and Vanessa, the baby Vanessa, and his father, Andy, will be going, and myself will be leaving too, you know.
What do you say to Jesse Jackson?
No, he didn't say anything. He was speechless. He was just so overwhelmed that he is coming home. He is coming home. That's all that we needed to hear.
Can you tell how he sounds? Does he
He
sound...
sounded great. He sounded exciting, just like I am. You hear me sounding excited? That's how he sounded. You know.
Did he seem surprised?
Did he sound surprised? No. He didn't sound surprised. He just said, Jesse Jackson,
did it.
That's
He
all.
did it.
That's all he said.
He did it.
What was
That's
the
all.
first thing he said he wanted to do when he
And
come
I
home?
thank him.
We thank Reverend Jackson.
Yes. I thank him. I really do thank him for bringing my son home.
The 3 POWs are said to be in good health. Nonetheless, they will be taken to the U.S. base in Germany where they'll be debriefed and have a physical examination and so forth, but then, of course, be able to meet with their families. It's not certain what time today the Ramirez family will leave the Los Angeles area and fly to Germany, but the mother said she is packing and she will certainly be ready. Members of the family, it would be the mother and the father, a sister, Nadine, as well as an older brother, Stephen, who is a detective on the Los Angeles Police Department. All will presumably be on the plane flying to Germany for what they anticipate will be a tremendous reunion with Staff Sergeant Ramirez. Those 3 captives, of course, were captured on March 31st and have spent just over a month in individual cells in isolation in the military prison in Belgrade, Yugoslavia. So I'm sure they are very happy to be free at this point, and some hours now away from the air base in Germany and a reunion anticipated at least with their families. Miles?
All right, that's CNN's Jim Hill reporting to us this morning as we continue our nationwide tour of yellow ribbons and tears of joy. Let's turn down to Michigan. CNN's Ed Garston is not far away from Staff Sergeant Christopher Stone's home. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to you, Miles. Yes, we're in Port Huron, Michigan at the local armory where it's become a sort of a clearinghouse of information on the Stone family. Jim and Edith Stone still not quite ready to face reporters, but we've been told through a military spokesman that they are indeed, as you might expect, very excited to know that their son, Chris, is free, and they'll be seeing him soon. They are preparing to leave for Germany, as the other families are. We're told that they expect to leave this area this afternoon. The family also wanted to express their appreciation to the efforts by Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Before reaching Pristina, a NATO weapon intended to destroy a bridge the bus was crossing hit the vehicle instead, splitting it apart, sending half of it on a 13 meters plunge, with most of its occupants on board. Hours later, the Yugoslav army took journalists to the scene. The mangled wreck was still smoldering. Limbs and charred bodies were scattered among the twisted metal. The smell of burning flesh still intense. Yugoslav officials claim at least 34 people died, including 2 children, in what is believed to be the worst incident involving civilians since the beginning of the airstrikes. This farmer says at the time of the attack, he was working in a nearby field.
I heard the sound of a plane, which was flying very low. Suddenly I saw a missile hitting the bus. As soon as I could, I went closer to help the wounded, but most of the people were already dead.
Yugoslav investigators claim 2 missiles were fired. One of them hit the right side of the bridge. The second, they say, caught the bus right in the middle.
I've been doing this job for 35 years now. I've never seen children killed in the arms of their mothers. I can categorically say that it was a NATO plane that did it.
NATO says the bridge was used by the Yugoslav military as a key supply route for its forces in Kosovo. It was damaged, but remains standing. As the bombing campaign intensifies, NATO says it tries to minimize civilian casualties. But the passengers of this bus may be the latest victims of a growing number of people caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Alessio Vinci, CNN, Lusane, in northern Kosovo, Yugoslavia.
The Red Cross for all the work they've done. I'd like to thank the delegation, Reverend Jesse Jackson, and the delegation of clergy who traveled to Belgrade. I just thank them for all the hard work they've done in our release, the part they've played.
Did you know that you were supposed to...
He has to finish. He has to respond.
Andrew Ramirez.
I'd just like to say I did. To get through, kept my faith in God, thought of my family, and all the people in America that were behind us, that prayed for us. I thank Reverend Jesse Jackson, the clergy, for coming to help get us released. Chain of command and the governments, both governments, which made it possible for us to go home here soon and be with our families.
Did you used to hear the bombs outside yourself, and what did you think of being asked whether we heard the bombs outside your cells?
We heard, you know, we were kept, we couldn't see outside really, so, you know, what we heard, I don't know, could have been stuff in the prison or stuff outside, and I'm sure we may have.
Let's tell you what happened the night that they had, they were given the targets, they were given the targets for paraphernalia.
This is Christopher Stone telling the story from prison.
Just immediately prior to our first meeting with the Reverend, we were brought into new cells where one of the symbols in Yugoslavia now was a little target, and I think each of us had one on our window. That was a little concerning. I think we probably thought we were being left to maybe be in a bombing situation, but it turned out that wasn't the case, and it was just a harmless prank.
Did you know that you were supposed to go to the court-martial in the beginning, in the first few days of your captivity?
No, I didn't have any knowledge of that.
Nobody told you. Captured.
No. I'd rather not discuss those kind of military details before we talk with our officials.
And how do you feel today in going back and meeting your division commander right here?
It's great to see General Grange. It's real heartening to see that he came to greet us and presented us with these tokens. It's great to see him.
Describe the tokens for those who can't see them.
He presented us with coins, which are an Army symbol that are given from an officer for appreciation, for accomplishment, and also American flag.
And when you received the American flag, how did you feel?
It was great. I had drawn one of these on a piece of toilet paper, and I had it folded up into a flag folded, and I used it as my a symbol of my faith in my country and that they were doing everything they could to get us released.
We want to express on part of our delegation how grateful we are that these clergy persons representing an ecumenical body of faiths, Dr. John Brown Campbell, National Council of Churches, leadership from the Jewish faith, the Muslim faith, the Orthodox, the Roman Catholic, Congressman Blagojevich from Illinois, who is Serbian American. His role was pivotal because he speaks the language, because he is a U.S. congressperson, and it took that combination of influences to, in fact, change the environment. I share with the soldiers who've been released. We hope that while this release was unconditional and not linked to the crisis, as we know what the tension points are, bombing on the one hand and the Kosovo crisis on the other, we hope that their release is a diplomatic gesture that will receive an in-kind diplomatic response. And just maybe this is an opportunity to break the cycle of non-communication, lack of effective diplomacy, and lack of trust. The bridges that have been blown up, the most devastating bridge has been the bridge, diplomacy and trust and communication. When that bridge goes down, you simply fight because you've exhausted all the measures you know. And we simply appealed to our government the day that these Americans have been released. If they had not been released, and it would have been a stimulus to keep on fighting. But the judgment was made yesterday by Mr. Milosevic to no longer keep them as trophies of war, but to use them as investments in the possibility of diplomacy. And to that extent, if this gesture meets an in-kind response, and we address in a meaningful way the violence in Kosovo and the repatriation of refugees and a multinational peacekeeping presence, a diplomatic plan, then just maybe that will be linked to the pain that's now felt, so widely felt in Yugoslavia. I would like to think that Mr. Milosevic's gesture releasing these soldiers at a time when 70 Yugoslavians had been killed on the bridge. And that was an unpopular political decision to release them. And yet, our point was that to keep them was a source of incentive for more dramatic violence. To release them was a risk, but the risk of more bombing was an even greater risk. Therefore, make a choice and choose to go forward. Now that he has sent a letter to our president, which I cannot share with you, but the president will respond in his own time, seeking to meet, seeking to talk. We hope that the sum total of our efforts in this tragic episode will turn to a radical move to reconciliation and understanding and reconstruction. We believe that if our leadership in the crisis will go forward by hopes and dreams and not backwards by recycled memories, pain and fear, and take some risk for peace and reconciliation, that we can avert a bloody, expensive, and long, disastrous war. Let us express our thanks again, General, for every expression of our military support.
It's in my bag.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, folks. Thank you very much. Thank you. The medical crew asks that they get on board the plane. Thank you very much.
The Reverend Jesse Jackson indicating Slobodan Milosevic chose not to keep the 3 former POWs as trophies of war, but rather make them investments in the possibility of diplomacy. Seeing as Walt Rogers is in the middle of that throng somewhere, Walt, what are the chances that that investment will yield results?
Well, perhaps, Miles, that question should be asked of the White House, but your point is very good. What's very interesting is ever since he secured the promised release of the 3 American soldiers who were held by the Yugoslavs, Jesse Jackson's rhetoric has sounded very much as if he was starting an anti-war movement of his own. Earlier today at the border between Yugoslavia and Croatia, Jackson called on President Clinton to match the Yugoslavs' diplomatic gesture. He warned that the amount of money that is going to be spent on this war in Yugoslavia is, quote, beyond the imagination. He said there is no end in sight, and he warned that many people will be killed unless this war is ended quickly. So besides getting the release of the prisoners, Jesse Jackson has launched another diplomatic initiative here, albeit on a freelance diplomatic basis. He is clearly trying to bring both sides back to the bargaining table, and as I say, ever since he secured the release of those 3 U.S. soldiers, he has had an increasingly anti-war tone to his rhetoric, over and over again challenging President Clinton to come up with another gesture, even a bombing pause over Yugoslavia. Miles?
Walter, I'm curious about what Mr. Jackson just said about Slobodan Milosevic taking a risk in releasing these prisoners. He intimated that this is not a popular move politically within Yugoslavia, but I'm curious, he after all controls the media there, how much does the average Yugoslav know about this release?
Well, everybody in Yugoslavia knows about it. At 6 p.m. last night, it was announced on state radio there. And as far as Mr. Milosevic taking a risk, that is what Mr. Milosevic told Jesse Jackson in their meeting yesterday. It was a 3-hour meeting that began about midday on Saturday. And at that point, when Jesse Jackson implored President Milosevic to free the 3 American soldiers, Mr. Milosevic was most reluctant. Indeed, he said the Yugoslav people would not stand for that as long as the NATO bombing continued. They talked, and Reverend Jackson continued his humanitarian appeal for more than a few hours. They prayed together. In fact, Jesse Jackson held hands with Yugoslav President Milosevic. They prayed that the lion would lie down with the lamb, as is quoting from Isaiah, and they took a walk in the garden. And the best Jesse Jackson could get from that initial meeting with President Milosevic was a promise from the Yugoslav president he would ponder the request for the release of the U.S. soldiers. In point of fact, he did more than ponder it. Within a few hours later, 2 or 3 hours, Jesse Jackson's delegation was getting very positive signals. The soldiers would indeed be released. And the soldiers, by the way, Miles, found out about that about 9:30 p.m. last night, Belgrade time. When they were told they were going home, the soldiers confided this morning that that was it. They weren't going to sleep the rest of the night, and it was the beginning of a very high emotional ride. Miles?
Staff Sergeant Andrew Ramirez kind of struck me when he said at the outset, I feel a lot better than I did. I'd say that's the understatement of the day, wouldn't you?
I would indeed say that, although Ramirez has been the most shy of these three, most soft-spoken. One of the cute answers we got from him as we were talking to him as he got off the bus to stretch his legs at the border, we asked Sergeant Ramirez how the food was. He laughed and he said, "It's not what we're used to." There were a number of other very cute vignettes that we got from the soldiers. They were in a room. Each was incarcerated separately in a prison cell, 14 feet by about 5 feet. That's about 4.5 meters by 1.5 meters. Very strictly confined, which may account for the bonding they have described over and over again with their Yugoslav prison guards. But I talked to Sergeant Christopher Stone. I said, well, how many push-ups can you do? And Sergeant Stone laughed, and he said, a lot more than before I was captured. So I guess they put their time to good use. And again, over and over again, they praised the Yugoslav government and for their release, and also the personal bond which they formed with their Yugoslav prison guards, whom they said universally treated them very, very humanely. The only rough treatment they had, of course, was at their initial capture. And by the way, they cannot discuss that at this point. Of course, that's something the U.S. Army wants to know, how these men were captured along the border with Yugoslavia. Miles?
Safe to say these gentlemen will never complain about meals ready to eat again, I think, Walter. Let me ask you this. We all know about the so-called Stockholm Syndrome, which occurs when captors and captives spend some time in close proximity. There actually is a bond that develops. As you weigh that potential, that they may be affected somewhat by that, how do you make it out when Sergeant Stone said they adhered to the Geneva Convention? That is not at all what we were being told all throughout this ordeal here in the West.
Well, I can only go on the testimony of the three soldiers with whom we've spoken on at least 3 occasions this morning, perhaps 4 occasions, and repeatedly they said after they were captured, that is, they had a bruising encounter, and they were all sporting evidences of that bruising encounter, but after that they repeatedly said their guards generally treated them very, very well, and I have no evidence to contradict that. They were not given reading material. Now, in terms of the Geneva Convention, theoretically, I believe the law says that they have to have access to the Red Cross much sooner than they were given access to the Red Cross, and they were supposed to be getting messages from home much sooner than they got messages from home. But in terms of physical abuse or any other kind of abuse, except perhaps their psychological isolation, the soldiers said the Yugoslavs treated them humanely. Miles?
Walter, they said that just prior to the Red Cross visit, Sergeant Stone indicated that was probably the low point. They had endured at least a week of isolation, and then the Red Cross finally came. Did they have any sense what might have prompted the Red Cross visit at that time? I guess they wouldn't have had much access to the outside world to know what might have motivated, but were they given any indication why suddenly they received a Red Cross visit?
No, except that an American soldier serving in a combat zone or on the edge of a combat zone knows pretty much what he is entitled to as a prisoner of war or a captive, as may have been the case here. We have to learn yet the terms of their capture. But I suspect what they probably asked of themselves was why it took the Red Cross so long to get there. And that, in turn, is a question that needs to be referred to the Yugoslavs. Miles?
Walter, you won't be able to see this tape, but I'm sure this will be burned in your memory. We're going to roll some videotape of what we just saw a few moments ago as General Grange greeted the 3 former POWs. Crisp salutes followed by hugs, embraces, and the exchange of gifts. I noted with interest that Sergeant Stone said that in referring to the flags and coins which he had received as tokens of their ordeal and remembrance of the duty that they performed, he talked about fashioning an American flag out of toilet paper. Now, this is the kind of thing that if Hollywood came up with, you'd say, oh, that wouldn't be true. These guys, in some ways, I suppose, could be labeled heroic.
Well, they certainly are patriotic, at the very least. They're soldiers in the United States Army, and I suspect that was one way they had to fill their time. They had an awful lot of time to fill. Remember, their cell was 14 feet by 5 feet. They were in solitary confinement. They were forbidden to see or talk to their fellow soldiers, and their only human contact was with the guards, with whom, as we both noted, they seem to have bonded. As for that fashioning of the U.S. flag out of toilet paper, I suppose that's a charming little anecdote, but if you've got time on your hands, I suppose that's one option, as well as push-ups. Miles?
Takes you back to your arts and crafts days, I suppose, when you're in that little cell with nothing else to do. Give us a sense, Walter, of what's immediately ahead for these three servicemen. Obviously the flight, but once they arrive at Ramstein, what will they have to endure in the way of physical and examinations as well as debriefings?
Well, of course, there will be a physical examination, although they and Reverend Jesse Jackson have said they are in good physical shape. In terms of their mental condition, you could see them just relaxing and thawing and mellowing out on the 6-hour bus ride from Belgrade here to Zagreb. They were joking, laughing along the way. They were gobbling ham sandwiches on the bus, albeit dry ham sandwiches, they said. From everything I've seen, they're in remarkably good condition, given that they have been largely in solitary confinement and have not seen anyone from the West, or certainly from the United States, since Friday of this last week. Now, when they get to Ramstein Air Force Base, it's not exactly clear what's going to happen beyond those examinations. Of course, there will be a debriefing. One of the things that the Army is going to ask is the circumstances of how they were captured 32 days ago, because there are conflicting stories. The Yugoslavs said that they had blundered on a patrol into Yugoslav territory. They were not supposed to be there. Indeed, there's no evidence yet to attest that they were indeed there. They could have been snatched and taken across. We just don't know at this point. And so there's going to be a very stringent military briefing as to how their routine patrol became something less than routine and something akin to a diplomatic incident. As for what happens after the debriefing at Ramstein, that's not clear even to Jesse Jackson, who is currently, figuratively speaking, flying their airplane. He wants very much, Reverend Jackson wants very much to return to the United States and to the White House Monday, so there can be a ceremony there, but there is the possibility that the former prisoners of war could stay in Germany with Reverend Jackson, because President Clinton is scheduled to come to Germany midweek. The exact details of what next still are being worked out, as has been, by the way, this whole diplomatic mission to secure the release of the 3 U.S. soldiers. Jesse Jackson winged it the whole way and made it up as he went along. Miles?
Well, which is true to form, and certainly it's vintage Jesse Jackson, isn't it?
It truly is, but I must say, with the exception of the meeting with Yugoslav President Milosevic, where no reporters were allowed in, Jesse Jackson got us into all of the meetings, including several of the meetings with the foreign minister, the Yugoslav foreign minister, Mr. Jovanovic, and in each of those meetings, Jackson was very skilled in his diplomacy. For example, the Yugoslavs would rail out at him over and over again for the bombing. Jackson listened and was repeatedly lectured on how NATO and the United States were committing war crimes with the bombing. Jackson could have responded angrily. He did not, invoking the biblical phrase, "a soft answer turneth away wrath." In point of fact, Jesse Jackson never lost sight of the goal. His goal was to get those soldiers out. He was very, very cautious, very, very guarded. His diplomacy was unorthodox, but extraordinarily productive again. And recall, Miles, of course, these are not the first prisoners or U.S. soldiers that Jesse Jackson has brought home under difficult circumstances. Miles?
Well, Walter, I mean, of course, we would never want to question Jesse Jackson's oratorical skills, but you've had a chance to witness this. It's really a remarkable seat that you've had through this whole process when you think about it. I'm curious, though, if you ever got the sense that he was being manipulated one way or another by Milosevic.
Well, one could make the case that the release of the prisoners is Mr. Milosevic's way of trying to open a diplomatic wedge and trying to garner public opinion. That's not necessarily manipulation of Reverend Jackson, although I should point out that before Reverend Jackson left, he got a stern warning about being manipulated by the White House National Security Advisor, Samuel Berger. But again, Jackson's entire goal on this has been unswerving. It has been the release of the prisoners, nothing more, nothing less, until the prisoners are released. And then he suddenly launches out on his own make it up as you go along anti-war campaign, where he's chiding President Clinton over and over again to stop the bombing and warning the American people that it's going to be very costly in terms of blood, treasure, and lives if this war goes on. Miles?
Walter, in just a moment, we're going to replay that news conference for folks who are just tuning in, who can actually hear from the three of them as well as from Jesse Jackson. But before we do that, I want to ask you about that bruise, which is on Sergeant Christopher Stone's cheek and apparently on his forehead as well. You've had an up-close look at it. How serious does that appear to be?
Well, Miles, the mark on his cheek is a birthmark. It is not a bruise. There is still a bruise over his left eye about the size of a finger, and he has made it clear that that was a wound he received, not a wound, but a bruise he received during the struggle to avoid capture 32 days ago. After that, there was no evidence, and none of the soldiers spoke of any physical abuse there. As I say, the more prominent mark on his cheek is not a bruise, it's a birthmark, and he goes out of his way to point that out.
All right. Thanks for clarifying that point. Walter, why don't you stand by there? Obviously, the steps are still down, the door is still open.
You've been watching coverage by CNN USA on the release of the 3 United States soldiers. They've arrived in Zagreb, Croatia, and will shortly be flying to Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. We will have more details on the story in World News, which comes up just after this break.
This has been CNN Breaking News.
To a different beat. World Beat, the first ever globally televised music program. Get the latest international music news.
When you've got a lot of high-profile people that come together and create an event like this, it helps to heighten the awareness of some of the human rights problems that are going on in the world.
In-depth profiles.
There's a new self-confidence in Ireland at the moment, and there's a great resurgence in the Irish language and in the culture.
And interviews from around the world.
Whether you sing in Japanese or in English or French, your soul will translate everything to you automatically.
Plus, a look at the latest albums being released. It doesn't matter. World Beat, in tune with Volvo. Saturday on CNN.
This is CNN.
Hello, I'm Anand Naidu at CNN Center in Atlanta. NATO's spokesmen are due to give their daily military briefing in Brussels shortly. We'll be bringing that to you live as soon as it begins. In the meantime, here's a look at the top stories from the conflict in Yugoslavia. Yugoslav officials say 34 people were killed by a NATO bomb that hit a passenger bus. NATO says it regrets the incident. It says the bus was crossing a bridge that's part of a key supply route for Yugoslav troops. The attack occurred in Kosovo, just north of the provincial capital, Pristina. 3 U.S. soldiers gave thanks to God and to the ministers who won their release as they arrived in an airport in Croatia Sunday. Yugoslavia turned the men over to a private delegation led by the Reverend Jesse Jackson on Sunday. Staff Sergeant Christopher Stone described his most difficult moment in captivity.
The lowest point was probably a couple weeks into the captivity, after the first week of isolation. That was probably the hardest. Right at the point where, just prior to our Red Cross visit, may have been the hardest time as they brought us messages from home and books and gave us the opportunity to buy things. That was the best time. It came at the pinnacle of our isolation and our solitude.
And now we're going to NATO headquarters in Brussels for the daily media briefing.
Explain to you in more detail. Presently, we successfully, yesterday evening, went after the complete array of fielded forces in Kosovo, starting with armour, but also attacking command posts and ammunition depots. At the same time, NATO aircraft engaged Milosevic's army and special police forces, while more NATO aircraft attacked the systems that Belgrade uses to control them, including 8 radio relay sites and yesterday more than a dozen bridges, most of them road, but some of them rail bridges. As you all know now, yesterday during the early hour, or this morning rather, during the early hours, an F-16 aircraft went down in the northwestern part of Serbia as we increased the intensity of our air operations 24 hours a day, so the greater the risk obviously to our pilots as well from an increased momentum of operations. But I want to highlight the fact that this pilot within a matter of 2 hours was rescued by NATO Force and Rescue Team that for the second time since Operation Allied Force began managed to rescue a downed pilot. That pilot is safe, well, receiving medical attention, and is now being debriefed on the incident. So thank you, and I now hand over to Colonel Freitag for his more detailed operational update.
Thank you, Jamie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. NATO's air campaign continued with intensive strikes against military and strategic targets throughout the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Once again, we focused the major weight of our effort on the Serb fielded forces in Kosovo. I want to be quite clear about this. By attacking fielded forces and their support systems, we seek to make it incredibly difficult for anyone to get into Kosovo and almost impossible to move around and operate within Kosovo. As part of this continuing effort, during the past 24 hours, we struck the full spectrum of tactical targets throughout the province. Numerous artillery guns, tanks, armored personnel carriers, mortars, military vehicles, artillery rocket systems, command posts, and local ammunition and fuel supplies were hit. The following videos are taken over the past week. The first shows an attack against fielded artillery gun. The next 2 cockpit videos are of an attack with precision-guided weapons against fielded tanks. In the upcoming days, we will be giving you a more detailed briefing on our overall assessment of the effects of our concentrated efforts on the targeting of fielded forces, and I hope that this meets your hunger about figures on tanks. Turning to Serbian forces operations, first I will cover ground operations in Kosovo. Serb forces continue to seek to establish control over all the key terrain and lines of communication in Kosovo. The tempo of Serb military activity has reduced. Continuous operations have likely inflicted a gradual degradation of Serb combat sustainability and caused rising levels of demoralization among their troops. Increasing use of special police and paramilitary units reflect augmentation needed to conduct further security operations. These security operations increasingly are conducted by MAP units supported with VJ armor or artillery in order to relieve VJ troops. It also likely reflects an overall Serbian army wish to return responsibility for internal security in Kosovo to the special police. In central Kosovo, special police elements conducted operations against the UCK in the Pristina area and along the Suva-Reka-Stimilje line of communication. Combined VG and MAP forces intensified operations near Suva-Reka, south of the Dulje Pass, where they encountered strong resistance from the UCK. Fighting between Serb forces and the UCK continued in western Kosovo, along the Kosovo-Albanian border, focusing on the area of Morina and Potok Morina. VJ artillery shelled villages in northern Albania, including Letaj and Borje. UCK forces also continue to operate in western Kosovo, as shown here. Turning now to Serbian Air Force activities. Serb early warning radar activity was again noted. Serb air defense launched 6 surface-to-air missiles. Anti-aircraft artillery was again active. A small number of MiG-21 aircraft were detected dispersing to nearby airfields. No air defense fighters opposed our air forces. As earlier mentioned, we lost 1 aircraft during yesterday's operation. At 2:20 this morning, local Brussels time, an F-16CJ experienced an engine failure 18 kilometers east of Kosluk whilst returning from a mission over Yugoslavia. The cause of the engine failure is under review. The pilot was recovered safely and is now at a NATO base. An AV-8B Harrier aircraft was also lost in a training accident. This aircraft was not assigned to NATO but was supporting NATO's operation. Turning back to this operation and covering first the humanitarian issues. On the humanitarian side, NATO forces support for non-governmental organizations and the governmental institution of Albania and Fyrom continues. Our support contributes significantly to the relief efforts in these countries. In the last 24 hours, there were 11 aid flights flown into Fyrom with 13 tons food and water and 15 tons of medical supplies. For Albania, there were 16 aid flights delivering a wide range of humanitarian supplies. Now I will turn to our air operation. As previously stated in the briefing, we placed a concentrated effort against fielded forces in Kosovo. However, we also continue to target the strategic assets that permit the Serbian forces to support and control their operations in Kosovo. In this regard, Allied aircraft once again struck the full range of military targets. We again placed an emphasis on the radio relay and TV transmission facilities that are integral elements in the command and control network of the Serbian leadership and military command. 8 transmission towers and facilities were targeted as detailed in the slide. The Tivet radio relay site located at the Tivet Bay in western Montenegro was considered to be a key node in the command and control structure and thus was targeted. The following cockpit videos are of attacks against 3 communication towers conducted over the last few days. The first video is against the Loznica radio relay tower. The next film is of our aircrew attacking the Sremika radio communication station. And the final video is of the Subotica radio and TV transmitter. The integrated air defense system was again targeted, including the Niš airfield. We will continue to selectively target elements of the system to prevent the Serb military from reconstituting the system. Petroleum storage and production facilities were targeted, including the facilities at Lopatnica, Novi Sad, and Požega. We also targeted the Kakai ordnance repair facility. We again struck lines of communication, including 12 road bridges and 5 railroad bridges. Unfortunately, on one of our attacks on Saturday, unintended damage occurred, and NATO aircraft carried out one single attack against the Luzane Bridge, north of Pristina. This was a legitimate military target on a key north-south resupply route for the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia military and special police operations between Pristina and Podujevo. Unfortunately, after weapons release, a bus crossed on the bridge but was not seen by the pilot, whose attention was focused on his aim point during weapon trajectory. He did not target the bus, and there was no intent to harm civilians, and any loss of innocent life is regretted. Serbian force infrastructure was struck, including the Novi Pazar and Prokopolje ammunition depots. The following slide is an expansion of the military infrastructure struck in Kosovo. These targets included the Bezinje and Dakovica storage areas and the military facilities at Peć, Niljane, and Vranje. And with this slide, I end my operations update for you. Thank you very much.
Conrad, thanks very much indeed. We'll go to questions in the usual fashion. Freddie, would you like to begin, please?
Both my questions to Conrad. The first one concerns the statement that there were rising levels of demoralization. Can you give us some evidence which indicate that? That was question one. And question two concerns the location of the air attacks against field forces seem to be connected with the attack with the area of UJK activity. Are these in fact partly in support of the UJK?
Concerning the first, I can only repeat what I've stated yesterday. We have some confirmed and some unconfirmed reports of desertion. We have seen reports from commanders who brief their soldiers if they would desert, they will be shot. We have seen desertions from Kosovo Serbs, from Vojvodina Serbs, from Montenegro Serbs, who all didn't want to join these armed forces and who didn't want to continue what they are ordered, because they wanted to stay a normal military man and not looting and burning and raping and whatever they were asked and tasked to do. But I think Jamie has another report on
yes, Conrad, if I can just come in on there, I just want to draw your attention to an interesting interview in today's Welt am Sonntag newspaper with a 34-year-old officer of the Serbian army who is under the alias of Veran Tesanovic. An alias, of course, because his identity has to be protected, but he gives an account of the circumstances which induced him to desert from the Yugoslav army and to flee to Hungary, where he's now in a refugee camp. He makes it clear that he was given orders to kill people. He makes it clear that he was given photographs of the people that he was meant to kill or to have killed. And he also makes it clear that many others in his unit were equally sickened as he was by having to carry out this appalling work under the direct orders of the Chief of the General Staff. He says that since his desertion, his family has been intimidated and his wife has been beaten. So, again, it's only one story of one individual, but I think it's nonetheless indicative that not everybody in the Yugoslav army is content to have to do this bloody work, quite frankly. Excuse me, Comrade, please.
Yes, can I ask you to ask your second question again, please?
Yes. The air activity against field forces, the locations of those which are shown on the map, seem to coincide partly with the activity of the UÇK. Is there some coordination? Are these air activities in support of UÇK ground activities?
No, there is no coordination between our air campaign and the UCK, at least not from our part. But we have increased our air activities, in this case supported by the good weather conditions.
Freddie, if I can add here, just in amplification of what Comrade has said, I understand that this morning there were some attacks along the Albanian border, near the border post of Marani, and they, of course, were seeking out Serb artillery positions, which are not only firing against UCK positions, but are firing very close to where a large number of refugees are taking shelter, posing a threat to refugees. In fact, even some members of humanitarian relief organizations very narrowly escaped injury yesterday from such shelling. And, of course, they are violating the sovereignty of a neighbouring country by firing over the border. So those are targets, but for those good reasons. Let's move on. Patricia, please.
Colonel Freitag, in your military briefing, you showed, when you were talking about Serb ground activity, you showed a photograph. I'd like to know where that photograph was taken, when, and what its source is.
I have to...
photograph up there.
Yes, I know, the first slide. I have to come with an answer later on. My people will give me an answer on that.
Thank you.
Okay, lady there, please.
Thank you. ABC News, question for Colonel Freitag. We're hearing reports that after yesterday's bombing of the bus in Luzon on the bridge, that a second vehicle that had arrived on the scene, an ambulance evidently, that had come to rescue the injured, was also hit by NATO planes. Do you have any information about that?
First of all, we did not bomb the bus. We hit the bridge, and we will probably have some details for you on this incident later on. But I want to underline that we did not bomb the bus and we did not target the bus. I have seen the video, and on that video it shows much earlier another vehicle passing the bridge and not being harmed at all. That's all I can say at this moment.
Okay, Doug, please.
Just a couple of technical questions. On the videos, the artillery and the tank looked remarkably exposed. Is there any possibility that they're putting out dummies for NATO to hit? And on another chart, you showed 6 SA-6s were fired, only one of which was guided. What happens when they're not guided? They just sort of point them. And on the Luzhany Bridge, in general, would the risk of such incidents be less or more or about the same if pilots were allowed to go down to low altitude before targeting the targets? Thank you.
Let me start with the last question. I cannot talk about the altitudes from which we attack our targets. I'm not allowed to do that. When there is an anti-air attack and it is not guided, then it is just a lucky shot, as we have had in several instances earlier. Only with the guided approach, the Serb forces could be somehow successful. But we have not seen, thanks God, not too much success in that. No, we do not target and we do not hit dummies, and I'm sure that the briefers next week will have some hard facts for you on what we have hit and what we have destroyed.
Okay, well, let's go to the front row then, please.
Colonel Freitag, first of all, are you saying that it was engine failure that knocked down the F-16? And Jamie, could you tell us a little more on this oil blockade plan? I understand the military plan is still with the military. Has it gone to the NAC? Did they send it back?
Yes, I repeat, it was engine failure, but as we, of course, are interested in what caused the engine failure, we are still reviewing this incident. It will be difficult because we don't have the wreckage. It's on dry soil. But we don't know. We still don't know. We need to, that's why I said it's still under review.
On the oil embargo, again, I think, as I'm always saying, we have to make a distinction between the oil embargo and the visit and search regime that NATO is looking into. Now, the oil embargo is up and running and is working well. As you know, it came into effect yesterday. Following decisions by the European Union. You've seen that the United States has now also imposed very comprehensive sanctions on Yugoslavia. Other allies have also joined this oil embargo, and I've given you a list already these past days of as many countries as are in the European Union, but which are not, also having joined the oil embargo. So most of those countries which before this conflict were shipping oil to Belgrade have stopped doing so. So this is going to have an enormous effect. I can't obviously put a figure on it, and I can't say that there won't be certain leakages here and there, but nonetheless, this is going to be a very significant drying up of the oil tap. And that's the most important thing, because if countries don't ship oil in the first place, then obviously that's going to be the most effective type of embargo that one can consider. As for the visit and the search regime, we are still working it, and there's nothing wrong in that. We rather do something that's going to be carefully thought out, militarily effective, and which will have the political support of the largest number of countries, not just in the alliance but beyond, than rush into something which will be ill thought through and which would not work so well. So it has not yet gone to the Council. I anticipate it will do so this coming week, the beginning of this week. But what has happened is that the military authorities, having received some initial political guidance from the political side of NATO, are going back to work on a few other things. It's a complicated thing because we want something, of course, that's going to be consistent with international law, obviously, something which is going to take account of the different status of different countries, obviously, that are involved in shipping in the Adriatic, and something, of course, which is going to have the widest degree of acceptance in the international community. So we'll continue to work on this, but this regime is infinitely less significant than the fact that a great number of countries, former oil suppliers to Belgrade, or major industrial powers of the world have said, right, the tap is being turned off, no more oil is going to get through. This is going to make it, first of all, much more difficult for Milosevic to get oil, and it's going to vastly drive up the price that he is going to have to pay on the black market per gallon for the small amount that he might still be able to get his hands on. So that's what counts. It's the embargo. A visit and search regime could be a reinforcement of that, but the embargo, first and foremost, is what we want. Yeah, CNN.
Yesterday and the day before, we were told as evidence of the intensification of the NATO air campaign that there had been 600 sorties flown in a 24-hour period. In the most recent 24-hour period, has that rate of sorties or your measurement of intensification continued at the same level, increased or decreased? And if it has decreased, is that in response to the Reverend Jackson's call for a pause?
Sorry. We have flown during the last 24 hours a bit more than 600 sorties.
So I think that answers your question.
Continuing at a similar rate?
Absolutely.
No, let me, no, to be clear, when I said that, I have not given, and I'm not authorized to give you figures on how many strikes are in these sorties. And only if we would measure the total amount of sorties vis-à-vis the strike sorties, then you could make a statement of decrease or increase. And I told you we had an increase in our strikes.
Could I have a follow-up question,
Of course you can.
Is there by any measurement any decrease in the war effort on the part of NATO in response to the Reverend Jackson's plea?
Well, I think Comrade can answer that better than I, but if I may have a word, if you look at the number of targets that were struck last night on day 39, and the very extensive number of locations throughout Yugoslavia where those targets were engaged, and those strikes were not restricted to Kosovo, then I think you have your answer. we obviously congratulate Jesse Jackson, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, on the success of his mission to release the 3 US servicemen. We share, as you can imagine, the relief of the families to have those servicemen back among them. But the release of the 3 US servicemen does not constitute either the achievement of the essential objectives of the international community, nor the end of the violence in Kosovo, which goes on today with several thousand more refugees having crossed the frontiers since we came in this morning. And so clearly the air operations are going to be linked to the achievement of those 5 objectives, and when they are achieved, then we will stop. I understand that the Reverend Jackson has some proposals that he's carrying to President Clinton. I have no idea what those proposals are. I understand there are 4 of them, whereas a couple of days ago, Belgrade made 7 proposals. Well, for us, the lucky number is 5. This is the magic number here. Not 7, not 4, but 5. And you all know what those 5 are. And that's what we'll want to see before we consider ending this campaign.
May I add a military view on it? The whole air campaign is under direct and close control of NATO's political leaders. And Secure does not have the liberty to escape from that. And I think no one would expect him to escape from that.
Okay, so.
Eric Shaw from Fox News. According to Reverend Jackson, it took about an hour for Mr. Milosevic to decide to release the 3 POWs, yet apparently there has not been an order yet to remove the estimated 40,000 Serbian troops from Kosovo. Do you see the gesture to release the prisoners as an olive branch or as a ploy to influence American public opinion?
Well, I think what's going to influence American public opinion are facts, not olive branches. Facts, not words. If President...
We're going to leave the NATO media conference just for a moment. You're watching pictures of the plane carrying the 3 freed US servicemen taking off from Zagreb in Croatia for the Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. That's where the 3 servicemen will be debriefed by US military authorities. They were freed earlier today. We return now to the NATO press briefing.
A couple of days ago, President Milosevic was telling envoys that those 3 servicemen would not be released, and then suddenly today they are released. So I think this clearly shows that this is a person totally able to change his mind and change direction if he wants to. But what he's got to understand is that the decision which is going to impress us most is the decision to pull the troops out of Kosovo and accept the conditions of the international community. We're interested in acceptance rather than olive branches. Charles, first of all, welcome back.
Thank you, Jay.
Good to see you back, and please go ahead, ask another question.
On the POWs, is it mildly irritating to you at NATO to see the news agenda being driven by President Milosevic, as it seems to have been really in the last 24 hours, the fact that most of the TV screens are full of news of these POWs coming back and their progression through Zagreb back to the United States rather than the news of your airstrikes from last night? Does that irritate you here at NATO?
Charles, not at all. Because for the families of those 3 servicemen, seeing them being released is probably the best thing that's ever happened to them in their lives. And that is a happiness that we're happy to here at NATO to share. Because we have still not met our objectives doesn't mean to say that we do not welcome the fact that those servicemen have been released. In fact, they should never have been taken captive in the first place, as I've constantly said. But I think that on the TV screens over the last few days, and I would like to say how much I acknowledge this because you are the people responsible, the real story has continued to be shown. The story of the refugees being once again pushed over the border, the story of the recent accounts of massacres that we've heard about, the way in which Belgrade came up with a 7-point proposal a few evenings ago, which fell far short of what the international community is demanding. So no, if I can say so, I think you're doing an excellent job of presenting all aspects of this story in a fair way, and I'm very happy to say that and to live with that. Yes, NTV, please. No, front row, and then we have Antonio. Antonio, as the microphone insists on staying with you, go ahead, and then we'll...
Okay, thank you, Jamie. A follow-up on what Charles just said. At the very same day that we have the 3 American soldiers released, we have the pictures of the bus and all the bodies. Do you think this is a coincidence, or just is another lesson of strategy that we were not expecting? Because Milosevic has got the initiative right now. And concerning, to Colonel Freitag, concerning the... Oh, after that.
Okay, well, personally, Antonio, I do not believe that President Milosevic has the initiative. I think that we've got it, quite frankly, and it's increasingly evident that we have it, because we are foreclosing with each passing day the options that Milosevic has. He's coming up with proposals and plans, and he's seeing that NATO is united in saying nothing short of the 5 key objectives, that we are not going to accept anything that falls short of that. And he knows fully well that if he wants to gain the ears of the NATO alliance, he's going to have to come forward with something which meets those 5 key objectives. Secondly, he is seeing that despite the difficulties, which I have readily acknowledged in this campaign, and for difficulties which are bound up with an operation of this magnitude, the NATO alliance is continuing. We're holding together. We're not being diverted. We're not being distracted. We stay on course day after day. I think he's also seeing that public opinion in our member states, although not enthusiastic, that's obvious about such a campaign. How could public opinion be enthusiastic? Nonetheless accepts the necessity of what we're doing, and nonetheless believes that force has to be used to stop force. So I think that whatever President Milosevic may say publicly, or whatever his colleagues in government will say publicly, they know that they're losing this. They know that it's only a matter of time, and they have to seek some way out, an exit strategy, that there's no alternative. So I would not myself be deflected by the surface turbulence on top of the water. I would look preferably at the undercurrents below, and I think those undercurrents below are pointing in one direction and one direction only. You wanted to ask a question of Colonel Freitag.
Yes, and Jamie, I'd like to know if you consider this as being a coincidence, or just because the first information we had from Belgrade is that the POWs wouldn't be released, and after the accident with the bus, there was an order from President Milosevic to release them. And to Colonel Freitag, you said, and we all believe, there is no intention to target a bus full of civilians. However, the bus was targeted as the train was before. Is there any other way to make these operations during the night so that buses and trains are not on the targets? Thank you.
Let me repeat. We did not target the bus, as we have not targeted earlier the train. We target bridges, and I'm sure that the Serb authorities know that these bridges are of extreme value to their lines of communications, and when they allow public traffic over these bridges, then they risk a lot of lives of their own citizens.
Tony, I don't know if there's a coincidence or not. That is something that you have to ask Milosevic. We're happy that those servicemen are released, but is there going to be a reward for Milosevic for doing that? Clearly no. We've made that clear. The only thing that will stop NATO is Milosevic accepting those 5 conditions. The sooner he realizes that, the sooner he will stop, the better for everybody. But we are not going to give him any kind of ray of light into thinking that there's somehow that he can wiggle out, he can escape, rather like Houdini, the master escapologist, from meeting those implacable, non-negotiable conditions of the international community. Okay, it was indeed. You're right to point that out.
Okay, 2 questions. First goes to you, Jamie. We also hear reports about some efforts of American congressmen in Vienna, and there must be some indications from Belgrade, according to their reports, that Milosevic could be ready for any military-equipped armed force in Kosovo. What is your evaluation on that, NATO's evaluation? Did NATO elaborate on that? How serious is that taken by NATO? The other question is concerning this incident yesterday on Lujane Bridge. What is the number of casualties NATO has got? Did you make your own get your information?
Okay, well, thank you for that question. If Milosevic is truly ready to accept an international armed presence, then I hope that that is not something he's going to keep to himself as the best guarded secret in Belgrade. I hope that he will tell the world clearly and unambiguously that he accepts an international armed presence in Kosovo. Incidentally, in an interview, as you know, that he gave to UPI, and I understand some American newspapers the other day, he spoke of this as an occupation force of Yugoslavia. It's not an occupation force of Yugoslavia. It's an international security presence inside Kosovo, nowhere else. And I want to make that absolutely clear. And it will certainly not be behaving when it is deployed like any kind of occupation force. An occupation force is normally something that represses the local population. We are talking about something that's going to protect the local population and restore their human rights to them. An occupation force is not something normally which is welcomed by the local population, whereas we know, and you heard this from Mr. Schala and the other Kosovo Albanian leaders here just a few days ago, that is something that they most ardently want. So I would therefore just like to clarify that. But unfortunately, we haven't heard from Belgrade thus far that they are prepared to accept an international armed presence. There was a tantalizing slip of the tongue by the Foreign Ministry just a couple of days ago, but that was immediately corrected with the results that you know. So, as I say, if this is indeed true, let President Milosevic tell us, and then we may even begin to believe him, but not until he says it publicly and commits himself to it publicly as well. But again, that is only one of the 5 conditions. It helps, but it is not in itself sufficient. The other 4 have to go too. It's either all or nothing. Comrade.
On the casualty questions, when you see the hit of the bridge and how the bus is running into it, you must assume that there were casualties if there were passengers on board of that bus, at least the driver or some others. But we do not have any evidence about the casualties. We have only seen the same pictures on TV as you have seen. We are not on the ground. We don't know about the identity of passengers or of casualties, and we don't know about numbers. That can only be verified on the ground.
And you won't know about it?
We are not there on the ground.
Okay, we'll just take a couple of final questions to round off for today. We go to this side. Go ahead, sir.
Would like to ask a question, first of all, on the total number of Serbian troops in Kosovo. Secondly, on the Lausanne Bridge. For my first question, you mentioned 40,000 soldiers. In his UPI interview, Mr. Milosevic mentioned 100,000. As far as the bombing of Lausanne Bridge is concerned, was this a primary military objective, i.e. a primary target, or a secondary military target? Which means that when pilots cannot throw their bombs, they can target secondary objectives. Maybe I'll take the first question and Conrad will do the second one. Would that be acceptable to you?
Okay, well,
I can't answer. Okay, shall answer. In this case, as far as the figure of 100,000, I was also surprised to hear Milosevic mention this figure, because I didn't think it was as high as this. But if he says himself that he needs 100,000 troops in order to oppress the UCK rebellion, and in order to repress the civilian population, I think it's a sign of weakness. The fact that a regime needs 100,000 forces in order to control his own population, I think it's a recognition of his incapacity. But I have seen no reports suggesting that he's gone beyond the figure of 40,000. As far as the second question is concerned, I can't answer, say the general. You prefer?
Okay. I don't have an answer.
I don't have... All I would say is that this bridge was a legitimate military target. Having said this, of course, NATO profoundly regrets the fact that civilians and innocent persons were killed. You must believe us. We, to the contrary, this doesn't at all bring us any satisfaction. NATO would prefer to finish this mission without the least incident. You always know how devastated I look when I have to relate these incidents and present these incidents where civilians have been killed, and it never becomes easier, even if this operation has now been lasting for 39 days. But the target was a legitimate military target. The NATO pilot did not know when he launched his bomb that a bus was about to come on the bridge, and never once would a NATO pilot drop a bomb if he thought that there would be at all any risk of casualties, dead or wounded. Thank you very much for today. We'll see each other tomorrow on Monday at 3:00 p.m.
NATO spokesman at their daily news briefing in Brussels, spokesman Jamie Shea, said Allied forces went after field forces in Kosovo, attacking a wide range of military vehicles and ammunition facilities. NATO planes also targeted more than a dozen road and railway bridges. The Air Force also targeted transmission towers used by television, and one of those towers is situated in Montenegro. Shea also referred to the crash of an F-16 fighter plane and said the pilot was rescued within 2 hours of the accident. According to NATO, the plane crashed because of engine failure. The cause has not yet been established. He said on the release of the 3 U.S. servicemen by Yugoslavia that this did not change the NATO position, as it didn't achieve the objectives of the international community. Among those objectives, the return of the Kosovo Albanians to their homes under international armed supervision and the withdrawal of Serb forces from the province. And in Washington, the United States Defense Secretary William Cohen said a short while ago on a television station here in the United States that NATO will not stop the bombing campaign against Serbian forces in Yugoslavia despite the release of the 3 American soldiers. He said that the bombing campaign would instead be intensified. We'll have more details on the story at the top of the hour in World News, but for now we're going to take a break.
This has been CNN Breaking News.
Personnel and their families have turned out to greet the 3 soldiers to welcome them home. American flags being carried by children, banners flying, saying welcome home. Very much an atmosphere of anticipation here at the moment. The Ramstein Air Base is a permanent U.S. Army base in Germany. It has always been very much involved in the deployment of troops from Germany to different parts of the world in support of NATO action and other action undertaken by the U.S. and NATO military. It is an air base which has some 35,000 in total service members. This includes their families living in this area in Ramstein. In a total, some 8,500 Army personnel are actually employed on active duty here. It's been operational since the 50s, and it's traditionally the home that prisoners of war, those who have been on overseas duty return to. It's been a base which has been active in the return, for example, of the Kobar and Kenya bombing victims. It's also been very active in Operation Shining Hope. From here, many supplies have been flown out. Planes are loaded here daily to fly out to different parts of Kosovo on humanitarian missions. It was also obviously very very active in the initial deployment of troops to the Kosovo area.
Mandy, it's Gene Randall in Washington. Give us some idea of where these troops go from here and with what kind of dispatch they'll be moved to Landstuhl.
Gene, at this point in time, as soon as they step off the plane, they will quite quickly be put onto helicopters and dispatched to the hospital. It's expected to take, it's a flight of about some five minutes from the airbase. They will be taken to Landstuhl Medical Center, where they will be given a standard medical checkup. They will then be debriefed, and they will then probably wait for their families to come and meet up with them. Their families at this stage have not yet arrived. We are told that most of them, in fact, will be flying over from the United States to meet up with them. Landstuhl is where these men will now be based for as long as they feel is necessary, or as long as the military feel is necessary. They will be given a thorough checking over, and if they are in good health, then it is expected that they will be released. They have a choice. They can either go back to their squadron, or they can choose to take a period of vacation and return home. And it's expected that, in fact, the three of them will return home as soon as this is all over.
Okay, Mandy, stand by for just a second. And that is the helicopter, I believe, in the background, at least one of them, which will be used to transport the GIs to Landstuhl, where we have Matthew Chance standing by. Matthew, give us some idea of the situation there.
Well, Gene, as we've just heard, as soon as the American servicemen have been taken off the plane, they've just come in from Zagreb, the Croatian capital. They'll be flown directly to the Landstuhl medical facility here where I'm standing, and taken from the helipad just across the buildings behind me to the building behind me, building 3762, where, as you can see, there are already preparations underway to receive them. The flags, the 50 American states, the United States flag itself, the German flag, and the flag of the Landstuhl Medical Facility. It's the biggest medical facility of its kind outside the US. It's here where victims of the Nairobi embassy bombings were treated for their injuries. It's here where thousands of American troops during the Gulf War, during Operation Desert Storm and Operation Desert Shield, were treated for their injuries as well. There's no suggestion, though, that these troops coming in now from Belgrade via Croatia into Germany will require any kind of serious medical attention. They've said themselves they feel good, they feel fine, they've been well treated. They will be given a routine medical examination, and then at some other point, perhaps in a couple of days from now, when they've had this examination, they'll be debriefed, and some questions will be asked as exactly how it was that they managed to fall into the hands of the Yugoslav armed forces. Remember, they were meant to be on a routine patrol along the border between Macedonia and Yugoslavia. That patrol came under some kind of attack. It was radioed back to the headquarters that the headquarters eventually severed contact with the soldiers, lost contact with the soldiers, and then they ended up in Yugoslavia as prisoners of war, as we've seen. Gene?
All right, Matthew, stand by for just a second there, and Mandy, stand by as well. Let's come back to Washington for just a moment or two and talk with Arno de Borgrov, the president of United Press International, who recently sat down for an extensive interview with Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic. And Mr. Milosevic spelled out a peace plan, which was then rejected by both NATO and the United States. First, Mr. de Borgrov, what do you make of this maneuver by Slobodan Milosevic of releasing these 3 American GIs?
Well, I think it's a brilliant move on his part, because it does tend to divide public opinion. Those who feel that we should perhaps go for diplomatic negotiations, a pause in the bombing, and down the road, a total ceasefire.
Defense Secretary Cohen this morning is saying not only will the bombing not stop, or will there not be a pause, but the bombing will intensify. But isn't there a chance that at least one of the effects of this release will be some erosion at the margins of NATO unity about what should be the appropriate course of action?
No question. What he was suggesting, he went beyond the 6 points that were outlined by the Foreign Ministry a few hours after I'd seen him. Number one, of course, cessation of all hostilities, but he admitted that he has 100,000 troops now in Kosovo, up from 40,000 when the bombing started. Why? In his reply, he said, because we were faced with the possibility of a land invasion of our country. So we have 100,000 troops there. We're willing to scale down to 10,000, which was the garrison before the war started. Same time, all of NATO's forces pull out of Macedonia and Albania on our borders. And then introduction of the UN mission, as he called it. He even discussed the composition of such a force.
Now, he even argued with the use of the word force. He didn't want to hear about a UN force, but that's a UN mission.
Gene, that's semantics. It'll be a UN force made up, in his judgment, of neutral countries, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine. And I said, what about NATO countries? He said, no, I said, what about European nations? And he said, well, there's a non-NATO European nation called Ireland. So I think we're moving in the direction of a multinational UN force, and clearly they'll have to have weaponry to defend themselves.
Once again, what we're looking at here on our screen is a picture of the plane, the medevac plane, which has carried the 3 American GIs who were overnight or early this morning released from captivity in Belgrade, arriving at the Ramstein Air Base in Germany. They were freed after negotiations conducted by the Reverend Jesse Jackson in Belgrade with Yugoslavia's President Slobodan Milosevic. The door to the plane is opening, and Mandy Kibble is standing by there. Mandy, let's bring you in for a second. You said you expect a very quick movement of these troops to the medical facility at Landstuhl.
Yes, it is expected that they will move very quickly from this location. They will probably come out and wave to the crowd who have been waiting for a number of hours now. They will be greeted when they come out of the plane by an honor guard from their own squadron. And once those preliminaries have been completed, it's almost certain that they will then walk over to the helicopters and be taken over to Landstuhl. So their arrival on the tarmac looks almost, it looks as if it's imminent. Anticipation is great here today. A huge crowd has turned out to greet these POWs, to welcome them home.
We also have indications that families of the 3 GIs may well be flown to Germany sometime over the next 12 hours or so to be reunited with their loved ones there. It is undetermined, of course, at this point how long they will spend in that medical facility at Landstuhl. And now we're waiting for the exit from the plane of those 3 American GIs who were held from March 31st until early this morning by the Serbs in Belgrade, captured as they were somewhere along the Macedonian border with Yugoslavia, a point of some controversy to this moment. Arno de Borgrov, do you think this was a shrewd political move by President Milosevic?
I think it's a brilliant political move because, as you yourself indicated, Gene, it leads to the erosion, the steady erosion of NATO solidarity among the 19 nations. I think the most important thing that he said to me was, Milosevic, in this 2-hour interview, is the ethnic cleansing discussion we had. He said the real ethnic cleansing that took place in this part of the world was when 500,000 Serbs were kicked out of Croatia, and not a tear was shed anywhere in the world about the fate of those people. He said what we did in Kosovo was a full-scale...
Hold on a second. It is a very dramatic moment at the Ramstein Air Base in Germany. 3 U.S. GIs, in a manner of speaking, glad to be home. What they're doing now is being escorted to a chopper, which will take them to the regional medical facility at Landstuhl. I'm not sure if they all go in one chopper, so we'll let the picture do the talking for us. They said they were treated well during their captivity. That was an issue of strong concern here in the United States, of course, at the Pentagon and elsewhere. They appear to be in pretty good shape, although they will be checked out thoroughly at that regional medical facility. They lingered not at all at Ramstein. The effort now is to move them quickly to their next stop. Is Matthew Chance available at Landstuhl? Matthew Chance, let's bring you in. How long a flight should this be?
Well, Gene, the flight from the air base is approximately 5 or 10 minutes. It's just 5 kilometers from where I'm standing right now. They'll be flown to a helipad just a couple of 100 meters across the buildings here that you can see behind me. And from that helipad, they'll be brought directly to this building straight behind me right now. That's building 3762, where there are preparations underway to receive them. Gene?
Matthew, excuse me. The picture we just saw was Jesse Jackson and the religious delegation which he took with him to Belgrade. A delegation having effected the release of the 3 American soldiers. With me here in Washington is Arno de Borgrov, the president of UPI, who conducted a lengthy interview with Slobodan Milosevic just days ago in Belgrade. Did you notice any hint of conciliation in his attitude or his very approach to the issue?
No, he was very relaxed and no tough language, even conceded that bad things had indeed happened in Kosovo. He said not from his regular troops, which he claimed to be highly disciplined, but from irregular paramilitary forces. And he compared the torching of houses there to what we did in Vietnam when we were torching suspected Viet Cong bases. He said what we were doing there was a major offensive against the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Now, what do you suppose Serbian authorities from Milosevic on down will make of these pictures that we're putting on the air now? This helicopter lifting off with these 3 American soldiers, obviously delighted to be home.
It will prove further prove to him what he was telling me in the interview, is that we made a major miscalculation thinking that we could impose our will in Kosovo without risking any lives. He said, you are not willing to put one single life at risk, therefore you cannot achieve your objectives. We are willing to sacrifice a lot of people for the defense of Serbia and our national sovereignty.
And once again, here is a picture of the Reverend Jesse Jackson and his religious delegation. Pictures are coming to us from the Ramstein Air Base in Germany, where 3 American GIs, after having been freed through Mr. Jackson's efforts in Belgrade, have arrived and now have boarded a helicopter and are en route to the Landstuhl Medical Facility, and Matthew Chance is standing by there. Matthew, are there microphones set up? Do we expect to hear from these soldiers once they arrive there?
I can't hear anything.
Matthew, can you hear me now? I guess he can't. Matthew Chance, are there microphones set up? Do we expect to hear from these troops once they arrive at Landstuhl?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? I have some technical difficulties here.
Sure, understandable. Do you expect that we will hear from these soldiers once they arrive where you are?
Well, Gina, our understanding at this stage is that as soon as the helicopters arrive here at the Landstuhl Medical Facility, these American servicemen will be taken directly to this building that you can see here, the one with the American flag outside and the flags of the 50
Matthew,
American
let me interrupt.
states.
Let's listen to Jesse Jackson here.
For his mercy and his grace, not merely by our efforts and works, by the grace of God, our 3 young men are out of captivity and prepared to be reconciled with their families. So we thank and praise God for this mission of mercy and this mission of faith, led by a cross-section of person and Congressman of Gordon, Illinois, Reverend Joan Brown Campbell, God bless her, the head of the National Council of Churches Executive Director, pulled together a broad cross-section of religious leadership from our delegation, Orthodox religious leaders, Catholics, religious professors, Jewish rabbis, Muslims, Roman Catholics, Protestants, the multiracial, multicultural, ecumenical body of people of faith. We have to make the tough choice to go into a war zone and take the risk. We advise not to go by government, but we have the right to go. Not because they did not want our mission to succeed, but they knew it would be an extremely dangerous mission. It's a war zone and bomb will drop. We had to choose between life and death. We chose our faith above our fear. We chose to take the risk to go forward by hopes and dreams and possibilities, and not acted by which type of fear and pain and memories. We chose to go forward. So we met with our leaders of state and State Department and Security Council, who once made our position and made their position clear, that we were into a danger zone. Either we were there not to negotiate, but to make humanitarian appeals and mercy pleas. We accepted those conditions. We could not get a private plane in because of the alert and the war zone. We had to fly through Germany, then to Croatia, and then drive from Croatia to Zagreb, and Zagreb on into Yugoslavia, to Belgrade. I want to express thanks again for this delegation. It had a very clear focus. One, on the one hand, repatriation of refugees, the need for a multinational peacekeeping force, created the need for a diplomatic solution on the one hand. On the other hand, there is the awesome power balance of bombs. So people are being killed. The bombs drop. Many civilians killed. The bombs drop. Million, 2 million killed in Kosovo because of the instability, the disruption in that area. But because of Serbia, KLA is just killing. We must do something to stop killing, to break the cycle of violence. It's easier to fight than to think. The bridges of diplomacy and faith and communications collapse. War is a result. To that extent, war is a moral failure. It is a collapse of communication and diplomacy. So we made the judgment to try to build the bridge of communications and trust and diplomacy. We knew what the options were: violence, begat violence. We chose to try to build that bridge. We knew that a way to build it was for someone to break the deadlock, to make some gesture toward diplomacy. The time when there's fighting and fighting and not much talking and talking, to appeal to Mr. Milosevic to set free the 3 American soldiers held captive. It was an unpopular political decision because as bombs had dropped down nearly 40 days and nights.
These are the 3 recently freed American soldiers arriving at Landstuhl after their plane set down at Ramstein Air Base. This is a regional medical facility in Germany.
3 trophies. The fact is, those 3 persons in that predicament became incentives to expand the fighting. Thus, they had the choice of seeing the 3 soldiers as war trophies and hold them, see them as persons of considerable national interest who could be invested in a diplomatic effort. The choice was finally made on the day that nearly 60 Yugoslavians were killed when a missile hit their bus. It's a civilian bus.
Another glimpse of the 3 Americans as they wave on a balcony to their many well-wishers at Landstuhl.
Release our captives, release our soldiers, release our country. We're glad that decision was made. A bold decision that must not be viewed cynically, but viewed with a measure of hope. And just as violence begets violence, just as eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, leave us blind, disfigured and dead, then diplomacy deserves reciprocity. We must make significant inquiry into the possibilities of diplomacy and negotiations and trust. The strongest will take the most risk for peace. War is risky, and peace is even more risky. We're often asked about this elusive thing called peace. The Bible puts forth a very tough formula for peace. It says that there will be peace in the valley when lion and lamb lie together. Not lion and lion, that's an easy mix. That's how you make more lions. Not lamb and lamb, but lion and lamb. They are in many ways extremes in the forest of life. Lions are big and strong and arrogant and tough and greedy. And lambs are soft and meek and not very fast of foot. What would make a lion be humble enough to negotiate with a lamb? What would make a lamb trust a lion, knowing lions' reputations for eating them up, and sometimes for sport? In my experience as a negotiator, as one who makes long appeals, I found that if you can ever find out what extremes have in common, you can then move from battleground to common ground and on to moral higher ground. And I made the appeal with Mr. Assad in Syria. We got Lieutenant Robert Goodman home some years ago. To Fidel Castro, bring 40 Americans and Cubans out of Cuba. To Saddam Hussein, to bring Saddam him to the position that release 500 women and not use them as shields. I found that when you communicate, amazing things happen. When you don't communicate, things predictably happen. They simply get worse. So what would make a lion and lamb lie together? What do they have in common? Well, neither lamb nor lion want the forest to catch on fire. Neither lion nor lamb want acid rain on their backs. Neither lion nor lamb want the water poison. Surely, if lion and lamb can find common ground, the U.S. and Yugoslavia, historic allies, can find common ground. If our leadership moves beyond demonizing and organizing, and let's think it out, use a more powerful weapon than missiles, mines. Let's think this thing out. Historically, when great minds have faced each other off, and looked at what the interests and stakes were, the cost of war is expensive. The cost is lives on both sides. There are no bloodless wars. The cost of money already in $6 billion, more than the bill to modernize rural and urban American schools. It can only get worse, more lives and more money. If that's the honor and the only option, then so be it. But if there is a way to build a bridge, we would like to think that releasing our soldiers with such a gesture, one would say, well, if Mr. Milosevic if he let them go, that's a manipulation. It's cynical. What would they say if he had kept them? We would then call naive, that nothing could happen. The fact is, he did let them go, and we are glad he let them go. But now that's just a keyhole to the real door of ending the violence in Kosovo, ending the flow of refugees, returning refugees, a mutually agreed upon international peacekeeping force and diplomacy. So we feel that we have an opportune moment and a window to move toward that peace where lion and lamb, the U.S., NATO, and Yugoslavia will find common ground in the quest for coexistence over co-annihilation. It was a faith mission. We had no arms to protect us. We were promised bombs would fall. We had no bomb shelters. We had no defense maneuvers, just our faith. But we serve a mighty God who can make crooked ways straight, who can lower mountains and exalt valleys. We serve a God in whom we have our faith. We know faith without works is dead, so we have faith and work. But then that power of faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for and evidence of things unseen. Today, we've seen the fruits of faith. Our young men are in safe territory, only to meet with their families. I hope this is a testimony to the power of God and of faith. It is Sunday. While they were entombed 30 days, a kind of protracted crucifixion, right early this morning, a kind of Easter. The stone was rolled away. And they took their hands behind their backs, removed their shackles, and walked away free men, free indeed. Let's seize this great moment. The Bible says, and I believe it to be so, that it's dark. Bombs are falling, it's dark. And there are refugees being flooding camps, it's dark. But then the morning comes. And furthermore, the Lord is our light. But then, if my people will call by my name, people of faith understand that signal, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then God will forgive my sins and their many. And we will hear from heaven, and God will heal our land. Today is time for healing, it's time for hope. Let no sinner put out the fire of the hope that we have. Let no sinner dispel our joy. We will not let them break our joy. There will be peace on earth because we will to risk. We will to pray. We will to believe. We thank God for seeing us through. For you who are here serving our nation, the real sense here serving the world, we pray that God will be a hedge of protection around you and your families. And that God will be the wind beneath your wings. But for the grace of God, we all would be trapped behind some zone.
I can do that.
Under some storm of bombs. But God's grace and mercy has kept us. May He keep us strong. We thank God for our nation. God bless America. For all of its promises, and its possibilities. God bless President Clinton and his family, our leader, and our commander-in-chief. Bless those who serve him, and bless our Congress, those who must deliberate tough choices. If you will, bless our children. For our greatness lies in our will to serve, to do justice, to love mercy, all under our God. Today, ministers of the gospel, you put feet on faith. Your arm became wings, and you flew above my circumstances. Today is a testimony to the goodness of God. Let's pursue this mission of peace, fervor, and honor. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Reverend Jesse Jackson at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, where he accompanied the 3 freed American Army men freed by Slobodan Milosevic sometime early this morning. They went from there to Zagreb, and from Zagreb to Ramstein, and now they're at the Landstuhl Medical Facility in Germany. Let's go back to Arno de Borgrave, our guest here in the studio. He is the president of United Press International, who had an extensive interview with Slobodan Milosevic just days ago. I understand that Jesse Jackson is carrying a letter from Mr. Milosevic to President Clinton. Now, did Milosevic give you any indication he was ready for this kind of move, sending a direct letter asking, we're told, for a meeting with the American president?
No, he didn't give that indication. He did indicate very strongly that we totally misunderstood what happened in Kosovo starting on March 24th, when our air bombing campaign started. That's when they launched this major offensive to rid Kosovo of the... I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead.
To rid Kosovo of the Kosovo Liberation Army terrorists. We said this is a major ethnic cleansing campaign. He said these people fled because of NATO bombing and because of our own campaign against the KLA. But they're all welcome home under international supervision.
Now, if on the one hand, Milosevic is hoping that the release of these 3 American prisoners of war will be seen in the West as a bold move which deserves some kind of gesture in return, might he hope that a letter to the American president will have the same effect, be perceived the same way?
For their freedom, how did you do it? I'm always convinced that the releasing of captives in war creates a cycle, or should I say a window and opportunity for resolution. If, for example, Mr. Milosevic had not let them go, the argument would have been, see there, he is intransigent, he's a demon, he cannot be talked with. He let them go as a diplomatic gesture, and that is seen cynically. You really can't have it both ways. He could have kept them there as trophies and as war bait to rally his troops, or he could release them as an investment in a diplomatic gesture. I hope that a diplomatic gesture will beget a diplomatic gesture, and we move away from where we presently are toward resolution. That is to say, on the one hand, there was no conditions for their release. He must stop the violence in Kosovo, whether Serbian or KLA. He must make a commitment to return refugees and repatriate them with security and dignity. He must agree to a multinational peacekeeping presence and a diplomatic political solution. And so while we make those demands, he has demands, stop the bombing.
We must build a bridge to bridge that gap.
Jackson, you just heard Strobe Talbot on one of the shows this morning, the #2 man at the State Department, say the letter that you're bringing to President Clinton from President Milosevic, in his words, is nothing more than a PR stunt. Is that what this is all about?
Suppose he had spurned our presence. Suppose he had kept the Americans in prison. Would cynics be happy? Would they really be happy if, in fact, he did release them? And I might add, 3 days ago, 28 Yugoslavs were killed with our misfired missiles. 2 days ago, 70 people were killed, a bus blown up on the bridge, and the ambulance blown up as they sought to rescue people. We say those are accidents, and indeed they were accidents, but within that population, those are very painful experiences. And so he let them go at a time when within his own setup, it's very politically unpopular. I am convinced that if you break a cycle of violence, leaders, in fact, must seize every moment to build the bridges of diplomacy, even when it's tough, and trust and communication. And I hope our moral appeal will have some impact upon moving toward a bridge and not just toward more violence on both sides. And I'm not even making a moral equivalent. I'm simply saying if we want to end the war, we got to talk it out and not just fight it out.
You know, on many American newspapers this morning, perhaps newspapers around the world, there's a picture of you with President Milosevic holding hands. It seems like you're praying in this picture. We're showing it to our audience right now. The critics are already saying that the Reverend Jesse Jackson is holding hands and, in effect, giving support to someone who is a war criminal. How do you respond, Reverend Jackson, to those criticisms which, as you know, are already being leveled?
I believe in prayer, and I will not compromise in my will to pray. And you should pray for sinners and victims, not just pray for and with friends. And so who can complain about praying when we believe that through our faith and through our prayers, God hears us? So these soldiers were released not because we gave him something. They were released on a kind of grace and mercy and investment in diplomacy. We should not belittle prayer. We have with us a body of religious leaders, John Brown Campbell, National Council of Churches, Rabbi Jacobs from California, Bishop Meadows, Methodist Church from Mississippi, Orthodox religious leaders, imams. This body of clergy persons made a humanitarian plea for their release. Their collective prayers were answered. I am glad these soldiers are free, and I hope that we will seize this moment to see what possibilities exist in this gesture.
You believe the NATO allies should release those 2 captured Yugoslav soldiers who are now being held by NATO?
Of course I do. Whenever there's an exchange of prisoners, it's yet another opportunity to begin to talk. I remember so well when we got Goodman out of Syria. The White House said it could not happen, and that we had the right to go, but nothing would happen. Well, when we got him out, we were welcomed back to the White House by President Reagan, who then called Mr. Assad, with whom he had no relationship, as a courtesy thanks. That conversation led to more talks about Lebanon and Syria and the Palestinians and Israel. Talks always work. No talk never works. Now 3 Americans have been released. We must be glad about that and express at least a courtesy thanks for their release. Just maybe that communication, what non-exists now, could lead to something greater. It's worth, in my judgment, the risk and the consideration.
You know the response from the Clinton administration this morning, the Defense Secretary William Cohen saying not only will the NATO airstrikes continue, they will be intensified in the coming days and weeks until the NATO objectives are achieved. There will be no pause in the bombing. Do you agree with that policy?
I do not. Those who choose missiles over minds and morals are not using ultimate strength. I am convinced that if there's a diplomatic gesture and it's totally ignored and innocent people are being killed, what we call the collateral damage, you run the danger of a moral deficit. We must maintain the moral offensive, willing to fight if all else fails. We say in the U.S.-NATO alliance that what we really want is a diplomatic solution. We want an end to violence. In Kosovo, that is a sound position. We want repatriation of refugees, a sound position. A multinational peacekeeping force, a sound position. To get that, you cannot say that we will not talk unless. We must never stop talking and never stop trying. Some people miscalculate the expense of this war, how long it could last, and how many lives could be lost. And so if we must fight, fight. But fighting takes place when all else has been exhausted. I hope that this gesture will at least be taken into serious consideration.
One final question, Reverend Jackson, and if you could answer it briefly, I'd be grateful. Do you believe President Milosevic right now is ready to accept a diplomatic solution?
Well, he certainly has made a gesture in that direction. He sent a letter to our president, who must read it and evaluate it, and then make a decision as to its worth to him and to his apparatus. But I tell you, when you have big problems and big danger, you need big leaders to speak for themselves. That is to say that at some point, the staff members and cabinet of Begin and Sadat had to give with the Sadat and Begin themselves. They had to make a bold move. Roosevelt at Yalta, a bold move. Netanyahu and Arafat, a bold move. Given the expense of this war and this danger, to all involved, it's worth bold and courageous leadership. We stand nothing to lose by communicating and reaching out. We stand a lot to lose if we, in fact, so no matter what you do, we're just going to keep bombing anyhow. And when civilians are killed, it's tough, but it's just collateral damage. That's beneath the moral authority of our great country. So yes, let's stop violence in Kosovo. Let's demand refugees be returned. But let's not give up on opportunities whenever they appear for bridges, for diplomacy, for communication, and establish some bonds, a lines of trust.
Okay, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, once again, congratulations. You made some families in the United States. You made a lot of Americans pretty happy. I know you were always confident that you could secure the soldiers' release, even in the face of a lot of skepticism from the White House.
I hope the cynics and skeptics are as happy as the families are, and then turn your happiness into action, as we try to turn pain into power and production.
Okay, Jesse Jackson, thanks again for joining us on Late Edition. And when we return, we'll get reaction to the release of the 3 U.S. soldiers and the stepped-up airstrikes against Yugoslavia from the U.S. Senate's Majority Leader, Trent Lott, when Late Edition continues. Stay with us.
All the NATO countries and ethnic cleansing this world has seen in a long, long time. This air campaign, we're going to intensify this air campaign until he meets our objective.
Is there any opportunity for some reciprocal gesture, perhaps releasing those 2 captured Yugoslav soldiers?
I think the soldiers that we have in custody could be released at the appropriate time, but we're not into reciprocal gestures here. What we're into is making sure that the Yugoslav forces and the military machine that has been responsible for these genocidal acts, these war crimes, these crimes against humanity, with 1 million people put out of their homes, with women raped, with men taken out of their homes and killed, that we're going to continue to intensify this campaign until we break that military machine that's behind these atrocities.
The former Russian Prime Minister Viktor Chernomyrdin will be meeting Monday with President Clinton at the White House. As you know, he's been diplomatically engaged, meeting with President Milosevic, working behind the scenes. The key issue seems to be the composition of this proposed international force that would go into Kosovo. And you heard the Senate Majority Leader, Trent Lott, say there should be some flexibility on the part of the U.S. Why not let others do that peacekeeping if it would secure the same objectives?
Well, first of all, my understanding is the Vice President is speaking around now to Viktor Chernomyrdin, the Russian Special Envoy. You know, the Vice President and he developed a very effective relationship in the last couple of years, and we do expect him in Washington tomorrow to meet with the President and the Vice President. So this is an opportunity to hear what it is that President Milosevic is willing to do. We hear a lot in public. We've heard a lot of proposals put out through journalists or through Jesse Jackson or other ways that are clearly not serious. And they're not serious because they don't have a real international security force, the kind of force that would be necessary to convince the Kosovars to come home. I heard you ask Senator Lott about that. We need to get these million people back to their homes. They are not going to go back to their homes after suffering these terrible atrocities if a bunch of Ukrainians are running around with guns on their sides. We're talking about a military force that attracts them, that is a magnet. And the only military force that these people trust, the only country they really trust, is the United States of America. That's why we think we have to be part of this force. We think it has to be a NATO force. We're prepared to work on the details of our objectives, but we're not compromising the way Senator Lott suggested.
And it couldn't be a United Nations peacekeeping force, a multinational force involving a whole bunch of other countries that would be going in not just lightly armed, but fully armed?
It is possible that the Russians could well participate in a force that we're discussing. They could participate in much the same way they participate in Bosnia, where NATO troops serve side by side with Russian troops. But the key is NATO must be at its core, the United States must participate, or these a million people we're talking about, Wolf, who look to the United States and they look to the West to give them their protection. They're not going to get protection with sidearms. They need a real force to deal with the situation that President Milosevic's brutal policies have created, with women and children forced out of their homes. 600,000 people moved out of Kosovo, 400,000+ in the hills. There's hunger problems. There are Serb forces there who were responsible for these terrible atrocities, and they need to know that a real security force is going to replace those forces that are responsible for this terrible war crimes and crimes against humanity.
You know that before Jesse Jackson went to Belgrade, he was discouraged from going by the White House, was told of the dangers, the White House saying publicly that they don't think it's a good idea, they oppose his mission, yet he succeeded in bringing these 3 soldiers back. He spent a lot of time with President Milosevic. Why not give his formula a chance to succeed, as opposed to the continued bombing, which so far has not succeeded?
First of all, we did not oppose his mission. We handled it very carefully. Secretary Albright and her people at the State Department and Sandy Berger spoke to them. We explained the danger. We explained the risk of being manipulated by President Milosevic. Clearly, he's been manipulating many visitors in recent years. We are thrilled and delighted for the families of these servicemen who are now get to see their loved ones home. We are thrilled for them, but we are focused on the problem. And even while we're watching pictures of these servicemen, even while your cameras are in Albania and Macedonia seeing the refugees, the Serbs are not allowing any of the world's journalists to go into Kosovo and see what's going on there. That's what this war is about. This war is about the million people who were kicked out of their homes, who have been suffering atrocities and rapes, and it's those million people that we're focused on right now.
Okay, James Rubin, it was good for you to join us on this Sunday on Late Edition. Thanks for...
Just before the Prime Minister arrived, there were 4,000 more refugees arriving from northern Kosovo, further straining the camps. There's enormous interest and excitement among the refugees. It looks like the Prime Minister went into one of the tents to talk, possibly to talk to the refugees. Mr. Blair is expected to express his country's determination to make sure that these refugees can return safely home to Kosovo. And now we will rejoin our programming in progress. We brought you live from Stenkovitz camp, British Prime Minister Tony Blair making a visit to check for himself, to get a first-hand look on the conditions in which the refugees, the ethnic Albanian refugees from Kosovo, are living. Back to our programming in progress.
intense and wide-ranging strikes came shortly after Belgrade freed 3 U.S. servicemen held captive.
Yesterday, Russia was part and parcel of putting together peace agreements that we worked for many, many months on when we were giving diplomacy the primary role. As we have moved from force supporting diplomacy to diplomacy supporting force, our objectives have changed. Primary amongst our diplomatic objectives are maintaining maximum unity amongst the NATO allies and all major countries in the world in our objectives. Secondly, and related to that, is to explain to the Russians the rationale for our position, the reasons why we have been so clear and uncompromising on the 5 objectives, because they're all basically related to one thing. They're related to the 1 million people who have been kicked out of their homes and either deported to foreign countries or otherwise fleeing for their lives. And that means getting a secure environment for them to return, which requires the Serb forces to leave. It requires an international security force with NATO at its core to deploy, and it requires steps towards developing a political arrangement. During these conversations, we got the impression that the Russian government continues to share our basic objectives. That is to end attacks against Kosovar civilians, withdrawing Serb forces from Kosovo, and allowing for refugees to return and unimpeded access by humanitarian organization. Now we have to find an implementation mechanism to achieve those objectives. This effort began when Foreign Minister Ivanov and Secretary Albright met in Oslo. They discussed the major objectives. They disagreed on what kind of implementation mechanism would be necessary. We still believe strongly that there must be the deployment of an international security force with NATO at its core. We do look forward to hearing the results of former Prime Minister Chernomyrdin's visit to Belgrade and his discussions with the Yugoslav leadership. To my knowledge, the details of all of that have not yet been transmitted to the United States. So in the first instance, we will want to get a sense from the Russians of where they think Belgrade is coming from. Has Belgrade finally gotten the message? Have they understood how isolated they are? Do they understand that with every passing day they get weaker and weaker and NATO retains and gets stronger every day? Do they understand that the air campaign is only going to intensify? And if they do, what positions are they prepared to take? The public versions of the positions we've heard about from Belgrade remain not serious, because they refuse to accept 2 of the key points, which are that the Serb forces must withdraw and that an international security force with real military capabilities, an armed security force, must deploy if we're going to provide the security that will be a magnet for the refugees to return. We believe Russia can play an important role in resolving this conflict and implementing a political settlement. And this is a process. This meeting today is not an event, it's part of a process in which we believe the Russians can play a constructive role. We'll be very much looking for what they have to say, and at that time we may have more to say.
Well, if Milosevic won't acknowledge the role that the Serb forces are playing, he spoke, I think, in the Dubogrov interview as some sort of loony, erratic paramilitary people responsible for the minimal amount of havoc among civilians. How could the U.S. expect to get from Milosevic a serious settlement proposal? Doesn't he have to take on at least the onus for what Serbia has been doing?
We will judge serious proposals based on the criteria we've laid out. Are they going to involve the withdrawal of the paramilitary police and military forces? Are they going to involve an international security force with NATO at its core? Will they come up with a clear and rapid timetable for withdrawal of those forces? And can we verify that, and can it be demonstrated? And then and only then will we consider a suspension of the bombing. That's how we will judge it, by the substance. Whether President Milosevic ever admits the horrors perpetrated by his forces, I don't know, but we're going to judge by deeds and not words. Yes.
Would you agree with Secretary General Solana that the Russians could in fact have
averted most of this tragedy if they'd taken a more robust attitude during the Rambouillet process?
History will be able to judge the different roles everybody played, what they did and didn't do. We do believe that Russia was part of the effort to find a diplomatic solution. They participated in the Rambouillet process. They worked with us on documents. They supported the efforts of Ambassador Hill and Ambassador Petrich. That doesn't mean we agreed on everything. We didn't. But they were very supportive in creating the maximum pressure for diplomacy to succeed. At the end of the day, President Milosevic didn't want a diplomatic solution. He didn't want a solution that would have brought enormous protections to the Serbs, that would have disarmed the Kosovar Liberation Army, that would have ensured the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Kosovo within Yugoslavia for 3 years. He didn't want a diplomatic solution. Whether that's because he would never, ever have agreed to it, or whether some extra measure of Russian pressure might have made the difference is for the historians to decide. Yes?
I wonder if you could clear something up that got me personally confused, which is about the KLA. This was, and there was a story this morning in the Washington Times about the KLA that included this bit in it, and I've heard it repeated on TV quite a lot. And it seems to me that the Secretary has actually denied it. The question is, has the U.S. ever officially designated the KLA as a terrorist group?
I don't believe so. I believe that it was a part of a comment that was explained by me shortly thereafter, that we believe there were incidents that occurred that fit the classic definition of a terrorist incident. But I do not believe they were ever formally designated in that respect. And we made clear that we could not support the use of force against innocent civilians. And we made that very clear to the Kosovar Liberation Army. And at the same time, we also made very clear that the insurgency that they were a part of was an understandable reaction to a decade of human rights violations, a decade in which President Milosevic and the Serb forces denied the legitimate rights of the people of Kosovo, and went further in brutalizing them, in taking them into prison and beating them, and denying and using brutal force to guarantee that.
Live coverage from the U.S. State Department, where spokesman Jamie Rubin was conducting a news briefing. Rubin said the Russians do have a role to play, referring to a visit to Washington by the Russian Special Envoy Viktor Chernomyrdin. Chernomyrdin's trip comes on the heels of the release of 3 captured U.S. servicemen by Yugoslavia. We'll keep you updated on what's happening here on CNN. Stay tuned for news in just a couple of minutes.
Freedom. While we are very thankful for their release, let me be clear why the military operations must continue. 3 Americans are home. Their families, their friends, and the American people whom they have served faithfully must be grateful. But nearly 1.5 million Kosovars are not home. In fact, 2 days ago, as our prayers for our soldiers were being answered, Serbian soldiers were entering the Kosovar town of Prizren, going door to door, ordering everyone to leave or be killed. In a few hours, all 10,000 who lived there were forced to flee. When will these people see their homes again, with the safety and rights Mr. Milosevic has often pledged but never delivered? Remember, what is going on in Kosovo is part of a decade-long policy of ethnic and religious subjugation and cleansing, involving expulsion, destruction of records and symbols of history and culture, and ultimately rape and murder. Our conditions for ending the bombing are not complicated. The Kosovars must be able to go home with security and self-government. Serbian security forces must leave Kosovo. An international security force must deploy with the power not just to monitor, but to protect all the people of Kosovo, Albanians and Serbs alike. Our air campaign, our air campaign cannot stop until Mr. Milosevic shows he is ready to end the nightmare for the people of Kosovo. I want to thank Prime Minister Obuchi for Japan's strong support of our efforts in Kosovo and for its contribution of $200 million to aid the Kosovar refugees and to help them rebuild. All freedom-loving people are grateful to Japan for this generosity. Underlying this act, and indeed all the policies we discussed today, are two basic facts. First, the United States and Japan have common ideals, common interests, a common purpose in the world. Second, as the world's two largest industrial democracies, with less than 10% of the world's people, we produce about 40% of the world's wealth. We have unique responsibilities. We discussed them today, beginning with our security alliance. We in America are gratified that the lower house of Japan's Diet now has approved a new set of U.S.-Japan defense guidelines to allow us to respond with flexibility and speed to any regional crisis in Asia. We spoke about North Korea and the concerns we share about its missile and nuclear programs. We're grateful for Japan's continued support for the Korean Energy Development Organization, which is critical to our effort to diminish the threat of proliferation on the Korean Peninsula. We spoke about the difficult but profoundly important transition to democracy in Indonesia. Our countries have pledged around $30 million each to support elections there in June. We applaud President Habibie's commitment to give the people of East Timor a free choice in determining their future. We should support a meaningful UN presence in East Timor so its people can make their choice in safety and peace. Finally, we had a good discussion about Japan's economic situation and its strong efforts to build a stable, growing economy for the next century. I want to commend the Prime Minister for taking a number of very strong steps to restructure Japan's banking system and stimulate its economy. No one should underestimate the challenges the Prime Minister is facing. The Japanese people are going through a period of wrenching change. This location, however, is not the result of reform. It is the reason reform is necessary. All of us have to change. And we also respect the deep desire of the leaders and the people of Japan to go through this change in a way that leaves no one behind and brings their people closer together. Until lasting recovery is at hand, we hope Japan will use all available tools to restore solid growth. I'm very pleased that we have reached agreement under which Japan will take steps to deregulate and open its medical device, pharmaceutical, telecommunications, housing, and energy sectors, as well as agreements to enhance antitrust cooperation between our countries and make it easier for foreign companies to invest in Japan. We agreed today to work toward a third deregulation report for the end of March next year. We must also fully implement our trade agreements, including critical sectors such as insurance, flat glass, government procurement, autos, and auto parts. On the profoundly important issue of steel, we have made progress, but I reiterated that we will take action if steel imports do not return to their pre-crisis levels on a consistent basis. Playing by the rules of trade is the best way to sustain a consensus for open trade. I have fought for both objectives. It will help Japan adapt to the challenges of the new global economy. Last week, the Prime Minister wrote a remarkable article in the New York Times in which he said something I believe, and I quote, "When Japan overcomes its current economic difficulties, it will emerge a more vibrant and flexible society and an even stronger position to support the values we share so deeply with the United States." Mr. Prime Minister, that is a goal we will advance together as allies and as friends. Again, I welcome you to the United States, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd first of all like to express my sincere gratitude to the President for inviting me to an official. Both the President and I welcome the following achievements through the Japan-U.S. dialogue on deregulation and investment, the efforts by the government of Japan and other entities to promote investment, substantive meeting of minds on agreement between Japan and the United States concerning cooperation on anti-competitive activities, and significant progress in Japan-US Y2K cooperation. Japan and the United States first met in the mid-19th century. Since then, the Japan-US relations have seen sunny, cloudy, and some stormy days. Due to the untiring efforts of our two peoples over the last half-century to advance mutual understanding, we have succeeded in building a solid relationship of trust. Since I first traveled to the United States 36 years ago, I visited the United States almost every year through a congressional exchange program to promote friendly relations between Japan and the U.S. As the world now stands ready to embrace a new century, we share the view that it is the mission of Japan and the United States to take the initiative and put our heads together in cooperation so that the peoples of more countries can enjoy increased security and prosperity. Clarifying this shared vision, I believe, is the greatest.
That is, they won't go home unless the Serb security forces are withdrawn, and they won't go home unless there is a credible international security force in which NATO plays a role. Now, well, I don't think they'll go. I don't think that a lot of the Kosovars will go home if we're not a part of it. And on the other hand, I have always said from the very beginning that the United States was open to a broad security force. We would welcome the United Nations embrace of such a security force. That's exactly what we did in Bosnia. The Russians were there. I personally think it's quite important that the Russians, perhaps the Ukrainians, perhaps others who come from the Orthodox tradition, who have close ties to the Serbs, be a part of such a mission. That's one of the reasons that it has been as successful as it has in Bosnia, and one of the reasons there's been as little violence as there has been there. I have been quite encouraged by President Yeltsin's involvement here, by Mr. Chernomyrdine's involvement. I look forward to seeing him later in the day. And I'd like to also remind all of you and the people in Serbia as well that perhaps the most important new element to come out of the NATO meeting last week was that all the NATO allies, which means in effect the EU, recognized that it was important not just to bring this terrible episode to an end on satisfactory terms that clearly reverse ethnic cleansing and repudiate that policy, but also to give the people of Kosovo, the people of the Balkans, the people of Southeastern Europe, a larger future together than they have by continuing to fall out with each other and fight with each other, and then they would have if Mr. Milosevic continued to pursue his policies of ethnic and religious cleansing. So it seems to me that given those two things, there's plenty to talk about, to work on, to engage not only the Serbs but the other people of Southeastern Europe. But on the basic core conditions, that's not a prescription for a victory by NATO or the United States. That's a prescription for what it will take for the Kosovars to be able to go home.
The VJ and the MUP, which are after all the basis upon President Milosevic's personal power derives. And I think this highlights the importance of insisting on our side on the 5 points which NATO has established and which need to be respected before NATO ceases Operation Allied Force. While on the subject of the air campaign, and given the media interest in the topic, allow me also to make a few points regarding a most unfortunate byproduct of our military actions, namely unintended civilian casualties. As in all military campaigns, our air campaign is not without risk to civilians, despite the enormous efforts and precautions taken to minimize collateral damage. While some try to use the Operation Desert Storm analogy for comparative purposes in this regard, I would suggest such an approach is fatally flawed, since Kosovo is not a flat, uninhabited desert where the only human presence is military related. Furthermore, the problem of potential civilian casualties is exacerbated in Kosovo, where President Milosevic's instruments of repression deliberately employ civilian human shields to protect key assets from NATO attacks. While I do not wish to downplay the regrettable loss of civilian lives our campaign may have caused, and I add to that, I regard every single one civilian killed as being one too much. I would also highlight that the number of such undesired incidents is astoundingly low, given the numbers of sorties flown. You may remember that we have flown more than 15,000 sorties. If you look into those which delivered ordnance, it's more than 5,000 sorties. If you take into account that on an average sortie, you may have at least, on an average, 3 pieces of ordnance being dropped. So you end up with some 15,000 or more pieces of ordnance being dropped. And 6 went wrong. I think that is, all in all, a remarkable expression of the precaution we are taking to avoid civilian casualties. And I'm sure if one later on will write the history of this campaign, one will give account to that. Third point, the air campaign is, as I said, working. So there is no reason to change our strategy, but every reason for President Milosevic to rethink his. After all, he cannot win, and he knows it. But he runs the risk to see the destruction of much of his country if he does not accept the 5 points of the international community. Having raised these 5 points, I think it is critical to underline one in particular, namely the presence of an international military force in Kosovo. The presence of such a force is an absolute prerequisite to win the approval of the Kosovo Albanians to stop fighting and to give the refugees confidence they can return safely. Such an international military force is also essential for significant international reconstruction investments to occur in Kosovo, since the FRY power instruments have absolutely no credibility whatsoever. As I'm leaving, I have to say as well that this conflict will give us ample opportunity to evaluate what lessons we have learned. And although it is rather early to start lessons learned business, I would offer a few for your consideration. One, this is the first coalition campaign in Europe in the information age. The lesson learned here is that we have to win the information campaign as well. The best weapon we have in our inventory is openness, but this must be tempered with a requirement to avoid jeopardizing operational security. 2, we need to find a way to reconcile the conditions of a coalition war with the principle of military operations such as surprise and the use of overwhelming force. We did not apply either in Operation Allied Force, and this costs time, effort, and potentially additional casualties, and the net result being that the campaign is undoubtedly prolonged. 3, we need to find a way to seize the initiative in a coalition effort, which by its very nature takes time to achieve consensus. That said, President Milosevic should not find any solace in these words, since NATO has nevertheless succeeded to control military escalation dominance and has maintained cohesion throughout. Indeed, President Milosevic seriously underestimated the NATO's
senior soldier, giving his valedictory speech, talking about, of course, the war in Kosovo, and also saying that it wasn't just Kosovo that was so crucial to NATO. There was a bigger picture involved. More news, more analysis of Kosovo and all the other big international stories at the top of the hour.
Establish a full service, NATO struck another source of power Monday, striking an oil refinery at Novi Sad, as well as the city's television station. A further blow against the Serbian media, a high-priority target for the alliance, which blames Serb TV for prolonging the conflict. The outside walls of the three-story TV building were still standing the next day, but a transmitter nearby, although damaged, was largely intact, making it a possible repeat target for NATO. Serbian Information Minister Alexander Vučić told reporters the morning after that the TV attack showed the dark side of democracy. He also said Novi Sad television broadcast in 6 languages and served as an important public service for the region's multi-ethnic community, which NATO had now wrecked. There were no casualties in the overnight attacks on Novi Sad, but the Yugoslav government has given what it claims are the latest overall casualty figures, excluding the armed forces, since the start of NATO's air campaign.
This aggression of NATO, as I said, has provoked human civilian casualties. To about 1,200 citizens of this country have been killed so far, and about 5,000 of them wounded seriously to be invalid for the rest of their lives.
In one of the most heavily disputed incidents so far, there are now 3 conflicting versions of what appeared to be an attack on a bus Monday in western Kosovo. The Yugoslav authorities said NATO missiles inflicted heavy loss of life, but NATO, while acknowledging it had investigated the claim, says it has no knowledge of an alliance attack in that area, implying that Kosovo armed separatists may have been involved. But the KLA accused the Serbs of staging the attack for propaganda purposes. Back to you, Riz.
Brent, what's the Yugoslav perspective there of the effort by Russia to get some sort of diplomatic path through this tangle?
Well, very much encouraging as far as the Yugoslav side is concerned. The Yugoslav leader, President Slobodan Milosevic, is closely monitoring what effect Viktor Chernomyrdin's mission has been having after his visit to Washington. And it's expected that Chernomyrdin will continue his mission into Europe and may well, it's expected here, return to Belgrade to carry on with discussions. Although there's been no significant shift as far as the Yugoslavs are concerned, there is an understanding here from conversations with officials that they are looking for a way to negotiate a settlement and to stop the bombing as soon as possible. Riz.
Brent Sadler there. But just to remind you, our viewers, that CNN's reporting from Yugoslavia is subject to certain restrictions set by the Yugoslav authorities. CNN must seek permission to videotape news events, and unrestricted travel outside Belgrade is not permitted. Well, at its daily briefing in Brussels, NATO said it had no evidence that Allied warplanes struck a bus full of women and children in Kosovo. CNN's John Ridler is attending the briefing and has the details on that. John?
Riz, since that briefing, the daily briefing by NATO spokespeople, we've had an unusual press conference here at NATO headquarters. A press conference given by General Klaus Naumann, who is stepping down as chairman of the NATO Military Committee. It was a remarkably frank series of statements by General Naumann. He spoke about the prospect of stopping ethnic cleansing. He talked about the prospect of just how long the NATO air campaign might go on. As I say, a series of very frank statements, such as this.
We did not succeed in our initial attempt to coerce Milosevic through airstrikes to accept our demands. Nor did we succeed in preventing the FOI pursuing a campaign of ethnic separation and expulsion. But that said, we certainly succeeded in degrading the FOI's ability to conduct military operations in Kosovo. The alliance has disrupted the command, control, and communication apparatus. Second, NATO has achieved air superiority at mid to high altitudes.
And in addition to that, Riz, General Naumann also said that, and I quote, "Our military intervention can and has slowed down the efforts of President Milosevic's instruments of ethnic cleansing, but we cannot stop such a thing entirely from the air." And later, asked as to how long this campaign might go on, he said, "I cannot tell you. It takes two to tango." He added, "But if President Milosevic wants to continue, NATO has lots of patience." And then he went on to talk about possibly weeks more, possibly months more of pounding by NATO of Yugoslavia. So a remarkably frank summary by General Klaus Naumann as he steps down as chairman of the NATO Military Committee. In earlier details at the regular press briefing, NATO spokespeople said they had a very significant, and they also described it as a very intensive night, Monday night into Tuesday, of air operations, focusing mostly on Kosovo, but striking elsewhere in Yugoslavia as well. They hit hard against tanks, artillery, and military equipment in Kosovo, also struck 40 targets elsewhere in Yugoslavia. NATO military spokesman Major General Walter Yurts gave these details of the strikes in Kosovo.
We have experienced one of our most successful military operations against field forces in Kosovo. We hit the 125th Motorized Brigade in Western Kosovo and the 233rd in Eastern Kosovo, especially hard. We engaged various field forces, including many armored vehicles and artillery positions, military vehicles, command posts, 2 radars, and surface-to-air missile support vehicles.
And Riz, just to wrap up here, in the last couple of hours we have been told by NATO officials that also overnight a NATO aircraft engaged a Yugoslav aircraft and shot it down. No further details at this stage. Riz?
All right, John Radler there. Russian envoy on Yugoslavia, Viktor Chernomyrdin, requested and was granted another round of talks with US officials as he continued to press for a diplomatic end to NATO's air war against Yugoslavia. Chernomyrdin met in Washington on Monday with the US President Bill Clinton, and sources say this day's follow-up meetings took place at the Vice President's residence. Chernomyrdin met with Vice President Al Gore, the Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, National Security Advisor Samuel Berger, and the Deputy Secretary of State Strobe Talbot. Chernomyrdin has also met with the Japanese Prime Minister Keizo Obuchi, who was also in Washington. We'll have more on Mr. Obuchi's US visit later in the program. Well, for a closer look at the Russian role in the Kosovo conflict, tune into the next edition of Q&A. We'll examine Moscow's diplomatic efforts towards a peaceful settlement in Kosovo and Russia's own domestic troubles. We'll be joined by Russian political commentator Vladimir Pozner. You can take part by sending your questions or comments in now. You can send emails to qa@cnn.com, or you can fax us at 1404-827-4056 here in the US. Well, thousands of refugees queued on the border of Macedonia waiting to be admitted into the country. Refugee camps in countries neighboring Kosovo are struggling to deal with the influx of ethnic Albanians from the Serbian province. But one group of aid workers is raising the standard of refugee care. CNN's Jane Araf has the story from Kukës in Albania.
This is the foundation of a link between Albania and the Arab world. It's a mosque going up at the camp built by the United Arab Emirates, the tiny, rich Gulf state that's the only non-European country involved in housing refugees here.
Biggest air operation in its history, and at the helm is NATO Secretary General Javier Solana. In the early 1980s, as a young Spanish socialist, Mr. Solana still opposed the entry of his country into the NATO alliance. He has been quoted as saying, "I never planned my life." And I think it's safe to say that he has come a long way. Today, he's the man leading the 19-member alliance through a difficult military campaign and into a new millennium. We're very pleased to have Mr. Solana in Brussels as our guest today, and we're grateful that he found time in this difficult time to speak to us. Please welcome NATO Secretary General Javier Solana.
Thank you very much, and good evening. I'm very, very pleased to be here this evening to be able to address the 10th Annual World Report Contributors Conference, I would like to consider today with you some issues related to our security environment as we approach the end of the century, and in particular the crisis in Kosovo. As you all know, the world has changed dramatically in the last half-century. The Cold War is over, fortunately. Globalization has changed all of our lives. And international security now embraces economic, social, and humanitarian issues. And NATO has changed too. After the Washington summit 10 days ago, we are ready for the next millennium. Our new strategic concept will equip NATO for the new challenges of the 21st century. And in all of this, our core principles remain constant. The founder members of NATO signed the North Atlantic Treaty to defend democracy, to defend individual liberty, and to defend the rule of law. These values are also the values of today's world. The Kosovo crisis has obliged us to take action to defend these values. Our action in the Balkans is the latest chapter in a long history of standing up for these principles. Principles that, without any doubt, will ensure that Europe, our continent, enter the next millennium as a peaceful and as a stable place. The Washington summit endorsed our continuing action in Kosovo. The resolve for the international community is strong and is getting stronger every day. More than ever, I'm totally confident that we will succeed. We have three key strengths. We have the unity of spirit, the clarity of purpose, and the right strategy to succeed. Our unity of spirit could not be stronger. At the Washington summit a few days ago, more than 40 countries stood shoulder to shoulder. Not only the 19 allies, but also our partners from Central and Eastern Europe. And also the countries neighboring Yugoslavia asked us to continue our efforts through to the very end. They do not enjoy living next door to the policies of Milosevic's regime. We value also their help to us, both in the military and in the humanitarian effort. It is vital to the success of our operation. And I can assure them that NATO will respond to any threat made against these countries, the neighboring countries of ex-Yugoslavia, as a result of this help they are giving to us. But as I said also, our aims remain clear. The Washington summit wholeheartedly confirmed NATO's continuing commitment to them. We welcome the continuing diplomatic efforts of the international community. Russia will be central to the lasting solution in the Balkans that we all are seeking. But our conditions for ending the war, for ending our air operations, are also very, very clear. Milosevic must stop the killing, must get his troops out of Kosovo, must let an international coalition of countries, a military force, in to defend the security of the people and to guarantee also that the refugees who have been expelled from their country and expelled from their houses can return to their homes. This is what we want, and that's where we are engaged. And our strategy is also working. Day by day, we are gradually degrading Milosevic's war machine, the machine which is responsible for the killings and sufferings of thousands of people in Kosovo. We are cutting off his ability to sustain his forces in Kosovo. Step by step, the capacity to perpetrate war crimes is being undermined. But also in Washington, we had one simple message for Milosevic. NATO resolve is unshakable. And we told him very clearly that he has the power to end the campaign. He can do it immediately. It's enough if he complies with the 5 conditions that the international community has put forward to him. Not only NATO, the European Union, the Secretary General Kofi Annan of the UN have clearly stated the 5 conditions that we have placed in order to stop our military campaign and allow the Kosovo crisis to be resolved. But our military goals must not deter from our humanitarian mission. Indeed, we are committed to helping those who have suffered as a result of Milosevic's action. It's terrible to say, but over 700,000 refugees have now fled as a result of the ethnic cleansing of Kosovo. The troops of the countries that belong to NATO will continue working in cooperation with other agencies, with the United Nations, with the European Union, and other agencies in the refugee camps. More than 12,000 troops from the NATO countries are helping with the humanitarian effort in Macedonia and in Albania. They have helped in the delivery of over 3,000 tons of food, 800 tons of medical supplies, and 1,700 tons of tents. They've constructed camps so that the refugees can be, at this moment, helped until they have safely the possibility of returning to his country. But let me also say that the allies, the NATO allies, will work with the rest of the international community to help provide the investment to rebuild Kosovo, to provide the instrument that will be able to do it. Also, the IMF and the G7 are among those who stand ready to offer financial help to the countries of the region. We want to help ensure proper coordination of aid and to help all the countries of the international community to respond to the effects of this dramatic crisis. These should go hand in hand with the necessary structural reforms in the countries affected, helped by the budget support from the international community. Because our ultimate aim is to build lasting peace in the Balkans, a region of Europe who has suffered too much in the last years. We are already working for this. And I'd like to say that Serbia is also an integral part of that effort. It must be at the center of any attempt to bring stability to the region, but not a Serbia led by President Milosevic. A Serbia which is a democratic country, once President Milosevic allows that country to really be democratic and to play the role that Serbia should play in the reconstruction of the Balkans. The people of Serbia are not responsible for their present conditions. The blames sit squarely on the shoulders of Milosevic and his regime. This is another great tragedy of the crisis. The situation of Serbia today, from the economic point of view, who has been devastated by the brutality of the regime that Milosevic represents. I must stress once again to the Serbian people, our quarrel is not with you, it's not with the Serbian people. It is with your leader, with your regime. Milosevic has brought you to economic ruin and has made your country an outcast in the international community. And NATO and the NATO countries are determined to reverse it. To help achieve this, we agreed in Washington to pursue an initiative targeted at Southeastern Europe, and we are determined to play our full part in contributing to building a secure and cooperative relationship with and between the countries of the region, the countries of the Balkans. And also we welcome all the efforts by other institutions, by other organizations, and in particular the European Union, who is also committed to build a lasting stability in this region of Europe. We are looking forward to the forthcoming conference on the Stability Pact for Southeastern Europe that will be organized by Germany in the coming days. Coherence and coordination between all these initiatives in the region is absolutely vital. We must all work together to achieve our common aim. Let me insist once again that the Washington Summit showed that NATO is ready for the next millennium. The values that we agreed at the beginning, 50 years ago, are also the values of the next millennium. We now have a framework to move forward and to play our part in ensuring a safe and a stable Europe for tomorrow. In this context, the terrible crisis in Kosovo is a challenge, not only for us, it's a challenge to the international community, which make us turn words into deeds. We are determined to succeed. We are determined to stop ethnic cleansing. And our unity and our tenacity will help enable the Balkan region in Europe to play a full part in a peaceful and a stable continent which we are trying to build for the next century. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. I would now like to invite the journalists who have come here to the CNN Center from all over the world to come to the microphone so you can ask the Secretary General some questions. While we're getting ready for that, I would like to ask you, Mr. Solana, there's growing criticism of the way the air campaign is being led. What do you think are the chances that there indeed will be a ground war in the months to come?
Well, I think that the air campaign is being led in the way that has been planned. We wanted, as the main objective, to degrade the machinery of Milosevic, that machinery, military machinery, who has created so much suffering in Kosovo. And we're going to continue with the same strategy. And we're going to see this strategy see through and see at the end of the day that 5 conditions that we have put forward to be realized. And I would like to insist that for us, the most important thing is to reverse ethnic cleansing. Those people who have been expelled brutally out of their homes and their country to be able to return to a new Kosovo that is multi-ethnic, that is democratic, and in which people can look to the future with some hope.
And I would now like to open the floor. Please identify your station and the country that you're coming from.
My name is Demi Hadji. I'm from Star Channel in Greece. I would like to ask you this question. Under what authority did NATO start bombarding Yugoslavia? And with this new strategic concept you talked about, does this mean that other countries could be attacked by NATO?
Now, let me first of all thank you very much for your question from Greece. You have to remember very well that the situation created by Milosevic is not new. Milosevic has been creating a war in the Balkans for at least 5 years. He started the war on Slovenia, in Croatia, then in Bosnia. We cannot forget the tragedy of Sarajevo. All those tragedies have been created by one man, by one regime, which is represented by Milosevic. You have to remember also that we have tried months and months, years I would say, to try to find a political solution to this crisis. And only when all the political efforts have failed, because Milosevic did not accept any, is when we thought that the only possibility we had is to resort to the last resort, which is the use of force. And that was what we have done. And 19 countries, together with the consent of many others, have decided to stop this dramatic ethnic cleansing activity that has been led by President Milosevic, and we are going to do it. But we are not going to attack any other country, because that is not our aim. Our aim is to defend values, the values which Mr. Milosevic does not represent.
But you didn't ask the United Nations before you did it. That's what I meant by under which authority.
We did work with the United Nations for a long, long time. Remember that there are at least three UN Security Council resolutions, which are very clear. that they did two very important things. First, that the responsibility of all this catastrophe, the responsibility lies on the shoulder of Milosevic. And second, that the crisis in Kosovo had or could have regional repercussions. 3 resolutions of the United Nations. Let me also recall to you that the Secretary General, Mr. Kofi Annan, has also agreed with the 5 points that the international community put forward. And let me also remind you that it was a resolution put under the Security Council 2 days after we started with our military campaign in order to start the campaign, and it got only 3 votes. The rest, 12 members of the Security Council, agreed with the decision we had taken.
And I would like to go to the other side of the room, please.
Merlin Kuhne, Austrian Television. My question is, can you categorically exclude the possibility of using NATO ground forces? If not, how are the discussions going between the different member states? And the second question that I have, what do you say about unconfirmed reports that NATO is using Austrian airspace, which is a military neutral country?
Let me start answering the second question that you posed. No, we are not using the airspace of your country because your country does not allow us to use it. And we respect, logically, the political positions of the country which are partners for NATO, but they are not members of NATO. Now, in relation to the first question, the ground forces. As you know, we are prepared, and we have already deployed in Macedonia troops that will accompany the deployment to Kosovo in order to guarantee the security of Kosovo and the safe and secure returns of the refugees. But we don't have at this point in our program, in our strategy, to deploy forces in Kosovo prior to an agreement. We are not going to enter into Kosovo at this point. The decision of the country is that, unless we have first the conditions to guarantee the security of those Kosovars that we want to defend.
And over here.
My name is Elizabeth Philippoulis. I'm from ERT, Athens, Greece, and I would like to ask you, on the 23rd of May, one day before the bombing of Kosovo and Yugoslavia started, had you ever thought of the situation getting out of hands and that we could have a change of borders in the Balkans, which could affect other countries of the area? And something else, a second question, please. I have heard many people wondering why would traditionally socialist leaders like you or Mr. Tony Blair would decide the bombing of innocent people. Thank you.
Let me try to answer both questions. The first question is about what I thought, or we thought, 2 nights before or 3 nights before the starting of the air campaign. Well, we tried to do all the best to continue with all the diplomatic efforts. Remember that 3 days before, even Dick Holbrooke was there, was in Belgrade, trying to make the last diplomatic effort. And that
at the political directors level yesterday in Bonn, where Ambassador Dobbins was representing the United States. Secretary Albright has spoken this morning to several of the foreign ministers who might attend such a meeting. As a result of those conversations, I think it's fair to say we expect that there will be such a meeting. The arrangements for it, a number of the details are still to be worked out. Exactly what will come of it and exactly how it will be put together, and the precise timing have not been finalized. So the Germans did invite ministers to such a meeting, and Secretary Albright spoke with several of the relevant ministers this morning and through the course of the day, as a result of which I think it's fair to say we expect there to be a meeting, but the details of it need to be ironed out and will be before there is such a meeting.
Well, are those logistical details, or is this, or do you want to make sure that the work on the substance has been do you still want to make sure the work on the substance has been prepared in advance?
Well, we will work on both subjects, obviously. Substance takes preeminence over procedure, and we will continue to work on these matters, yeah.
Given your the description of Mr. Milosevic's thinking as you've gotten it in recent days in the various meetings, do you see any movement in his position vis-a-vis the demand?
With respect to the main points, we do not, haven't seen anything that resembles a proposal that meets the conditions that NATO has laid down. We have been very clear. We need an international security force that is strong, that is capable of attracting the Kosovo Albanians back, and we need complete withdrawal of the relevant Serb forces. So we haven't seen those 2 points advance in any substantial way.
In an interview with UPI, President Milosevic did, in fact, drop the number of troops he was willing to, he wanted to leave there from 40 or whatever's there now, to 11,000. Is that not movement in the right direction?
It's, that is a not serious proposal to have 11,000 troops, Serb troops in Kosovo, yes.
You know how many troops are actually there?
On the president's other shoulder is Specialist Stephen Gonzalez, and then on the far side, the left, is Sergeant Andrew Ramirez. All three are with a heavy cavalry unit, a peacekeeping force that was based in Macedonia when they were taken by the Yugoslavs. At least that is the U.S. version of their capture. We should say that their commander-in-chief of the commander of their unit, the General David Grange, who heads the 1st U.S. Infantry Division, has given his men a very strong vote of confidence. He says they did not stray into Yugoslavia, as the government in Belgrade claims. Indeed, he says when they were captured, it was in Macedonia. They were where they should be. Very interestingly, one military source has told us that these three soldiers have, in fact, been captured under very, very unusual circumstances, which prevented them from using their rifles. The Army is, of course, investigating fully the terms of the capture, but as I say, their commanding officer, General David Grange, says these soldiers were where they should have been at the time, not in Yugoslavia, as the Yugoslavs claim. There is the president leading the three U.S. soldiers from a heavy cavalry unit back into the public relations center here at Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. Sonia?
Fort Rogers, thanks for that. And as you saw there, the president's with the three Americans, and this comes on the day that the U.S. has announced that it is planning to...
Apaches into combat, and that means flying aggressively.
It's a hazardous and risky business. We're flying at night with heavy loads, full ordnance. We're flying under total blackout conditions. We're flying in difficult terrain.
Tirana is surrounded by rugged mountains. 2 crashes of the attack helicopters in 10 days. Both flying at night on routine training missions, both burned after crashing.
The Army claims the causes of the 2 crashes are not related and insists that the second incident will not interrupt the training or the combat mission of the Apaches.
This will not hinder the timeline. Again, when Task Force Hawk is called upon, it will react and it will move swiftly. There will be no delay in the timeline. There are no aircraft grounded as of today.
An Apache to replace the first one that crashed is already here in Tirana. The Army says it's ready to fly, and another replacement will soon be en route. The mood at the airfield here was described as mournful because of the loss of the 2 men. The Army insists to be effective, it must train to fight. The troops here say they plan to stick to that, risky or not. Rusty Dornan, CNN, Tirana, Albania.
In Belgrade, CNN's Alessio Vinci has an update on the attack of a Greek medical convoy traveling from Macedonia to Kosovo. And he also has the latest on the power outages from NATO airstrikes that have darkened much of Belgrade and Serbia.
The power system and in much of Serbia and in Belgrade has partially collapsed. That is at least what the officials at the Belgrade Electricity are telling us, adding that they are able to provide electricity to only a small section of the city, which is where most of the hospitals are located. Parts of Belgrade appear to be indeed without power. Earlier, as I went through the downtown area, lights in some shops were switched on, traffic lights were working, and the streets were quite busy. However, public transportation is virtually at a standstill, as tram and electric buses at this time do not work. There are some buses running on gasoline, resulting in long lines at bus stations, as it has become harder and harder for people to move around. power company officials are also telling us that 60% of the country is currently without power. As far as the Greek humanitarian convoy that allegedly came under attack in Kosovo this afternoon, just about an hour ago we spoke with the Greek ambassador to Yugoslavia, who is confirming to us that a 4-truck convoy did come under an aerial attack, but he had no information about whether the attack was carried out by a NATO plane or not. The Greek ambassador said that one bomb landed near one of the trucks and that none of the vehicles were damaged, adding that the convoy has now reached Pristina. He also said that nobody was injured. However, the Yugoslav Foreign Ministry spokesman characterized this attack as a, quote, new NATO crime, and said that this latest attack is sending the signal that NATO wants to undermine a peaceful solution to the current crisis.
A United Nations spokesman raised the possibility Wednesday of moving refugee camps out of Kukës, Albania, given security concerns since it's so close to the border with Kosovo. Relocation talks with Albanian officials coincided with the arrival of more than 7,000 Kosovo refugees, and many of them told stories of brutal treatment by Serb forces. CNN's Nick Robertson reports.
Every so often at the Kosovo-Albanian border, one day will stand out above the others. The litany of trauma surmounting that of recent days. This was such a day. Inside Albania now, but unwilling to give his name for fear of compromising family members in the KLA. He said he had seen Serbs kill 200 men in the last 2 or 3 days.
We saw them hitting them with wood hammers on their heads, and they killed them, and they have special knives.
On such a day, everyone at the border alert for the unexpected. Another triumphal crossing. The haste, though, not for glory, but mercy. In the melee, Rahman appears, shot in the arm by Serb police when they opened fire on his tractor, killing 2 others, according to his friends. Sebit, who saved Rahman, says they stopped us on the road, and if they killed 300 or 3,000, I don't know. Later explaining he expected to die when Serb police separated him with other men from the women. His wife paid to get him back from the police. I offered them money if you don't execute my husband, she says. Then I took my husband. They didn't leave us any money. They complain of no food for days, of permanent harassment by police on the road from Vučitrn, of wasting fuel as they were sent from village to village for no apparent reason. Others in the convoy tell of their men taken away in trucks, of days traveling, corralled at times by tanks and police. She describes making herself ugly because she said they took women away. After a while, though, the tales begin to sound repetitive, and there's no independent verification. But aid workers here say in the repetition lies the truth. Nick Robertson, CNN, Kukës, Albania.
And we want to now go live to President Clinton, who is addressing the troops in Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. The president is about to speak. Now, he was briefed earlier today in Brussels by the commanders of the campaign at NATO headquarters. Traveling with the president is CNN's correspondent Walter Rogers. Walter.
Hello, Sonia. You can see President Clinton is about to be introduced at the Ramstein Air Base in Germany. The president has been touring the base on something of a cheerleading mission for the troops to bolster their morale and help the soldiers and airmen here refocus their attention on the president's goals for them, their mission in Yugoslavia, which is, of course, to force Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic to withdraw Serb forces from Yugoslavia, to allow the repatriation of all the refugees who have fled from Kosovo. And one of the more important things, here's the president. He's just been introduced. Mr. Clinton about to address soldiers in a hangar here at Ramstein Air Base.
Thank you. Thank you very much, General Jumper, General Woolley. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all say that I know I speak for all the people in our group, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, General Shelton, and others, in saying that we are delighted to be here and very proud of you. I have been to Ramstein at least 3 times since I've been president. I was trying to think, it may be 4. But I feel a special affinity for this base. I flew from here into Bosnia in 1995 when the people who were stationed here then did so much to restore freedom and peace to the people there. There are a lot of things I'd like to say as briefly as I can. First of all, I'd like to tell you I had a real good time tonight taking all the pictures and visiting with you. I like having the opportunity to look our men and women in uniform in the eye and see where you're from and hear a little about your views. I thank especially the people who had dinner with me at the table over there tonight. I got questions about the Middle East peace process and the situation in Iraq and the long-term prospects in Kosovo and in pay raises. That's right. And they did a very good job. I want you to know, the guys at the table, they did a good job, because we talked a lot about how the Air Force and the Navy, and this year probably the Army, will be down on their recruitment goals, and the re-enlistment problems, and how we face the converging pressures of a very, very strong economy in the private sector. The strongest it has been maybe ever, certainly in a generation. And a very much increased operations tempo for people in the military, taking people away from their families more frequently and often for extended periods of time. And if that results in, those two things result in our not meeting our enlistment or re-enlistment quotas, obviously that only aggravates the op-tempo problem further. I think there is strong, overwhelming bipartisan support in the Congress this year to make some changes in pay and retirement and enlistment and re-enlistment bonuses, and those 3 things, plus some other things we're going to do, I hope will help to keep more of you in the service, and I hope will help to get more young people coming in. The job market is very, very strong out there, as all of you know, and particularly after you've been in the service for a while and you've gotten the invaluable training that you get. I understand the temptations and the lures of taking those offers, which wouldn't require you to be away from home so much and so far. But I can tell you this, the United States military, because of people like you, can do things for a troubled world that no one else can do. And I am profoundly grateful. And you're taking those supplies in to the refugees in Macedonia and Albania. You must have talked to some of them. You must know what they have been through. And if you were involved in the operation in Bosnia, or you've talked to anybody else who was, you must know what they were put through and what it is that NATO is trying to stop in the heart of Europe. At the end of the Cold War, the question was, do we need a NATO? And the 19 allies decided that yes, we did. That if we wanted Europe to be free and united and at peace, we needed NATO, and that would be our mission. And I wish there had been nothing for us to do, nothing for you to do. I wish none of you reservists, our guards people, had to be called up or had to volunteer. But it happened. And it is truly ironic that after all the wars of the 20th century, that here in Europe, we would still be fighting over religious and ethnic bigotry being used to dehumanize people to the point of justifying killing them, burning them, looting their homes, running them out, burning their villages, eradicating every last vestige of historical, cultural records, burning their houses of worship. And that's not the world I want your children to live in. And if your children are wearing the uniform of our armed services, I don't want them to have to fight a war because we didn't nip in the bud a cancer that can never sweep across Europe again. So this is profoundly important. And the humanitarian aid you're taking to those desperate people is profoundly important. They are good people. They have their dignity. You are enabling them to keep what they can when most of them are run out of their country with nothing but the clothes on their back. And I just want you to know that back home, people do know what you're going through. They do know what a sacrifice it is. We will do everything we can to make it better in the Congress this year. I do believe there is overwhelming bipartisan support to respond to the problems you face and the challenges you face and the private market you face. But nothing can ever compensate or take the place of the profound sense of satisfaction you must get when you go to bed at night knowing that you did something that was good and decent, not because your country wanted to dominate another people or control land, but because we want our children and their children to live in a decent world. Thank you, and God bless you.
President Clinton there addressing the American troops at Ramstein Air Base. Agreement was announced at a meeting of the so-called G8 foreign ministers in Germany. It calls for a credible security force to implement peace in Kosovo. The Allies insist NATO form the core command. Though the force won't be called NATO, it will be called KFOR. The Russians will be a part of that force, and it will be armed.
Days ahead, we will build on this agreement to develop a more detailed proposal for such a force. We will also begin preparing international post-conflict support for civilian areas such as reconstruction, public administration, and human rights monitoring. We expect the OSCE, working with other institutions, to take a leading role in this effort.
Well, now that NATO and Russia have reached a compromise, the next move is up to Yugoslavia. And CNN's Brent Sadler joins us now from Belgrade. Brent, any reaction?
Thanks, Sonia. Well, the G8 statement has been received with varying degrees of caution and optimism here. Caution because even though there appears to be a diplomatic opening for a negotiated settlement over Kosovo, there's disappointment here that there's no pause to NATO's bombing campaign. Optimism, on the other hand, because for the first time since the start of hostilities, diplomatic activity is now being energized at the highest levels, it's recognized here. And this follows a series of key recent developments. The release of those 3 American soldiers, President Bill Clinton's suggestion of a bombing pause if Yugoslavia made substantial movement, and yesterday's arrival in Italy of Dr. Ibrahim Rugova, the moderate ethnic Albanian leader. Today, Russian peace efforts have taken another major step forward, with both Moscow and Western powers agreeing a common approach on an international force to secure the return of ethnic Albanian refugees to Kosovo. Although President Slobodan Milosevic has made no reported comments on the latest diplomatic development, it appears certain that Russia's shift is backed by the Yugoslav leader. Government sources here are putting out increasing signals that Yugoslavia is ready to compromise with NATO, providing the United Nations is the overall referee. And it's being suggested by some officials here that a Kosovo presence could comprise 30% NATO and an equal percentage of Russians and 40% other countries with weapons for self-protection. That falls way short of NATO demands, but it may be the start of a negotiating process. Sonia.
Brent Sadler from Belgrade, thanks. Well, U.S. President Clinton is in Germany meeting with Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, with U.S. troops involved in the strike against Yugoslavia and with refugees from Kosovo. CNN senior White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer is traveling with the president and joins us from Frankfurt. Wolf.
Sonia, the president and Gerhard Schröder will be holding their final meeting and is expected to take some questions from reporters. Both men clearly increasingly more hopeful that there is some progress on the diplomatic front to report. They're praising this latest G8 agreement involving the Russians, saying it's a step in the right direction. But U.S. officials are also saying there's still a long way to go, and they're also insisting that the NATO air campaign will not only continue, but will intensify. They say the only way for diplomacy to work is to back it up with military muscle. Meanwhile, the president spent some time together with Chancellor Schröder, meeting with the refugees at Ingelheim, not far from Frankfurt. A very emotional meeting. Several of those ethnic Albanian refugees broke down in tears. Both the president and the chancellor promised them, though, that they would eventually be able to go home.
We are doing all we can to bring aid to the victims of the violence. We are helping as many as we can in Albania and Macedonia. Both Germany and the United States and our other allies are taking refugees out of the camps in Macedonia into our nations. We are helping relief groups to improve their registration systems, so those of you who have missing family members can find them.
We want to ensure security and freedom for the people from Kosovo. The security and the freedom that they will need to live safely in their homeland. That and that alone is the purpose of the military action that we are currently undertaking, and we can end it only at the time when it becomes clear and noticeable that these people will be able to return as free men and women to a free country. Until that time, they are welcome to stay with us in Germany.
Several of those refugees afterwards, and they made one consistent point. They're too afraid to go back to Kosovo right now. They say as long as the Serbs remain in power, they're not going to be able to go back to their villages and their homes. They're also pointing out that many of their homes are no longer homes. They've been burnt to the ground. Sonia?
Wolf Blitzer, thanks. And NATO has just finished briefing on the status of the air campaign, and CNN's John Radler is in Brussels. He was at the briefing. John, tell us about it.
Sonia, foremost from today's briefing at NATO headquarters, the first official reaction by NATO to the agreed principles coming out of the G8 foreign ministers in Germany. NATO spokesman Jamie Shea said, and I quote, "NATO welcomes very warmly the very positive outcome of the G8 meeting." He said it shows that the diplomatic track is fully functioning, and he said that cooperation between NATO and Russia this shows can be a very important factor in helping to end the crisis in Kosovo. Spokesman Jamie Shea listed the principles from the G8 meeting.
You've seen the points to which the G8 foreign ministers have agreed: an immediate and verifiable end of violence and repression in Kosovo, the withdrawal from Kosovo of military, police and paramilitary forces, the deployment in Kosovo of effective international civil and security presences endorsed by the United Nations, the establishment of an interim administration for Kosovo to be decided by the UN Security Council, the safe and free return of all refugees and displaced persons, a political process towards the establishment of an interim political framework agreement providing for self-government for Kosovo and taking full account of the Rambouillet Accords, and finally a comprehensive approach to the economic development and stabilization of the crisis region.
Now, Sonia, spokesman Shea did add that a lot of hard work has still to be done, particularly in drafting an appropriate UN Security Council resolution. But he went on to say that NATO believes the meeting in Bonn today will be a very important stage in finally bringing the crisis in Kosovo to an end. It's interesting to compare those principles just read out by Jamie Shea with the 5 conditions that have been insisted upon by NATO from the outset. No mention in the 5 conditions about the United Nations playing its part, although NATO has always allowed that that was what they wanted to move to. The principles coming out of Bonn, it's viewed here, shows a significant rapprochement that has taken place between NATO and the Russians as the principal mediators in trying to end the crisis. Sonia?
John Radler in Brussels, thanks. Britain has invited moderate ethnic Albanian leader Ibrahim Rugova to London. Rugova surfaced in Italy Wednesday after weeks out of the public eye. Britain's Defence Secretary George Robertson says the London visit may come as early as next week. Rugova had been held under what NATO officials called virtual house arrest in Belgrade. President Clinton says Rugova's travels may be another sign that Yugoslavia is ready to accept NATO's terms. But the refugee exodus from Kosovo has been stopped in its tracks at the Macedonian border. The government closed its borders Thursday, leaving thousands of ethnic Albanians stranded. Authorities say Macedonia is trying to force more countries to provide assistance to the refugees. UN officials call the move blackmail with people's lives and drafted a formal protest. Still, once inside Macedonia's borders, refugees are finding a lot of generosity. CNN's Amanda Kibble reports on a Macedonian village which has opened its heart and homes to the refugees from Kosovo.
A place of prayer. Now, for some, a place of refuge. In the past few months, Gostivar, a small Macedonian town of 25,000 people, most of them Albanian, has taken in some 9,000 ethnic Albanian refugees. Half the families here now have a refugee family living with them. The president of Al Hilal, the Muslim aid group responsible for the relocation of these refugees and others in the area, says the people of Gostivar felt compelled to help.
I believe that if the same happened to us, they would have done the same for us. And not only them. I'm hearing that even the world has started to take Kosovar refugees in. We couldn't just stand and watch while people died.
Many of Gostivar's families live on a state benefit of less than $50 a month. Now this must support an extra family. Some aid has come in from Europe, but the largest of 6 storage depots is almost empty. The Abdullahu family left their home in Pristina 1 month ago, carrying nothing. Forced out of their homes, they say, they took a 10-hour journey into Macedonia. From the border at Blatse, they were bussed in the middle of the night to what for them was an uncertain destination. Gostivar was on their way.
The people of Gostivar stopped the buses when they reached the town. They didn't let them go any further. We stayed here. Thanks to the people of Gostivar, they accepted us very well.
Now they live with 3 other families in this house. All 6 Abdullahus occupy 2 rooms on the top floor. The owner of the house moved out to make room for them. Everything they have, including the television, which they say, with nothing else to do, they watch all day, was given to them by their new neighbors. But it's much better here, they say, than life in a tent in an overcrowded refugee camp. There is no more space in the houses here, no more space in the mosques, and still the refugees keep coming. The town of Gostivar has set no limits, no refugee quotas. The people here say they will continue to take refugees and continue to cope as long as it's needed. Amanda Kibble, CNN, Gostivar, Macedonia.
Our coverage continues in just a moment as World News from Washington returns.
Hour lost card replacement. Another way American Express helps you do more. Membership rewards points never expire. Another way American Express helps you do more.
Var rädd om dig nu, Sven-Åke.
It's no wonder that children like this grew up to build a car like this. The new Volvo S80, the world's most exciting, safe choice.
The World of Time is our weekly look inside the news with our corporate colleague, Joshua Cooper-Ramo, editor of Time magazine's World section. Joshua, we're hearing from the G8 foreign ministers that there's going to be an international civil and security presence to monitor a peace in Kosovo. What is the likely makeup of that force, or is that still to be negotiated?
I think they're still in the process of figuring out just who is going to be involved in that force. Clearly, the Russians are going to play a very important role. They're agreement yesterday to have armed military forces on the ground in Kosovo changes the dynamic dramatically. It also raises a number of complicated questions. First of all, what the command structure is going to be. The Russians have been tremendously nervous about having Russian troops reporting to any NATO command. Especially, you got to keep in mind that the Russians have elections coming up, and they feel any kind of agreement like that would be a real gift to the communists. So both Yeltsin and Chernomyr are nervous on that point. And the second key issue is going to be how these people are going to be deployed and supplied. Will that be a UN operation, or will the United States spearhead that?
There's a lot of talk that there will be a need for a UN mandate for this, and in that, what should we be looking for? Should we check whether this is going to be self-defense or whether it's going to be more of an aggressive force?
I think we don't know the answer to that. I mean, actually, one of the things that's kind of surprising about this is the return of the United Nations to the fore here. Last week, in talking to people on the National Security Council in Washington, I heard a lot of nervousness about getting the UN involved. They don't trust Annan after what happened in Iraq, and they're nervous about having UN control structures in place precisely for the reason that you just mentioned, which is that a UN force pursuing an aggressive mission is a very hard thing to envision, and I think people in Washington believe that whatever goes in on the ground there, there's probably going to be some combat involved.
Is there a way that, with a negotiated end, that President Milosevic could snatch victory from the jaws of defeat?
Well, I think that, of course, is the great outstanding question, which is NATO and the G8 have concocted what seems like an ideal solution to them. We don't know
at 10:50 and progress is being made. But what is important at the meeting is that the Yugoslav generals must agree how their troops and paramilitaries will be withdrawn. They must agree on the verification process and how it will work. And they must sign up to a timetable which is practical. But our own preparations have been continuing apace. That we are in addition sending the 1st Battalion, the Royal Irish Regiment, planning on a total deployed commitment of 13,000 UK troops by the end of next week. Air Marshal Sir John Day will give you more details on that in a minute. The details of the plans for the return of the refugees are primarily a matter for the United Nations. It will be a huge task since more than 750,000 refugees have fled to other countries, and there are hundreds of thousands more people displaced within Kosovo. We do not, and neither do the refugees, know what has happened to their communities. Only the Serbs know that. But we believe that a large number of communities in Kosovo have been destroyed. Many refugees will be returning to a ghost town. They will be returning to homes which in many cases have been destroyed by Yugoslav forces or paramilitaries. They will return to farms where crops have not been planted and where livestock has been slaughtered. They will be returning to a land where food is in short supply. We know that there are landmines and other hazardous items left behind by the Serb forces, and there is a possibility that there will also be booby traps. The refugees will want to be confident that they can quickly re-establish their communities, but they will need help. Help in the provision of basic materials such as bricks and mortar. Help in setting up the civilian infrastructure of police and local authorities which no longer exist. Help in re-providing and reconnecting basic utilities such as water, gas and electricity. Help in putting in place the rudiments of an education system for the younger people and social services for the elderly, who we all know have been so badly treated by the Serbs, and in many cases I know are suffering severe trauma, and they will be in need of reassurance. And most of all, what the refugees need is they need confidence that they can count on us for as long as is necessary. A confidence that their lives can again return to normal. A confidence that they will be safe and not driven from their homes. A confidence that they will not be attacked, raped or killed in their own community. We have shown over a difficult 10-week period that refugees in Kosovo can count on NATO and can continue to count on the United Kingdom. And when the Yugoslav generals meet the NATO generals at Blace this morning, their political masters in Yugoslavia should know that military action will continue until the conditions of the agreement have been implemented. Can I now ask Sir John Day to address the conference?
Minister, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, I will deal briefly with NATO's air operations over the last 24 hours, and then I will give you some more information on the United Kingdom's contribution to the NATO ground force, which is set to enter Kosovo and to provide a secure environment so that the refugees can return in safety to their homes. As we made clear yesterday, NATO will not stop its air operations until there is concrete evidence that Milosevic is keeping to his side of the agreement on the implementation of the peace settlement. We have brought Milosevic to this point only by showing resolve and determination. That resolve and determination has not reduced by one iota, and it is important that Milosevic understands this. As the Minister has already said, it is unfortunate that Milosevic's track record does not inspire confidence, and it is critical, therefore, that the air campaign is maintained until it is clear that NATO has achieved its objectives. Yesterday, Allied aircraft flew over 500 sorties. The targets included ammunition and petroleum storage sites, radio relay sites, and airfield and a special police headquarters. In addition, there was a considerable concentration of attacks against Serbian army and special police forces deployed in Kosovo, with 9 tanks, 21 armoured personnel carriers, 30 artillery pieces, and 5 mortar positions being targeted. Turning now to the British contribution to KFOR. We said yesterday that the alliance would need to be ready to act quickly once the Serb withdrawal became a reality. We outlined what was being done to ensure that the United Kingdom was ready to meet that challenge, and quickly. We have been working very hard over the past 24 hours, and our planning has progressed a great deal. First, however, I would like to remind you of the major British Army units which are already poised in Macedonia. The 4th Armoured Brigade, commanded by Brigadier Bill Rollo, consists of 2 battle groups, the 1st Battalion Irish Guards Battle Group and the King's Royal Hussars Battle Group, a squadron of the Household Cavalry Regiment, elements of the 4th Regiment Royal Artillery, and 21 Close Support Regiment of the Royal Engineers form part of the brigade. In all, the British contribution to Headquarters ARC, the Allied Command Europe Rapid Reaction Corps, we have some 5,500 British military personnel already in Macedonia. A further 1,900 personnel are deploying immediately, with the first elements of all these units listed on this slide departing today. The 1st Battalion of the Parachute Regiment, with its artillery firepower provided by the 7th Parachute Regiment Royal Horse Artillery, and engineering support by 9 Parachute Squadron of the Royal Engineers. 21 Squadron of 3-3 Explosive Ordnance Disposal Regiment of the Royal Engineers will, along with similar expertise already in theatre, provide vital mine clearance and bomb disposal support. Puma helicopters from Royal Air Force Benson and Chinook helicopters from Royal Air Force Odium began to depart this morning, and they are scheduled to start arriving in Macedonia tomorrow. Shown in white on the slide at the bottom are the units that the Minister has just announced are deploying. Headquarters 5 Airborne Brigade and elements of Headquarters 3 United Kingdom Division, along with numerous logistic elements, also start deploying from the United Kingdom by air today. On current plans, we expect the move of the 1st Battalion of the Parachute Regiment and its supporting elements to be completed on this coming Tuesday, the 8th of June. Moving now then to other units which the Minister has just announced will deploy. The 1st Battalion of the Royal Gurkha Rifles has been ordered to deploy, as the Minister has said, and their move into theatre should be completed by Thursday, the 10th of June. The 1st Battalion of the Royal Irish Regiment is deploying. The ship with their heavy equipment, which includes Saxon infantry personnel carriers, is being loaded today, and the Royal Irish will be flown out to meet up with their heavy equipment. The precise details of some of the deployments are still being worked out, but I would like to take this opportunity to stress that the frontline units which I have mentioned are supported by personnel from many other units, including the Royal Signals, the Royal Logistics Corps, the Royal Army Medical Corps, the Royal Military Police, and a number of Royal Air Force units. The build-up of the United Kingdom's contribution to KFOR will be very rapid and provide a considerable, potent and flexible capability. We expect to have a total of some 11,000 troops in theatre on Thursday, the 10th of June, and some 13,000 on Sunday, the 13th of June. Minister, that completes my brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Air Marshal. Any questions?
Jonathan Carr-Brown, Sunday Times. If the reports are to be believed, there seems to be some sort of backlash in the Russian Duma and among the Russian military to Chernomyrdine's peace plan. Have you got any feelings for that or signs of that occurring? And can you see it translating into problems formulating a UN security resolution?
No, we haven't. The Russian government have, through the President, have indicated their support for the proposals that have been put forward by Mr. Chernomyrdin and the others. And we look forward to taking those along the road to progress, both diplomatically and in military sense, finding a mechanism this morning which the Yugoslav military will agree to on the withdrawal of their troops.
Michael Clark from the Press Association. Jamie Shea said on the radio this morning Kosovo was going to be divided into 5 regions or 5 zones for military purposes. Can you tell us a bit about who's going to go where and whether any decisions have been taken about who will take the northern part of Kosovo?
Well, these are outline proposals, essentially at a theoretical stage. They have still got to be agreed, and no final decisions have been taken on any of these matters, though we are absolutely determined that there should be no political division of Kosovo as a result of the geographical allocation of peacekeeping forces. I don't know if the Marshal wants to add.
No, I have nothing to add.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks very much.
And you've been watching live coverage of the daily Ministry of Defence briefing here in London. Today it brought news that Britain is again stepping up its contribution to the Rapid Reaction Force for Kosovo. We understand that by next Sunday there will be 13,000 UK troops in the area, including, we're told, members of the 1st Battalion of the Royal Gurkha Rifles. They're an elite unit which specializes in counterinsurgency operations. We also heard from Doug Henderson, the Armed Forces Minister, that they are making progress at those talks taking place now at the Kosovo-Macedonian border, with Yugoslav officers apparently getting instructions from NATO on how the withdrawal will proceed. Well, with me here in the studio is Dr. Julian Linley-French from the Centre for Defence Studies at King's College in London. Dr. Linley-French, a sign perhaps that Britain very much is now considered as the world's second largest military power, but are they overstretching themselves?
First, we are the world's #2 military power. Second, we are overstretched. But this announcement today underlines the pivotal role of the United Kingdom in this operation, particularly now as we move from air operations to land operations.
And what signals do you get from the composition of the forces which are now going in at this critical juncture?
Well, there's two elements. First of all is the Allied Rapid Reaction Corps of NATO, which Britain is very much the leading element. And second, KFOR. The Allied Rapid Reaction Corps, known as ARC, will go into Kosovo first, will stabilise the situation to enable KFOR, the peacekeeping element, to move in later on.
And with these, the Gurkha units, counterinsurgency, a sign that they are preparing for the worst possible actions by renegade Serb forces, paramilitaries?
Yes, we have that option. Gurkhas can be used for many kinds of operations, but certainly the counterinsurgency against renegades is an option the MOD is clearly thinking about right now.
And do you have a sense that when it comes to the KFOR element, that they have enough troops there already? Because there were reports that they still weren't up to strength.
Certainly we have to separate the initial operation with ARC, anything up to 30,000 troops, from the KFOR, which will involve a great number of countries participating. This will take 6 to 7 weeks to establish, and in that period there could be intense pressure upon those forces.
And of course, Doug Henderson took a question about the involvement of Russian forces. Do you sense there will be a real problem on integrating the Russian forces into a unified NATO command?
No, as I said earlier, I believe we will overcome these problems and we'll find a working solution.
Signing Yugoslavia's surrender. The British General, Sir Mike Jackson, arrived. The document the Serbs are being told to sign. It instructs them in great detail about exactly how and when they must pull out all their forces from Kosovo. Bundles of maps were brought in to spell out which exit routes Serbian troops are expected to take. NATO are stressing there will be no negotiations at this meeting, no haggling, no give and take. They say they will simply present the Yugoslav army with a precise timetable by which it must pull all its forces out of Kosovo within the next 7 days. NATO will start sending its troops into Kosovo just as soon as it's certain the Serbs are pulling out. That could be early next week if all goes well, and if the Yugoslav army delegation do indeed sign the peace agreement today. Ben Brown, BBC News, Bloodshay on the Kosovo-Macedonia border.
And let's cross live now to Brussels for the daily NATO news briefing, being given, as usual, by NATO spokesman Jamie Shea, and alongside him the military spokesman Major General Walter Yurts. But Jamie Shea first.
Hours ago began an important meeting, a meeting between General Jackson, the commander of the NATO forces, and two Yugoslav military representatives. I want again to emphasize that this is not a negotiating session, and it's not a place for haggling or equivocation. This is not off the conference table. This is a place for decision and action. We expect the Yugoslav military representatives to accept the terms that will be put to them by General Jackson. And we expect them to have the authority not only to agree, but also to order the immediate implementation of what is agreed. As I've said before, NATO will remain fully vigilant until we see specific steps and until we see the Yugoslav forces actually withdraw. It's not enough to talk about withdrawing. If I can use a term from chess, President Milosevic, it's your move. Now, General Jackson will be making it crystal clear to the two Yugoslav military representatives what they have to do. Firstly, that they have to commit themselves and Yugoslavia to a phased and rapid withdrawal of the Yugoslav ground forces. This means that all personnel, all organizations with a military capability must start to withdraw. This will involve, of course, units of the regular army, but also armed civilian groups, National Guards, border police, army reserves, military police, intelligence services, police of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, local, special, riot and anti-terrorist police, and any other groups or individuals that will be designated by General Jackson. It will also mean that as these military and police forces leave, they will have to stick to a firm schedule using designated assembly areas and designated routes, and also designated areas that will have to be vacated. The withdrawal of the Yugoslav armed forces must be completed within 7 days from the entry into force of the agreement. At the same time, the Yugoslav military commanders must provide General Jackson with all relevant information concerning the location of landmines in Kosovo, be they anti-tank mines, anti-personnel mines, or booby traps. Also, the Yugoslav armed forces must withdraw Yugoslav air and air defense forces from Kosovo, and they too must leave according to a firm schedule. This means that all aircraft, radars, surface-to-air missiles, and anti-aircraft artillery must be removed from Kosovo to other locations beyond the boundary between Kosovo and the rest of Yugoslavia. And these air defense assets must be removed very quickly to allow for the safe operation of the NATO air surveillance operations, which will verify the withdrawal of the Yugoslav forces. And naturally, we will be expecting the full cooperation of Yugoslavia with the alliance's verification activities. Until this agreement is obtained from Yugoslavia on all these points, and until we see the beginning of the effective withdrawal of the Yugoslav forces, the NATO air operation will continue. As I said yesterday, NATO will remain vigilant. In dealing with President Milosevic, we remember that once bitten, twice shy. At the same time, our preparations for the Peace Implementation Force are now in full swing. In the next hours, SHAPE's revised operational plan for the Operation Joint Guardian will be arriving here at NATO headquarters, together with the suggested rules of engagement to be approved by NATO ambassadors soon. General Jackson now has the operational command of all of the forces in the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, and his headquarters is on 24 hours' notice to move. All nations that have proposed to participate in the Peace Implementation Force have reconfirmed their participation. And as you know, many additional force elements are now en route to the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, even in advance of the activation order coming from the North Atlantic Council. Let me, if I may, just make one final point. As the Serb forces pull out and the NATO forces move into Kosovo, we expect the Kosovo Liberation Army to exercise restraint and not to attempt to take advantage of the situation. We expect also the personnel and units of the Kosovo Liberation Army to abide by the instructions of the commander of KFOR, General Jackson. NATO forces will be operating under strict rules of engagement, and of course they will not tolerate any hindrance to their mission or to their speedy deployment throughout Kosovo. And we hope very much that we can count on the goodwill and the constructive attitude that was shown by the Kosovar Albanian community during the peace talks at Rambouillet in France. More specifically, we hope that the Kosovo Liberation Army will renounce violence and act in conformity with the conditions that were laid down in the peace plan. We hope, too, that the leadership of the Kosovo Liberation Army will fully cooperate with the international peace force on all issues related to demilitarization. That way, a better future lies with certainty for all of the people of Kosovo. And now I would ask General Yurts to give you his usual military update. General, please.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Acknowledging the fact that NATO and Serb military leaders presently meet for a military technical agreement on the deployment of an international security force in Kosovo, NATO continues its air campaign. Yesterday, NATO aircraft flew more than 500 sorties. Strategic military targets in Serbia were struck as depicted on the slide. Inside Kosovo, in addition to a command post at Pristina and ammunition storage sites, we struck a variety of armored vehicles and heavy weapons once again. Our primary effort to be against Serb forces still conducting offensive operations. NATO's air forces will continue to hit military targets until NATO's appropriate authorities are satisfied with Serb forces' withdrawal. Until now, ground fighting is still ongoing within Kosovo, with emphasis along the Kosovo-Albanian border. There was also yesterday and the last 24 hours some cross-border artillery firing into Albania and even some mortar fire into Macedonia. Air defense radars were acquired and there was no Serb aircraft activity at all. NATO pilots reported the firing of anti-aircraft artillery guns and one man-portable, which is a shoulder-launched missile, was shot at the NATO aircraft. All NATO aircraft returned safely. On the humanitarian side, countries continue to maintain their strong and most welcome efforts. There were 14 flights into Albania and 10 flights into Macedonia, carrying food, water, medicine, and general supplies. This brings the total of supplies delivered by air to 16,475 tons. We are continuing to improve our conditions in the refugee camps to help the victims, the real victims of this conflict, the displaced people of Kosovo, who have lost almost everything they had. But improved camps and humanitarian aid flights, however welcome, are no substitute for a safe return home. To that end, if the outcome of current meeting produces a solid basis for a ceasefire agreement, we are planning a smooth and rapid force entry into Kosovo, as already has been said by Jamie. The goals of that force are to stabilize the situation within Kosovo quickly, in order to get the refugees back home as rapidly as it's possible, to do so safely, and also to ensure their security after they return. This, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the operational update of today.
General Yurts, thank you very much indeed. Antonio, do you wish to begin today?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to start with General. General, is there any, in this agreement that is under discussion now, is there any reference to the KLA withdrawal and deliver of the weapons? Because probably this is also necessary to make the Kosovo area a little bit more quiet. And Jamie, is there any link, or will be there any link between the help the West will give to make things go normal, reconstruction in Yugoslavia, and the presence of President Milosevic? People in the West would not really understand because taxpayers are paying, and the man that is behind the whole thing remains in power. Thank you.
Well, you know, the fighting between the UCK and the Serb forces, especially in the close to the Albanian border, is still ongoing. KLA, the disarming of KLA, of course, will be a matter which will be discussed pretty soon, but it is a separate issue, and it's a difficult issue.
Well, Antonio, naturally there will be humanitarian assistance to Yugoslavia to help people there who may be in need. But as leaders of the European Union made it very clear, and also in North America yesterday, there will not be any type of reconstruction help to Yugoslavia under the present management. That's clear. And I think the ability to receive reconstruction help will be a powerful impetus to the democratization process which we hope will take place in Yugoslavia tomorrow. I think certainly today the Yugoslav people will be looking at the situation, and I think they will be putting one very important question to President Milosevic. How is it, Mr. President, that you have accepted now, after 72 days of a very, very intensive air campaign, which has obviously had a severe impact on our country, essentially the same peace arrangements in Kosovo that you could have had for nothing in Rambouillet on the 23rd of February? Why have you put us through all of this misery for essentially the same result? And I think it would be very interesting to hear what President Milosevic's answer to that question is going to be. Jean-Marc.
Si j'ai bien compris, l'OTAN adresse un double avertissement
is sending out a dual warning to the Serbs
et aux forces du KLA,
and to the KLA forces,
de ne faire
to the UCK,
rien qui puisse
to do
compromettre
nothing that could jeopardize the restoration of civil peace in Kosovo.
Est-ce bien la signification
Is that the real meaning of this dual warning which was sent out earlier? I just said that everyone would have to abide by the rules of the game. We are focusing right now on the withdrawal of Serb forces. That is the absolute condition necessary for there to be peace and a political solution in the future for Kosovo. But we have already stated that when an international security force is fully deployed in Kosovo, that force will be perfectly able to provide security for everyone. And so there will no longer be a raison d'etre, a role for any armed groups there. And it goes without saying that we rely on the cooperation of all political leaders in the Kosovar community, and in particular on the UCK's ability and will to implement the Rambouillet Agreement, which they signed and which foresees demilitarization.
Patricia.
Jamie, can you tell us if there is a buffer zone around Kosovo to which beyond which the troops have to withdraw to, and how wide it is, how big it is, and also whether there are any instructions to the Yugoslav military about where they withdraw to? For instance, what happens if they all charge off to Montenegro?
Yes. Well, first of all, there are plans, of course, to have that type of arrangement, but the details, Patricia, will be worked out by General Jackson. The responsibility will be his for determining the specific military needs that he has in terms of the border arrangements for the borders between Kosovo and the remainder of Yugoslavia. I don't know if General Yurts will have anything to say on that, but my understanding is that it will be left to General Jackson to determine that. And it goes without saying, Patricia, that we would want and would expect the Yugoslav forces that leave Kosovo to go to Serbia. There are already a number of Yugoslav forces of the Second Army in Montenegro, and we see absolutely no reason why that number should be increased. General Yurts, do you have anything to add?
Well, no more than that. If, of course, depends on the roads which are available for the Serb troops to withdraw, then they might, of course, might go through Montenegro into Serbia, but still, as Jamie said, there's no plans to have them, actually to keep them in Montenegro. So we hope and we are planning to have them all back into Serbia. That's where they belong to.
Doug, please.
A question each, please. Jamie, General Jackson and KFOR are ready to deploy into Kosovo. The Russians are not. They're not ready to deploy. Can you confirm that NATO will not leave any corner of that province unoccupied, waiting for Russian troops to come? When they do finally arrive to join the peacekeeping mission, they will find NATO troops present virtually everywhere in the province. And for General Yurts, General, as an airman, do you think that the Air Force is going to claim full credit for this result, or are they willing to share some of the credit with, say, with the KLA, with the diplomatic isolation of Yugoslavia, and with the threat of a land invasion, which was becoming quite obvious?
Well, Doug, it's our intention to have soldiers of the International Security Force, including, of course, many NATO soldiers, in every village and on every street corner. That's clear. We are not talking about differentiated zones. That is also very clear. As for the Russians, the sooner we can conclude the practical modalities of how they will participate, the sooner they can join us. And, of course, it's our intention to try to get on with that as quickly as we can in coming days. General.
Well, first of all, it's we reached our goal by an air campaign to come pretty close to a peace agreement, which I hope will be if I'm optimistic, will be in the near future. And on the question, it was a common effort of all three services, of course. Navy has participated, Army has participated, and the Air Force has participated. And I think even though I'm a blue uniform wearer, including flying type, I don't think I should say that the Air Force alone has done it. Of course, the Air Forces have had the highest burden. We all know that. But once again, all three services were unitedly together to make sure that this could happen.
Okay, Mark, please.
Couple of points. We understand the G8 meeting scheduled for tomorrow is being postponed. You confirm that, and also say if it is postponed, is this going to delay a Security Council resolution, and will that in turn delay the KFOR going into Kosovo? And secondly, if there is any protracted delay to the negotiations, even though you're flying a lot of sorties, the airstrike rate has gone down, you've become more careful in what you're targeting, more obviously military targets. Are you prepared to up the operational tempo, have more airstrikes more widely to put more pressure back on the Serbs?
Well, Mark, obviously I have no responsibility for the G8, and it's not my role to try to speak on its behalf. I saw, like you, the press reports, but I wouldn't conclude anything from that. My understanding is that these are scheduling difficulties, not political difficulties, in terms of trying to bring ministers together in one place at one time. And I can tell you that the UN Security Council resolution text is very advanced now. There was a meeting of political directors on the margins of the EU summit a couple of days ago. They made a lot of progress, and I'm sure that text can be sent to New York very quickly. At the same time, as you know, Germany has sent an envoy to China for discussions as well on that draft, so I think it's taking shape quickly. As for the deployment of the peace implementation force, that really, again, is in the hands of the North Atlantic Council to decide on the timing. General, yes?
Well, just, Mark, to make it very clear, we always did target military target or attack military targets. We never did anything else. We are ready to beef up again in case something happens, which we hope will not happen.
Yes, and it's not as if any of the planes have been sent home, Mark. Craig.
Jamie, will the text of the arrangements that are agreed on by General Jackson and the Yugoslavs be made public, or the gist of it anyway, published here after it's done?
That again is for the Council to decide, quite frankly, Craig. I can't clarify that for you at the present time, but it's more important that we get it agreed than it's made public, and it's more important that it be implemented, of course, first and foremost. Thomas.
Two questions, if I may. One is a follow-up on the Ujika question. The Rambouillet agreement has foreseen 120 days for the demilitarization. Is now the G8 didn't say anything on the time limit. So can we expect that the resolution would speak about it? The second question is, sorry, I forget my second question.
Okay, that's very honest and thank you. So I wish all of your colleagues would have a similar sense. Now, the UN Security Council resolution will no doubt have a reference to demilitarization. My understanding is there is a general reference to demilitarization in the text. Of course, once General Jackson is sur place, on the spot, he will naturally have liaison contacts with all of the representatives of armed groups to work out precise modalities, my favorite word of the moment, or what you might call the essential specifics of how that demilitarization is going to take place and how the International Security Force will oversee it. Let's carry on to Dimitri, please.
Yes, it looks like Russians didn't show up at the Macedonian border for negotiations, although you said yesterday that they should be there. How did you know? Is there any mechanism current of these days, mechanism of communications between NATO and Russian diplomats and military? Have you received any calls or something? How it works now?
Well, what happened, Dimitri, is that NATO nations issued an invitation yesterday for a Russian observer to be at the talks today, if Russia so wished. And therefore it was entirely up to Russia whether or not it wished to take up that invitation. Dominique?
Oui, Jamie, des questions sur les criminels de guerre et le TPI. Est-ce que le texte qui est négocié actuellement par le général Jackson comporte des éléments sur la livraison des criminels de guerre inculpés par le TPI, sur la possibilité de destruction de preuves et d'exactions commises par les troupes serbes lors de leur retrait? Est-ce que le texte contient ces éléments? Sinon...
NATO spokesman Jamie McIntyre with the daily news briefing in Brussels, referring to that meeting in Blacce. That's the meeting between Yugoslavian and NATO military commanders. It's being held on the border between Macedonia and Yugoslavia. He said that it was not a negotiating session, but a place for decision and action. Shea said NATO expected the Yugoslavians to accept the terms put to them by NATO commanders, and he expected that the withdrawal of Serbian forces from Kosovo would be completed within 7 days. He also said that Yugoslavia would get humanitarian aid in the aftermath of this crisis, but would not get any kind of reconstruction aid, as the EU and the United States had pointed out, while the country is still run by President Slobodan Milosevic. That's the latest on the crisis in the Balkans. We'll have... Hello and welcome to this edition of World News. I'm Anand Naidu at CNN Center in Atlanta. Military leaders from NATO and Belgrade are trying to work out a plan to end NATO's air campaign against Yugoslavia. The officials gathered at a town along the border between Macedonia and Kosovo on Saturday to discuss how Serbian troops will withdraw from Kosovo. After more than 5 hours of discussion, Serbian representatives returned to Belgrade for consultations with their superiors. NATO officials say the talks are scheduled to resume later Saturday afternoon. But an alliance spokesman insists that the terms are not negotiable.
This is not a negotiating session, and it's not a place for haggling or equivocation. This is not the place to discuss the size or the positioning of the conference table. This is a place for decision and action. We expect the Yugoslav military representatives to accept the terms that would be put to them by General Jackson, and we expect them to have the authority not only to agree but also to order the immediate implementation of what is agreed.
In Washington a short time ago, Pentagon spokesman Ken Bacon said there was still no sign of a Serbian withdrawal from Kosovo. At a news briefing, Bacon said that NATO attacks will continue until the Serb forces pull out.
The bombing continues, and of course the NATO air campaign will continue until we have a demonstrable, verified pullout. That hasn't yet started. We are concentrating, as you can see here, on forces in the field, but we're still continuing to hit some military targets throughout Yugoslavia in order to further degrade the military capability.
When NATO peacekeepers begin moving into Kosovo, they will face a number of daunting challenges. For some analysis on that, here's CNN's military affairs correspondent Jamie McIntyre.
NATO today will lay down the conditions for the withdrawal of more than 40,000 Yugoslav troops from Kosovo, and the Pentagon says if the Serbs move out smartly, NATO bombing could soon stop.
If Serbia cooperates, I think the bombing could be halted by the end of the weekend or very early next week.
But first, NATO observation planes must see the pullout and verify that anti-aircraft guns are silent. When NATO troops move in, the hard work begins.
There will be about 500,000 internally displaced persons in dire need of medical help and other assistance. There are over 850,000 refugees in the region that clearly want to return home as quickly as possible.
The first job will be to open main roads.
Between the Yugoslav and NATO officials. Lou.
And the sun is now setting on Blacce and still no resolution, no final agreement on the military technical aspects of the withdrawal of Yugoslav forces. The meeting broke up after about 5 hours when the Yugoslav delegation emerged, signaled their drivers, and returned to Yugoslavia. We thought then that the meetings had been concluded. The NATO spokesman, Robin Clifford, told us why it had not concluded.
We've had a day of very constructive and positive talks inside. All that is required now is for one or two small points of detail that the Yugoslav delegation wish to consult back with to Belgrade. They have gone off to go and do that. We expect them back here within 1 hour, when they will continue their talks with General Jackson.
It's now been 2 hours. The Yugoslav delegation still is not back. General Jackson and his staff, during this waiting period, took a long stroll to stretch their legs, shared a couple of humorous anecdotes with the waiting journalists here, returned. They're inside now. We're still waiting. That 1 hour, as I said, is stretched into 2, and the wait continues. Anand?
Lou, are these talks now beginning to take shades of a negotiation? I mean, if they're going away for consultations, are they coming back bringing new proposals? Are they modifying things that are already on paper?
We are being told absolutely nothing. What I've just reported to you is all we know. All we are told that the talks are positive and constructive. That's usually what you hear. We understand the meeting has no acrimony. It's very businesslike and professional. What these few points are, and we press the point, we just don't know.
Okay, thanks. Lou Waters in Blotche, Macedonia. The Kosovo peace negotiations are giving Russia a chance to flex its muscle in the global arena. CNN's Chris Black examines how Moscow is using its role as peacemaker to reclaim a prominent place on the internet.
This is a military base, a NATO military base. French troops basically have secured this area. The tent you see behind me is an aircraft maintenance hangar until today. It replaces the restaurant along the Blotze border that was used yesterday for 5 hours of talks. This is a location apparently the Yugoslavs probably prefer, and I think NATO probably prefers. It's a bit more securable. The area where they were talking yesterday is directly inside the border and just a few hundred meters away from a refugee camp where there are about 4,000 refugees there. NATO officials here on the ground are quick to stress that this is not negotiations. This is basically the terms of settlement, the terms of withdrawal. It's a 6-page document, or it was yesterday. One of the military commanders told me this morning that it started out as 6 pages, and by the time that the day is over, it may be longer, but it will not be coming from the other side. This is primarily to set down the withdrawal of all the Serb forces from Kosovo, what roads they're supposed to take, and the timetable for removing these troops. This is the major impediment to the stopping of the NATO bombing campaign, now in its 75th day. Until they are assured that these troops are making a speedy withdrawal back to Serbia, the NATO bombing will continue. This meeting that will occur here in the next 20 minutes or so is a step in that direction to show for sure that these troops are prepared to withdraw rapidly and in one direction without fighting their way out and backing their way out with their weapons. They want to see assurances, and I'm sure that the part of the orders are that all the air defense systems be removed so that NATO can control the skies and basically hover over the Serb troops as they do withdraw. But inside this tent, there are 2 tables sitting opposite each other where the Yugoslav delegation and the NATO delegation will sit. There are 2 tables behind them for the second part of the delegation, and then observers lining the wall inside the tent. It looks somewhat similar to the green tent at Safwan in Iraq when General Schwarzkopf accepted basically the surrender of the Iraqi forces. So there are some similarities to the end of the Gulf War, to the end of the conflict in Yugoslavia.
Well, Tom, when the Serb forces actually begin to withdraw, has there been a chain of command established? Who is actually going to be in charge?
Well, I think General Jackson, the NATO commander here in Macedonia, will be the top person from the military side of NATO. He will basically have the command of the entire area of KFOR. He will be the one who sets the timetable inside this tent behind me today as far as how fast this withdrawal has to take place. It's not easy to move 40,000 troops. There are indications that there are some buses already on the Kosovo side. No indication, though, if anybody's boarding those buses ready to move out.
Tom, are we likely to see a deployment of the Apache helicopters that have been in that region for a while now?
Well, The Apache really isn't designed for observation. It is a fast strike helicopter. I think it may be used possibly as an insurance policy, but I think a lot of the Puma helicopters and things like that that the French have will be used for observation. They are lightly armed, but able to move rather quickly. They will be the observation as far as the pullout. I think that they want to ensure that the air defenses are totally gone, that the force on the ground in Kosovo is demobilized and moving out, and then they will put helicopters in the air, I'm sure probably prior to putting actual ground troops in. I think they want to watch this withdrawal very carefully to make sure that it is a full and complete withdrawal out of Kosovo, Mike.
Tom Mintier in Skopje, Macedonia, thank you very much. We'll have more there from Tom as those talks begin, and there'll be more world news after this break.
So as NATO officials do stress, Michael, this is not negotiation. This is simply implementation. These are the points of the agreement that must be adhered to as far as the withdrawal of Yugoslav forces from Kosovo. It basically sets out what roads they will take, where the checkpoints will be, which elements move first, how and what means they have of withdrawing. Again, they do say in the strongest terms that it is not negotiations. The technical aspects of this agreement that they were having difficulties with were basically in the language. The spokesman for NATO told me just a short time ago that this agreement is set. It is typed up, it is ready, and only the fine points of the language that may have the problem with. As far as the line by line changing any of these, he said it was not open to negotiation, Michael.
Okay, thanks very much, Tom. We'll be talking to you again in about 10 or 12 minutes from now. Tom Mintier there on the spot in Macedonia. We'll return to normal programming and we will have more news in about 12 minutes.
This has been a CNN live event.
Moto stores throughout the US before being sold.
On the border, they pulled up in front of the tent, got out, saluted smartly, and then walked inside. This follows a meeting yesterday of more than 5 hours where they were basically presented with a 6-page document that has the fine points of withdrawal and what's going to happen militarily inside Kosovo. Joining me now is Trey Kate. You are U.S. Army assigned to NATO. Major Kate, what's going to happen in this tent? This is not negotiations. This is basically presenting a document and the translated version of it, of what they have to do basically to stop the bombing.
That's correct. What they will do is carry on from where they left off yesterday. They'll sit down and go over each point again, make sure we have a complete understanding on both parties, and we fully expect by the end of the day today that we will have a signed document.
If there is a signed document, how soon could we see NATO forces actually crossing the border and taking up positions inside Kosovo?
Well, I don't want to speculate on what they're going to sign today, but the NATO forces in Macedonia are prepared to move very swiftly within a matter of days to get into Kosovo to establish a presence and secure the environment for a safe return of the refugees.
The military must move out first. As a strategist well-versed in military affairs, how long does it take to move a force of 40,000 troops out of an area, provide the transport for the heavy weapons and things like that?
Well, it takes quite a while, but it all depends on what's solved in the document today, whether all 40,000 have to be out at a certain time or whether it's a phased withdrawal. We'll see what comes out of the document today, and we stand ready to implement it when required.
You were inside yesterday for part of the meetings that were going on. What is the tone inside these meetings?
It's a very professional tone. It's two very professional military men leading the delegations, talking to each other, and they're being very thorough going through the document so they can make sure we have a complete understanding.
We have a little history of meetings like this at the end of a military conflict. We saw it at Safwan in Iraq when General Schwarzkopf came and met with the Iraqis. There, a major mistake, looking in hindsight, was made to allow them to continue to fly helicopters. Are there specifics in this document that say what the Yugoslav military can and cannot do?
Yes, there are. It is very specific on what needs to be accomplished by the Yugoslav military in order to, number one, have a pause in the bombing, and then number two, have a complete cessation of hostilities and allow NATO-led force inside Kosovo.
Yesterday, being the first day that this was going on, it went on for 5 hours, basically going line by line and through the translated documents. Could this happen much faster now that they've had a chance to look at it? come back here, sign, and be gone within an hour?
As I can't speak for what came out of Belgrade last night, I don't know how long it's going to take, but we hope it's going to be swift and quick. We can get signatures and we can get on with the mission.
Tell me a little bit about the people who were inside from the Yugoslav side.
I don't have exact information on them right now, Tom. I'll have to get back to you on that one.
But it's the high-ranking
It's
business. I saw the
very
list.
high-ranking.
It was at least 5 or 6 generals, rank of general.
4-star generals are involved in the delegation, as well as representatives from the military, uniformed police.
So these are people who have the
Affairs.
ability to sign?
That's correct.
All right. Trey Kay, thank you very much.
Okay.
And again, we don't know how long this meeting is going to go on in the tent behind me. It was an aircraft maintenance facility up until this morning. They moved in tables. It is air-conditioned just in case they're going to be there for a while. But it looks like it could occur very rapidly. I just saw the Macedonian police cars basically pull up and change their position, preparing for a possible departure. So it may be over very quickly. They may have been ready to come in, finish the documents, and then come back out. But the flap on the tent is still closed, and when it does open, Michael will probably know that it has been signed or not, and whether they are going to have another session as they did yesterday. But it's expected that because they had the document in their hands yesterday, that today will go much more swiftly. Michael?
Tom, as those NATO and Yugoslav generals meet, what do we know of KLA attitudes and concessions regarding any agreement, especially in light of reported continued activity by the KLA?
Right, as we've all heard, there continues to be fighting inside Kosovo, and a major offensive, if you will, by Yugoslav forces against the KLA, major shelling along the border with Albania. I'm sure that's something that's going to be discussed inside this tent, a cessation of all hostilities against the KLA, against the ethnic Albanian villages that the Yugoslav military has moved through so swiftly over the last couple of months. It is indeed part of this agreement that they not engage, and NATO has asked the KLA not to engage the Yugoslav military as they withdraw. I think if something like that happens, if they try to engage as they have their backs to the KLA, this whole process could come unglued very quickly.
Okay, thanks very much, Tom. Tom Mintier will be checking in with Tom as the day progresses there in Macedonia. Well, while many in the West hope the Kosovo...
there is a kind of public standing down. The deputy mayor of Belgrade over the weekend has been handing out commendations to civil defense officials who helped control fires and rescue people during the most intense periods of the bombing here. They were indeed heroes in a truly humanitarian effort. Finally, however, what we seem to be seeing is the ground being prepared here in Yugoslavia for claims of a kind of moral victory for Serbs, a mental preparation, Serbs trying to cling to the idea that things could have been worse, despite what's happening south of here. Rosemary?
Walter, how's the general public dealing with this news?
I think the Yugoslav public's feelings go the full gamut across the spectrum. As I mentioned, there is bitterness. There's obviously the relief over the fact that the bombing has stopped in many, many urban centers, and that is welcome. But again, you know, until the soldiers start to come home, the fathers, sons, and brothers literally come marching north, and families here see their loved ones again, there is great wariness yet and still. And of course, there's also the building apprehension amongst the Serb public about their futures. Many of these people do not have jobs. This is a country of 10 or 11 million people. We know that at least 500,000, perhaps as many as 1.5 million people no longer have jobs. Basically, these people face, if nothing else, a shortage of money. There is no money to buy things because war has a crippling effect on people emotionally as well as on their economy. Rosemary?
Walter Rogers reporting from Belgrade. And just a reminder, CNN's reporting from Yugoslavia is subject to certain restrictions set by Yugoslav authorities. CNN must seek permission to videotape news events, and unrestricted travel outside of Belgrade is not permitted. Turning now to Indonesia, security is...
Hello, I'm Anand Naidu at CNN Center in Atlanta. Here's a quick look at our top stories. NATO and Yugoslav officials are discussing the alliance's terms for a Serb troop withdrawal from Kosovo. The two sides are meeting at an airbase in Kumanovo, Macedonia, Sources from both sides say several key sticking points remain. They include a timetable for the pullout and Belgrade's concerns that ethnic Albanian rebels could ambush departing troops. Last hour, we spoke with journalist Paul Refsdal, who's traveling with the Kosovo Liberation Army in central Kosovo. He said that, in spite of peace talks being held in Macedonia, nothing much has changed on the ground.
I can tell you there is no sign of Serb troop withdrawal here. The only troop movement the KLA say they have noticed is actually reinforcement of the Serbian offensive in western Kosovo, close to a city called Dečan. There's an offensive going on there now, and also in this area there has been some shelling and also some infantry attacks conducted by Serb forces, but it's not been as strong as the last week.
There were also several instances of shelling reported on Saturday in Albania, close to its border with Kosovo. No injuries were reported, but the border towns were evacuated for the safety of refugees and residents. Poll workers in Indonesia are preparing for Monday's parliamentary elections. Polling stations will open in about 11 hours for the country's first free elections in more than 4 decades. Turnout is expected to be heavy. 91% of the country's 130 million eligible voters have registered to cast ballots. For more on the Indonesian elections, be sure to watch our in-depth special coming up in about an hour. Indian warplanes are continuing to attack what Indian officials are calling Pakistani-backed infiltrators in Kashmir. Sunday's airstrikes come amid New Delhi's rejection of Pakistan's proposals for peace talks on the disputed region. Negotiations were scheduled to take place Monday, but now India says it wants to explore alternative dates for the talks. India and Pakistan have previously fought 2 wars over the Kashmir region. And that's an update of the headlines. Now, if you're watching in Asia, here's CNN Perspectives. And for our viewers elsewhere, we're waiting for NATO's daily briefing on the Kosovo crisis to begin. We'll bring that to you live when it happens. Until then, let's take a closer look at our top stories in world news. We begin with the crisis in Kosovo and the talks currently underway between NATO and Yugoslav army officials. The NATO daily press briefing on the Kosovo crisis is about to begin. Let's go to Brussels, Belgium.
As always, welcome to our briefing. And as always, you see General Yurts at the podium with me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, both tracks of NATO's strategy are continuing. On the one hand, we are continuing our air operations over Kosovo and Serbia, and on the other hand, we are accelerating our preparations for the implementation of a peace agreement, particularly by building up our forces in the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia to be ready to enter Kosovo as the Serb forces begin their withdrawal. As far as air operations are concerned, as always, General Yurts will give you the full details in just a moment. And as far as the preparations for the peace implementation force are concerned, you've seen yesterday a number of units, just about 2,000, essentially from the UK and Germany, arriving in the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, and many more are currently en route. This twin-track strategy, air operations on the one hand, preparing for the peace mission on the other, will continue until the Serbs accept and begin to implement the detailed military agreement that has been outlined to them by NATO commanders. The discussions between General Sir Mike Jackson and his team and the representatives of the Serb military are continuing. Now, I do not have the details at the present time of exactly what clarifications the Serbs have sought from General Jackson and what additional authority the Serb military commanders have brought with them today from Belgrade. However, I can say that the talks are continuing in a business-like, professional manner. However, there are a number of very technical, very complex issues to be discussed, and these talks in Kumanovo could take some time to conclude. But I would like to stress that it is in the interest of the Serbs for the process of signing and implementing the military agreement to be as rapid as possible. The linkage here is simple. We will not stop until they start, and as they are not yet starting their withdrawal, we are not yet stopping our air operations. At the same time, I would strongly advise the Yugoslav military forces in Kosovo not to use these final hours before their inevitable departure from the province to leave, as it were, a final calling card behind. I'm thinking particularly in terms of shelling of internally displaced persons inside Kosovo, or of the 15 mortar rounds that were fired into Albania yesterday, or of the firing across the border into the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, or of the looting that has been carried out in the last 2 days in Prizren and Pristina by Yugoslav forces. If this is a kind of final round before their departure, it would of course be in character, but at the same time it is something that we will be watching very closely indeed. You may have seen this morning that 80 refugees from a prison inside Kosovo crossed into Albania at the Marini crossing point, and in the view of the international humanitarian organizations, these 80 people were in the worst physical condition of any of the hundreds of thousands of refugees that have crossed over the last 2 months. NATO, of course, is concerned to help the refugees get back to their homes as soon as possible. And we are very conscious of the need to help these internally displaced people. Indeed, AFSALF, that is NATO's military planning branch in Naples, is currently looking at ways that we can help the internally displaced persons as soon as the Serb forces begin their withdrawal. Indeed, we have a long experience of dealing with President Milosevic. We know with him that you look at the fine print of the contract first and foremost. And that is why we are determined to nail down every last detail in this military technical agreement, so that later on there can be no misunderstanding, no misinterpretation, no ambiguity as to exactly what the Serbs are required to do. If that means that the talks at Kumanovo take a little bit longer and NATO has to continue its air operations, then so be it. Better safe than sorry. We know that a little bit of care and patience at the beginning, before you sign an agreement with Belgrade, is better than endless heartaches afterwards. So the Belgrade leadership should be clear. NATO is determined, NATO is resolved, and we will continue both our air operations and the build-up of our ground forces in theatre until the detailed agreement is signed and until we see clear signs that it is being effectively implemented. And now I would ask General Yurts to give you his daily military update.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, NATO aircraft flew more than 400 sorties. Strategic targets outside Kosovo were struck, as depicted on the slide. By attacking ammunition storage facilities, we continue to degrade Serb forces' capabilities. Our main concern at present, however, is the fighting on the ground inside Kosovo. NATO continued attacks against those forces with emphasis on artillery pieces and armor. You see an attack against a tank. And we will continue to hit such targets until the implementation of a withdrawal agreement. Despite the present meeting between NATO and Serb high-ranking military leaders with the ultimate goal to end Serb violence, there's evidence of ongoing Serb brutalities against their own population, I mean the Kosovo Albanians. Ground fighting in Kosovo was heavy in the west, along the Albanian-Kosovo border. This border region had two main areas of conflict in the Mount Pastrik vicinity and further north between Čakovica and Junik. We also see fighting in central Kosovo around Komaran, somewhat less intense, but still ongoing. Words have to be followed by appropriate actions. Listening to what is said by Serb authorities, Serb military forces obviously see it differently. We do have knowledge of mass looting in and around Pristina by Serb army and MAP forces. And referring to what Jamie just was cautioning Serb forces not to shell innocent people before Serb forces leave Kosovo, unfortunately, that is happening present time. We have recent reports about Serb military shelling known IDP positions in the area around Mitrovica. These actions may well be an indication for coming before a withdrawal could start. But as I have said before, intentions are not enough. They must be accompanied by actions. Yesterday I briefed you on cross-border firing into Albania and Macedonia. Artillery firing into Albania, as already mentioned, has continued today again, even though sporadically, in the Mount Pastric area and from positions between Čakovica and Junik. Coming to the air activities issue. Air defense activity was limited yesterday. Radars were quiet. There was no aircraft flying activity at all, and no surface-to-air missiles were fired at NATO aircraft. All NATO aircraft returned safely. Let me finish with some words of caution. As I just briefed you, fighting isn't over yet. Serb forces will not halt their operations until their senior commanders give them the order. Let us hope this will happen soon. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's military briefing.
Okay, we go as always to questions. Roy, I think your hand was up first today. Roy, the microphone from the other side.
Jamie, on this continued brutality and the looting and pillaging, if this continues after the signature or the agreement at Kumanovo, is NATO prepared to act in some way to counter it? And is the General Jackson warning the Serbs that their officers will be held accountable for these for putative war crimes?
Well, Roy, certainly. Once General Jackson has concluded the agreement with the Yugoslav commanders, we expect them to start their withdrawal immediately. It has to be an organized withdrawal, taking into account the routes that would have been agreed. And if there is any shilly-shallying or dilly-dallying along the way, particularly for the purposes of looting, then of course those forces will be subject to NATO air operations. That's clear. They will only be able to leave peacefully if they get on with the departure. That's absolutely crystal clear. As for the notion of war crimes, I think the record of the tribunal speaks for itself. Serb military commanders in Kosovo already have seen 4 of their leaders in Belgrade indicted, and therefore I hope that they would realize that just like Milosevic is not immune, they are not immune either. Mark, please.
It's evident that the talks have gone on longer than people had hoped. You'd hoped to get an agreement tomorrow. They're still going on now. There's lots of rumors of delays, of difficulties over the usual range of things. You've warned many times that this is a typical Serb tactic. At the same time, NATO air activity has been declining. You are still continuing operations, but it's going much less. Are you prepared to up the level of air operations if the Serbs continue to prevaricate in the talks, or if there is a breakup? So are you prepared to up the level of air activity to previous levels to force the Serbs to back down fully?
Well, yes, I can clearly say yes. We are ready and available with our forces to beef up whatever is necessary. And I think if we don't come to a conclusion down there, which I hope it will, in the whatever, the operations will be intensified, and the aircraft are in the area, the pilots are still there, and all the assets are still there.
Could I put that directly to Jamie as well? politically, we all know that some nations have declared publicly about ramping operations down, that obviously some nations are more hawkish than others. Do you think that there is the political will across the whole of NATO to increase air operations if the Serbs continue to prevaricate?
Mark, we haven't come this far only to stumble at the final hurdle. Of course not. We have not suspended air operations yet. As General Yurts has made it clear last night, if you were a Yugoslav soldier on the ground in Kosovo, it wasn't the best night of your life. And also struck a number of artillery pieces, so do not conclude that last night was insignificant. And therefore, all of the planes, all of the operations are ongoing. And we've made it clear that we will not stop the air operation until we see the Serb forces actually leave. And a signature on a dotted line on a piece of paper is not in itself sufficient to stop NATO's air operations. We have to see implementation immediately thereafter. So yes, if the Serbs are not willing to agree to the military technical agreement, then the consequences are there. Patricia.
I wanted to ask General Yurts what day the video of the tank was taken. Is that from the last 24 hours?
Which one now? You mean the shelling of... I didn't get the question.
The video of the tank.
No, the video of the tank was 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
Okay. Let's go to Jake, please.
Jamie, in the agreement being discussed, you've said that it contains a timetable for the withdrawal of Yugoslavian forces. Is it the case that it provides for, say, 24 hours worth of specific withdrawals, after which there will be a suspension of the bombing, or does it remain entirely a matter for discretion by NATO as to what stage of those withdrawals the suspension of the bombing comes?
Jake, it's the second. The agreement does not specify when NATO air operations will end. It simply specifies, among other things, how quickly and by which routes the Serb forces have to leave. It will be entirely up to the Secretary-General, in consultation with the North Atlantic Council, to judge when the moment has come, in terms of clear evidence of that withdrawal going ahead, to agree to a suspension of the air campaign. But we are using the word suspension, not halt or stopping. The sword of Damocles is a good technique for concentrating President Milosevic's mind, and that's why we'll keep that sword in place. Let's go to Norwegian television, please.
Has President Milosevic put his signature on any paper at all? And my second question would be, you keep telling us that these are negotiations, but it seems like the meetings are dragging out. What do you think the Serbs are trying to obtain?
Well, again, let's be clear. These are not negotiations. What NATO commanders are doing in Kumanovo is clarifying the terms which NATO is insisting that they follow in order to withdraw their forces. And there's a lot of detailed work, by the way. I mean, God, if you have a contractor for the construction of your house, I bet you spend a lot of time going over that, looking at the fine print and making sure that everything is tightened up very clearly so that there can be no difficulties or ambiguities later. It's a very important principle, particularly if you, as I say, don't want to be sorry. And that's what we're doing. We want to get all of these things very, very carefully marked down so that later on there is no room for misinterpretation or, oh, that's not the way we understood it. No, not at all. The Yugoslav commanders have got to understand this, and therefore I don't believe that the time we're taking for a complex operation, we're talking about the withdrawal in a short period of a number of air defense systems, of 40,000 troops, as I mentioned yesterday, of very many different types of unit, ranging from army to police to border guards, and in a short time frame. And therefore, as I say, it's best to get it right than to do it quick. Again, we will have the signature of Yugoslav military commanders representing the authorities in Belgrade on that piece of paper. Craig, please.
Question for both Jamie and General Yurts. Have you seen any signs of Serb troop movements that could be interpreted as preparations for withdrawal?
Well, Craig, General Yurts is the expert here. The two things I can mention very briefly, though, is that fighting has slowed down in the northern and central parts of Kosovo in recent days, but along the Albanian border, as you well know, the fighting has continued to be intensive. We have also seen a military train, move from Urasevac in the south to the northern part of Kosovo. but of course one train doesn't make a summer any more than one swallow does. So I think it's too early to predict that that means that the Yugoslavs are indeed preparing to withdraw.
I can just underline what Jamie said. We had one additional report of a number of civilian vehicles in the northern part of Kosovo moving towards the Kosovo border, but we don't know who's inside the civilian cars. For sure, they are not Kosovo Albanians going to Serbia. There might be some Serb population trying to go back to Serbia proper. But we have to just wait. But no clear sign of withdrawal at all.
Doug, please.
Could you tell us as many details as possible about the looting that you're seeing in Pristina? How are you seeing it? What scale is it? Which corps are involved?
Doug, I don't have details of this. All I know is that it took place on 2 days, on the 4th and the 5th of June, so yesterday and the day before yesterday, which gives us indications that troops may be trying to sort of help themselves before finally departing Kosovo. It looks as if they intend to leave as they began, which is extremely unfortunate. Jean-Marc.
About the same question to General Yurts. Is it fair to assume that the army is sustaining the bulk of the fighting in the southwest and that the MUP or paramilitary forces are doing the looting? Could you give us some details on these units? And second question to Jamie. Si vous pouviez nous préciser en français l'avertissement que vous adressez aux Serbes,
the warning which you are giving to the Serbs if they were tempted to drag their feet.
The looting is done by both throughout Kosovo. Even though the heavy fighting is actually ongoing, the ground fighting, VJ forces against UCK in the western part, as I already indicated. The shelling in the Mitrovica area, which I was mentioning, for sure was VJ troops, not MUP.
Non, comme je l'ai dit, nous avertissons les forces.
As I stated, we do not want them to leave a last calling card. And as far as the looting is concerned, before their departure, and the military activities, for instance, the 15 mortars which arrived in Albania, or the firings which were cross-border with the Macedonian Republic, and also the indication of artillery firings where you have IDPs within Kosovo. So we are monitoring this, and all the indications we receive will be transmitted to the tribunal as in the past.
Can you tell us to what extent the delays in the talks on the pullout are affecting preparations for KFOR deployment? Does SHAPE need all the details before it can hand over the plan to the NAC, or has this happened? And also, do you know, is the G8 foreign ministers meeting going ahead tomorrow?
My understanding is that the G8 foreign ministers meeting will take place in Bonn tomorrow afternoon. That's the latest I have on that. Obviously, what is going on in Kumanovo is not affecting the preparations for KFOR. The forces are streaming in, and they will be going up rapidly in the next few days. And KFOR itself is conducting many exercises on the territory of the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. And indeed, some of the engineers at Camp Able Sentry are building a much larger helicopter pad to facilitate incoming arrivals. Why the talks are going on, I think I've said that clearly, because we want to get it right. We want to pin down all of the detail. We want to make it watertight, and if that takes 2 extra hours, it will save us many days of agony subsequently. Antonio.
Thank you, Jamie. What will be the follow-up in terms of NATO? Will the ambassadors come back here today? Will the General Clark come also, or General Jackson will come here personally? And General, once the paper is signed, can we expect immediately a ceasefire? And how will this work with the KLA? Because so far, the declarations of the KLA people are going on another direction. They will be fighting until the last Serbian soldier will leave Kosovo.
As far as the Council is concerned, Antonio, the ambassadors are ready to meet as soon as we have news, definitive news, from Kumanovo. At the same time, the preparations for KFOR are ongoing. The OP plan, the operational plan, as revised by SACO, is currently with the Military Committee for approval and will be transmitted to ambassadors for approval very, very soon.
On the first question, Doug, once the paper is signed, ceasefire, of course, is a political decision, as already been indicated. Of course, NATO, we can cease fire in a minute. Even if the aircraft are already over Adriatic Sea or so, they can be called back by the means we have. So once the paper is signed, the MTA, it's a clear political decision, and then, of course, we, the military, will do stop the fighting. On the KLA problem, on the KLA issue, I don't anticipate that we are going to have a lot of trouble with the KLA, because one of the reasons, I think KLA, they want their people to go back home to their own country. And that's one of the reasons why we think that they will be following the guidances which they will get from us. And plus, there would be no reason at the moment for KLA to complicate NATO's efforts to get Kosovo Albanians back into their villages.
Sorry, John, can we expect, once the paper is signed, there will be no more bombing of Kosovo or Yugoslavia, or there will be still this waiting for the troops to leave Kosovo?
Once again, once the paper is signed, it has to go through the political channels before the decision has been made for ceasefire. But that can go within a short time period.
Antonio, as I pointed out very clearly, the signature on the paper isn't enough to stop NATO's air operations. It's tanks going by border posts, or at least between Kosovo and Serbia. That will be what we're looking for. Now, let's take just two very quick final questions. Very quick final questions. Luc, s'il vous plaît, Luc.
Two questions, please.
Deux questions.
Very briefly. The first is the following. Information we have talks about the Yugoslav military's position, saying that they can't withdraw as rapidly as you would like from Kosovo for obvious reasons, a lack of fuel, the fact that their vehicles have been destroyed by NATO's bombing, and the roads as well. They're in a poor condition, as you stated. So could we imagine that NATO would give additional time to the Yugoslavs for their withdrawal because of these objections, or would NATO assist the Serbs by supplying fuel, for instance? The time given by the agreement is clear, 7 days, and if the Serb forces have fuel to continue conducting their operations against the UCK, I think they'll be able to use that fuel to start up their reversing out of Kosovo. Kosovo isn't very big. We're not talking about 2,000 kilometers before getting to the border. And the roads that exist for withdrawal are there and have been designated clearly by General Jackson.
Question to the gentleman at the back.
You were giving us a scenario, signing the agreement, withdrawing the Serbian troops and stopping the bombing. Where does the UN resolution fit into this time frame?
The G8 foreign ministers are meeting tomorrow essentially to finalize the text of a UN Security Council resolution. Once that work is done, and hopefully it will be done successfully, the text can go off to New York and be voted upon quickly. As far as NATO is concerned, the quicker the better, but it does depend on the G8 tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore tomorrow we will continue the briefings, and I look forward to seeing you all, every single one of you, without exception, at 11 o'clock.
The NATO daily news briefing on the crisis in the Balkans. NATO spokesman Jeremy Shea said NATO will continue what he termed its twin-track strategy of pursuing the peace in the Balkans, while at the same time continuing its air campaign until the Serbians accept and implement the peace agreement. Shea said that the talks taking place in Macedonia between NATO military leaders and Yugoslavian officials were businesslike. The meeting in Macedonia is working out details of a Serb withdrawal from Kosovo. Shea warned the Serbians not to use these last days of their presence in Kosovo to attack Kosovo Albanians and loot homes in the province. On the battlefield, NATO said it had carried out some 400 sorties against Serbian military targets overnight. We'll have another news update in just over 30 minutes, but for now we're going to take a break.
Yesterday that the Yugoslav officials were not very pleased with. They took the document back and had discussions overnight. And one of the issues apparently, although NATO officials won't say it, is who maintains the border between Macedonia and Yugoslavia along the Kosovo province. There is a good probability that if the NATO forces go in, they would not like to have the difficulties that OSCE did when they were there as a verification mission. So we'll have to wait and see if that indeed becomes a stumbling block or they indeed agree at the end. We have seen NATO jets flying overhead here along the border, continuing the bombing runs, continuing the work of NATO while the discussions take place inside the tent. Anand?
Okay, thanks. Tom Mintier in Macedonia. One of the sticking points that remain in talks is Belgrade's concern that ethnic Albanian rebels could ambush the departing troops. A short time ago, we spoke with journalist Paul Refstel, who's traveling with the Kosovo Liberation Army in central Kosovo. He said that in spite of peace talks being...
It's the end just yet. Be premature to conclude that it's over. It will not be over until such time as there is an agreement on the military technical aspects of this that would provide for the withdrawal of Serb forces, the sequencing of that withdrawal, and then the movement of the KFOR, or the Kosovo peacekeeping force, going in. We are still working out those details as we speak, and so until that is concluded, and then until such time there's actual movement consistent with the working out of that technical agreement, then we would have a cessation or a pause in the bombing, and nothing will happen until that time. We will continue the air campaign until we see a manifestation, a verifiable manifestation of the movement of those forces out pursuant to this technical agreement.
And General Shelton, once that agreement is achieved, there is a cessation. What happens next?
Well, I'd just like to underscore, first of all, Wolf, that as that great philosopher Yogi Berra once said, it ain't over till it's over, and we've seen no demonstrable evidence that he's starting to pull out. But if that occurs, then, of course, we have the KFOR that Secretary Cohen referred to, about a 50,000-person force that eventually will go in. But early on, there's about a 16,000-person NATO force that's in Macedonia, FIROM at this time, that would be a part of the enabling force, those that would go in to keep it from being a void as the Serb forces were to pull out, if they were to pull out. The United States, of course, would provide a portion of that, both Army and Marines that would be going in as a part of that NATO force.
Secretary Cohen, why do you believe that the Yugoslav president, Slobodan Milosevic, apparently has now blinked?
Well, I think it's too early to reach any judgments on that. I think it's a combination of factors that involve to bring us to where we are today. Number one, there has been Allied unity. Milosevic has thought from the beginning that he could split the alliance. He has been unsuccessful. Secondly, he thought that he'd be able to bring some kind of international community influence to bear. He's been unable to do that. So politically, he's isolated. Economically, he's taking his country back decades into the past, and militarily, he is being hit and pounded each day to the point where he's starting to lose a good portion of his military infrastructure. So a combination of that, the Antasari, Chernomyrdian, a visit and their diplomatic initiatives, that of Stroll Talbot and others, combination of the military and the diplomacy has brought us to this point. But as we've indicated, it's not over yet.
If it is, though, over, General Shelton, if this agreement works out, the withdrawal begins, the peacekeepers go in, what will you draw as a military man from the lessons learned? Can air power alone work in a situation like this?
Wolf, I think it's too early at this point to start talking about lessons learned from an ongoing campaign, but certainly some of the things that we've seen at this point is the great unity and the cohesion of the NATO alliance. First time that we've always known in theory that we could fight together. We trained that way, but this is the first time we've actually had a chance to go out and do it. We also have found as a part of this that the combined force, working together, has been very interoperable. You only have to stand at Aviano Air Base for a few minutes and watch the first two jets taking off being Americans, the second one Spanish FA-18s, the next one British Tornados, to see how well this is coming together. And finally, I would say one of the things we've seen is something we knew all along, but reaffirmed, is that we have a tremendous United States Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps team, consummate professionals that are out doing exactly what they've been trained to do and doing it in a very highly professional manner.
Yet the criticism continues. Even this morning, the House Majority Leader Dick Armey was on Meet the Press. He complained that the planning for this entire 70-plus day operation was flawed from day one. Listen to what Dick Armey said earlier today.
I still believe it was a mistake to get in the way we did. I think we've caused Milosevic to be so much bolder in persecuting the Kosovo Albanians. We've got 1 million refugees out there I don't think we would have had. As you know, he's been brutal in his treatment of the KLA. That treatment would have gone on, but my own view is the harshness of the treatment of the population at large was so much greater because of that.
Those are pretty strong words, strong criticism.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of revisionism taking place. If we go back to the fall, we saw there's some 400,000 refugees up in the hills. And it was only because of the United States leading NATO to threaten Milosevic at that time to let those refugees come down from facing a sure fate of either starving or freezing to death. There were no good options involved in this. This was the best of bad options, and to build on what the chairman has said, we have to praise our men and women in uniform in our Air Force and other services who have taken this issue in a period of 10 days, 10 weeks rather, and out of that 10 weeks, roughly 15 days of clear weather to bring the kind of pressure to bear that we have done is an extraordinary effort, notwithstanding all the critics. Now, it's not only Representative Armey, there are many more critics, but I would say there's an old expression, through jaundiced eyes, everything looks yellow. We have to look in terms to see what we have done here, and we have, I think, performed magnificently under very, very difficult circumstances, holding together 19 countries, all of whom have different alliance interests, have different commercial interests, have different ethnic compositions. To hold that 19-country group together to carry out this mission has been nothing short of a major success.
General Shelton, we're hearing, and maybe you can confirm it for us, that since the agreement was announced in Belgrade, the parliament there accepted it, President Milosevic accepted it, until now, the U.S. and NATO airstrikes are continuing. There's been no suspension, but they've been severely curtailed. They've been drastically modified. The instructions to pilots have changed. Update us on what exactly the ground rules are now as these airstrikes continued, apparently, in a modified form.
Well, the information that they have continued is certainly accurate, and the whole team that has been participating in this for the last, at least for the last couple of weeks, remains in place. Last night, for example, we flew about 400 sorties. That in effect, I'm sure if you ask the Serbs or the MUP that are on the ground in Serbia and in Kosovo right now, if it's been curtailed, they'd probably have a different viewpoint.
But of those 400 sorties, how many included bombs or missiles that were fired or dropped?
Right at 100, just a little less than 100, that were strike sorties that went in that dropped bombs.
But have you stopped going after targets outside of Kosovo? Around Belgrade, for example, civilian, the dual-purpose targets, are you still going after those?
We are still going after targets both in Kosovo as well as up in Serbia itself. In fact, some of those struck last night caused the air alarm sirens in Belgrade to go off, I'm told. So they're still fairly close.
Some say, Secretary Cohn, that if you do suspend the airstrikes and at some point down the road there's a snag, it will be very hard to get those 19 NATO allies back on board to resume the airstrikes.
Which is one of the reasons why we're taking all deliberate precautions here to make sure that there is no misunderstanding in terms of the terms of this agreement that Milosevic has signed up to in the presence of President Ahtisaari and Victor Chernomyrdin. We all have to be very clear on what the issues are and what their commitment is, and that's why it's taken time to work out these details, because we are not going to have a pause until there's a clear understanding and then a follow-through on their part to carry this out.
The NATO casualties were pretty remarkable. They were virtually none. A couple of accidents. There was the two pilots for the Apache, a German tank accident. But basically, there were 0 NATO casualties in the course of these 70-plus days, General Shelton. The Serbs estimate that they had 1,800 casualties. The NATO estimate that 5,000 to 10,000 Serb military personnel may have been killed or injured in the course of this operation. Yet the casualties now, ironically, could go up in the case of peacekeeping, given the landmines, the booby traps, the threats that exist to 7,000 U.S. peacekeepers who will be part of this 50,000 member force going into Kosovo. How worried should Americans be right now that there could be casualties, NATO-U.S. casualties?
Well, this will be a very uncertain conditions under which our force would go in, the enabling force initially, followed by the K4 force that arrives in. This is a very well-armed, well-equipped, and we are prepared to deal with an uncertain environment, but certainly there are lots of, there's an infrastructure that's missing. There are bridges that we will have to now be able to cross with this force. There are minefields. We, of course, would anticipate that the Serbs will be cooperative in coming back and helping identify some of those, but we also know that given the type of environment that they're going into, the hazards will abound, and we'll have to plan accordingly.
All right, we're going to have to take a quick commercial break, but we have a lot more to talk about. When we come back, keeping the peace. I'll ask Secretary Cohen and General Shelton how long U.S. troops will remain on the ground in Kosovo. Stay with us.
Past the 18th century Japanese screen there on the right and step inside the office of a billionaire CEO who runs his Silicon Valley company like a samurai. It's an austere, sleek office with few clues to the owner's business, but his passions are clear. From sea captains to captains of the galaxy. On the desk, Captain Kirk's phaser gun. Better not point it at this green ceramic bowl. It dates back to around 200 BC. And this horse goes back to about 700 AD. These 17th century hand-painted Japanese screens describe an epic samurai naval battle. The man who works here is fighting a different kind of war, trying to win back the total marketplace dominance his software company enjoyed in the 80s. Stay tuned, and we'll tell you where we are. So who is the executive who collects ancient art and Star Trek toys? It's Larry Ellison, the founder and CEO of Oracle Corporation, the world's largest database software company. He also has some neat things that don't quite fit into an office, like his 78-foot, $3 million yacht and 4 personal planes.
Watch Fortune at these times. More people log on to CNN interactive websites than any other content-driven news area on the web. For personalized news, business, sports, and politics, the #1 location for information is CNN Interactive.
Business Unusual, Sundays on CNN International.
Our diplomatic and military efforts will continue until we see Serb forces begin to withdraw in a full-scale manner. Our experience in the Balkans teaches us that true peace can only come when progress in discussions is followed by progress on the ground.
President Clinton responding to Yugoslavia's acceptance of the peace plan. Welcome back to Late Edition. We're talking with U.S. Defense Secretary William Cohen and General Hugh Shelton, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Secretary Cohen, a lot of concern about the Kosovo Liberation Army, that they may not be on board. Are they on board? Are they going to be willing to demilitarize and cooperate and not take revenge against the Serbs?
Well, everything we've seen to date would indicate that they would indeed be on board, because the objective of getting all of the Serb forces out will be achieved, assuming this agreement, in fact, is concluded. And so I would assume that many of the leaders in the military will become part of their political establishment. They will have autonomy at the local level. They will establish their own institutions, and so there would be no need for them to seek revenge against others. Plus, you also have the international peacekeeping force there and a provisional arrangement for some period.
General Shelton, will the U.S. and NATO military take active measures to disarm the KLA?
Well, in the area of demilitarization, it has been understood from the very beginning that the KLA would in fact be demilitarized, which means in essence stop existing as military units. There has never been an agreement that they would be disarmed per se, but certainly taking off the uniform, no longer existing as a unit, getting rid of the heavy weapons, etc., would be part of the agreement.
How long do you believe, Secretary Cohn, U.S. troops, the 7,000 peacekeepers who eventually are supposed to go into Kosovo, how long will they be there?
I don't think anyone can predict at this point. It would appear that it would be easier to have this kind of a peacekeeping arrangement in Kosovo itself because you don't have the multi-ethnic type of arrangements that we had in Bosnia. But I would point out with respect to Bosnia, when we first went in, the United States was, we had roughly 20,000. We're down to about 6,200 now, and we will go even lower. So we have systematically downsized our presence as these institutions have started to take root in Bosnia. We would expect the same type of progress we made, and I would hope even on a more expedited basis, but no one can predict at this point how long it will take.
The U.S. military likes to have a structure, an exit strategy. Is there an exit strategy for getting the U.S. troops out of the Balkans?
Well, I think we always have to look at, before we take the first step, we need to look at what the exit strategy will be. And assuming that this agreement goes forward as currently been negotiated, then we need to be looking at how we would come out in the end. But as the Secretary had said, the first thing we've got to do is establish a secure environment, a safe and secure environment that will enable the rest of the international community to move in, be that the UN, OSCE, the European Union, the international community to establish a government, to in fact carry out the, reestablish the Kosovar economy, get a police force back in, the institutions of government, and as that stands up, then the military can be reduced, just as it has been in Bosnia, from 60,000 initially, right down to the force now that's less than 20, with the U.S. having only about 6,000 of that.
All right. Secretary Cohn, we know that the peacekeeping plan for Kosovo includes 5 separate areas in Kosovo, a U.S. area, British, French, German, Italian. Where would the Russians fit in, assuming they're willing to participate in this peacekeeping force?
Well, they would fit in much like they do, hopefully, if they choose to do so. There's no guarantee that the Russians will, in fact, participate. To the extent that they do, we would hope it would be along the lines that they're participating in Bosnia right now. They're alongside of U.S. forces. You will not have one sector where they're only U.S. You will have multinational sectors so that they could serve in a sector alongside of other either NATO or indeed non-NATO nations who also are now lining up to contribute forces to the peacekeeping mission.
You know, Viktor Chernomyrdin on Saturday made it clear that he doesn't think that the Russian troops will be under a NATO umbrella. Listen to what Viktor Chernomyrdin said.
As far as Russian presence goes, we will never be under the command of NATO. Never. It is out of the question. This issue has not been discussed at all. We would have put the question directly, according to our legal system, according to our laws, according to our morals. We will never be under NATO.
It can be only one command structure. That will be under NATO command and control. The Russians can participate much as they're participating in Bosnia, but they cannot be separate command structures.
So if they come in, they will be under NATO command?
They will be under an arrangement whereby it is acceptable to them and to us, but ultimately NATO has to be in charge.
What instructions will U.S. military personnel have, General, as far as Slobodan Milosevic, an indicted war criminal, is concerned, and his colleagues, others who have been indicted? Will you order U.S. military personnel to go after them?
Well, if that's not a military decision per se, that is a political decision to be made. As you know, we've been very successful in the PIFWIC operation in Bosnia, but in terms of Milosevic, we all agree, the international community agrees that he belongs in The Hague, but that is to be determined at a later date in terms of what his final status would be, and I suspect the Serbian people. We all understand Serbia would be better off without him at the helm, that he belongs in The Hague, but that's not a military mission at this time.
Secretary Cohn, what's the future of Slobodan Milosevic?
I think that the Serbian people are going to look very critically on what he has brought them during the past decade. 4 wars, tens of thousands of people killed, the structure of the economy set back decades. I think that they're going to look very harshly and critical upon him. I dare say they probably would look at him as Cromwell looked at a parliament and said, you've stayed too long, but that's up to them to decide. In the meantime, the International War Crimes Tribunal will proceed with gathering the evidence and the presentation of evidence against Mr. Milosevic.
Okay, Secretary Cohn, General Shelton, good of you to come back.
We don't see it that way at all. What's happening here is that in the Blace talks, as I indicated to you earlier, the Serbs put forward positions inconsistent with the Ahtisaari-Chernomir agreement, primarily on the withdrawal question, that we felt were not consistent with that agreement. Meanwhile, as I've told many of you before, the Russians have made no secret of the fact they wanted a bombing pause yesterday, the day before yesterday. In fact, 73 days ago, they wanted a bombing pause. Meanwhile, Russian Secretary Albright is working with Foreign Minister Ivanov and the other ministers to try to work their way through this resolution, if possible. Well, what they're doing right now is working with us and the other ministers to try to advance the process so that a resolution can be agreed at the ministerial level to be sent to New York with instructions to pass the resolution. The exact synchronization of all these activities is not something I'm prepared to get into.
The Russians complained that some of the aspects of the military talks should be discussed through the
withdrawal, for example. Yeah. The sequence, the details of the withdrawal should be discussed in Blace, in the military technical agreement.
The Russians saying they should be discussed in the United Nations.
I haven't heard that anywhere. No, I think there was a misunderstanding about that. There isn't any discussion of timetables, details of the withdrawal here. They're focused on the security and civil presence. That's what they're working on.
Is the question of Chapter 6 or Chapter 7?
I think it's understood that the military presence would be under Chapter 7.
Does it matter for Beto if he's here when
No, not on the military question.
What is the most difficult point?
I don't know.
Most difficult point. What is the most difficult point?
The one that I don't want to talk about.
This is live coverage from Königswinter in Germany, where members of the Group of 8 industrialized nations are meeting to discuss a United Nations resolution for the conflict in Kosovo. We apologize for the poor sound quality of the audio there. The U.S. State Department spokesman Jamie Rubin was outlining the early progress in the talks, which take place a day after NATO and Yugoslav generals walked away from talks at implementing a withdrawal of Yugoslav forces from Kosovo. We're waiting for a proper briefing to come out of those talks there in Königswinter. We'll bring you that live as it takes place. Rubin said there that the ministers' meeting want it to be possible for the UN resolution to go ahead. He said there's signs that there is some progress, but he said that NATO wants the adoption of a text for a security operation with NATO at its core. Part of the problem there, because Russia has accused NATO of destroying all the progress the Russian envoy has made by trying to exclude the United Nations from its proper role in the process. We'll keep you updated. There's news coming up in about 5 minutes. Stay tuned to CNN.
Around cultural identity.
Discussing these issues practically is not something that is being done.
Eine Frage hier.
Here.
Bitte? Bitte? Yeah?
Yes, Minister Fischer, you mentioned just now the need of making compromise. I wonder which are the compromise you reached today and how you formulate it in the draft of this resolution.
I can only tell you that out of 18 open points, 20 open points, we have managed to solve 17, which is quite a lot of work we've done. Work of approaching our points. And the remaining points will be concluded tomorrow. We will try to solve them tomorrow, following the Cologne tradition of solving problems.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, in case anybody misunderstands the reference to compromises, there is no compromise in the draft we're discussing on the Chernomir and Ahtisaari text. That text is fully represented in this resolution, and none of us are in any way proposing any compromise on that text.
Im Gegenteil, das war die gemeinsame Grundlage.
This was the basis for our work, just as well as the G8 principles. 2 more questions.
May I ask Monsieur Védrine if we could hear some more about your proposal on synchronicity, I believe, how all of these things are to fall into place one after another, and how you envision the next couple of days unfolding. Thank you.
Synchronized diplomacy.
Je crois qu'il vaut mieux attendre la conclusion
I
demain
think we have to wait for the decision tomorrow
pour voir les résultats.
to get the results.
Je peux redire ce
But
que j'ai dit à Paris
I
depuis
can say
un certain
what I
nombre de
have
jours,
been saying
qui
for
est que
days,
il faut faire converger
which is that we have to converge
pour les détails.
all the processes, but we will have to wait for the details for tomorrow.
Letzte Frage.
The last question.
Bitte.
Robert van der Roer, Dutch NRC Handelsblad. Could you be slightly more specific on the 3 open standing points, please?
I
could, but I do not want to. We hope that we will solve all the problems tomorrow, and then we can give you the whole resolution. And you will see that it is a very good resolution. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Joschka Fischer there, the German foreign minister, wrapping the brief news conference by the G8 foreign minister, making clear they have not finalized a UN resolution to take to the Security Council. He said they'd made good progress, but there are still 3 outstanding points which they have not resolved because the points need to be discussed and consulted with the Russian government. Foreign Minister Ivanov feeling the need there to consult with his bosses back in Moscow. However, they do believe that they will try to resolve those tomorrow, Tuesday morning, when they meet next. We'll be right back with a full coverage of the latest on Yugoslavia. Stay with us.
Today, Nortel Networks is changing the way businesses communicate.
Here come old Flat Top. He come grooving up slowly. He got Juju eyeball. He's saying, I know you. You know.
It's been clear that we welcome and have worked toward having a UN resolution passed on the peacekeeping forces. Secretary Albright has worked very hard today in Germany on this subject. There's still some more work to be done. We will begin again early tomorrow with continuing on that effort. And as I said, I can't tell you how things will ultimately be synchronized, only to say that our bottom line position is the air campaign will continue until we see this withdrawal.
Joe, is there any reason to believe that there's any good faith at all?
From the White House, spokesman Joe Lockhart made it clear the air campaign continues until there is a verifiable withdrawal of Serb forces. The military talks, of course, are still suspended, and the G8 foreign ministers have just ended their meetings for this evening, saying they will continue tomorrow. They have made substantial progress, but they have not finalized a UN Security Council.
And who does not. They have not said in any way, shape, or form that they wanted to restrict some Kosovars, some people who lived here, from returning. As it's been explained to me, the one thing that is paramount in the mind of the government is that it can show it has maintained its sovereignty over Kosovo province. This is how they expect to sell this deal to their own people. Marina?
CNN's Jim Clancy reporting from Pristina. And to recap, the group of 8 industrialized nations, including Russia, have agreed on a draft United Nations resolution to end the conflict in Kosovo. The structure of the eventual peacekeeping force, however, is still a matter of some debate. NATO insisting that it will have command and control of the force, while Russia says its contribution of peacekeepers will not be under NATO command. And we'll be back with more world news after this break.
This has been CNN Breaking News.
We shall need to be as resolved and as determined now in implementing it. We are close to having all the elements in place, but until we are certain that Milosevic has embarked on the withdrawal of all his forces, NATO's military action will continue. We can also now start planning, in earnest, for the reconstruction of the Balkans to give the peoples of the region the security and prosperity they need to avoid future wars. The future of these frontline states, many of which I have visited in the past few weeks, should be one of peace and prosperity, not ethnic conflict. The people of a democratic Serbia can also benefit from reconstruction and integration into the mainstream of Europe. But let me be clear, that cannot happen while there is a nationalist dictator in power in Belgrade. Until Milosevic goes, Serbia cannot take its true place in the family of world nations. Madam Speaker, events in Kosovo overshadowed other issues at the European Council, but other important work was done too. The European Council appointed Javier Solana to the new post of Secretary General of the Council and High Representative for Common Foreign and Security Councils. Mr. Solana is a friend of Britain, a highly capable operator, as we've seen during the Kosovo crisis. His new appointment will boost the effectiveness and credibility of the common foreign and security policy, and I warmly welcome it. There was also a full discussion of economic policy. The European Council unanimously reaffirmed that sustainable non-inflationary growth and increased employment required comprehensive structural reforms at European Union and national levels. The message is clear in the broad economic guidelines which the European Council approved and in the new European Employment Pact. So far as the future development of the Union is concerned, the European Council took a number of important steps. It heard a strong statement from the President-elect of the Commission about his plans for reform of that institutional reform. The European Council welcomed the new European Anti-Fraud Office, agreed upon at the ECOFIN Council on the 25th of May, and which will permit the Union to step up the fight against fraud, corruption and mismanagement. Agreement was reached on the further development of a common European security and defence policy, building on the ideas which we outlined last year and which were warmly endorsed by NATO at its Washington summit in April. The European Council confirmed that an intergovernmental conference will be called early next year to resolve the issues which were left open at the Amsterdam European Council and which need to be settled before enlargement. The European Council also endorsed an initiative by Prime Minister Guterres of Portugal to convene next March, under the Portuguese presidency, a special meeting of the European Council. This will be entirely devoted to economic reform and employment. This initiative is very welcome. It follows the call for such an event at the Anglo-Spanish Summit on the 10th of April. We are making real headway in promoting economic reform in Europe, which, as I've repeatedly said in this House, is essential to ensure sustained growth and the unqualified success of the single currency. The Council also, Madam Speaker, rejected the notion of ending tax competition or of the harmonisation of business and income taxes. Instead, it decided sensibly merely that harmful tax competition should be avoided. And it actually advocated lower business and labour costs. Unfortunately, though we had the support of 13 out of the 14 other member states, we could not reverse the duty-free decision taken by the previous government in 1991. Since they agreed to it being reversible only if there was unanimity. So, Madam Speaker, at the Council as a whole, substantial progress was made on economic reform, but it was, as I said at the outset, rightly and understandably dominated by Kosovo. Let us hope the process, begun at this Council and taken forward today at the G8, is going to come swiftly to a secure and just conclusion, ending the obscenity of ethnic cleansing and obtaining justice at last for the people of Kosovo.
Madam Speaker, may I begin by concurring with the Prime Minister that the outline agreement on Kosovo reached last week is very encouraging, as indeed is some of the further news that he has announced about the agreement of the G8 today, and that we must now ensure, through all the difficulties which are bound to arise, that these agreements are implemented in full. We agree with him that the air campaign must not stop until there is a verifiable withdrawal of Serb forces. And on this, the government has the support of the opposition, as it does on the announcement of additional deployment of British troops to the region. The key test of any agreement is whether all the refugees can return in safety to their homes. And this raises a number of questions. First, does he agree that the ground force will have to be effectively NATO-led, and that the unified command structure he has referred to will have to run throughout the whole of Kosovo in order to avoid any de facto partition of Kosovo? Will the UN resolution achieve that? Second, is the Prime Minister confident that the KLA will demilitarize as set out in the agreement? What exactly does demilitarization mean in this context, and how will it be achieved? Third, the Rambouillet Accords provided for an international meeting 3 years after the agreement entered force to determine the mechanism for a final settlement based at least partly on the will of the people. This provision is excluded from last week's outline agreement. In what way will the views of the Kosovar Albanians be reflected in the determination of the final status of Kosovo? Both sides of the House agree that there is still an enormous amount to do. We must oversee the refugees' return, and of course we must ensure that the events in Kosovo are not repeated there or elsewhere. Can the Prime Minister elaborate on plans to bring greater stability and peace to the region in the longer term, so that people can enjoy, as he has said, peace and prosperity instead of ethnic conflict in the future? Kosovo was the most pressing issue at Cologne, but many other decisions taken there were important to Britain. Why didn't the Prime Minister put forward the case for the kind of Europe which the British public want to see, a Europe which does less and does it better, which cleans up its act? When is he going to stop saying one thing in Britain and then caving in during the negotiations? 2 years ago, he vetoed a proposal on European defence on the grounds that it would weaken the US commitment to Europe and that it was an ill-judged transplant operation. But why has he now supported a proposal which is in effect the same? Is it not a mistake to create a second defence alliance in Europe which will overlap with NATO and threaten to undermine the United States' commitment to NATO? And what is the EU doing proposing an army when it can't even run an audit system properly yet? He's always claimed, and he's claimed again today, that he will resist tax harmonisation. But the communiqué says that good progress has been made on proposals on the taxation of investment income, that there is agreement on proposals for a directive on the taxation of savings that will be reached this year, that work on a framework for the taxation of energy will continue, and that a further report on reinforced tax policy cooperation is being prepared. Why in Cologne did he agree to the most comprehensive plan yet for tax harmonisation? And why, when people in this country want to maintain the veto, did he agree to a communiqué which calls for the extension of qualified majority voting, in other words, a further erosion of the veto? And finally, can the Prime Minister explain the lamentable summit shenanigans over the single currency? The Prime Minister of Luxembourg said memorably, "The moment for unfettered panic has not arrived." Instead, they opted for a spot of carefully controlled panic. Statements were issued and then withdrawn. As the Times said, European leaders bungled an attempt to bolster the ailing euro, spreading confusion through the foreign exchanges, sending the euro tumbling towards fresh record lows. We read that from now on, only 2 people in Europe will be allowed to speak about the single currency. Judging by the Prime Minister's European election campaign, he is not privileged to be one of them. Isn't it time that the position of the government at these meetings reflected the views of the people of the country? Isn't it time that the priority of the government was to act in the interests of Britain rather than seeking at every opportunity to go with the flow of Europe? Does he not recognise that most people in this country don't want any more powers transferred from Britain to European institutions? They want their taxes decided in this House. They oppose his plans to scrap the pound. They want basically to be in Europe, not run by Europe.
Madam Speaker, first of all, if I can deal with what he said on Kosovo, I thank him for his support. Secondly, in relation to the force, it does have to have a NATO core and it must have a unified chain of command. That is absolutely clear. And no, there must be no de facto partition. There must be no question of a de facto partition of Kosovo. In relation to the Rambouillet Accords and the position of the Kosovo Albanians, of course, the Rambouillet Accords are specifically mentioned in the resolution. There's now going to have to be a discussion of what is the right future for Kosovo, but in the meantime, there is going to be a civil administration internationally guaranteed, and there will be substantial autonomy for the people of Kosovo. And I cannot see them having any confidence in the rule from Serbia whilst Milosevic remains in power. I think that is very clear indeed. And in respect of the longer-term issues of the Balkans, I think it is essential that we begin work as soon as possible on a regeneration program for the Balkans, because many of these frontline states have given us support, states like Bulgaria and Romania, states like Macedonia and Albania, in circumstances of intense internal difficulty. Theirs has been a far more difficult path than countries like ours, and it is essential that, yes, they are indeed, in a sense, given their reward for that, that we show them there is a different path for the future. There are forces in some of these countries, in the frontline states, who would be perfectly happy to see their politics dominated by ethnic conflict. We have got to show that the values of democracy pay off. And when we think of, over the past 10 years, how much the international community will have spent resolving conflict in the Balkans, it is at least worth thinking of how we can make some prudent investment in ensuring we never have to go and sort out further conflicts in the future. So I think it is important we begin work on that as soon as possible. Now, in relation to Europe, I think he is not quite accurately set out the terms of the agreements that we entered into. First of all, in respect of defence, he asked why it's...
And we've been watching live coverage from the British House of Commons, where British Prime Minister Tony Blair was speaking and reacting to the latest U.S. and United Nations resolution to end the conflict in Kosovo. He said that the NATO bombing continues till there is a verifiable end and Serb withdrawal of forces. And he also said it's essential for the planning and reconstruction of the Balkans. He said till Milosevic goes, Serbia cannot take its rightful place on the world stage. And he also said essential longer term to show that there is a different path for the future of the Balkans, that they don't have to have domestic politics dominated by ethnic conflict. And we'll be back right after this short break.
This has been a CNN live event.
Look, son, I know you're going to Dublin on business, but if you get a chance, will you look up your cousins in Clare?
Well, I'll try.
Yeah, and my friend Meg in Galway.
Hey, great uncle.
Hi,
I'm Kevin Lane.
Noreen Hennessy.
How are you? Donna Colbride.
Hello,
Brendan Campbell.
So, should we get going?
Yeah, sure.
You
want to stay in touch while you're away?
Hi, Dad. Yeah, I'm in Dublin.
Just dial the AT&T access number of the country you're in.
Yeah, I know.
And charge it to your calling card or credit card.
I'll try. I will. Dad, I gotta go.
AT&T Direct Service makes it easy.
Yeah, Dad, there's someone here who wants to talk to you.
Dennis? He's a spitting image of you.
Dennis? I bet you haven't got a clue who you're talking to.
Dennis, hi, it's Anna. It's great to see Kevin.
Should we call your Uncle Dan? There's loads of people here who want to talk to you.
Danny, how's Minneapolis?
Kevin, is it too early to call San Jose?
Look for AT&T access numbers in the Herald Tribune or USA Today.
Food. It's the foundation of life. But for more than 1 billion people in developing countries, getting enough to eat is a daily struggle. And the problem will only get worse over the next 25 years as we need to provide food for 2 billion more people without the benefit of additional resources. But there are solutions. We're the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, CGIAR, the world's largest agricultural research partnership. Our scientists have pioneered new varieties of wheat, rice, potatoes, beans, and cassava that have fed up to 2 billion more people in the last 30 years. Our seed banks hold one of the world's largest collections of plant genetic resources, preserving nature's diversity and allowing the development of new crops. These agricultural technologies are available for free to everyone. At the CGIAR, we're working with and for the poor, finding solutions that will benefit everyone. Because hunger is everyone's concern.
We now go and show you some tape of an earlier event that we covered here on CNN of the Hungarian President Arpad Gonc. He is on an official 5-day visit to the United States. Let's listen.
I have this opportunity to welcome President Gonc to the United States and to reaffirm our strong friendship with Hungary, and what a good time it is for this visit to be occurring as we are doing our best to bring an end to the conflict in Kosovo, to reverse the ethnic cleansing, and to build a new future for all of southeastern Europe. I know all the Americans here know that there are hundreds of thousands of ethnic Hungarians living in Vojvodina in northwestern Serbia. This is a very, very important issue for Hungary, and we are determined to bring it to a successful conclusion, to reverse the ethnic cleansing and to see the refugees go home. And the President and his country's support of this endeavor has been absolutely critical.
Mr. President, are the Russian troops...
Security Council to pass this resolution, and if it does, do you expect that Milosevic will comply in good faith?
Well, the answer to the first question is yes, I expect the UN Security Council will adopt it.
No veto?
I don't expect so. The Russians are supporting it. We got the agreement in Bonn this morning early our time, and I had a talk already with President Yeltsin about it. In terms of compliance, that's what we're interested in, and we want to see compliance. And when there is evidence that full withdrawal has begun, we will suspend the bombing and then monitor that for compliance. But keep in mind, our military people in the military-to-military contacts between NATO and the Serbs will work out the logistics of Serb withdrawal and the international security force coming in so as not to create a vacuum. And I think that all that will be worked out in a satisfactory manner. But our interest is in, our opinions won't matter. What will matter is what actually happens.
Will the Russian troops, peacekeepers, be under NATO control, command?
I don't expect that to happen, but I do expect that there will be an acceptable level of coordination the way we worked it out in Bosnia. I hope there'll be something like what we did in Bosnia, because it worked there. And we had the command and control intact so that our soldiers and our mission could be protected. The Russians were involved, as it happens in Bosnia, as you know, in the American sector, where we work together with them very closely. And I have been very pleased with that cooperation. I think it's quite important for the Russians to be involved in this.
Once the peace will be implemented, what commitment the U.S. have to reconstructing the region? How will the new Marshall Plan look like, and what role Hungary can play in that?
Well, it's interesting. That's what the President said to me this morning, that the most important thing is that we rebuild the region now. And we, as you know, at the NATO meeting here in Washington a few weeks ago, we had a meeting in which all of us committed to be a part of the reconstruction of southeastern Europe. The details will have to be worked out. I expect the EU will be in the lead. The United States will certainly support that. But what I would like to see is all the countries in the region participating. And I like not only the analogy of the Marshall Plan, but also the work that was done between the West and Hungary, Poland, and the Czech Republic after the Berlin Wall fell. That is, we should be supporting democracy and human rights, as well as economic development. Obviously, I hope that Serbia will be a part of that, but in order to be a part of that, I think Serbia will have to observe the same standards and have the same sort of government and the same devotion to the human rights of its people and to others that all the other countries in the region have. But the plan is yet to be worked out. We don't have the details of that yet, but there's plenty of time for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
10 years ago, Slobodan Milosevic took away the autonomy of the other provinces in Serbia. Will that be addressed in the final peace plan?
First things first, sir. Let's get the First things first.
What do you suspect the motion is up to, sir, in delaying implementation of the agreement?
And you've just been watching an earlier tape we have of the United States President Bill Clinton commenting on Kosovo while he was receiving at the White House Hungarian President Arpad Gonc, who is on an official visit to the United States. The trip is Gonc's first official visit to the U.S. during his 9 years.
Weg nennt, nicht exklusiv für uns beiden, sondern auch offen für andere.
That's German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder there speaking at the British Prime Minister's residence, 10 Downing Street, discussing the issue on Kosovo. As we know, the G8-7 has come up, summit has come up with a resolution. Let's go now to CNN's Walter Rogers, who's in Belgrade, and give us an update from there. Walter.
Hello, Riz. The Yugoslav news media is reporting the G8 agreement for ending the hostilities here without comment. Officially, the government in Belgrade is reserving judgment, indicating there may be no official government response until the issue goes before the United Nations Security Council. A senior government official was suspect of claims that the 7 industrial democracies plus Russia have now come up with a unified position. He also suggested U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright and Britain's Foreign Minister Robin Cook may be exaggerating their own success. Some Serb cynicism may be based on the continuing NATO airstrikes. Last night, Yugoslavia's 2 largest cities, Belgrade.
Blair has been emphasizing in Austria, and whatever in the consultations between England and France in Saint-Malo has been in the middle, in the focus. We have always been interested in gaining a basis, and that's something we have achieved in Cologne, which shows that the integration of Europe is not only something in terms of the economy and in the social policy has been progressing, but also in the important issue of defense policy.
Prime Minister, it seems that within a few days British forces might enter Kosovo, undoubtedly a perilous military operation with so many mines and booby traps in Kosovo. Are you braced, and should the British people be braced for significant levels of British casualties?
First of all, I would like to pay tribute to the dedication and professionalism and commitment of our armed forces throughout the past few weeks. And yes, they will be called upon to go into a difficult situation there. But we believe that if we have the necessary cooperation and the right command structure, then our forces can operate with the minimum risk. But of course, risks always remain in this situation. So we will do everything we can as political leaders to provide them with the best possible framework in which they can go into Kosovo and lead the refugees back. And we will be doing that as part of a force that is now set out in this draft United Nations resolution.
And realistically, should we be braced for casualties?
Well, I hope very much that we can avoid that, of course, but I emphasize to people all the way through there are, of course, risks in this, but it is better to go in with a force that is there pursuant to an agreement. And, of course, our armed forces have been running risks these past few weeks, and they will run more risks in Kosovo. But I think with the right command structure and with the highly competent military leadership we have, we can minimize those risks.
Tony Blair answering the first question at 10 Downing Street, standing alongside the German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder, being asked
military technical side.
In respect of the first, the draft UN Security Council resolution makes it quite clear it refers in specific terms to the Ahtisaari document, and a proper unified command and control is set out there, and that's very, very important. Secondly, in respect of the way that this is then going to work and be implemented, of course we will do everything we can to make sure that it is implemented in full. There can be no question of negotiating away the basic NATO demands. What we have to do now is to agree the technical aspects of how the force goes in and how it manages to take the refugees back. But all the way through, NATO has stood very, very solidly on these basic principles, that the Serb forces go out, the international force goes in, the refugees go back. And those demands have to be met in full. And any discussion that there is with the Yugoslav military authorities is simply on the technical aspects of how we implement those principles.
It's okay.
Prime Minister, I wonder if I could just press you on that a bit more, because everything you said is obviously predicated on Milosevic and the Serbs actually starting to withdraw. What's actually going to happen now to change the situation of the stalemate over the weekend on the ground? What evidence do you have that the Serbs and the Yugoslav government are going to come to terms?
The two most important things are, first of all, we have now a draft United Nations resolution. The fact that we will be sponsoring this with Russia at the Security Council is a very big step forward. And that resolution makes it quite clear that all the Serb forces have to go out. Secondly, Milosevic knows very well from the past 10 weeks that we have the determination and resolve to make sure that the will now of the United Nations, as it will become, is done and is implemented. And therefore, for those reasons, though we cannot trust him in any sense, we can have reason to believe that this agreement will be implemented, but we remain there ready to act to make sure that it is.
Prime Minister, could I just ask how you see the timetable going now? When do you expect the Security Council actually to vote on the resolution? And then obviously subject to the military technical negotiations, how do you see the timetable actually progressing now?
If everything goes as it should, and there really can't be any reason for the Yugoslav authorities to delay now, if it all goes as it should, then we could see this happen very quickly. It could happen literally within days. And so it should. But obviously, the Security Council resolution is there and has to be passed, and we must make sure, of course, that technical military agreement is agreed with the Yugoslav authorities. But there's no reason for them to delay, and as far as we're concerned, we want to make progress as soon as possible, because the quicker we are able to do that, the quicker we're able to get the refugees back. Okay? Right.
Sorry, Chancellor, if I could just ask you, is it your understanding that NATO will be in command of the international security force in Kosovo if and when the resolution is implemented?
Das ist vereinbart und es gibt keinerlei Anlass, von diesen Vereinbarungen abzuweichen. Das ist eine der Voraussetzungen dafür, dass die Flüchtlinge zurückkehren. Denn nur wenn diese Truppe im Kern aus NATO-Staaten besteht, kann sie den Schutz gewähren, den die Flüchtlinge brauchen. Das war ja der Grund, warum wir uns in dieser Frage immer einig waren. Schutz muss gewährleistet werden. Das kann nur eine robust ausgestattete Truppe tun, die im Kern aus NATO dass das unter der Verantwortung der Vereinten Nationen, unter der politischen Verantwortung der Vereinten Nationen geschieht, das wird sich durch den Beschluss über die Resolution des Sicherheitsrates beweisen.
That's Gerhard Schröder, the German Chancellor, with British Prime Minister Tony Blair talking there in the British Prime Minister's residence, 10 Downing Street. We're back with more world news and the latest on Yugoslavia in just a moment. Stay tuned.
We're able to report.
Well, there was some reaction, Frank, to the news that was coming out of the G8 summit, that breakthrough that was talked about by the foreign ministers from Europe, the United States, and Russia. One elderly resident here summed it up: I just want the bombing to come to an end. We can't take it anymore. Many of the people that do remain here in Pristina, which is the capital of Kosovo province, are elderly pensioners, at least around our hotel where the press center is headquartered. We traveled in today across roads that we had to take many detours on because of NATO bombing, having already knocked out some of the major bridges that had led highways straight into this provincial capital city. As we passed along the roads in Podgorica, we saw a burning house. Unclear what was the cause of that blaze. It was about a mile off in the distance, but no sounds of conflict, not even much in the way of NATO jets overhead all day, at least for us. In other parts of Kosovo, we can't be sure, of course. Well, one of the things that impressed me the most as I came in was the lack of damage, if you will, to many homes. Another scene that is certainly impressive is the fact that the streets are all nearly empty, Frank. Very few people remain here. and most of those are ethnic Serbs. Many of them are elderly. Some of the people that we talk to say that there are concerns, that some of the fears people have about what is next, about the deployment of peacekeepers, about perhaps a return or a resurgence of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Those concerns, those fears, many feel could turn into a real panic, and most of the ethnic Serbs that remain in the province right now might suddenly just up and leave. Frank?
Jim, have you had any access to any of the commanders in the field there for their reaction to any of this? Have you seen any indication of any pending withdrawals of Serb and Yugoslav forces?
We can't say that we've seen truck movements and things like that, but there's no telling whether that's a regular resupply or what. I haven't seen anything that I would say was a redeployment in any way, shape, or form, Frank. Haven't been able yet to talk to any of the military commanders about their immediate response to this deal, but I think there are concerns. Many of the soldiers that are here, most of the police and the militia that are here are from this area. They too are concerned about the future, also concerned, I think, about what their future role is going to be in this province. As you well know, the deal that was worked out calls for all of the militia, all of the police and military to be removed from Kosovo as the international peacekeepers make their way in. Frank?
Jim, behind you we can see what appears to be an apartment complex, and it appears to be fairly intact. Can you give us some sense from what you've seen, talk a little bit more about the damage, what is left of the infrastructure, not just the roads, but there's power, there's phones, there's water supplies, that sort of thing?
Well, power has been cut in almost all areas. The phone system is completely non-operative. When you drive along the city streets, you see a lot of damage caused by NATO bombs. The city center here in Pristina was very hard hit indeed. Some of the municipal buildings completely shattered. We were told to leave that area today as we tried to videotape some of that damage caused by NATO bombs. As a result of all of that, there is, of course, a lot of damage to windows in the area, windows in apartment buildings. And then, too, there are the shops on the ground floors. You can see that some of those have been damaged because of bombs that have been dropped, perhaps, but then others clearly damaged by looting. And, of course, that was one of the things that was reported here by the refugees as they made their way out into Macedonia or into Albania. The scene overall, though, is one of encouraging signs. Most of the homes are intact. Now, this really contrasts with places like Brčko in Bosnia, Frank, that I saw during and after that civil war in Bosnia, where fully 99% of the homes were shattered, completely unlivable. Here, I would say it was exactly the opposite. Most of the homes appear to me to be intact. There are those that are damaged, and with all of the damage that's been caused in some of those homes, at least they do not represent anywhere near a large percentage of the dwellings. That's all from here, Frank, for right now. I'm Jim Clancy reporting live from Pristina.
And we should remind our viewers that is the first live satellite report from Pristina since March. Another reminder, CNN's reporting is limited. Our access is limited in Pristina, in Yugoslavia, and CNN is working under certain journalistic constraints. Our thanks to our international viewers who have joined us. For our domestic viewers, burden of proof is ahead. I'm Frank Sesno in Washington.
Enormous work will remain, for our goal is not simply to halt the crisis, but also to prevent future ones. We want to build a Kosovo where differences are settled democratically and where children can grow up and grow old in security and hope.
All the aspects tied to the international presence on security will be further discussed while developing the Security Council resolutions.
We're going live to NATO headquarters in Brussels now, where NATO Secretary General Javier Solana and U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright are speaking with reporters. Let's listen in.
It all moves very smoothly. Of course, all of this depends on Mr. Milosevic accepting the terms of the military technical agreement and abiding by it. So we are putting the pieces into place. I think this is one of those processes where we are putting one foot in front of another, working the process. I think we have made some important progress, but it always all depends on compliance, verifiable compliance. And
thank you very much. I have little to add. Let me just say that the Council has been meeting this afternoon. We welcome the results of the meeting of the G8. I'd like to thank all the ministers that have participated in there. In particular, I'd like also to praise the contribution of the Russian minister, who has been very constructive along the day. I'd like to say that the technical military people are already meeting at this time, probably, and we'll see how things evolve. As the Secretary has said, it's very important that we coordinate all the efforts now, at this point in which we're approaching, let's hope so, the end. But as she has said, the most important thing is the Milosevic complies with the withdrawal schedule, and all the troops are withdrawn, and the military, international military force can come into Kosovo in order to guarantee, which has been our aim, the security of Kosovo and the security of all the refugees. And for that, we will continue working 24 hours over 24. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, we'll take a few questions. So Javi, you go first, please.
Secretary, could I ask you, El País, Spain, could I ask you if why the name of NATO is not included in the text of the G8, just in the annexes, and what is the consequences of this?
Well, let me start with the last question. There are no consequences of it because as far as UN documents are concerned, the annexes are as much a part of the document as the main part of it. And the decision was made as we were listing the G8 principles and the aspects of the Ahtisaari-Chernomyrdian document that it made sense to create them, have them as annexes. The NATO is mentioned in the Ahtisaari-Chernomyrdian document, and it talks about the international security force within the resolution itself. There's no...
If you allow me to say one word to answer that question, you are a very well-informed journalist. Go back to the moment in which we deployed the forces in Bosnia. In the resolution of the UN, when we talk about S4, NATO as such was not mentioned, was mentioned also in appendix, like today.
Yeah.
A question for either the Secretary of State or the Secretary General. Mr. Solana just said a minute ago that the technical military people are meeting at this time. Do you mean, Mr. Solana, that the Yugoslav generals have come back to Macedonia and they're talking about withdrawal terms?
I hope that that is the case. I don't know if at this very moment, but if it's not at this very moment, it will be soon.
Thank you. Secretary of State, your Russian colleague, Mr. Ivanov, stressed twice during your news conference earlier that all aspects related to the security presence remained open for negotiation. Some military talks are due to take place in Moscow tomorrow. What is your impression of the main issues which remain to be resolved between NATO's understanding and Russia's understanding, in particular about the role of Russian troops and who will be giving them their orders? In particular, are there any calls or plans for a Russian zone to be established inside Kosovo?
Well, first of all, let me say that there have been kind of general discussions with the Russians about whether they would participate. They are participating in the Bosnia operation, and there are a variety. That's one model for having them participate. There are some, what is going to be discussed, I think, are possibilities of how they can participate in this operation under a, as we have stated in the Security Council, under a unified command and control. As far as sectors, we believe that it is very important to have NATO embedded in every sector, and that discussion about how the sectors will be dealt with is part of what is being talked about with the military technical talks, as well as internally. We do not see a Russian sector.
Let me just say that, as you know from Bosnia also, we have multinational divisions in different places. So it should not be any surprise that there are regions, zones in which multinational divisions are placed. This is nothing new.
I'll take two very brief final questions. Jonathan, please, first, and then Kieran.
Yeah, Madam Secretary, a lot of the debate has been about sequencing. Now, clearly an important step is this military technical agreement. But once that is in place, could you outline a little more clearly exactly how you see the sequence of events unfolding at that point?
Well, if the military technical agreement provides for a withdrawal schedule, as the ceasefire and the withdrawal, verifiable withdrawal takes place, then there is, as we have said before, a pause, at which point the Security Council itself would vote on the final version. In the meantime, what is going on in New York is they are now talking about the Security Council resolution and hopefully putting it, as we say, into blue as fast as possible in order to get it set. So, and then the international security force would go in.
So, final question to Kieran.
Oui, pour la presse française, madame, êtes-vous optimiste pour une issue rapide donc de la situation et êtes-vous rassuré finalement par l'attitude russe dans ce qui s'est passé donc tout à l'heure?
D'abord, je dois dire que je suis toujours optimiste. Je suis née comme ça. Mais aussi, je suis réaliste et j'ai travaillé sur ça déjà beaucoup de semaines et mois. Alors, comme j'ai dit avant, on doit le prendre.
The question asked of Madeleine Albright if she was optimistic about the resolution of the conflict in Kosovo. She answered to the reporter, "I am always optimistic. I was born that way."
Parce qu'ils ont travaillé très bien avec nous à Cologne. Et on va.
The latest words of optimism and caution, conversations about a complex kind of diplomacy. NATO Secretary General Javier Solana and U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright talking at NATO headquarters about the Group of 8 draft of a resolution for the UN Security Council. That resolution aimed at finally ending the air campaign and the war over Kosovo. NATO officials insist that the military campaign will not stop until they have proof of Serbia's withdrawal from Kosovo. Compliance and withdrawal, two words we heard more than once there. CNN's Brussels Bureau Chief Patricia Kelly is at NATO headquarters and joins us now. Patricia?
Well, Jonathan, we just heard the NATO Secretary General Javier Solana say that he hoped that a meeting between Yugoslav generals and NATO's Kosovo commander, General Mike Jackson, would be taking place fairly shortly. That's exactly what NATO is waiting for as the next step. Some kind of military technical agreement which provides the timetable and route for the withdrawal of Yugoslav troops from Kosovo. Once that agreement is signed and once NATO can verify that those troops are withdrawing, in a very short time after that verification, then NATO has promised to suspend the bombing campaign. Jonathan?
It sounds, from listening to what the Secretary General and the Secretary of State had to say, like Russia's role in all this is still not entirely clear.
No, it's been said all along that the Russians would not be able to have official discussions with NATO about participating in that force until the bombing is suspended, in the same way that a UN Security Council resolution cannot be voted by the Russians until the bombing is suspended. So this seems to be the kind of timetable that has been worked out by the G8 foreign ministers. But it does look as if there have been informal talks between the Russians and various countries and NATO officials, and it does look as if the Russians are agreeing to participate, sending in as many as 10,000 troops, but discussing some kind of unified command with NATO at the core of this peace force, but we're told here at NATO headquarters that those discussions will come within the next couple of days after the bombing is suspended, and then it will be decided what will happen. But also Madeleine Albright making it very clear that there will not be a Russian sector, a Russian-controlled sector in Kosovo, that NATO will be in...
Make a breakthrough at the diplomatic level so that the ministers have agreed to a detailed Security Council resolution that is being sent to New York for early action. It's on a fast track. The real question, the $64,000 question, will be answered, we hope, as early as tonight, when the British generals will be meeting with their Serb counterparts to work on the military technical agreement. When that agreement is achieved, then we will know the Serbs really do intend to begin complying with the agreement. Then we watch for a verified withdrawal. We can suspend the air campaign. The resolution can be finally passed. Then KFOR, NATO's peacekeeping force, can be deployed.
Now, General Jackson, who's leading those talks, is he going to have to compromise in any way? I mean, this is the detail that you're talking about. At this last hurdle, is there any likelihood that NATO is going to make a compromise?
No way. NATO has been stalwart from the beginning. 19 democracies have worked together well. They've set the terms for the Serbs. The Serbs have accepted those terms in principle with the agreement by Mr. Ahtisaari and Mr. Chernomir. Now we want to see those accepted terms implemented in practice. That's what General Jackson will be doing. And then the rest of the world will be able to move forward with the Security Council resolution and the deployment of the security force led by the NATO.
How fast could there be a bombing pause? Let's make the assumption they sign the military technical agreement in the way that you want. How long would they have to be withdrawing before you decided that they'd done what you wanted?
Well, I'm not going to make that judgment publicly right now. We think we'll know it when we see it. We think we'll know a beginning of a verified withdrawal when we see it. That will be something that General Clark, the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, will be discussing with Secretary General Solana. We, of course, will stay in close consultation with him, the United States, the UK, and others, and we'll have to see whether Milosevic really does intend to comply with this agreement. But at least we've paved the way, we've moved forward, and now it's up to President Milosevic if there's going to be peace in Kosovo.
But there's still problems here, aren't there? There's this clear gap that the Russians are talking about not being under NATO command, but the agreement talks about unified command and control. You've not sorted out the problem with the Russians, have you?
Well, there's a difference between the question of whether the Russians will participate in NATO's peacekeeping force and the question of whether the Security Council did authorize NATO's peacekeeping force. The Security Council resolution we've put forward authorizes NATO to conduct its operation. It will not be run in any way, shape, or form by the United Nations. It's a unified command and control with a NATO command structure. That's very clear and evident in much the same way the Bosnia resolution was passed. We use similar techniques in this resolution. Whether the Russians would participate in this force is the open question. Secretary Albright has asked her Deputy Strobe Talbot to return to Moscow to talk about this issue. She's going to be having breakfast with Mr. Ivanov tomorrow. If the Russians want to participate through arrangements similar, if not the same, as those in Bosnia, we'd be open to that. We would welcome that, and we think a way can be found for that.
Mr. Rubin, thank you very much. And now back to the studio.
Mark, thank you. You're watching The World Today from the BBC. Coming up in the next hour on BBC World, a special panorama programme.
On that conflict, military negotiations between NATO and Yugoslav commanders are due to resume in about an hour's time. This follows a breakthrough during talks by the G8 foreign ministers in Cologne, where agreement was reached on a Kosovo resolution to go to the United Nations Security Council. The Council is discussing that draft now. The detailed mandate for a peacekeeping force in Kosovo is still to be worked out. The Russians are considering providing up to 10,000 troops, but have been insisting that their forces will not take orders from NATO. US Secretary of State Madeleine Albright said that Belgrade should not try to test international patience.
The regime in Belgrade should stop shilly-shallying around, in case that's hard to translate, stalling. It should proceed to implement the principles incorporated in this draft resolution and approved by the Serb parliament last week. Each day of denial leads only to another day's destruction and another day of delay in preparing for the return of refugees and displaced to their homes. NATO is interested in deeds, not words. We must see a demonstrable and verifiable start towards the rapid withdrawal of all Serb forces.
Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Pakistan says it's considering India's offer of talks to defuse the current tension over Kashmir. India rejected an earlier offer of talks, but in an official statement.
And the international security force coming in so as not to create a vacuum. And I think that all that will be worked out in a satisfactory manner.
Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic remains in power under the G8 peace deal, but the West is hardly welcoming him back into the fold.
It doesn't require the removal of Milosevic. We've made it clear that is not a war aim, but I've also made it clear and I'm sure this will be the position of the international community, that they can't be part, Serbia can't be part of international reconstruction and regeneration until Milosevic goes, until there's a democratic Serbia. For one thing, otherwise any money that would go in there would simply add to his very large personal wealth rather than go to his people.
Mr. Baer also held a news conference with German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder. Now, in terms of the Russian side, Russia has played a central role in efforts to settle the Yugoslav conflict.
That no army can suffer for long and remain operational. But more importantly than that, during those past 7 days, during which Milosevic accepted peace and could have had peace, we have obviously witnessed the loss of many Yugoslav soldiers. We don't know how many, but they did not need to have either been killed or been injured. They could be now today back in their homes in Serbia had Milosevic followed up on his promises immediately and agreed to withdraw his forces.
Indeed, we've learnt here at NATO headquarters from military sources at the very highest level that a B-52 bomber was diverted Sunday and ordered to strike 2 military battalions operating near the Albanian border, and we're told that a lot of equipment was hit, and the pilot reported back that he believed there were between 300 and 800 Yugoslav troops operating there, a conservative estimate, but that's a conservative estimate as to how many Yugoslav troops could have been casualties in just one single attack. Those attacks will continue, says NATO, until the withdrawal is, the agreement to withdraw is signed, and NATO has the time to verify that it's taking place. But shortly after verification, NATO is willing to suspend the air operations. Sonia?
Patricia, but is NATO giving assurances to the Serb military that once they have signed these military technical agreement, that they won't bomb the first withdrawing Serb troops?
Yes, once that is signed, then NATO has given its assurance that if it can verify that those troops are leaving according to the routes and timetables set down by General Mike Jackson, then there's no question of NATO warplanes bombing them. They've also got assurances from the KLA that the KLA will not interfere with the withdrawal, and indeed the Yugoslav troops, if they come under attack from the KLA, will be able to fire in self-defense. But NATO is saying that there are signs that that a withdrawal is being prepared, and there are worries here that perhaps the Yugoslav troops will withdraw of their own accord without a signature. Now, if that happens...
Come out of the tent, get into the cars, and head off into the sunset, basically going back over into Yugoslavia again for the 3rd time today. Just how long they're going to be over there and whether they're going to come back tonight remains to be seen. We're waiting to hear from NATO officials to tell us whether the talks are simply on hold, whether they're in suspension, or whether they will part and start over again tomorrow. They have been at it now for a very, very long time. They started over at about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock last night, and it is now in Macedonia 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So they have been basically in this area, in the tent, for nearly 24 hours, and it's quite possible they may need a break to sleep, much less take some food outside away from the tent. So it's possible now that these two sides, they are apart. They are not sitting face to face at the negotiating table. Just how long this break is going to be, we're waiting to hear from NATO officials. But they spent most of the day talking, and that could be seen as a good sign. Sonia?
Tom, in terms of what is bridge still needs to be, the gap that still needs to be bridged, are they stuck over issues of when they withdraw, before or after a NATO bombing pause? Are they stuck over how many Serb troops stay? What is holding this up?
Well, I would think that if you are relying on the Yugoslav side, they would like to see the UN Security Council resolution passed, hoping that that would have less of an impact on them than the way NATO's plans are for them. The sticking point a couple of days ago was that they wanted to take 2 weeks to withdraw. NATO says you must do it in 7 days. So there are a lot of differences. They're hoping that the UN Security Council resolution would have, it would maybe be softer than what the NATO conditions are. So they may be dragging their feet and being a little slow in hopes that the terms might change once this goes to the UN. But the NATO officials say here that this is the deal, these are the ways that you're going to depart Kosovo, and this is the timetable, saying that the NATO bombing campaign won't stop until these conditions are met.
Tom Intier, Kumanova, thanks. NATO is still moving ahead with plans to get its troops on the ground ready to move into Kosovo. NATO member Greece finally appears ready to allow some 1,900 U.S. Marines assigned to peacekeeping duties to dock. They're aboard vessels, including the USS Kearsarge, off the Greek coast. Their landing order had been delayed by Greek officials. Opinion polls in Greece indicate 95% of the public is against NATO's air campaign on Yugoslavia. Once on land, the Marines are expected to travel to a staging base in Macedonia and then on to Kosovo. Details of Russia's participation in that peacekeeping force have yet to be worked out.
We do appreciate your understanding that not all things are quite as simple as they seem. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Vojevic, has now left, as you will have noticed, to go back to Belgrade for high-level consultations. Until he returns, there is really nothing more that can be achieved here at the working level. This fact, and due to the amount of time we have spent here, General Jackson has decided to call a break in this meeting, which he will reconvene tomorrow morning at a time that will be notified to you all through the press centre. Thank you very much indeed, and good night.
An announcement there from the Kumanovo base in Macedonia, where a NATO spokesman there was talking about the current talks taking place there between NATO officials and Yugoslav officials. He said that there doesn't seem to be much progress at this moment. The talks are to be reconvened tomorrow at a time to be...
Apparently the talks are going to restart now after a pause of only less than 1 hour with the delegations departing. Now, the NATO delegation had never left the tent. Their helicopters came in and were set down and ready to take General Jackson and his delegation away from the talk site. The engines of those helicopters were turned off, and then we were given the notification that apparently the Yugoslav delegation is returning here to Macedonia to continue the talks. No idea if they crossed the border into Yugoslavia, had telephone conversations with Belgrade, but as far as we know right now, what had been turned off just a few moments ago is about to be turned back on. Jean?
Tom, is it too early to know if this is a positive sign?
I think it is too early to say this is a positive sign, but anytime you have these talks going on, it is positive. It means that the situation is moving forward. It is not at a stalemate, and what the break in the talks were supposed to be was consultation with Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic from his delegation here in Macedonia. So apparently, if there was consultation, it may have happened simply as they crossed the border and used a secure telephone line, deciding that there was not a need for a 12 or an 18-hour break, deciding to come back to the talks right away. So the word we have now is that these talks may be starting, and we can now see cars approaching from the Yugoslav delegation. They have turned around after saying they were leaving and going back to Belgrade for high-level meetings, are now coming back to this French NATO base to restart these talks that basically have been going on and off all day long. There was an absolute announcement from a NATO official that these talks were suspended, they were finished, they were not going to start again until sometime tomorrow, with no time really specific. But as you can see now, these cars have returned. They are back on the French NATO base here in Macedonia, and apparently they will go back into the tent and have something to put back on the table. So just when you think you understand what is going on in this story, it twists and turns and changes again. So they are back, and the negotiations, the talks, whatever you want to call them, are apparently back on, and they're going to probably work through the night here.
Tom, do we know specifically what the Yugoslav delegation had left to consult about with its government?
Well, according to NATO officials, it had gone into the political arena. Political questions were being placed on the table. Probably the G8, probably the UN Security Council resolution. Those are things that military commanders get very nervous talking about. So if those issues started coming up on the table, they probably wanted to recess and go across the border and have consultations either in Belgrade or by phone. Apparently it was done by phone because they've returned in less than an hour's time.
The organization has tried that, but the U.S. military has the capability to drop much more food from the air as well as get convoys in on the ground. Natalie?
Jamie McIntyre from the Pentagon. We're going to switch now again to the White House. CNN's John King joins us. There's been a statement released by the president. John.
That's right, Natalie. The president told reporters at an event in suburban Washington he was very pleased by the agreement, and the White House has just released a more detailed statement by the president. Let me read it in its entirety. It says the agreement reached today by NATO and Serbian military officials is another important step toward achieving our objectives in Kosovo. It lays out the details to meet the essential conditions for peace, the rapid, orderly withdrawal of all Serb forces from Kosovo, and the deployment of an international security force, with NATO at its core, which means a unified NATO chain of command so the Kosovars can return home safely. We and our allies will watch carefully to see whether the Serb forces are peacefully leaving Kosovo in accordance with the agreed timetable. And we have made it clear to the leaders of the Kosovo Liberation Army that we expect them not to hinder the Serb withdrawal. That last point significant, the administration saying it has been aggressively in touch with the leaders of the rebel Kosovo Liberation Army, making clear it now expects them to keep their end of the bargain and lay down their arms and not fire on the Serb troops as they leave Kosovo in accordance with this just signed peace agreement that allows for the cessation, or will allow for the cessation, of the NATO bombing after 11 weeks. White House officials, though, again making clear that while they view this as the breakthrough necessary to end the airstrikes, those strikes will continue until they see that the Serbs are keeping to the very strict timetable set out in this just signed agreement. Natalie?
And John, as the peacekeepers perhaps prepared to move in, has it been decided how many Russian troops will take part, and will they be directly under NATO control?
Those questions have not been decided yet. Russia has said that it would hope to contribute about 10,000 peacekeepers to the force, but some White House officials privately question whether that will ever happen, or certainly whether the Russian commitment will ever reach that level. There are about 50,000 NATO peacekeepers planned. NATO has made clear it will not wait for the command and control debate going on between NATO and Moscow to be resolved to send its forces in. NATO peacekeepers, we're told, could be in Kosovo within the next 24 hours, perhaps even sooner if the Serbs keep to the withdrawal timetable. The #2 official at the U.S. State Department, Strobe Talbot, is in Moscow. He is meeting with Russian officials, trying to work out the Russian participation. Still unclear when and if even the Russian participation would begin, and then still unclear exactly how the command and control structure would work. The president here at the White House uses the Bosnia model, where there was a U.S. commanding general. The Russians operated on their own, but they reported to an American general. That is the model the United States suggests, but Russia has yet to agree to a command and control structure for any participation in this peacekeeping force.
All right, John King at the White House. Thank you, John. Our correspondent, we've just gotten Jim Clancy up from Pristina there, the provincial capital of Kosovo, so we want to go to Jim now with what's happening there after this announcement that the military leaders had signed an agreement. Jim?
Well, the news is happening very swiftly, as you can imagine. There's not much immediate reaction here in Pristina. Of course, this is a city that is all but under curfew at this hour of the night. There is virtually no one on the streets. However, earlier today, it was indicated to us by some of the officials here that some kind of a deal was expected. It wasn't certain, but they said it was possible. The Serbs have been saying it would take them about 2 weeks to redeploy their troops according to the NATO guidelines. NATO had said it wanted them to do it in about 10 days. We haven't seen the details of that yet to see just how quickly it will happen. But even as this is developing, it is, of course, raising a lot of questions in people's minds here. We heard a short time ago about just how rapidly NATO would be deploying. That is an important question here, because as authority is passed from one side to the other, it is very critical for the authority to pass into NATO hands, NATO to be able to take up the security tasks as rapidly as possible. Pristina is in Kosovo province, but still it is a city at one time that numbered about 240,000 people. Today it's estimated about 120,000 people are here, mixed about half and half between ethnic Serbs and ethnic Albanians. Security in this city is going to be very difficult. We have watched in the past in Bosnia and other places where NATO was able to quickly take up security positions in the field, in villages, in compounds, and places like that. But taking up security duties in a city this size, sprawling with hills, narrow streets, and walkways, is going to be a very difficult task, but a very critical one for the people here in Pristina. Now, that's ethnic Serbs and ethnic Albanians alike. They went through a round of looting during the first NATO airstrikes. About 800 people were arrested as a result of that. There are fears there could be another breakdown in law and order in the vacuum of authority that could be left as a transition is made. Of course, we're hoping to see some of those questions answered in the hours or at least the days ahead, some of the specifics that will help reassure people here in Kosovo's provincial capital, Pristina. Natalie?
Isn't Pristina, Jim, where some people took to the streets just today because they were so confused about the future and what happens next?
Certainly the Serbs did come out for a meeting, a community meeting, if you will, that was led here by the bishop. He was talking with them, trying to ask them to stay. NATO has pledged to the Serbs here that their rights will be respected. The question is really how many Serbs believe that. There's a feeling that NATO has taken the side of the KLA, taken the side of the ethnic Albanians in all of this. And it's important to remember here, while there's been weeks of talk of atrocities, there's been talk of ethnic cleansing certified by human rights groups and others, by the refugees coming out, the majority of people in this city, the ethnic Serbs, had nothing to do with it. They're very concerned about their security situation. The officials here are concerned that this uncertainty could lead to a panic and a mass exodus of about 150,000 Serbs who do remain in Kosovo province. Natalie?
All right, Jim Clancy live tonight in Pristina, the provincial capital of Kosovo. Wolf Blitzer outlined what's going to happen next, several steps that will happen now that this agreement has been signed. At daylight, withdrawal is expected to begin on the part of Serb troops. That will have to be verified. Then the political arm of NATO meets on that verification, and then it will be decided whether the airstrikes will be suspended. And it's at that point that the UN Security Council may take the next step. Richard Roth is at the UN. He joins us now with what's the latest from there. Richard?
Yes, Natalie, well, you have listed that series of events that must happen before ambassadors at the UN Security Council get their chance at helping to solve this Kosovo crisis. Ambassadors are poised, they have been for several days, waiting to approve a resolution which would give the official United Nations authorization for NATO and international peacekeepers to go into Kosovo. The Security Council has scheduled a meeting. It's about to begin. It was already scheduled even before the signing of that military accord. Various ambassadors have been strolling around. There have been some meetings here. Chief concern for those who favor quick passage of this resolution, China. Just minutes ago, the deputy Chinese ambassador said his country still has some major concerns. Hours ago, China submitted what it called major amendments to the proposed resolution. And basically, these amendments would water down the military power of international peacekeepers there. China would like the military power of these peacekeepers to be just used to protect international personnel, humanitarian agencies, peacekeepers, and not to see wider power.
This agreement, and now is the time to look ahead. The fact that this document has now been agreed represents the hope of a better future in which we can rebuild Kosovo and restore some normality to the lives of its ordinary citizens, regardless of their ethnic background. Very soon I shall deploy KFOR into Kosovo to even-handedly implement this agreement. It will establish a robust military presence that will provide a secure environment for the safe return of the refugees, both inside and outside Kosovo, to their homes. This will not be an easy operation, and it will take time. I fully understand the wishes of the refugees to return home quickly, and I promise that KFOR will do its utmost to ensure that this is done as soon and as safely as possible.
NATO General Lieutenant General Sir Michael Jackson speaking with conviction, emphasizing that he and his forces on behalf of NATO would enforce the agreement even-handedly, in his words. And he also, as you heard him say, the bottom line in all this is that if the Yugoslavian forces stop their withdrawal, and of course, if the agreement is breached, in the NATO General's words, the agreement requires the air operation to resume. Also outside that tent where Sir Michael Jackson spoke, our man Lou Waters. Lou, what is the reaction there?
Bernie, General Jackson has now returned to his headquarters, presumably to set the wheels in motion. After the general spoke, we heard from the Marjanovic, General Marjanovic, who was one of the principals, one of the signees to this document that has been completed here. And just moments ago, the Deputy Interior Minister, the Interior Ministry of the Foreign Minister, I'm sorry, the Foreign Minister, party to this these talks because of the Serbian police forces which are assigned to the Interior Ministry. He was here speaking with reporters about the Yugoslavian reaction to the signing of this document.
I want to emphasize the policy of wisdom, of searching for political path, has won over the option of war. We played a very constructive role from the very beginning. We worked hard day and night in order to achieve technical and military agreement. Now we paved the way for the bombing campaign and for the aggression against the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia to stop immediately. The language of war should be changed with the language of peace. And the policy of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, the political wisdom of the leadership headed by President Slobodan Milosevic, proves once again that we are a major peaceful factor in the region. We would continue to pursue the political agenda with a full force in order to achieve peace and stability. A solution reached today is absolutely based on a political document reached in Belgrade in a direct trilateral talks between President Ahtisaari, Russian Special Envoy Viktor Chernomydin, and President Slobodan Milosevic. That includes a deployment of international security presence in Kosovo and Metohija based on the decision by the Security Council within the UN auspices. So we achieved our goals to put this situation and the crisis in Kosovo and Metohija back where it belonged, to the Security Council.
Can you tell us the numbers of the troops deployed by NATO and the troops that will remain in Serbia?
Now, next question.
Does that mean NATO is no longer a force?
United Nations are leading force as international security presence in Kosovo and Metohija.
How long will it take for you to withdraw?
We would fulfill each and every obligation we are taking with this agreement. And we reached this agreement in a good faith. We demonstrated our cooperative attitude. The atmospheric here was one of tolerance and of mutual understanding, that cooperation and the language of peace in the future are the only option.
When will the bombing be stopped?
The bombing should stop immediately, as I speak, or even before.
What about the control of the...
That is the Deputy Foreign Minister from Yugoslavia, Nebojša Vujović, speaking to reporters here at the Kumanov NATO camp just outside Skopje. Just moments ago, he expressing a desire for immediate stop in the bombing. As you know, once the troop withdrawals get underway, it will be Javier Solana's decision to do that. But right now, the operation in Macedonia will get immediately underway. We understand troops will begin moving into Macedonia from Albania, where U.S. troops are stationed, and also the Marines in the Aegean will be moving into Greece as soon as orders are given. Whether or not those orders have been given yet, we don't know, but we presume they will be given shortly. If not, you heard General Jackson express a primary concern for the returning refugees. Now, a secure environment is what the promise is. There is great anticipation here by the refugees who have been eager for days. Once these first talks began, they were flooding the UNHCR offices, asking how soon they could get back in, what the operation was going to be. Will there be buses? Some were saying they would walk home, whether there were buses or not. That is a primary concern here because of the dangers that you have been mentioning, the landmines, the booby traps, the unexploded ordnance. General Jackson promised that NATO would move quickly, but he also said it would take time, Bernie.
Indeed, Lou. Much time and moving with a lot of caution. Inside Kosovo, in Pristina, on the telephone, Jim Clancy. Jim, what are you hearing?
Well, we've got a situation here where the news just rippled across the city, and now
anti-aircraft artillery, AK-47s, heavy machine guns, and just about everything else is opening up here skyward. And unfortunately, not only skyward, horizontally across the city is a somewhat dangerous situation here, as obviously Yugoslav forces marking the end of what has been a period of uncertainty. Now they know they will be pulling out probably within the next 2 weeks out of Kosovo province. It's creating a lot of uncertainty in their minds, but here tonight they've been opening up, and maybe you can hear some of this.
Jim, we all know what comes up, what goes up must come down, and you alluded to it when you began your report. I'm curious, have the air raid sirens gone off?
No, this is not an air raid at all. This is not, there's no sound of NATO jets or anything. What we have here is a situation that the Yugoslav troops have received word now that the agreement has been signed. It was anticipated by officials. They had predicted, in fact, some days ago in Belgrade that the agreement would be reached this day. Earlier this evening, military officials, liaison officials, I should say, here in Pristina also commented that they expected some movement within, say, the next 12 hours. So that's what we have seen now. I'm hearing some cars going through the streets blasting their horns, but this is creating a lot of uncertainty for the Serbs, the 150,000 or more Serbs that remain in Kosovo province. Also in this city, an estimated 60,000 ethnic Albanians. So this is going to be a night that many people here in Pristina remember. Bernie?
And as you indicate, Jim, whatever is shootable in the way of anti-aircraft guns, AK-47s, Yugoslavia.
For this operation to move into Macedonia, the elements that were in Albania. So their first order of business is basically set up shop, get all their vehicles and tanks and everything else arranged in this huge parking lot that is set up near the airport in Macedonia at Skopje, and then prepare to move when called upon.
Tom, thank you. And now we will go for reaction to the suspension of the NATO bombing to our correspondent in Belgrade, Walter Rogers. Walter.
Hello, Relita. Within the hour, Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic broadcast a nationwide address to his people. In his words, "The aggression is over. Dear countrymen, I wish you a happy peace." President Slobodan Milosevic breaking his silence during the war. In an address to the Yugoslav people, he said, "We demonstrated our army cannot be defeated." In his words, "It is the best army in the world. We showed that we will defend our people." The Yugoslav president proclaimed it all but a major victory. He said, "Our nation is heroic. We did not give up Kosovo." President Milosevic went on to say, "Yugoslavia's territorial integrity has been guaranteed by the peace agreement which has been signed." He said the question of Kosovo independence no longer exists. In President Milosevic's words, "We survived." The Yugoslav president went on to say, "We not only defended our country, we forced the United Nations to function," that is, to perform its function, that the United Nations had to move in and settle this war, that it was not to be settled by the NATO powers. The Yugoslav president promised to rebuild the country's bridges, its factories, and its roads, and he promised there will be a total reconstruction of Yugoslavia. This, the words of the Yugoslav president Slobodan Milosevic, who has been largely silent throughout this war. Relita?
Walter, what is the public reaction to this announcement of the suspension of the bombing, and before that, the beginning of the withdrawal of the Yugoslav troops?
Well, clearly the Yugoslav public is relieved that they no longer have to...
the whole of the Balkans, a future based not on ethnic conflict, but on peace and democracy. And it is possible to do that. We can see that history is littered with examples of where ethnic conflicts have never ended. But there are also examples of where ethnic conflict has ended and people do manage to live together. And it will be a painful process of reconciliation. But I think it is important to stress to people that we did not fight this for one ethnic grouping against another. We fought it for all ethnic groupings to be treated equally.
Prime Minister, you talk about this being a just and a necessary war. Is it also a precedent for more active, more interventionist NATO policies where there are major human rights abuses?
As I've said before, I don't believe that we can intervene in every situation, nor that we should. But I do think there is an analysis to be made of the right principles of intervention, of how we develop a notion of a doctrine of international community where we do make it clear that certain types of conduct are unacceptable. But of course there will always be a limit as to when we can act, and I'm fully aware of the fact that the territorial integrity of countries has to be respected. But I don't believe in this instance that we could have allowed ethnic cleansing to happen here right in the heart of Europe and done nothing about it. So I think there are some very difficult questions to work out for the longer term, but I think that this conflict has brought home to us the fact that we do increasingly live in an international community, and we cannot simply ignore the devastation that such conflicts can bring about.
Monsieur le Premier ministre, est-ce que vous pensez que l'Europe a joué un vrai rôle dans la recherche de la paix, notamment avec vos partenaires français?
Absolument, je crois que nous avons joué un rôle très très important dans la paix et aussi dans le conflit. Et l'unité de l'OTAN était très très importante pour nous en Europe et pour tout le monde. Et je crois que nous pouvons être fiers de notre rôle, vraiment.
In future, Europe will have to take its own defence more seriously. It will not have to rely on the Americans. It is going to have to put more money into defence.
I think there are real questions that will arise about European defence capability, greater cooperation between countries in Europe, and that has got to be a question of capability as well as merely questions of institutional structure, though those questions are important too. And the unity of the NATO alliance has been a remarkable feature here. I mean, people did not think it was possible for NATO to keep together in this way, and it has. And sure, there have been strains and difficulties at certain points in this conflict, as you would expect, but on the whole, what has been remarkable is the sense of unity. And I noticed everywhere, talking to other countries, and particularly European nations, that whatever the varying states of their own public opinion vis-a-vis the conflict, they still recognize that this was a just conflict and one that NATO had to win. So yes, I think there will be, at an appropriate time, a real reflection on the lessons for European defense and also for NATO.
It would have been unthinkable without the Americans, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would, and we should acknowledge that.
Prime Minister, do you feel that relations may be permanently damaged with Russia and China as a result of this conflict?
First of all, I would pay tribute to the role that Russia in particular has played, and the role of Viktor Chernomyrdin was vital in the latter stages of this. And I understand very well the sensitivities of Russia. Given the history, it is entirely natural. And there will be those who will urge upon them the view that this was to do with NATO's power or NATO's aggrandizement. It really wasn't. I think people here, and who've heard me speak here over a period of time, know that this was nothing to do with why we took this action. It wasn't about spheres of influence, it wasn't about territory, it was genuinely about our desire to ensure stability.
The indicted war criminals. But over the last couple of years, the rate has been faster and faster in apprehending them and bringing them to justice. Virtually no month goes by now without you have news of another one being handed over to The Hague.
But if
and the
it's
same
right,
will apply in Kosovo.
If it's right to bring them to justice, it's right to go and get them and take them to justice, isn't it?
Well, it is right, but obviously you have to do it in the most intelligent way possible. And that's what NATO has been doing. We're not going
NATO doesn't want to risk any troops in the process, that's it, isn't it?
We have an obligation to our own people. This is not some sort of bravado exercise in which you would put at risk the lives of many, many of your own people. We are doing it in an intelligent way, and the fact...
Utmost important for the Chinese delegation. It shows that in the future, any use of force should get the authorization of the Security Council. So it's very important. And we should, any member state should abide by the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. So we are not going to block the resolution. Sorry?
You say you're not going to block the resolution.
That's right.
Will you vote for the resolution, or will you?
You will know it in a while.
Mr. Ambassador, how did this satisfy your concerns with the Chapter 7 language?
Chapter 7, they also, before we put forward the proposal, I think they already made some adjustment and made some amendments on this Chapter 7.
There might be some duplicity in the Chapter 7 language, that some nations might think that this means that there is authorization for future use of force, and other nations, perhaps like yourself, think that this is not justification for use of force?
No, I don't think so, because the first paragraph makes it very clear that any use of force should get the authorization of the Security Council. And I just want to stress that it is a greatest disaster for NATO to use force in Yugoslavia without the authorization of the Security Council, because you know that they conducted the war in the name of humanitarianism, but it turned out to be the greatest humanitarian disaster since the Second World War.
The language does say that member states can use all means necessary to enforce this resolution.
But you have to get the authorization of the Security Council.
Ambassador, so you're saying that the force could be used if it were needed on the ground in Kosovo, that you would insist on a Security Council meeting, that you think one is still needed?
That's right. We believe that if you want, if any member, any NATO member or NATO want to use force in the future, I think it should come to the Security Council. It is very clear stated in the resolution.
But NATO continues to say that they continue to have the right to go in at a moment's notice at any time, the next 5 minutes, the next 5 days, whatever. If they don't see this continued verification of troop withdrawal and cessation of violence inside.
No, I don't think so. Because in the resolution, you can see that we should, every member should abide by the principles of the UN Charter. That means whenever you want to use force, you have to come to the Security Council and get the authorization of the Security Council. That is very clear, I believe. Okay, thank you.
From October 2nd through December 12th. For show and ticket information...
Keepers are getting ready to move in, and the refugees are hoping to move back soon, praying that this time it's really peace. Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan at the CNN Center. We begin in Yugoslavia, where NATO's 11-week-old bombing campaign is officially suspended. In New York, the United Nations Security Council is preparing to vote on a resolution that will allow NATO-led peacekeepers to enter Kosovo. NATO leaders suspended their airstrikes on Thursday morning when Yugoslav forces began pulling out of Kosovo. Cheering Yugoslav troops began leaving Kosovo on Thursday morning. The agreement requires Belgrade to have all of its forces out within 11 days. At the same time, Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic was declaring victory in the campaign. He said the agreement guarantees that Kosovo will remain a part of Yugoslavia. He spoke on national television as NATO leaders were also holding a news conference to declare that they had won. NATO military planners are now preparing for the next stage in the Kosovo campaign. For details on the story, we go to CNN's Patricia Kelly at NATO headquarters in Brussels. Patricia.
Well, Riz, that withdrawal of troops from Kosovo to Serbia began around 6 hours ago, and just a few hours later, about 3.5 hours later, the NATO Secretary General
supports and takes an active part in efforts at finding a comprehensive approach to the social and economic reconstruction, stabilization, and development of the Balkan region. We are convinced that the effectiveness of these efforts will depend directly on the full-scale and constructive involvement in them of all states in the region, including the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. An important coordinating role in this area is to be played by the United Nations. We are certain that the adoption of the resolution and consequent adequate implementation of this resolution will make an essential contribution to the peaceful, just, and long-term solution to the Kosovo crisis under the aegis of the United Nations. The Russian Federation will, in future, continue actively to promote the earliest possible achievement of this goal. The resolution has an even greater significance, which goes beyond the framework of the Kosovo problem and the Balkan region. It reaffirms the urgent need for the formation of a truly multipolar world order grounded in the United Nations Charter, a world order in which there can be no room for unilateral diktat and attempts at domination by force. Only on such a collective basis can we achieve a lasting solution to the complex problems of today's world. Thank you, sir.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the flames of war, which have been raging for 79 days on the soil of Yugoslavia, have finally died out. Over 2 months ago, without authorization by the Security Council of the United Nations, the US-led NATO blatantly launched military strikes against the sovereign state of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. In taking this action, NATO has seriously violated the Charter of the United Nations and norms of international law, undermined the authority of the Security Council, and hence set an extremely dangerous precedent in the history of international relations. For over 2 months, the US-led NATO has launched an unprecedented and indiscriminate bombing campaign against the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, killing over 1,000 civilians, injuring thousands and leaving nearly 1 million displaced persons and refugees. Civilian facilities such as factories, bridges, schools, and hospitals have been wantonly destroyed. What's more flagrant is that even the embassy of the People's Republic of China in Yugoslavia, which is under the protection of international conventions, became one of NATO's bombing targets. This war, waged in the name of humanitarianism, has in fact produced the greatest humanitarian catastrophe in the post-World War II Europe, and seriously undermined peace and stability in the Balkans. Naturally, it has met strong international condemnation. From the very beginning, the Chinese people and the Chinese government and people have made their principal stands clear. We are firmly opposed to the NATO military actions against Yugoslavia and demand that NATO immediately stop all its bombing operations. We stand for peaceful settlement of the question of Kosovo on the basis of respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the FRY and the guarantee for the legitimate rights and interests of all ethnic groups in this Kosovo region. We are of the view that any proposed solution should take full account of the views of the FRY. Mr. President, though NATO's bombing has stopped, the damages it has inflicted on the Balkans and the sufferings it has brought to the people there could not possibly disappear soon. Meanwhile, it will give us a lot to ponder over for a long time to come. There are nearly 200 countries and over 2,500 ethnic groups all over the world. The majority of the countries are home to multiple ethnic groups, and many countries have ethnic problems. NATO countries are no exception. We always hold that in multi-ethnic countries, there should be equality, unity, harmony, and common prosperity among different ethnic groups. We are not in favor of discrimination or oppression of any ethnic group. At the same time, we are also opposed to any act to create division between different ethnic groups and undermine national unity. Fundamentally speaking, ethnic problems within a state should be settled in a proper manner by its own government and people by adopting sound policies. They shall not be used as an excuse for external intervention, or even used by foreign states as an excuse for the use of force. Otherwise, there would be no genuine security for states and no normal order for the world. Mr. President, 54 years ago, the Charter of the United Nations was signed on June 26 in San Francisco. The birth of the United Nations and this charter reflected the lofty aspiration of the people who have suffered enormously from the two catastrophic world wars for peace, cooperation, and development. Over these years, the purposes and principles of the UN Charter have withstood the test of time and become universally recognized basic norms governing contemporary international relations. History has proved that only by upholding the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and seeking peaceful solution to regional and international conflicts and disputes through talks and negotiations without resorting to force, can all states live in harmony and achieve common development, world peace be maintained and promoted, and the United Nations play a role in international affairs. Any deviation from and violation of these principles and purposes will lead to the rampage of power politics, make it impossible to effectively safeguard regional and international peace, and damage the sovereignty and independence of various countries, especially the small and weak ones, and weakening the role of the United Nations and leaving the world in no peace. Respect for sovereignty and non-interference in each other's internal affairs are basic principles of the UN Charter. Since the end of the Cold War, the international situation has undergone major changes, but those principles are by no means outdated. On the contrary, they have acquired even greater relevance. At the threshold of the new century, it's even more imperative for us to reaffirm those principles. In essence, the so-called human rights over sovereignty theory.
But I can report to you, we said that their banner remained. I'm standing not too far from it right now, and perhaps you see, this is what remains of that banner that was erected as kind of a nasty greeting to the U.S. Marines. It was knocked over, not on purpose by the Marines, they tell us, but the blast from those LCACs, those the tremendous air that came out from them, apparently knocked over the protest, so they will not be greeted by it when they return tomorrow. Vanilla.
CNN's Jeff Luck. Mike.
United States troops are converging on Kosovo's borders to enforce the peace agreement. They're gathering at a staging area in Macedonia. CNN's Tom Montier joins us from Camp Able Sentry.
Mike, this is the staging point where the American troops will go into Kosovo. They will probably follow the British, the French, and the Germans and the Italians. It will be the British who will be the spearhead and go across first. But it's been a very busy day here in Macedonia. The Apache helicopters have arrived. 10 of them arrived this morning. They have been talked about and seen a lot in Albania, but they did not see any combat during the air operations. What they will be is a support unit here just in case the Serb withdrawal is not completed and the bombing campaign continues, or if there are difficulties on the ground in Kosovo, then they will be called into action. But there have also been a lot of Black Hawks and a lot of Chinooks coming in, bringing both equipment and manpower. By the time the sun goes down here, they expect to have anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 troops on the ground. Also, the lead elements of what Jeff Locke was talking about, the Marines, they've arrived here with their amphibious assault vehicles. They arrived a little after midday here. They were put on flatbed trucks after coming ashore in Greece and driven into Macedonia. They are now on the ground, and we expect more elements to be coming in the next 24 hours. The big question on every soldier's mind as they sit here in Macedonia, and I'm sure they're aware now of the Security Council action with the resolution being passed, is just when they will go in. A lot of that depends on how quickly the Yugoslav forces depart. NATO has said they don't want a vacuum. They want to move in very quickly, not to be on their heels as they're leaving, but to be within striking distance should they change their mind. So it's probably going to be in the next 12 to 24 hours that we see the NATO troops make their way across the Macedonian border. I'm Tom Intier, CNN, reporting live from Skopje, Macedonia.
Well, developments now in Cologne, where the U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright is about to speak. We'll go there now.
A UN resolution that set in motion the diplomatic equivalent of billiards. The draft resolution set the stage for a military technical agreement that led in turn to the first signs of withdrawal by Serb forces from Kosovo, which, if all goes well, will lead to a permanent end to hostilities, the deployment of an international force with NATO at its core, and the return of refugees and displaced to their homes. As it has been all week, caution remains the watchword. We care only about what Milosevic does. We place no credence in what he says. If Belgrade meets its obligations under the military technical agreement, NATO will respond accordingly. If Belgrade waffles or delays or dissembles, NATO will respond accordingly. Peace is on the horizon, but we're not there yet. This afternoon, we have combined our focus on immediate events with a broader view. Participants in the Conference on Stability in Southeast Europe have initialed a pact designed to integrate the Balkans into the mainstream of the Euro-Atlantic community. This landmark agreement reflects our conviction, based on hard lessons, that Europe cannot be fully secure until its southeast corner is free from strife. I made that point during our discussion and said that the benefits of the pact should be extended to democratic Montenegro, and that we must be vigilant in ensuring that Milosevic, leashed now in Kosovo, does not unleash a new campaign of terror against that republic. We enter what we hope is the end game of this confrontation, not complacent but determined. The military technical agreement must be implemented. An effective international force must be deployed. The challenge of reconstruction is still ahead. Our responsibility is now to sift through the debris of past arguments. Our response now is not to sift through the debris of past arguments, but rather to get on with the essential jobs of creating a secure, democratic, and self-governing Kosovo, and of stabilizing all of Southeast Europe, and by so doing, to realize by the early years of the next century the most elusive dream of this one, the creation of a Europe without walls, fully at peace, and wholly free. Thank you, and I'm now be very happy to answer your questions.
Madam Secretary, just a technical question. Both Mr. Fisher and the President of the United States have made clear that the bulk of the reconstruction cost will be borne by Europe. After all, this is Europe. But we haven't heard lately a price tag. I know it's probably hard to come up with one, some approximation of what it would cost. Is any thought also being given to, in some way, trying to get reparations from the aggressors here?
First of all, let me say that I think something that was very much a part of our discussions here in the last few days, as well as previously when we've all talked about the future, that the United States clearly bore the bulk of the military part of the campaign. It was recognized that we had the military and technology that should and did take the lead. And I think it is now completely appropriate for the Europeans to bear the brunt or take the lion's share of paying for the reconstruction. And from everything that I can tell, Barry, there is a great sense of understanding that that is correct. And very much a sense, again, that this is in Europe's backyard and that they should and will take the responsibility. We have not really attached numbers to it. Everybody knows that it is going to be expensive and that it has to be done. There was no discussion of reparations.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. Colton Alton with ecollege.com and the G8 Research Group. We have over 4,000 students and educators representing 1,000 institutions around the world studying and following the summit proceedings online. On behalf of these online participants, what role does youth and education have in promoting the G8 priorities of human security and the social infrastructure of resilient economies?
Right, that was the U.S. Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, talking in Cologne. She says what is needed now is a secure, democratic and self-governing Kosovo. More on this developing story in a moment.
Did everybody catch the question?
Which flags will hang in which headquarters when you provide that?
I see I'm being pressed on this point. Many of you, I think, have seen speculative maps in various journals showing the National Brigade allocations within Kosovo. I'm not going to be drawn on it. It's not quite finalized, but perhaps some of those speculative maps are not too far away from what may, in the end, turn out to be the case.
Okay, last question.
General, no, it's a bit unfair. No, I'm all right for a bit yet. Yeah.
General Don Mackay from the Daily Mirror. Can you please enlighten us a bit more about the first signals of the troop movements?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you do better?
Can you please give us more details about the first signs of the troop movements?
Yeah, if you hold the microphone close to your mouth, it works much better.
It's usually a drinking mic.
Thank you.
Can you give us more details about the first signs of the troop movements out of Kosovo today?
The size of the troop movements?
Yeah, no, the first signs. The
first signs?
Yeah.
Well, I'm biding my time, on my time. I think you'll know about it when it happens.
General Kim Sen-Gupta from The Independent in London. Can I just ask you mentioned the KLA and the need to disarm them. Have you got a timescale, General, for disarming the KLA? And a supplementary question.
So have I got a timescale for what with the KLA?
For disarming the KLA, as the Rambouillet Accord said. And secondly, General, a supplementary, just how dangerous do you think the KLA could be to destabilize the peace process?
The KLA, of course, signed the Rambouillet Accord. And that signature holds good, although it didn't, of course, wasn't signed by the other side. And I can see that the progress or the process of demilitarizing the KLA may well follow down that Rambouillet process. As for KLA actions within the immediate future, you all heard, I know, many senior political leaders, not least the Secretary General himself of NATO, making it quite clear to the KLA that it would be foolish in the extreme to interfere with or to create incidents connected with the withdrawal from Kosovo of the Yugoslav forces. I would only endorse that and say it would indeed be very stupid, because this must be done. We do not want any further loss of life. I very much trust that the conflict is absolutely over. That is where we are.
General Sir Michael Jackson, the NATO commander, speaking to the media there in Skopje, Macedonia. He says the clock has started ticking for the withdrawal of Serb forces from Kosovo and the entry of international troops. He says the overriding aim now is to create peace and stability in Kosovo by establishing a secure environment. I'm Mike Hanna. There'll be more world news right after this.
Was impressive. Helicopters swooping down over a landing zone and combat troops ready for action. These American soldiers, part of NATO's KFOR, or Kosovo Force, arrive in Macedonia en route to Kosovo. In a day, more than 3,000 American soldiers will take up stations here. Part of the American firepower is the Apache helicopter, which were never used in combat here despite all the anticipation. This group was stationed in Albania during most of the NATO bombing campaign. They will now provide backup muscle for NATO troops in Kosovo.
They will be used in a support role, in a force protection role, to be called upon if we need to, project force into Kosovo in a very timely and a very swift manner.
Throughout the day, the men and equipment continue to arrive in Macedonia. M1A1 tanks, armored personnel carriers, jeeps, and artillery pieces. The heavier items ferried in by the large C-17 aircraft. Each is huge but can only carry a single tank. NATO forces could enter Kosovo as soon as Friday. It would be the British paratroop battalion who would go in first, followed by French, German, Italian, and American forces. Just how rapidly NATO moves in is determined in part by how fast Yugoslav forces move out.
They signed up during the military technical agreement talks to do that, so now the task is theirs to achieve.
As the American forces move in, young soldiers, many who have never faced a combat situation, are about to head into harm's way.
My first thoughts weren't actually this. I never imagined this, but it's pretty nice here. It's pretty nice. I'm in the infantry. My job is to find the enemy and kill him. That's what I do.
The arrival of U.S. Marines and Army forces in Macedonia signaled that the next step, a move to Kosovo, could be very near, with the withdrawal of Yugoslav forces.
It does, which is to go and open up an area so people can go and live a free life again. I know that this is not easy on all of you because you had to leave your families and come here and serve, but I can just tell you from the perspective of a high-ranking civilian that we are deeply honored to have you do this and feel basically that this is what America is really good at, helping other countries to get on their feet. I often tell the story. I was a little girl during World War II, and I am used to being freed by Americans. I lived in Europe, and so it was at that stage that I fell in love with Americans in uniform. And I continue to have that love affair, and I know that all those people that you will see will greet you with open arms. This is a part of the world in which World War I began. A lot of World War II was fought, and you are bringing it a new history, a history where the people of Kosovo will be able to go home and live in freedom according to the way that they want to live. So thank you all very, very much, and Godspeed, and I am so proud to be a part of your team. Thank you.
United States Secretary of State Madeleine Albright at Camp Able Center in Macedonia addressing the US troops before they go into Kosovo. Continuing now with other news, Indian military officials say their troops are on alert to guard against an offensive by militants in Kashmir. The move comes after New Delhi accused Pakistan of mutilating 6 Indian soldiers. The body
at the White House. But the upbeat mood was tempered by the challenges and risks ahead, as 7,000 Americans enter Kosovo as part of a 50,000-strong peacekeeping force.
This next phase also will be dangerous. Bitter memories will still be fresh, and there may well be casualties.
The Serb troop pullout is well underway, and the president promised the refugees would soon be heading home.
In Kosovo, we did the right thing.
We're equally accurate in all weather conditions, thanks to high-technology aircraft sensors supplemented by space-based navigation and guidance systems. In conjunction with the Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from ships and submarines, this meant that the bombing campaign could be prosecuted remorselessly by day and night with very great accuracy. Throughout the crisis, the air campaign has been carefully calibrated in support of the diplomatic efforts to achieve a solution to the crisis. When the early air attacks failed to coerce Milosevic to accept the demands of the international community, the pressure was stepped up to the point where several hundred NATO aircraft were operating around the clock, striking targets at will throughout Yugoslavia. The pressure on the Serbian army and special police in Kosovo became unrelenting, giving them no rest and an ever-decreasing number of places in which to hide. With the peace agreement in place and Serbian forces withdrawing, NATO's ground force KFOR will soon enter Kosovo. Their task will be very demanding, and like the airmen, NATO's ground forces are being asked to demonstrate great skill and courage. But air power remains an important deterrent element, and the task of the air forces is not yet over. They will continue to carry out reconnaissance, surveillance, and monitoring patrols using airborne control aircraft, manned reconnaissance aircraft, and unmanned aerial vehicles, such as the British Army's Phoenix, to ensure verification and compliance. Combat aircraft will also remain poised to offer direct support to the ground forces if that should be required. And they are also rapidly ready to restart the bombing campaign if Milosevic reneges on the undertaking which he has given to NATO and the international community. I would like to finish with some brief statistics. NATO has so far in this campaign flown over 36,000 sorties, of which over 10,000 were bombing sorties. The British contribution so far has been over 100 air defence sorties by the Sea Harrier FA-2s of the Royal Navy, over 1,000 bombing sorties by the Harrier GR-7s and Tornado GR-1s of the Royal Air Force, and over 500 sorties in support by the Royal Air Force's VC-10 and TriStar tankers and the E-3D airborne early warning and control aircraft, not to mention the hundreds of Hercules C-130, VC-10 and TriStar sorties operating in the strategic air transport role, with the mobility of land forces being greatly assisted by Chinook and Puma support helicopters. So in closing, our air power has been a decisive factor in forcing Milosevic into accepting the demands of the international community. Air power has not done this alone. So far, this has been a joint and multinational campaign featuring the successful integration of the air arms of 13 nations into one cohesive and coordinated air effort. So far, this has been a military campaign with a heavy air element. Now the balance changes to increase the ground force contribution. The British Army's build-up continues apace. We already have 2 brigades, the 4th Armoured Brigade and No. 5 Airborne Brigade, ready in theatre to enter Kosovo along with the ground forces of many other nations. More British troops are on their way today and over the coming days to bring our total commitment to over 13,000 troops, with a further 6,000 on standby back in the United Kingdom. We now move into the difficult and potentially more dangerous phase as we ensure that Milosevic keeps his word, withdraws from Kosovo and honours the agreement so that the refugees may return. Minister, thank you.
Thank you, Air Marshal. Questions?
Robert Jobson from The Express. Air Marshal, you've given a very full account of the war so far. Is Milosevic, though, still capable to launch an effective aggression against his neighbours with the remaining military machine he has? And to the Minister, is there any idea of how much this has all cost so far in terms of money, and how much it's going to cost in the future to establish an effective NATO protectorate in the Kosovo?
Air Marshal, first.
With regard to does Milosevic have the capability to mount an effective military campaign against his neighbours, I think you said. I mean, this has never been one of the factors, but I believe he has not, and I believe that the NATO forces arranged still around his country, particularly the air forces, would not give him any chance of carrying out such an operation, but I consider it completely hypothetical.
Point before this, there was talk of problems in Montenegro, for example, which is in terms of there was fears of paramilitary activity going on there, and that he would try to establish his control there after the Kosovo situation was over.
I think, Minister, we're into political areas which are yours at this point.
Well, if I can deal with the... there is an international agreement, first of all, on the political side. President Milosevic knows what he's signed up to. If there's any breach of that, then he knows what the consequences are, that firm action will be taken against any breach. And I think he knows that in relation to the whole of the Balkans area. On the cost question, it's an old phrase that in my early days in politics I was told that you've got to put your money where your mouth is. We believe that, and do believe that, the campaign in Kosovo was just and had to be carried out, and therefore it has to be paid for. Britain will pay its appropriate contributions internationally. Our department will be involved in discussions, as will other departments who've incurred costs with the Treasury, on how the funds will be found to meet the necessary bills. Some of the bills, of course, we don't know the extent of, because it will be some time before we know what the total military costs are. There are also other huge costs to the nation in Britain's contribution to the social and economic assistance for the Balkans area, which at this time are unknown, though you'll have seen the same figures I've seen bandied about, which are certainly in billions. Thanks. Richard.
Richard Taylor, The Guardian. Can I ask the Air Marshal if we could sort of specify one or two of the main lessons from the air campaign? In particular, I was thinking of George Robertson said early on that one of the problems was, as he put it, too many NATO aircraft, to use his words, were configured for carpet bombing. I just wondered if there are, one or two main lessons on the kind of bombs, the lack of smart bombs, I mean, something which you think NATO has learned.
Well, the first point I think I would make, as you've kindly asked the question, is that the people who conducted and were responsible for the campaign, I believe, got it absolutely right, and they did not get rushed into decisions about various things that many people were saying they should do. So I believe that the conduct of the campaign and the outcome has completely vindicated the way in which the campaign has been conducted. That having been said, there were obviously areas which, with hindsight, one would have done differently. There was a criticism at the beginning that the campaign hadn't started with enough intensity. I believe that is a criticism that can only be made with hindsight. It was inconceivable, I believe, that the international community, under the circumstances prevailing 11.5 weeks ago when Milosevic almost signed up in Paris, so he claimed, that we would have started with the kind of intensity and ferocity that we have been employing for the last several weeks. The weather certainly was a difficult factor in the early days. Again, it was not our choice to start a campaign at a time of year.
We're breaking away from the British Ministry of Defense briefing to go to our correspondent in Belgrade, Walter Rogers, who has some late developments from there. Walter.
Hello, Relitza. A battalion of Russian troops has just crossed the Sava River into downtown Belgrade. This is, they make their way south toward Kosovo. The same battalion of Russian troops was photographed earlier moving out of Bosnia into Belgrade. These are soldiers who had been on peacekeeping duty in Bosnia. Now they're being transferred as part of United Nations peacekeeping forces that were agreed to by the Security Council as part of the latest Balkan peace settlement. Their armored personnel carriers appear to have had a K4 designation hastily painted over them. This over an S4 marking, which indicated previous assignment as peacekeepers in Bosnia. At least a dozen light armored vehicles, leading at least as many troop trucks, were traveling along the roads in Serbia, first moving east toward Belgrade, now moving south toward the Kosovo border. Because of confusion in Moscow, which earlier said Russian troops had not yet received marching orders, it is not clear whether the Russian units are going to wait at the Kosovo border or whether they have orders to quickly cross over and take up positions of their own in Kosovo. The Russians have consistently demanded a peacekeeping sector of their own in Kosovo, refusing to be incorporated into the NATO command structure. By contrast, NATO has insisted on a unified command in Kosovo. So with Russian troops on the road south toward Kosovo and confusion in Moscow, the situation remains at best fluid. Relitza?
Belgrade, Walter, has Belgrade in any way responded to it or said anything about the Russian peacekeepers and what they see and they want their role to be?
nothing current or immediate, Relitsa, but it has always been the position of President Slobodan Milosevic's government that he wanted as many Russian peacekeepers in Kosovo as possible because of the fraternal religious and ethnic ties between Serbs and Russia. The Serbs have all along said they want 10,000 Russian peacekeepers in Kosovo, whom they believe will look after their interests. Relitsa?
Walter, thank you. I'd like to welcome our viewers in Asia and Latin America who are just joining us. I'd like to recap our breaking news out of Belgrade. Our correspondent is reporting that Russian troops, a battalion of Russian troops who are peacekeeping forces from Bosnia who used to participate in the Bosnian S-4 stabilization force, have crossed the border from Bosnia-Herzegovina into Yugoslavia and have been seen on the road around Belgrade, saying that they're moving towards Kosovo. It is unclear. The terms have not been set as yet as to how they will participate, what their command structure will be, but they have crossed into Yugoslavia on their way to Kosovo, awaiting orders as to how they will be deployed in the NATO-led peacekeeping force, if they will be under NATO command. This has not been determined as yet. For more details, we'll go to Jill Doherty in Moscow. Jill.
Well, Relitsa, what appeared to be happening is to put it in context, there were talks here in Moscow this morning, yesterday and this morning, on exactly what role those peacekeepers, Russian peacekeepers, would have. Now, those talks broke off. They were suspended without any final agreement. But what would appear to be happening is that the Russians want to pre-position some of their troops, relatively small numbers, on the border with Kosovo, so that if there is an agreement reached and NATO forces begin to move into Kosovo as peacekeepers, then the Russians could go in at the same time. And this morning, we heard from General Leonid Ivashov, a high-ranking member of the Defense Ministry who was involved in those discussions. He said Russia doesn't necessarily want to be first going into Kosovo, but it also doesn't want to be last. So again, it would appear that what they're trying to do is have these troops on the border for what General Ivashov referred to as a synchronized deployment of both NATO and Russian troops. What is unclear at this point is, has this been worked out with NATO? Relitsa, back to you.
Jill, I'd like to welcome our viewers in Latin America who are just joining us. I'd like to recap our breaking news story. Our correspondent in Belgrade saying that he has seen a battalion of Russian peacekeeping troops moving along the roads around the capital, Belgrade, and they say they're on their way to Kosovo. They are part of the peacekeepers, Russia's peacekeepers in Bosnia-Herzegovina, part of the stabilization force after the Dayton Peace Accord was signed. And as our correspondent in Moscow also confirmed, they are on their way to Kosovo. It is still unclear as to how they will be joining in with the NATO KFOR force, and we'll be following this very closely. And we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more news after this. Stay with us.
This has been CNN Breaking News.
From the small but ever-growing world of Clear Essence skincare system, a world where all shades of
that Russia would not cross into Kosovo with its troops until there was an arrangement worked out with NATO on how the Russians would participate. He did make clear that Russia wanted NATO to bend its view in those talks, which are suspended at the moment but due to resume within hours, if not later today. But we're told by U.S. officials the Russians gave them very clear assurances that by no means are they trying to be provocative here, that they're simply looking for a staging area inside Serbia, and that they will not cross into Kosovo until there is an agreement with the NATO allies. Relitsa?
John, did those Russian officials say why they hadn't alerted Strobe Talbot, who is in Moscow for talks on the terms of Russian peacekeepers and their participation in the KFOR force?
U.S. officials do say they were told yesterday during those talks and in other conversations from military to military contacts that Russia did want to be prepared to move quickly once an agreement was worked out. This particular report of troop movement seemed to have caught people here at the White House off guard. It is unclear, though, whether there have been other communications. Mr. Talbot traveled from Moscow on to Brussels for a NATO meeting. White House officials can't say for sure that other people in the U.S. government were not made aware of this movement before it actually happened. They're trying to put the pieces together right now, but after being initially alarmed, they say the Secretary of State has received clear assurances that the Russians are simply getting prepared for their deployment and in no way mean anything provocative by moving some of their troops from Bosnia, the peacekeeping mission there, into Serbia to prepare for the peacekeeping mission now in Kosovo.
John, thank you. We will take a short break. We'll be back with more news after this. From the Macedonian capital of Skopje to Pristina Saturday. In the meantime, Macedonia is becoming the staging ground for other peacekeeping activities. CNN's Lou Waters is standing by with more from Blace. Lou.
Relita, I'm at the Blace border crossing where behind me at that cafe where the first military assistance talks were held. There are last-minute details being worked out by KFOR. That's the name applied to this NATO peacekeeping mission. KFOR military people flew in here a little over 2 hours ago. Yugoslav military drove across the border. They're meeting, working out the last-minute details to make this NATO operation as safe and secure as possible. While that meeting was going on, we were observing Serb troops withdrawing just over the Macedonian border. They were coming down off the ridge and driving up the road. They're clearing out of this area. We expect the NATO troops to be moving into this area very soon. Most likely the British and the French will be the first ones in, and we expect them to arrive at any time, and the NATO operation could be underway within 24 hours, Rolita.
Lou, was there a delay? We were hearing yesterday, in fact, from the NATO Secretary General that the NATO troops would move in today.
As I say, Relisa, the operational details have not been released to us, but we're getting every indication that this operation could get underway at any time.
Lou, thank you. Now that the peace plan for Kosovo is being implemented, questions turn to what's ahead for the region. CNN's Andrea Koppel has more on that.
With a ceasefire now in effect, the European Union, NATO, and Russia are focusing on
Belgrade. We're told about 30 kilometers, I think, west of Belgrade, and they've stopped here at this toll barrier in Simonovici. Now, these have been denied by Moscow, and we're also getting reports, indeed, that these troops, or Russian troops, have entered Belgrade. We're also hearing that British forces have been placed on immediate notice to move into Kosovo after these reports that these Russian troops have been moving through Serbia to enter the province. We're aware of the reports about the Russian column, say the British, and we've placed our troops on immediate notice to move as from 12 noon. Now these troops could, I don't know if this is a town or whether this is indeed Belgrade that we're looking at. It could well be, but let me just repeat the reports we're getting from Belgrade and the news agency there that this column of Russian military vehicles, KFOR were not supposed to cross until tomorrow morning. These military vehicles, a convoy of Russian vehicles, arrived at a toll, stopped there to gather the convoy together, and then moved on towards Belgrade. We've lost the pictures, but you've seen enough. We're told that 5 jeeps and a command vehicle were the first to cross the barrier, and then approximately 15 armoured personnel carriers and a number of lorries followed on behind. They stopped at a toll and then moved to Belgrade, and as far as we know, those pictures were the Russians arriving in Belgrade. Well, just a short time ago at the daily British Ministry of Defence briefing in London, Junior Defence Minister Doug Henderson denied that NATO had been caught napping.
can I make it clear that we always knew and wanted Russians to take part in the international peacekeeping force. It's quite clear from the United Nations resolution that member states that wish to contribute can do so under the command and control of NATO. And that process is taking place. People are moving assets into place, both physical and human. And there are reports of a movement of a very small number of Russians, I think about 200. But I've really nothing further to add than that.
Doug Henderson at the Ministry of Defence briefing. The main developments today: a first group of Russian peacekeeping forces may well have entered Belgrade. We're hearing from Washington, again unconfirmed, news from Washington that the Vice President Al Gore has said he's surprised that Russian troops have moved into Yugoslavia. But also Al Gore is saying that Moscow had previously given assurances they wouldn't move into Kosovo unilaterally. We didn't know they were going to go right there. That's what Gore has reportedly told ABC television. Other developments today: well, NATO's commander expects to be in the Kosovo capital, Pristina, by tomorrow. General Sir Mike Jackson is saying he'll hold a press conference there. But let's have a look at all the developments today from Jim Fish.
As agreed, Serbian forces continue their withdrawal northwards from Kosovo. These units are among the thousands of Yugoslav troops who must be out of the province within 11 days. NATO, though, is not yet basking in its success, as the US Secretary of State Madeleine Albright arrived in Macedonia to meet American troops and the force commander, Britain's General Jackson. His troops have still not moved into Kosovo. There are reports, denied by NATO, of squabbling over whose troops should be first into the province. At the same time, the US Special Envoy Strobe Talbot's talks in Moscow have stalled over the role of Russian troops in Kosovo. The Russians seem determined to defy NATO's objections and create their own military sector in the province.
If this agreement is not reached, Russia has the same right as NATO, especially bearing in mind our decisive role in achieving the resolution and a halt to military activity. We shall announce a sector that will be agreed upon with the Yugoslav side and will meet our interests.
Reports from Moscow suggest that Russian troops could even be in Kosovo before NATO. These troops from a motorized brigade were busy training on Thursday at their Balashiha base. Several hundred airborne troops are also said to be on standby, with others on their way from Bosnia. NATO could yet find itself having to defuse a potential conflict with the Russians, even before it has successfully seen off the Serbs. Jim Fish, BBC News.
Well, we'll be talking more about that reported column of Russian military vehicles in Belgrade in a moment. But first, we're going to go to our correspondent, Caroline Wyatt, in Kukes. She's on the Kosovo-Albanian border. And I suppose, Caroline, there, the priority are the refugees.
Absolutely, but I have to say that these reports of Russian soldiers going into Kosovo will perhaps worry many of the refugees here, because talking to people, they are afraid of Russian troops. They do see them very much as being allies of the Serbs, and the knowledge that they may be present there in Kosovo, perhaps even under their own command, I think may certainly dissuade some refugees from making a rapid return. But at the moment, the concern of aid agencies here really is to say to people, anyway, please be patient, please do not rush back to the border, do not go in because it's not yet safe. We're expecting German troops, an advance party here today, who are expected to go in on Sunday. They will be the first to try and make safe this border area going into the town of Prizren. And many, many people here are being warned, do not try and go too soon because of the danger of landmines, of unexploded shells, of unexploded bombs.
So the aid agencies, Caroline, in the camps, explaining through educational methods, are they, to adults and children about the hazards to come?
That's right. There is an information campaign going on now. Within the next few days, they're expected to distribute leaflets. They're talking especially to mothers and children because children are often the victims of landmines because they simply go up and touch them, and that's when they go off. So they're trying to educate people to say be very, very careful, even after NATO has gone in, even after it has been made safe. We've seen from the example of many other countries after a war that there can be mines lying around for perhaps even a decade, so it's something that people have to be very, very wary of. And the other issue that people here are being told about is the fact that the infrastructure of Kosovo is simply almost destroyed, shattered, and that food will have to be brought in, that it won't be easy to get, that in fact people will probably still have to be going for handouts from the aid agencies, because many who have no homes to go back to, whose houses have been burnt by the Serbs, will have no means of cooking either. So they are saying to people, make sure you realise it will not be easy when you go back, and what they want to avoid is a stampede, a mass of people, because after all there are something like 400,000 Kosovo Albanian refugees here in Albania. They don't want them all going back at once.
What sort of means of verification will they have, because all their identification was torn up by the Serbs?
Well, this is a very interesting point. What we have heard is that the UN and aid agencies are going to try and set up at the border to give people ID cards, and they're going to try a computerized system which will input all of their family details, their address, also things like their qualifications, because many people had even those documents taken off them as they left. And with that sort of thing, they'll also be able to track very carefully who's going back to what areas, and that will also help with things like family reunions, because many people here don't know what happened to their husbands, their brothers, their wives or their sisters. So this should in theory make it very much easier once people go in to be able to reunite families.
Caroline Wire to Kukes. Thank you, Caroline. And let's go now to Paul Wood, another correspondent. Paul's inside Kosovo. Yesterday he trekked for 14 hours into the hills to find tens of thousands of displaced people, the sort of people that Caroline was talking about, who have been sleeping rough, surviving outside in the woods. Paul, where are you now and what can you see?
We're in the hills above a town called Kačanik in southern Kosovo, and it's very interesting. Just over the past half hour, there has been a fairly constant stream of vehicles leaving the town. It looks to be police officers who are leaving. The uniforms look to be blue. At the same time, there's been intermittent automatic fire from the valley down below. We cannot tell if that is exchanges of fire between the Serbs and the KLA, or if it is the Serbs firing as they leave. On the other side of the valley, there has also been very loud explosions. We've heard about a dozen of them. It could be mines exploding. It could be damage being done as the Serbian forces pull out. We can't tell. What I can see from here is 4 or 5 individual fires which have been lit in houses. There are individual plumes of smoke, and earlier this morning we saw a lot of smoke over the whole valley.
Is that evidence, Paul, of some kind of scorched earth policy?
Well, I think that might be going a little far. I can see that a lot of the houses in the town of Kačanik are still intact. Having said that, coming through the villages on the way here, most of the villages are destroyed, and that is perhaps not surprising. It's always been the countryside in Kosovo where the KLA has been strongest, and if there was, as is alleged by the ethnic Albanians, a campaign of Serbian reprisals, it would be in the countryside that this would take place. But certainly this morning there is still a pall of smoke hanging over Kačanik, and that is consistent with allegations from the rebel Kosovo Liberation Army that as the Yugoslavs have been leaving, they've been trying to do damage to parts of Kosovo, burning homes, shooting at KLA soldiers, and trying to strike a final blow against the ethnic Albanians as they're forced to withdraw.
We've just seen some pictures, indeed, Paul, that I think you shot, of families living outdoors. What sort of condition are they in?
And NATO says some 4,000 Serb military personnel will have left the region by Friday. Tensions over the disputed Kashmir region are escalating as India raises new accusations. New Delhi says 6 Indian soldiers turned over by Pakistan were mutilated. India says it suspects the soldiers may have been tortured before they were killed. Pakistan did not immediately react to the charges. The accusations threaten weakened peace talks between the two countries. India has been fighting what it calls Pakistani-backed insurgents in Kashmir for weeks. And that is an update of the headlines. If you're watching in Latin America, stay tuned for Larry King. And for our viewers elsewhere, let's take a closer look at our top stories in world news. For more now on the Russian troop movement into Yugoslavia, we go to CNN's Moscow bureau chief, Jill Doherty. Jill.
Well, Relitza, all of this seemed initially to catch people by surprise. In fact, both in Washington and here in Moscow, several senior officials did not know that this was taking place. However, just a few minutes ago, the Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov gave the explanation for the movement of these Russian troops into into Yugoslavia, not into Kosovo yet. He said that it's preparatory, that they were being pre-positioned. He said that it is active preparatory steps for the deployment of an international peacekeeping force. Earlier, Mr. Ivanov called Madeleine Albright, the U.S. Secretary of State, and assured her that this was pre-positioning only and that they would not go into Kosovo until there is an agreement on exactly what their role would be. Now, there were talks here in Moscow this morning on that very subject, talks between U.S. military officials and Russian military officials. They came to no final decision. In fact, that delegation left, but now Strobe Talbot, the Deputy Secretary of State from the United States, is returning. In fact, we understand he may actually have already returned to Moscow to try to clarify this. Again, Mr. Ivanov, the foreign minister, is saying that one of the reasons that Russia wanted to move quickly to get its peacekeeping forces from Bosnia into position was that the idea originally was not to have a vacuum. As the Serbian forces were being moved out of Kosovo, the international peacekeeper force is supposed to be prepared to move in. And that, he says, is why Russia very quickly, and apparently without a lot of public knowledge of others, moved those troops into Yugoslavia, preparing, if there's an agreement on their deployment, to go into Kosovo. Relitza?
Jill, did Russian officials say why they had not consulted with Talbot, who was, as you said, that morning into Moscow, why they had not told him about that?
Relitza, there is a lot of confusion on that exact point. It would appear that the U.S. side did not have warning. However, that still is not confirmed. We have not had a chance to hear from Mr. Talbot. Obviously, today we will try to do that. But it does appear that Washington was caught unawares, or at least did not know exactly what was going on. Again, a lot of murky details, but now it appears that they are trying to explain on the Russian side that this is preparatory only, that they will not go into Kosovo until there's an agreement on exactly what they will do. Relitza?
Jill, thank you. And now for NATO's reaction to the latest developments in Yugoslavia, we go to CNN's Chris Burns in Brussels. Chris.
Well, release a bit of murkiness over here, too, because there's no real reaction yet from NATO. In fact, today's daily briefing, which is supposed to happen at this hour in this very room, has been canceled for no reason. They've given no reason at all, so it's up to any reporter's speculation what it may be. Now, of course, we think about the context of the floundering Russian talks in Moscow. Strobe Talbot was supposed to come here in the next couple of hours to brief NATO ministers and ambassadors, and he has delayed that visit. It could still happen later today, but it's not for certain. It could be later. So then again, very difficult to determine what exactly the NATO reaction is. They did confirm that about 200 Russian S-4 peacekeepers in Bosnia were on the move, but little more than that. What NATO does say, for certain, is that the deployment of NATO forces into Kosovo will begin tomorrow, part of a 50,000-strong force that is going to be policing the peace plan in Kosovo after 11 weeks of NATO bombing. There will be 5 areas in Kosovo. One will be the British area. There will be an American sector in the east. The Italians will be in the west, the French in the north, and the Germans in the south on the Macedonian side. The vanguard of the force is supposed to enter tomorrow with the French and the British troops. The NATO also confirms that the pullout is underway by Yugoslav forces. That is a 3-stage withdrawal. The first of 3 is happening right now. It's supposed to be finished by Tuesday. At about 6,000 troops and forces, police and paramilitary are supposed to leave the southern third of the country, and as well as Pristina, and finish all the complete pullout from Kosovo by the 20th of this month, a very rapid-fire 11-day pullout that is mandated under the military technical agreement. Perlitza?
Chris, how is NATO preparing as the troops move in on Saturday for their security?
Well, they are talking about an advanced force that is going ahead of the actual flank of armored vehicles and so forth. They will be the technicians, and the engineers will be checking bridges and roads for any...
Vojna, politička I druga moć I ogromnite napori što gi napravija, nemaše da uspeje da se završi ova kriza na kraju, na ovoj vek, so koja, verujem, niko od nas ne se gordeje.
However, I should not miss this opportunity to mention also the fact that the major portion of this burden, the burden of this effort, was carried forth by the United States, without whose military and political and other powers this effort could not have been brought about successfully. And it would not have been possible to bring about to an end this conflict at the end of the century of which none of us are proud of.
The border, and he's joining us now with details on those preparations for that peacekeeping mission. Mike.
Well, Riz, the normally tense border post at Marina between Yugoslavia and Albania was quiet today. A forward observer up there said the Yugoslavian customs post has been abandoned. That vacuum will be filled by a force of 5,000 Germans who will move in from Albania to provide protection for the refugee flow. The advance force is supposed to arrive tomorrow. They had hoped to get in by Sunday. It might not be till Monday now. We did witness a small NATO presence in the area. We saw an American Humvee with 4 soldiers in it. They were doing observation of the tense frontier. It's been a very tense frontier there in recent days. There have been big battles. There are a lot of mines up there. And the spokesman for the NATO protection force here in Albania, called AFOR, the humanitarian force rather, says that he hopes the refugees will be patient and not go in immediately.
The whole idea is to have a measured, organized return of refugees. And what the refugees have told us is, we trust you. When you say we can go, we go. So until we get the word from NATO, we will wait, which is a good situation for us. They have confidence in us.
We went to the refugee camp today to ask them what they're going to do, and they said, we saw the mines when we left there. We don't want to see the mines when we go back. We're going to wait for the NATO force to clear it, but they're not going to wait a long time. They're anxious to get back to their homes. Mike Betcher, CNN, reporting live from Kukës, Albania.
Mike, let me ask you just quickly, what news is there, if any, where you are, of the activities of the KLA across the border there with Kosovo?
Well, the KLA is not happy at all about the Russian presence, and there have been rumblings that the KLA would oppose any sort of Russian presence in there. They see them as siding with Yugoslavia. But right now, it appears that the KLA is not advancing too far. It's tough to get confirmation on this right now, Riz, and we're trying to do that. Just if they're trying to fill that vacuum left by the Serbian forces withdrawing. Before, when I've talked to them, they said they would. And we don't know what kind of discussions they've had with NATO and trying to keep them from doing that, but I think we're going to find out about that pretty soon, Riz.
All right, we'll stay in touch with you then, Mike. Mike Betcher joining us from Kukës. We'll be right back with more world news right after this break.
For his perseverance to see these efforts through to victory. To Congressman Norm Dix and Steny Hoyer, who are with us today, stealth supporters of the V2 with me, I should say long-time stealth supporters with me, this is an I told you so day. We're here today to give testimony that stealth technology...
Well, as you can see, we're waiting for President Clinton to speak at the Air Force Base in Missouri. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll return to our show.
The impassioned debates, the successful...
An Air Force Base in Missouri. Let's go there straight away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. General Lyles, thank you for your introduction and your service. I'd like to thank General Barnes for making me feel right at home. You can tell he's pretty proud of you. And he makes a good speech, doesn't he? I didn't know whether he was a politician or a general the first time I met him. I've got the coin, General. I think I know the rules. You got yours? Thank you. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, when I discovered these coins, I decided one way I could always remember the men and women of our military is to keep every coin I receive visible. And for as long as I have been president, I have done that. And if you saw the speech I gave last night on Kosovo, when the camera zooms in, I have 3 racks of these coins behind me. I now have nearly 300 of these. From every unit, every enlisted person, every officer, every commander that has given me one of these, I still have the coins. And everyone who comes into the Oval Office sees them all to remember you and what you do for our country. And this will be on that desk tonight when I get home, and I thank you for it very much. I want to thank my good friend Congressman Ike Skelton for representing you so well and representing all of America's military families and military interests so well. I'd like to thank my National Security Advisor, Sandy Berger, who did a lot of work in planning and executing our efforts in Kosovo, and others who have come here with me today. There are a large number of congressmen here, and I want to acknowledge all of them because I think it's important that you know you have broad support. We have 4 members from Missouri here, in addition to Congressman Skelton, Congresswoman Pat Danner, Congresswoman Karen McCarthy, and Congressman Kenny Hulshoff from Missouri. They're all here. I'd like to ask them to stand and be recognized. We have Congressman Norm Dix from Washington and Congressman Steny Hoyer from Maryland, as you heard, 2 big supporters of the B-2 program. We have Congressman Leonard Boswell from Iowa and Congressman Dennis Moore from Kansas, 2 of your neighbors here. And we have 2 congressmen who came all the way from New York State, Congressman Elliot Engel and Congressman Peter King. I'd like to ask the rest of the members of the delegation to stand and thank them for being here. We all came down from Washington today on behalf of your fellow Americans to salute the men and women of Whiteman Air Force Base, to thank you for a job well done, to honor you for the way you honor America. Over the past few months, our nation has faced an extraordinary challenge. A decade of brutal policies in the former Yugoslavia, and in particular in Kosovo, exploded into a humanitarian catastrophe when Serbian troops evicted over 1 million people from homes they had lived in with their families for generations. It was the culmination of a long campaign by the Serbian president, Mr. Milosevic, to exploit ethnic and religious differences to strengthen his power over the people of the former Yugoslavia. Now, in nearly every country, at some point or another, there are demagogues who have tried to exploit people's ethnic, racial, and religious differences. The difference here is that he wasn't just calling people names. This exploitation involved mass murder, mass rape, mass burning, mass destruction of religious and cultural institutions and personal property records, an attempt to erase the very presence of a people from their land and to get rid of them dead or alive. We have come to call it ethnic cleansing. The International War Crimes Tribunal prosecutor indicted Mr. Milosevic and the leaders who worked with him for war crimes and crimes against humanity. It is that which the B-2s from Whiteman flew to reverse. I ask you, our armed forces, and our NATO allies to act when all of our diplomatic efforts failed. After Mr. Milosevic had already put 40,000 troops and 300 tanks in and around Kosovo. I ask you to act early because the world community took 4 long years to mobilize itself to stop the aggression in Bosnia, and by the time it happened, there were 250,000 people dead and 2.5 million refugees. And the great dream that we all had after World War II and after the Cold War, that finally Europe would be free and undivided and at peace, and Americans would never have to go there in large numbers to fight and die again, was threatened by the oldest demon of human society, our fear and hatred of people who are different from us. That is what he exploited in a systematic way to threaten the future, stability and peace of Europe, and the security of the United States, and to do unspeakable humanitarian horrors to innocent civilians. So, when diplomacy failed, we and our NATO allies acted. We attacked the Serb forces with air power for 79 days with 3 goals. First, to return the refugees with security and self-government. Second, to get the Serb forces out of Kosovo. And finally, to have an international security force with NATO at its core to deploy to protect all the people of that troubled land, the ethnic Albanians and the ethnic Serbs. Today, the 3 objectives have been achieved. The Serbian forces are withdrawing, an international force with NATO at its core is preparing to enter, and very soon, the refugees will go home. Mr. Milosevic accepted these conditions for one reason. You made him do it. Thanks to you and the others who flew and supported our air mission and those of our NATO allies, he ran out of room and he ran out of time. And thanks to you, the century is ending, not with helpless indignation over such unspeakable cruelty, but with its opposite, a ringing affirmation by free people of human dignity. It was not an easy campaign. Kosovo is a long way from Whiteman, even in a B-2. We had to coordinate all the details with 18 NATO allies. The Serbs had sophisticated air defenses. They placed innocent civilians around military targets. The weather was often downright atrocious, especially when we began the operation. Yet day after day, with remarkable precision, our forces pounded every element of Mr. Milosevic's military machine, from tanks to fuel supply, to anti-aircraft weapons, to the military and political support. Most Americans will never know how hard this was or how hard our forces worked. The pilots, the crews, the people who make it happen on the ground. But I want you to know that we are very proud of you. I'd like to single out a few groups for special thanks today. The pilots, the crews, the weaponeers, the maintenance personnel who are part of the B-2 team stationed here at Whiteman should take special pride in proving what a truly remarkable aircraft can do. Flying 30-hour sorties, dropping ordnance, returning to base night after night. And as our commander said, as far as we know, they still don't know you were there. Listen to this. The B-2s from Whiteman flew less than 1% of the total missions, but dropped 11% of the bombs. We honor the pilots and the crews, but we should never forget that for every two-man mission, about 60 people from the mission planning cell worked 2 or 3 days to make sure nothing went wrong. That's what I call teamwork. You put real meaning into the 509th's motto, follow us. A lot of good people are about to follow you back home to Kosovo, and I thank you for it. I would also like to thank the reservists of the 442nd for all you do. I know how badly some of you wanted to take your warthogs over to Serbia. I assure you, you're doing a fine job protecting us just by being ready to drop everything at a moment's notice. And I want to thank the people who make Whiteman such a fine place to live and work, including the Missouri National Guard. And lastly, I want to pay special tribute to the families who give strength and support to our airmen and women who do such a difficult job. The wives, the husbands, the children of our military personnel are a part of our military team, and they serve our country in a very special way. The statistics of Operation Allied Force tell the story better than I can. There were 30,000 sorties. 2 planes were lost, but every single crew member returned safely. An extraordinary testament to your courage and skill. Of course, we cannot forget the 2 Army airmen we lost while training in Albania, and I hope you will remember them and their families in your prayers. Chief Warrant Officer David Gibbs and Chief Warrant Officer Kevin Reiter. Let me say one other thing that I hope will try to illustrate what this is really about. I'm proud to be in Whiteman today for many reasons. For over half a century, the brave airmen of this base have been crucial to our efforts to build peace and support freedom. We may be far from Europe here in the heartland, and I suppose it's unlikely that Knob Noster will ever be invaded by a foreign power. But you have always been close to the front lines, and the people in that small community have supported you in being close to the front lines. The 442nd Fighter Wing supported the D-Day landings 55 years ago last Sunday. The 509th Bomber Wing distinguished itself in the Pacific Theater. Whiteman was a bastion of strength throughout the Cold War. 10 years ago, for example, who would have thought that a former leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, would come here to have you sing happy birthday to him? Or that he would have the gall to accuse General Barnage of singing off-key. In this decade, in the wake of the Cold War, our men and women in uniform have played a crucial role, and so have you. And with the B-2, you have been even closer to the front lines. From Iraq to Haiti to Bosnia to Kosovo, our men and women in uniform have shown dictators they can't shatter their people and threaten their neighbors with impunity. But this is the point I want you to think about. You helped to put the lie to Mr. Milosevic's campaign of ethnic cleansing and killing in 2 ways, not one. First, and most obviously, you did it with the power of the bombing campaign. But second, you did it with the power of your example. What do I mean by that? His whole justification for power has been to tell the Serbian people that they cannot and should not have to live with the Bosnian Muslims, with the Kosovar Albanian Muslims, with the Croatian Catholics, that the only pure and great people worthy to be part of Greater Serbia are those who share their ethnic background and their faith. That their country can only be great when everybody's just like everybody else. Well, look around here. You put the lie to that by the power of your example. And make no mistake about it, it is even more powerful than the power of our bombs. I invite the people of this world today who say that people cannot get along across racial and ethnic and religious lines to have a good look at the United States military, to have a good look at the members of the United States Air Force in this hangar today. We have proved that when people are bound together by shared values, their differences make them stronger and make our community stronger. That everyone has a contribution to make, and everyone is a child of God, worthy to be developed to the fullest of his or her own capacity. And that our differences make our lives more interesting, even more fun, as long as we recognize that fundamentally what is most important is our common humanity. Make no mistake about it. Every day you get up and go to work, every day you work through a difference you're having with somebody who comes from a different part of the country or a different background than you do. Every day you learn to live by performing your mission better, working together. You put the lie to the idea that has driven Mr. Milosevic's power and that of every other dictator in this century who tried to get people to hate others because they had a different color skin, because they had a different ethnic background, because they worship God in a different way. And make no mistake about it, in a world that is smaller and smaller and smaller, where we are growing closer through the internet, through links of trade, through shared culture, where people will become more vulnerable to one another through open borders, it is a very important thing for the safety and security of the United States for us to be able to hold up to the whole world the example of our men and women in uniform and say, this is the future we should all seek in the 21st century. Yes, I am very proud of the B-2s. I am proud of the cooperation across the services. I know the Air Force is grateful for the radar jamming provided by Navy and Marine aircraft, the Navy T-LAMs fired from ships in the Mediterranean that made the flights safer, the Army and Marine units taking care of the refugees. I'm grateful for all of that cooperation, but fundamentally I am most grateful for the power of your example. In our military, we have Asian Americans, African Americans, Latino Americans, European Americans of every stripe, including Albanian Americans and Serbian Americans. I don't want anybody to get the idea that we have a grudge or bad feelings about the people of Serbia. They were our allies in World War II. They filled many neighborhoods in some of our largest cities. We cheer for them on professional sports teams. Many of us know them as our friends. This is not about a people. This is about a rotten idea that needs to be wiped from the pages of history that you have helped to do. And I say to you, we have to keep working on it. If we want to be a force for good around the world, we've got to keep working to be good at home. We got to keep working to live up to the ideas of our founders that we are all created equal, that we have a constant obligation throughout our lives to broaden the circle of opportunity and deepen the meaning of freedom and draw closer together as a national community. These past months were a defining moment for the forces of freedom in our alliance. This was the longest and most difficult military campaign NATO ever engaged in its entire 50 years. Mr. Milosevic, who believed that strength comes from everything being the same, thought that his campaign for greater Serbia would break the unity of the incredible diversity of the NATO alliance. He thought open societies with free dissent, where, as you know, everybody in America was free to tell me I was wrong about this from the get-go. He thought that made us weak, but he turned out to be wrong. He turned out to be wrong, yes, because the B-2 is a great aircraft, and the people flying the fighters out of Germany and Italy did a brilliant job. And the ships filing and firing the T-LAMs were great, and because the leaders were strong and tough and they hung together, that's fine, and that had a lot to do with it. But what made all that possible? How did we get to that moment in the first place? Because we have made a decision as a free people to respect the inherent dignity of every person, to give everybody a chance, to learn from people who are different, to be on the same team. Let me tell you, that is something money can't buy and propaganda can't erase. And it is an example that I hope the world will see all the more clearly in the aftermath of your success in Kosovo. Think what would have happened if we hadn't done this. Mr. Milosevic's victory would have been a license for despots around the world to deal with ethnic minorities simply by murdering or expelling them from their land. Whenever people had trouble with people who were different, they said, well, just get rid of them. Kill as many as you want, nobody will do anything, and if you run them out of your country, the rich countries will take care of them anyway. Just ethnically cleanse every place so you will never have to think about or look at or consider the interest of anybody that's the slightest bit different from you. But instead, we end the 20th century and begin a new one with a respect for human rights and human dignity and international law. This is not America's first victory over tyranny, and unfortunately, it probably will not be our last. But it is a moment for all of you to thank God for the opportunity we have had to live in our country and serve our country at this moment in history, to reap the benefits of its opportunities, and to have a chance to move it a little closer to its ideals. As we celebrate the victory, I also ask you to remember this. There are challenges ahead. We still have to win the peace. Those folks have to go home. And they got to have a roof over their head before it gets too cold to be outside. We've got landmines to take up, and businesses to rebuild, and a future to make. That work, too, can be dangerous for those who follow in your footsteps in the peacekeeping missions. But it is very much in our interest to help them rebuild and to draw together, to teach them what we already know, that if they have something to look forward to and something to work for and something to get up in the morning and smile about, it's a lot easier for people with superficial differences to find common interests. And so we have to be a part of that as well. Whenever I come to Missouri, a state I've always loved since I grew up to the south in Arkansas, I think of President Truman, who was the president when I was born and whom my family idolized. Congressman Skelton knew Harry Truman, and I think that we would all admit that Harry Truman knew something about standing up for what he believed in. President Truman would be very, very proud of the Whiteman family today. At the In the final days of World War II, Harry Truman said it is easier to remove tyrants and destroy concentration camps than it is to kill the ideas which gave them birth and strength. Victory on the battlefield was essential, but it was not enough. For a good peace, a lasting peace, decent people of the earth must remain determined to strike down the evil spirit which has hung over the world for the last decade. Well, the decent people of the world are determined to rebuild Kosovo and the Balkans. Think about the spirit. If you don't remember anything else I said today, remember this. Your victory was achieved for two reasons. One, the power and skill and courage of our pilots and our crews and the awesome capacity of our planes and our bombs. But two, the power of the example that you set in our military. A stern rebuke on a daily basis to ethnic cleansing and a reaffirmation of the moral worth and the sheer joy of working together as equal human beings for a good cause. Thank you, and God bless you.
President Clinton speaking at the Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home of the B-2 stealth bomber that played such a major role in the NATO operation in the Balkans. In his speech, President Clinton said that the operation began with three intentions. That was to allow refugees to return to Kosovo, to get Serb forces out, and to establish an international peacekeeping mission with NATO as its core to protect ethnic Albanians and as well to protect Serbs. Mr. Clinton said that this is not about a people. Nobody was against Serbs as such. It's about sharing a common sense of humanity. He says while celebrating a victory, it's important to remember that the job is not yet finished. And, says President Clinton, the decent people of the world...
Matthew.
Well, so far today we've seen a considerable amount of equipment, certainly by air. I've personally watched Chinook helicopters fly in, lots of heavy equipment, including Land Rovers and armoured personnel carriers and artillery pieces. That's all part of an air brigade that's being flown in, consisting of some 1,500 troops, 1,500 men and women. On the ground here, this road I'm standing next to has seen a whole lot of other heavy military equipment go on through, including armoured personnel carriers, light armoured vehicles of the British Army scimitars. But when those mines are cleared, when that route is secured to Kosovo, which will ultimately be the British area of control according to the plan set out so far, then we're told by military officials on the ground we're going to be seeing a lot more military equipment pass through this main route, including heavy battle tanks, warrior light armoured vehicles and a whole lot of self-propelled artillery. So that's yet to come to join the peacekeeping force in Kosovo. It'll all be going by this main road that runs, as I say, straight to Pristina. This same road, by the way, over the last few months has been the exit of preference, if you like, for tens of thousands of ethnic Albanian refugees fleeing the ethnic cleansing in Kosovo, being put up in camps here in Macedonia and elsewhere in the world, including Albania. So there is a sense of irony that it's that same road that the peacekeepers of NATO are taking back into Kosovo to impose a kind of stability on the province, to encourage those conditions that will allow those hundreds of thousands of refugees to return to their homes. Fiona.
For the moment, Matthew, thank you. Well, CNN's Tom Mintier is now inside Kosovo, accompanying British troops moving into the province. He joins us now with an update. Tom.
Fiona, the first difficulty, the first bridge inside Kosovo on the way to Pristina. We have already passed through the border crossing with the British paratroops and the Nepalese Gurkhas. We are stopped in the middle of the road right now while they're checking, apparently, that bridge. Everything has been at a standstill for the last 30 minutes. Basically, the paratroops looking out on the hillside, not hearing any response. It's all very, very quiet in this valley right now. But the rush across the border and the push up the very first elements as they crossed the border, moving in through General Yankovic. The town appeared to be primarily deserted. We did see 4 KLA soldiers who were on the other side of the border, said they came down from the mountain after watching the Serb border guards and the Yugoslav troops leave. But right now, everything seems to be at a standstill as they're apparently checking this first bridge, this first span on the way to Pristina. There are a couple of tunnels and a couple of spans basically at the very, very beginning of the route as they come across. Helicopters flying overhead as they are doing those checks of the bridges, but as you look around, we see basically no one in this area. It is deserted. The town of General Yankovic, the British troops moved in. There was nobody left here to come outside the houses as we're standing along the road here, mostly abandoned buildings that were used as positions by the Yugoslav troops when they were here, but they're no longer here. They're gone. Right now, it is the NATO force, K4, that is inside Kosovo and moving their way towards Pristina. Fiona?
And Tom, you're talking about checking the bridges, but what are the main problems going to be facing these troops as they go about their tasks?
I think that the danger on the main road is the possibility of explosives either on these bridges or in these tunnels if they have not been removed, and they're going to check them very carefully. Part of the technical military...
He promised to NATO, and he joins us now with the latest from there. Jim.
Well, Fiona, we've been here for almost a week and seen the mood shift dramatically here just in the last 8 or 10 hours. For much of the time that we've been here, the ethnic Serb minority within Kosovo province here in Pristina has seemed to vary down, if you will. It seemed feeling humiliated. It was feeling resentment over the NATO bombing attacks, and then the deal that has been more or less in their eyes imposed on Yugoslavia. That turned around when Russian troops pulled in last night. They are now, we are told, deployed at the airport. There are about 200 troops in all, not a significant force in any sense in military terms, because it will take so many peacekeepers to police this region and to keep the peace in this region, a region that has been hit by various forms of strife over the last decade, and now seeing dramatic changes that will ultimately lead to a whole new political system here in Kosovo province. The Russian peacekeepers bring something unique to all of this. What they are bringing is a sense here that they will support the ethnic Serb position, that it is someone that can be trusted by the ethnic Serbs. NATO doesn't enjoy that. There was a reflection of all of that last night as the Russian troops arrived in Pristina. Now, hundreds of people, earlier thousands of people, had lined the streets waiting for the Russian troops. Word was put out that the Russians had made an agreement with the White House, with NATO. They would not be coming in. Still, hundreds of people maintained their position along the route here and were on hand to greet the Russians as they pulled in their amphibious armored personnel carriers with their convoy trucks, heavy troop trucks, and supply vehicles in tow. Dramatic scene here and a lot of shots fired in the air, representing the enthusiasm and perhaps signaling the importance of the Russian component in the overall plan for a peacekeeping force within Kosovo province. The Russians have come here and they are being welcomed as the Slav brothers of the Serbs that are here. At the same time, there is not a sense of distrust of the Russians on the part of the ethnic Albanians. At least they are not expressing that. The ethnic Albanians, of course, still looking this day forward to the arrival of NATO troops. In the meantime, we can just add this little footnote, and that is that the Yugoslav troop withdrawal is continuing as we speak. Fiona?
Clancy, thanks very much indeed. Well, now for more details on Russia's actions, we can go to CNN Moscow Bureau Chief Jill Doherty. Jill.
Well, Fiona, the talks that were taking place until late last night between the U.S. representatives, Strobe Talbot included, the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State, and the Russian military representatives and the Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov, did break up for a few hours, people trying to get some rest. And now we understand from the Russian side, at least, that they will be starting up in another couple of hours. Last night, when the word had come that the troops, before we knew that the troops were in Kosovo, and officials knew that the Russians had been moved into Yugoslavia, preparing to come in, one U.S. official had called it a bit of theater by the Russians, a way of they're pushing the issue to get settled what kind of role the Russian peacekeepers could have. But at that point, they were saying if the Russians had gone into Kosovo, it would be another deal entirely. And there was a pledge by the foreign minister of Russia not to do that, that first had to come the agreement on these troops, and then, and only then, would the Russian troops move in. Obviously, some
deployed in Kosovo. Come back now, come back now.
And the way they did that was with a Chinook helicopter. This American heavy lift helicopter was brought in, and it basically went to the middle of the bridge and sat down and just hovered on the bridge to test to make sure that it was able to hold the weight of the helicopter. If it could hold the helicopter, then it could hold a tank as it crossed, but they have been going over one at a time. There have also been Apache helicopters hovering overhead. When we first arrived here, the first half hour, the Apaches were hovering in position overhead just in case there were any problems down below, but no resistance was met here at the bridge. They've basically been very quiet. Some ground troops have also been moving in within the last couple of hours. Each one of these tanks that you see go across and armored personnel carriers, they have probably 15 or 20 troops inside, so few people are having to walk, but we have seen some 2.5-ton trucks that have been coming in filled with NATO troops, British troops on their way in. British paratroops moved ahead of the armor, and now the armor is pulling up from behind. So there is a lot going on here. There are a lot of heavy equipment making its way towards Pristina, but they have to cross the dangerous bridges and the tunnels first. Once they pass those, it's fairly flat. It's very hilly in this area, but once they pass over the two bridges and a couple of tunnels here in the southern part of Kosovo, it's flat running into Pristina. Miles?
Tom, have you had much of a chance to talk to the troops and get a sense of their morale?
Well, I can't. This tank operator here, they seem to be all right. They're pretty concentrating right now, pretty well concentrating on what they're doing. And crossing a bridge is no easy task for a tracked vehicle. We've seen them go a little bit too far to the left, and I can show you as this one passes what happens when you go too far to the left. A tank mashed this guardrail traveling at about 20 miles an hour, went up on it, crashed it, crushed it, and kept on moving. So you try not to get in the way of these things as they're coming through here. They are big, they are heavy, and they stop on a dime. They say they can go from 50 miles an hour to nothing, and it's not like the brake pad. So they are very fast and very heavy. Miles?
All right, CNN's Tom Bantier. We invite you to stay out of harm's way as well, and we'll be checking in with you later. We're going to turn now to Brussels, Belgium, where the daily NATO briefing is underway, and let's go to it live now.
0500 hours. They're continuing now to push deeper into Kosovo. Later today and continuing into tomorrow, the German, Italian, and American brigades will enter. And I want to begin by paying tribute to the courage and the dedication of our armed forces. Their countries and their families can be very, very proud of these men and women. Not only have our forces conducted a successful air campaign which forced Milosevic to meet our 5 central demands, but they've also been responsible for heroic work on the humanitarian front. Our work, of course, is far from done, and the dangers are far from being over. Our forces are entering difficult territory, but they know that their cause is a right one and will do whatever it takes to secure Kosovo and to prepare for the return of the hundreds of thousands of refugees who've been driven from their homes by this brutal ethnic cleansing. And we've gotten this far not just because of the professionalism of our forces, but also because of the resolve and determination of the NATO allies. Milosevic was banking on the alliance crumbling. It just never happened. And in fact, the longer that we went on and the longer that he resisted, the greater our resolve became. I want to thank the NATO allies, the heads of state, presidents and prime ministers, the ministers of defense and foreign affairs, and the military leaders, and especially Secretary General Solana, for the support and direction that we and the NATO armed forces have had. So far today, the elements of the 5th UK Airborne Brigade have conducted an air mobile operation and secured the flanks of the main road from the General Jankovic border crossing to Pristina. At about 9:15 hours this morning, the 4th UK Armored Brigade moved through the area held by the airborne troops, and it's continuing north. In addition, its reconnaissance battalion and elements from 5th Airborne Brigade are currently in the vicinity of Pristina airfield. Concurrently, French forces crossed the border into Kosovo north of Kumanovo. After breaching a minefield that had been marked
Listening to
by
NATO's Supreme Commander, U.S. General Wesley Clark, and we're going to drift away from that briefing for just a moment and turn our attention to Blace, Macedonia, where we find CNN's Matthew Chance, who has word of the first U.S. crossing into the Kosovo region. Matthew.
Well, Miles, no actual crossings as yet, but I can tell you that in this line of vehicles behind me, there are some Humvee American four-wheel drive armored vehicles standing in that line in preparation perhaps to cross the border. What I can tell you is that I've spoken to a number of the drivers, U.S. First Artillery, I apologize. I have spoken to a number of the drivers of those Humvees, and they've told me they are heading into Kosovo. They haven't given a time yet, but from the fact that they are standing in this line of vehicles, a line of which has been passing across that border crossing all day, it is apparent that they are at least making preparations to cross that border. Well, in the meantime, over the course of today, there have been a number of crossings, mainly by British troops, to secure strongholds on the other side of the border inside Kosovo itself. The aim of that British K4 force has been to secure the Pristina airport in Pristina, to secure K4 forces so they can fly into Kosovo as soon as possible. Back to you.
CNN's Matthew Chance will be keeping us posted on the possible crossing by some Humvees. Some U.S. troops on the border there have not crossed just yet. Let's return now to Brussels, Belgium. General Wesley Clark continuing his briefing.
And when the history books are written, they will say that Operation Allied Force was the most precise and most successful air campaign carried out. At the outset, we said that we were going to systematically and progressively attack, disrupt, degrade, devastate, and unless President Milosevic complied with the demands of the international community, ultimately destroy the Serb forces in Kosovo, their facilities, the support, and all the assets that President Milosevic valued. And we did precisely that, and Milosevic complied. When asked how long it would take, NATO leaders have been saying it could take days or weeks or months, that it would ultimately depend on how much punishment President Milosevic was willing to absorb and how much suffering he wanted to impose on his armed forces. This was also true. And we've been saying for weeks that we were winning, he was losing, and he knew it. I think events have borne us out in every case. Now another huge task is underway. Getting the Serb forces out and our forces in is a huge logistical operation which is not risk-free. Our information is that some 10% of the tanks, 30% of the armored personnel carriers, 10% of the artillery and mortars, and perhaps 12% of the military, police, and paramilitary personnel, maybe 7,000 or more persons, have left Kosovo. And despite a few violations, the ceasefire seems to be holding. But the most important task of all is the one that this whole operation has been about. That's getting the refugees home. The world's been impressed by the dignity of the refugees and by their eagerness and even impatience to return home. We just ask that the refugees give us a little more time until the situation is a little more stabilized so it's safe for them to return. They know they're not going home tomorrow, but they know they are going home and going home very soon. They know, too, that while they don't today know the scale, there will be horrors that are barely imaginable to confront when they get there. But their desire to get home is overwhelming, and our determination to help them is unshakable. I'm proud to be in a leadership position in this operation. But those of us in this command will only rest when the refugees are home and secure. Many of us have seen so much of the damage done to this region by the evil policies of racial conflict and ethnic cleansing. And I know I speak on behalf of all of the men and women of the armed forces who say that once our military task is done here, that there will be moves in the region and in Serbia in particular toward democracy, and that this conflict can be seen as the turning point that led to a new future for the people of the Balkans. Thank you, and I'll be very pleased to take your questions right here.
Jonathan, that's the microphone. Lovely. Go ahead now.
Right, okay, sorry. Two questions regarding the Russians briefly. One, could you be very clear precisely, have NATO forces actually had any contact with the Russian troops in Pristina yet? Do you think the Russians are going to pose any problems for the establishment of the KFOR headquarters at Pristina airfield? And then more generally, looking at the air campaign as a whole, you say an air campaign alone won this war. How do you respond to the view that says that it wasn't really until the KLA offensive got going on the ground and forced Yugoslav forces to come out of their bolt holes, it was only then that air power was really able to engage with the KLA, with the Yugoslav forces on the ground?
Well, first of all, with respect to the Russians there, I'm not now on my command and control, so I can't tell you precisely what event is happening now, but as I walked in, I got a call that we're either at or already on the airfield. These soldiers have worked together for a long time. These Russian troops came out of Bosnia. We know them well in S4. We know many of their leaders, and including some of their top leaders who are there. And so I'm sure we're going to be able to work this out in the fashion that soldiers normally do. With respect to the air campaign, we always believed that we had to operate on two axes, a strategic air axis and a tactical air axis. We knew the strategic air axis was important, vital. We had to go after the higher level command and control. We had to go after all of the infrastructure of the armed forces, their military industrial support, and really the circulation system of that support, which was the electricity system and the sort of brain power behind it, the communications, and even the media. We also said at the outset that there would be no sanctuary for this, and that proved to be the case as we went after targets underground and above ground, in the heart of Belgrade and everywhere else. But there was a second and very important area that we attacked in, and in fact this was the area in which I placed the greatest priority and put the most amount of effort, and that was the attack on the forces on the ground. We knew this was the greatest challenge facing the Allied air forces because it was an unconventional operation in the sense that there wasn't a friendly ground component in the opening stages, and so it was difficult to locate these targets and to attack them successfully without incurring collateral damages. Step by step, we built a targeting system, we built a process. We put the intelligence collecting systems there, we put the analysis there, we developed the flexible targeting means to enable air power to come to terms with attack of mobile targets on a battlefield without unacceptable collateral damages. As the weeks passed, we got more and more effective. It was a matter of training and development and innovation from the level of the forward air controller all the way up to the highest level as we enhanced our ability to attack these forces. They were constantly in motion in one place or another trying to respond to the UCK. And of course, in the final days of the campaign, when the UCK had gained enough strength that it came out in the open in the Mount Patrick area and attacked full force, then more of these forces had to expose themselves to come out in response. And so just as they did this, our enhancements in targeting reached a very high level of effectiveness, and that accounted for the dramatic results on the ground in recent days. I also want to pay a special acknowledgement to the work of Task Force Hawk. Everybody knows that the Apaches weren't committed, but what you probably don't recognize is the tremendous leadership and work done by the elements and the leaders in Task Force Hawk in helping us to put this targeting system together. And so they were an integral part of this system and a big factor in our ultimate success.
We've been listening live to the NATO daily briefings. NATO Supreme Commander General Wesley Clark of the U.S. continuing his discussion. We will, of course, be monitoring it here at CNN Center and bring you any developments as they warrant. But we're going to move on with our coverage and continue our live coverage. Turning now back to Macedonia, where we find CNN's Christiana Mampour. Christiana, I'm not sure if you could hear the briefing, but I did note with interest that General Clark mentioned that the Russian troops in Pristina are well known.
Science context on the ground, and so we're confident we're moving toward a solution in that regard. As we looked at the options available yesterday, we had a plan to move in today, and as we weighed the options and the alternatives and the possible responses we might have gotten from the other side, we thought that the clearest, most effective steps to take were the steps that were taken, and that's why we did what we did.
Okay, all right, let's go. Dominique, please.
Yeah, Dominique Thierry, Radio France International. Do you expect the Russian commander in Pristina to place his troops under General Jackson's command? And second question, if I may, you mentioned history book. There's a chapter with a question which is still left unanswered. Why was the Chinese embassy bombed?
Well, first of all, with respect to the question on the chain of command, as you know, we're looking for an effective international security presence with a unified chain of command. I think those two words, effective and unified, are the key elements in defining how this relationship will ultimately be developed. And I don't want to prescribe that at this point. I want the experts that are working on it to work this out. And then, of course, in due time, it will be presented. You'll all understand exactly how this works. As to the Chinese embassy, the bombing, as has been explained on numerous occasions, was simply a mistake. It was a target that it was not, the target we were seeking was not the Chinese embassy. And that building was misidentified at the outset of the process, and that misidentification was carried through the entire process of planning for the weapons on the target and planning the flight route and so forth. It's just an unfortunate accident.
Okay, go ahead.
General, I'm from Jambale, Albanian television. Can you tell us about the plans for the humanitarian aid for the IDPs inside in this moment? Will you drop them through helicopters, or will the trucks will go in this moment to help these people inside?
Well, three things for the humanitarian situation. First, our troops going in KFOR are going to do everything they can when they arrive to help provide and meet urgent humanitarian needs, both for food, medical assistance, and that sort of thing. And they're well equipped and well prepared to do that. Secondly, an increasing number of non-governmental organizations are lining up to go back in there, and they're going to be effective. We are still doing humanitarian airdrops, and we have on backup a number of additional humanitarian airdrop capabilities that we're waiting to deploy. So we're going to be extremely attentive to the humanitarian situation.
Okay, Craig, please.
General Clark, how many Russians could the security force handle, in theory? And have Russian officers at any level been in contact with NATO officers in Skopje or by telephone to discuss the various possibilities?
The answer is that we've not set a precise limit or tried to define the exact composition of a potential Russian contribution. This will have to be worked out in dialogue in the coming hours and days, and I'm confident that it will be. We have had contact, NATO contact, with these officers.
Yep, go ahead.
Peter O'Donnell, UPI. Can you explain a little bit Yesterday, there was the surprise of the Russians appearing, first of all, coming across from Bosnia into Serbia, and then surprise again when they turned up in Pristina. Can you explain how, in this terrain, which nominally is under total surveillance, which nominally has suffered terrific infrastructure damage, and a terrain where you yourselves are going in very, very cautiously because of possible obstacles and so on, this Russian convoy was able to move from Bosnia and get to Pristina, apparently almost totally unperceived?
Well, I think there's a lot of explaining that'll have to be done on all of these issues over time. I'll tell you from our perspectives at NATO, we got word very early, almost as soon as they'd moved, that they were moving. So, and we knew they had been preparing, and we'd been on the alert for this. We didn't know what the incident trigger for this move would be, but we were very much aware of certain preparations that had been made, and we were aware that the convoy was moving. And so as it raced through Yugoslavia yesterday, we saw it on many television stations as it was moving through, with obviously perhaps some accompaniment by Fry authorities. And when it came down, there were many conflicting statements and so forth. And so as we work through the record of this, we're going to have to take a careful look at it. I'm sure the government of Russia will also. But it did indisputably appear in Pristina in the early morning hours and move to the airfield.
George, please.
George Foris from the Hungarian press. General, I wonder if the Russians have let you know that they will leave Bosnia. I mean, they have a job there. They're also under a united commandment there. I wonder if you knew at all, and have they the right to do so, and who does the job which was left now undone. And secondly, as long as there is no political agreement on the modalities, how the cooperation could take place, what NATO will do with the other Russian troops should they enter still in the northern part of the Kosovo and they take positions?
Well, I'm very confident that NATO will handle this issue, and our commanders will handle this issue very correctly on the ground, so I think there's no cause for concern in that regard. As to the legalities and modalities of it, I'd simply remind you that in the military technical agreement, COM-KFOR has the authority to direct all operations on the ground, to control all facilities, to tell forces, to all forces, any forces, to redeploy, move, or otherwise take adjustments. And by virtue of the fact that the Russian vehicles have been marked with KFOR lettering, one would assume that they recognize this authority. This is something that will be discussed in coming hours, I'm sure. I'm sorry?
And as far as the S4 is concerned, they left their position there, is that what?
As far as the airport is concerned, as I said, our NATO troops are either there or arriving there very shortly.
Okay, let's go. George, you meant S4, didn't you? You say as far as they left the S4 mission in Bosnia.
In Bosnia,
They did leave the S4 mission. They left the S4 mission with some 200 troops, and clearly this was not in keeping, and the lack of notification was not in keeping with the agreements that were established some 3.5 years ago when this force was put in place.
Norwegian TV?
General, the fact that the Russians seems to be taking things in their own hand, isn't that something that gives you a lot of concern for the future operation?
Well, I think we've got the adequate authorities and the right leadership on the ground, the right capabilities to handle this successfully. We will.
Okay, Mr. Cox, U.S. News.
General Jim Cox from USA Today. How soon can we get a precise and comprehensive list of everything that you hit in Yugoslavia and in Kosovo?
Well, I don't have a specific timetable on that. We'll have to look at that and see what it is. I can tell you that we struck several hundred targets, some repeatedly because they were targets that had multiple aim points and we were using high-precision weaponry. We'll go back and take a look at it, and if it's useful, we'll try to make arrangements to distribute that information. Clearly, there will be some financial and legal interest in that on the part of Yugoslav authorities who may have said some things that were incorrect. Because I want to make very clear that NATO never targeted schools, hospitals, and all of those facilities that were often cited in the Yugoslav press reporting, we were precisely targeted on military facilities and military associated infrastructure, and precisely targeted in a way that's really unique in any air operations history.
Okay, let's have a few more questions.
Croyez-vous à la possibilité, ici s'il vous plaît, croyez-vous à la possibilité qu'il s'est actué par erreur sans suivre des directrices politiques directes telles que M. Ivanov l'a dit ce matin?
In other words, the Russians saying that they were going to, Mr. Ivanov saying that they were going to withdraw and they haven't done so. So what do you think is the explanation for
Well, I don't know. I think we need to ask the Russian government for the explanation for why they've given many contradictory statements. Those are political issues. We're not in the political business in NATO here. We're NATO military authorities. We're doing our military mission that's been assigned to us by the North Atlantic Council, and it's our intent to do it effectively, well, and promptly, to get the refugees home and to secure the province. So
at that point, we have to leave the press conference by General Wesley Clark and take a break. Stay with us.
Okay, I'm going to take 3 more questions.
Chance. Matthew?
Well, that's right. The latest information we have is that 26 members of the 82nd Airborne Division have now crossed over the border from Macedonia into Yugoslavia, into the province of Kosovo. That happened just a few moments ago. They were in this long line of armored vehicles behind me here, that line stretching out to the Macedonian, from the Macedonian border into Kosovo itself. Those hills you can see in the distance, that's Kosovo. Just about 2 minutes ago, as I say, 26 members of the 82nd Airborne Division moved across that border in Humvee armored vehicles. They were amid a convoy of mainly British forces. Those British forces have been flooding across that border most of today, heading up along that this main road to Pristina, the provincial capital. It's very noisy here, as we can see, following on from those American troops going along the road from Pristina are now German Leopard battle tanks. They're moving along with armored personnel carriers of the German army, of course, under the command of NATO. It appears that all the different nationalities of contributing forces to NATO appear to be moving on at the moment through this border crossing. There goes another Leopard tank from the German army. On the side of it, stenciled K4, of course, the Kosovo Peace Implementation Force. Just a few moments ago, to recap, as I say, the first American soldiers moved across the border from Macedonia into Kosovo, where they were with the mainly British forces that have been moving across there all day. They were not specific about where exactly in Kosovo they were going, just that they were going to Kosovo itself. Back to you.
Matthew, has it been a fairly steady stream of armored vehicles from your vantage point over the past few minutes or so?
Well, over the past few minutes there has, but also over the course of today, really, we've seen armoured vehicles, as I say, mainly from Britain, moving across, up to 60 Warrior armoured personnel carriers, armoured vehicles from Britain. Also, a number of British Challenger tanks. We were told by British military officials that up to 26 of those Challenger tanks were due to be deployed in Kosovo over the course of today. We've just seen several of the first German tanks as well that I've seen certainly come across here past that border crossing into Kosovo. And as I say, just moments before that, some relatively lightly armed vehicles, these Humvee four-wheel drive vehicles of the United States Army, as I say, inside those 26 members of the 82nd Airborne Division. Back to you.
CNN's Matthew Chance in Blace on the border of Kosovo, and will be giving us updates all throughout the day from there. Let's turn now to the Pentagon. CNN's Carl Rochelle has that post this morning. Carl, with word that the U.S. troops have crossed the border, so begins the peacekeeping effort. The Pentagon obviously quite ready for this.
Yes, Miles, and that is in keeping with what we were told. General Wes Clark earlier this morning had said that the first U.S. troops would go in as early as this afternoon, and of course it is afternoon in the area of Macedonia and Kosovo right now, those troops going in. And what you're seeing is the advanced detail. These are the people who will go in and establish exactly where the following forces need to go. They are going in the Humvees, a transportation vehicle, and yes, they do carry some armament, not a great deal of armor, but they are going in to establish communications and to set the advance for the troops that are going to come in. The remainder of the force should begin moving in sometime tomorrow. That is the Marines that we saw, the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit that we saw land in Greece a couple of days ago has made its way overland into Skopje in Macedonia. Task Force Hawk, the Apache attack helicopters and their support forces, roughly 2,000 personnel. Also, most of them are either in Skopje now or on their way, and you've seen through some of the video this morning, some of the Black Hawk working top cover for the forces that are moving in, essentially being their eyes as they move up and down the roads. All of these forces that you see moving in are establishing their perimeters, as we learned this morning at the NATO briefing from Supreme Allied Commander General Wesley Clark.
So far today, the elements of the 5th UK Airborne Brigade have conducted an air mobile operation and secured the flanks of the main road from the General Jankovic border crossing to Pristina. At about 9:15 hours this morning, the 4th UK Armored Brigade moved through the area held by the airborne troops, and it's continuing north.
General Clark says the forces that have been moving into the area either are at or should be at very soon the Pristina airport, and that is where the Russian forces are. And we're told the Russians number about 200. One senior U.S. official said that they saw this as much as a propaganda ploy, a publicity stunt on the part of the Russians as anything else. Officials said at the Pentagon that they do not consider these 200 Russian personnel to be militarily significant, but they will meet up with the British forces who are going in to operate around the Pristina airport, and a lot of what you're seeing here are British forces, German forces, all NATO forces coming through. Miles?
CNN's Carl Rochelle at the Pentagon. We'll be checking in with him a little bit later. Let's turn now to the White House. The president is winging his way toward Chicago to give a commencement address, obviously keeping in close contact with the situation on the ground in Kosovo. And our Wolf Blitzer is at the White House, keeping close contact on things that are going on there. Wolf?
Miles, we do expect that once the president does deliver that commencement address at the University of Chicago, he will at least initially discuss the latest situation in Kosovo, the latest situation in Yugoslavia, before moving on to other matters. We are also learning of an interesting development, how the U.S. and NATO allies first learned of this Russian move towards Pristina. We're told that the U.S. intelligence community began to pick up intercepts of communications involving some of those Russian troops as they were poised to move into Kosovo. Immediately, U.S. and NATO diplomats got on the phone, began consulting with Russian government officials, and they assured the U.S. and the NATO allies that there would be no Russian move into Kosovo. As a result, there was an easing of concern here at the White House, elsewhere in NATO capitals. But relatively soon thereafter, the Russians did in fact move into Pristina. What was somewhat disconcerting to U.S. officials was this time the communications were virtually silent. They went in on radio silence, suggesting it was designed to get the NATO allies by surprise to show up at that airstrip outside of Pristina as a fait accompli. As a result, U.S. officials remain very, very concerned about all of this. There has been no resolution of this matter. They're hoping that Strobe Talbot, the Deputy Secretary of State, will be able to work out some arrangement that will allow Russian troops to participate in an overall NATO-led peacekeeping force, but that has so far not been secured. In the meantime, this high-level consternation here at the White House continues. President Clinton now on his way to Chicago to deliver that radio address. Miles?
Wolf, do you have a sense of how much frustration there is at the White House right now, dealing with what appears to be a tremendous amount of confusion, or perhaps it's just duplicity on the part of Moscow?
There is a tremendous amount of concern here at the White House. Officials are not sure what precisely happened. They don't know this chain of command. They do know the Russians are very anxious to have a high-profile presence in Kosovo. That's obvious by this decision to beat the NATO allies to Pristina, the provincial capital of Kosovo. They don't know precisely what's been going on. As a result of this high-level concern, Strobe Talbot, who had already left Moscow, made a U-turn, flew back to try to get to the bottom of this as of this minute, and President Clinton was briefed by his National Security Advisor, Samuel Berger, here at the White House just before leaving for Chicago. There is no definitive answer. They're trying to get some answers from the Russians, but the concern level remains quite serious. They're hoping it will be worked out. They're hoping that there will be this cooperation. Of course, the NATO Supreme Allied Commander, General Wesley Clark, at his briefing in Brussels, tried to play down this matter, saying that there has been cooperation between Russian and NATO forces in Bosnia. They're well known to each other, and they're hoping this will work out as well. But as of this moment, I can tell you there's deep concern at the White House.
CNN's senior White House correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, will be checking in with you later. Thanks very much. A little...
Well, you've been watching our coverage of developments in and around Kosovo. I'm Mike Hanna at CNN Center. We'll have more right after this break. In Kosovo, let's join Mr. Cohen.
Forces to move first with U.S. support, followed by the American Marines and soldiers to establish a presence in the U.S. sector. General Shelton, in a few moments, is going to describe this flow of forces. From the beginning of NATO's action to end the atrocities in Kosovo, the alliance made it clear that it was fighting to protect fundamental values. These values include ethnic tolerance, religious freedom, and the right to live in peace. NATO's air campaign succeeded because its goals were correct. Its military was extremely competent and its command very clear. These same qualities will guide us to success as the NATO and non-NATO countries in KFOR continue to operate. The NATO peacekeeping force is deploying to create a safe and secure environment so the refugees can return when the conditions are right. And that's why we're working so hard to work out an arrangement and formulate an arrangement that will enable Russian forces to operate with KFOR in a unified command structure. The package of peace documents that includes the United Nations Security Council resolution and the military technical agreement between NATO and the Yugoslav military leaders makes it clear there must be a unified command structure. Russia played an important role in negotiating the peace, and we hope it now will work to enforce that peace. The U.S. and NATO and Russians all understand that we have to work together to create a secure Europe and a safer world. There have been some confusing statements and actions from Russia in the last 24 hours, but NATO's determination is clear. We welcome the participation by any country in KFOR as long as they accept the principles of command that will make the peacekeeping force effective. As NATO deploys, we are continuing to work with the Russians in Moscow and at the military-to-military level in Macedonia, where a member of the Joint Staff is meeting with Russian counterparts. The creation of peace in Kosovo is a great opportunity to help stabilize and to rebuild a part of Europe that's long been afflicted by conflict. It's also an important opportunity for NATO and Russia to continue working together in the pursuit of peace, but that the military arrangements must be clear. Mr. Chairman.
Clarify the Russian thing for us, Mr. Secretary, before we do that. I mean, was it a mistake? Are they going to stay there? What's going to happen?
Well, it's unclear exactly whether it was a mistake or not. It certainly was a precipitous action leading to some confusion. It was surprising to the foreign minister, who had indicated privately to Secretary Albright and others that there would be no action taken going into Pristina last evening. And so I think he was somewhat surprised, and because of the confusion, I think there's a situation where they were anxious to participate. They moved into the region of Pristina. It's not a militarily significant force. They are now making preparations to cooperate with KFOR that has moved in since that time, and we expect to be able to work it out during the course of
leaving as far as you know.
Well, it'll be determined where they will go ultimately. That's part of the reason that the military-to-military contacts are taking place right now in Macedonia, and why Secretary Talbot is working with his counterparts in Moscow.
Secretary Cohen, who is anxious to participate? Do you believe this was at lower levels or commanders? There are also stories coming out of Moscow that Boris Yeltsin left it up to his military to decide when to go in. Who do you think is responsible for this? If there's indeed a mistake, whose mistake?
Well, I think that what's clear is that they want to participate, and a good sign of that is the fact that they painted KFOR on the vehicles as they came in. That's a very positive sign that they want to be a part of KFOR. in terms of enforcing this peace. So whether it's at the lower level or higher levels, President Yeltsin has indicated that he wanted to send this signal to his military that they would work out the details as far as how they would operate, but it's clear that they would like to participate. They're anxious to participate. President Clinton has indicated time and again we would welcome Russian participation as we do in Bosnia, but we have to also make it clear there has to be a unified command structure, and so that's the reason for the negotiations or the discussions right now.
So Boris Yeltsin did send a signal to the military saying, whenever you want to go in, that's your understanding?
All I can judge by is his public statements that he authorized the military to move when it was, in their judgment, the right time to move.
And this isn't disturbing to you at all?
Well, as I said, it was surprising that it's not disturbing in the sense that he would ask the military to make a judgment in terms of when it was advisable to move in, consistent with a peacekeeping mission. After all, we ask our military advisors to make the same kind of judgment in terms of when to move the forces in, under what circumstances. So that in itself is not disturbing. I think the only question becomes in terms of the representations made by the Foreign Secretary, Ivanov, in terms of his understanding was there'd be no movement in last evening, and then that was somewhat confusing in the sense that they did move in. That is now being worked out. We again looked at it very carefully last night. We saw that it was a fairly small force. We knew that it was militarily insignificant. We also knew that our forces are going in, as they are today, the NATO forces, and so we expect that it will be, in fact, worked out, as General Clark has indicated, that these are the same forces that are in Bosnia serving side by side with the Americans. We have dealt with them for some time now, so we think that the arrangements can be worked out. It will take some time, and that's what they're doing today.
You said you're certain the arrangements will be worked out, but yesterday the administration was certain the troops wouldn't go in. Why are you at all more confident today than you were yesterday?
Because I think everyone recognizes there was some anticipation on the part of Russians eager to participate, and I think they understand that by sending 150, 200 troops into Pristina was not going to alter in any way or impede NATO's peacekeeping force. And so we think that it's going to be worked out. It was something that was somewhat confusing in terms of the public or the private assurances being given to us in the time when this action was taken. But whether it's a mistake on the part of the lower level commanders or at the higher levels, we can't say at this point, but we are satisfied that we are in Kosovo now. We are moving consistent with our plan. The chairman's going to give you the flow of that plan, what we anticipated. Everything is working according to our plan. They are, for the most part, I would say, and virtually all aspects are cooperating. There's still some question about their active participation as far as the mine removal. But absent that one category, and that seems to be minor in nature at this point, they are fully cooperating consistent with the flow charts and their obligation to remove their forces. So we're satisfied that is proceeding as planned.
Doesn't this turmoil send mixed signals to the Serbs? I mean, who are they supposed to think is in charge at this point?
Well, the Serbs understand who's going to be in charge. The Serbs understand that they signed up to a peace agreement. They accepted the military technical agreement. They've had a UN Security Council resolution which spells out exactly that there's going to be an international peacekeeping force with a substantial contribution on the part of NATO, and by reference, incorporation by reference, that means NATO at the core. They also know that Russia is going to participate, or hopefully will participate, and will participate in a way that maintains that unified command structure. So there should be no confusion in terms of whether or not there's going to be a peacekeeping force. That's something they've signed up to.
You see this as a publicity stunt. Could you illuminate a little bit on the discussions in Macedonia? The discussions in Moscow have revolved around the same points for days. The American position on this, publicly and privately, has been fairly consistent. What's going to change here? Or is the military essentially taking over the negotiations in Macedonia? And what's the proposal now?
Well, I don't want to preclude the negotiators or those who are participating in this. I think that they will work out an acceptable arrangement whereby we can have our strict requirements met, namely that we have a unified command structure, that there is no separate sector as such that is only Russian, as has been requested, that there must be NATO forces throughout the region, and NATO in every sector. and that we have a unified command. So those have been very consistent on our part. We think that we can work out an arrangement that will still satisfy the Russians in terms of their participation. And there is a lot of effort being undertaken right now. Last evening, it may continue for more hours, but we're satisfied with the progress being made that it will eventually be worked out.
In the broad strokes, what can you offer the Russians to satisfy?
Well, I'd rather leave it up to Deputy Secretary Talbot to be working those issues with his counterparts.
Do you consider it a publicity stunt, a publicity move on the part of the Russians to get the glory?
Well, I don't know what the motivation was. It may have been simply over anxiousness on the part of military commanders. It may have been some confusion in terms of what the direction was. I think that's up for them to decide. There's no particular glory in arriving in Pristina with 200 troops. To say that we're here first, that's not the essence of what this peacekeeping mission is all about. We'd like for them to participate, and whether they arrive a few hours earlier or later really is not a significant factor.
Was it an attempt to stick a finger in NATO's eye and say, we're here and not much you can do about it?
Well, as a matter of fact, NATO is there, and NATO will be there in numbers of 50,000. And so there's, we intend to continue our plan. We expect that they will want to participate. They have participated in Bosnia. We hope that they will participate here, but it must be under conditions which maintains effective military control.
I'd like to know more about the problem with the mines, too. I don't know whether you want to do that with General Shelton, but you said there was a problem that they weren't living up to their commitment on getting.
Well, they are required to assist in removing mines to the extent that they have maps and locations of mines that they are to assist in that. They are doing that. There has been some evidence that perhaps along some of the borders where there have been intensive conflicts with the UCK, that there may still be some there that haven't been removed, and they haven't fully addressed those yet. But for the most part, I would say everything that I've seen shows that they are moving out smartly. They intend to remove their forces along the timelines that have been specified. And so we think that overall it's been demonstrated they intend to fully comply.
Mr. Secretary, who's in charge of the airfield? Now, you have...
Go ahead, Barbara, then.
Thank you. Does this cause you to rethink fundamental assumptions about what the U.S. has believed about Russian command and control of its own military forces? In other words, is this a one-time incident of confusion, or do we now have to go back and take a fresh look at what we've always believed about Moscow's political control of their military?
I wouldn't really want to make any judgment on that. I think that we'll look at this particular situation, accept it for what has been said, that it is, that they were anxious to demonstrate they want to be a part of this, they want to play a part in the peacekeeping role. Whether or not it was a result of confusion as far as the command was concerned, that remains to be determined. But again, we looked at it very closely last evening. We saw that it was not of any significance militarily, and took action accordingly. We're there now, they are there in smaller numbers. We have a fairly significant force in Pristina right now. So it's not something that we intend to focus on, other than to say we need to have clear lines of command. One of the reasons that we want to make sure that everybody understands what is involved is that whenever you have multinational participation, military participation in a country, that there must be clear understanding of who is in charge and what those lines of command are. And so that's why we have worked so diligently on the military technical agreement. When you were asking questions, why is it taking so long, we wanted to make sure there was no confusion about that. There appears to be no confusion on the part of the Serbs in terms of what they need to do. They are complying with that. With respect to the Russians, have not been actively engaged in those particular negotiations, and so there may be some confusion arising out of that. I wouldn't impart or import too much to that. I would take it for what it is and say that we understand that there may have been some confusion along these lines, but we intend to continue to work with them to make sure that we reduce that possibility in the future.
Do you want Russian troops out of the airport in Pristina?
We want to make sure that we have our plan carried out as far as the zones that we have agreed upon. The chairman's going to talk about those in a few moments. Elizabeth.
Yes, I wanted to know who is in control of the airfield in Pristina and when General Sir Mike Jackson's going to arrive.
I think the chairman is going to address that in just a moment.
Mr.
Yes,
Secretary, a question on the other part of the world. Are you worried about India and Pakistan conflict, and also Maybe General Shelter wants to also later on answer as a military man, but as a defense secretary, 6 bodies of Indian soldiers were returned. Their eyes were taken out, their nose were cut off, ears, and all the parts of bodies were cut off when they were handed over. I mean, as a defense secretary and international human rights and POWs or whatever we call. So, and the talks are not going the way it should, because I think, according to a report in Pakistan, Pakistan's military is in charge, not the Sharif government, and they want to have a war with India.
Well, a short answer to that question is yes, of course we're concerned about what's taking place between India and Pakistan. We're encouraging both countries to try to reduce tensions. And now that both have demonstrated that they intend to pursue their nuclear development against certainly our strong advice and efforts to persuade them not to do so, that raises the level of danger to a much higher degree. So we hope that reason will prevail there. They will find a way to reduce the rhetoric and the tensions and the conflict so that it doesn't escalate out of control and possibly involve an exchange of military weaponry. So the answer is we're concerned about it. We watch it. We will try to use our best efforts to encourage them to stand down as such from intensifying and increasing these tensions.
Just to follow up, Pakistan's foreign minister, rather than coming to the U.S., there was one time they used to come to Washington before going anywhere else. Now they are he went to China before going to India. So they are saying that China will be behind or helping or supporting Pakistan if there's a war between India and Pakistan. So where will be the Washington's position, or where U.S. will side?
I think that's an issue that really should be properly addressed to the Secretary of State and to others who deal with the diplomatic initiatives that are undertaken by the Pakistanis and the Chinese, not for me.
I'm sure you're worried about China's, the future military of China, because U.S. has only one threat when China said that U.S. is our enemy. So you should be worried about the future, and only India you can rely on who can be helpful to the U.S. As far as military confrontation is concerned with China in the future.
Well, I really don't think today is the day for me to get into a discussion in terms of whether China thinks the United States is its enemy. We're working very closely at a variety of levels to persuade China that we have long-term and long-standing interests that we need to pursue. There have been an increase in tensions with the Chinese as a result of a series of things that have taken place. But I think that we should not come to the conclusion that somehow we are enemies. We're working to create a more stable world, and we'll do so on the basis that we seek ways to cooperate when we can, and certainly challenge policies when we find them to be in conflict with our own goals. But we don't treat China as an enemy.
Secretary, can I just one quick more on the Russians are coming, the Russians are coming. If they choose not to participate, will that undermine the whole peacekeeping operation?
The answer to that is no. As I've indicated on a number of occasions, we would hope that the Russians would participate. It's an important signal and symbol. They did play an important role as far as bringing about this negotiation and getting Milosevic to accept the conditions laid down by NATO and with President Ahtisaari. I think that's important that they participate, but that's a choice that they will have to make. They've indicated they do want to participate. We want to make sure that it can be done in a way that's militarily sound and effective. That's, Mr. Chairman, let's let Mr. Chairman talk.
Let me review for just a minute the plan of withdrawal that was worked out with the Serbs and review where we are. First of all, Zone 3 up in this area was the initial area that they had to start withdrawing from and provide demonstrable evidence that they were pulling out. They did that, and of course, as a result of that, the bombing was suspended. The next area was in the Zone 1, which is adjacent to the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia and over around Albania up in this area. They had to complete that withdrawal by the 15th of June. They are currently, it appears at this time, on schedule, large amounts of equipment, large amounts of troops that are moving out of this area. And the next one, of course, will be out expanding it into the Zone 2 area, which they must complete by the 18th of June. And then finally, by the 20th of June, complete Zone 3, all the forces out of there. That was the plan. Right now, that appears to be on track and without exception. In terms of the NATO plan of going into and occupying the NATO sectors that have been assigned, as you may recall when we talked the other day, up in this area you have the French, the United Kingdom occupying the Pristina area in this zone, United States sector running in Sector 4 around in this area, the Germans down in this area, and the Italians out in the western sector around Peck. There are three areas for going in. Three routes for going in. First is Route RAT, in which would come out of the Skopje area and head up in through the Zone 4 sector. This would be led by the French forces, which have started moving as of today, and then they would be followed by the Americans, which would be dropping off in this sector after the French had passed through en route to their sector. This morning, as you're aware, the British also started moving along Route Hawk. UK forces now, the lead elements, having closed on Pristina and the Pristina airfield area. They have linked up with the Russian troops that were there. That's been a cordial meeting, and that's gone very well. And they are continuing to close. By nightfall, there will probably be about 800 or so troops in this area, predominantly some of their parachute regiment, along with some of one of their armored brigades that will have closed. Then over in the Albanian area, coming out of Albania and up through along Route Duck, would be the German forces moving into their area. As the U.S. start moving tomorrow, we will be moving along this route, or moving up into Sector 4, of course, with elements of Task Force Hawk, some elements of the 82nd Airborne Division, the Mech and Armor Forces, along with the Marine, the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit that will move in and occupy the American sector in this area. Ultimately, that enabling force, or that initial force of about 4,000, will be replaced with the force Task Force Falcon, the lead elements of which are already in country and are moving up into this area. But they will be joined by 4 infantry battalions, 3 heavy, 1 light, an artillery battalion, 2 engineer battalions, a military police battalion, and an aviation task force, along with the associated combat support and combat service support or logistics type troops to move into this sector.
You're still saying 30 to 45 days with that main force, General?
For Task Force Falcon, yes. The 1st Infantry out of Germany, yes.
General, we saw some U.S. forces go across in Humvees this morning into Kosovo. Is that part, which route were they on, and what are they part of? What are they doing?
They were moving along with their British forces, General Craddock and the British forces moving with them, 82nd Airborne Division troops that are moving as a part of the initial element tied in with the British to go up into the American sector, the initial assessment, and starting to look at the terrain and getting set for receipt of the other forces, which will start moving in some numbers tomorrow.
So Craddock's already there?
Yes, he is up inside of Kosovo itself.
General Shelton, you said the meeting between the British and the Russians in Pristina was cordial. Who's in charge?
Right now, the in charge at Pristina itself, yes. They are working through the details, but they have made the coordination. They are in their various sectors right now. I'm told that the Russian troops are in the edge of the wood line along the airfield area. Our troops have moved up into the area. The British regimental commander, as far as I know, the British individual in charge of the British forces is right now in charge of the NATO forces in that area.
And the Russians are just off on their own.
That was the chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Hugh Shelton, briefing the media on the logistics.
Are they Russian tanks themselves? Are they still controlled by the Yugoslav army? Obviously, there's an obligation for the Yugoslav army to hand over, as per the technical agreement hammered out between NATO and Yugoslav army forces, to hand over or remove from Kosovo all elements of the Yugoslav army, the VJ, that's troops, guns, armored personnel carriers, and everything all the way up to tanks. So is the Yugoslav army beginning to meet its obligation to hand over heavy weapons like that to the NATO and Russian forces, or is this equipment that is yet to be handed over?
So, Nick, could this be related to today's standoff at the airport in Pristina?
Yesterday, when Brigadier General Freer from the 5th Armored Brigade went to the airport to negotiate with the Russians, one of the things with the British 5th Airborne Brigade went to the airport to negotiate with the Russians, one of the things he did was bring up some British 4th Armored Brigade Chieftain tank, which is perhaps the largest in the inventory of tanks that he has available at his deployment. He brought that up to the airport. Now, shortly before the paratroopers moved into the airport, that was withdrawn. The situation at the airport today is very difficult to assess at this time, and quite how the standoff is there at the airport and the details of that standoff and how the negotiations are progressing, we are not able to say at the moment.
Nick Robertson with breaking news from Skopje, Macedonia, and we'll take more developments from Nick at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
This has been seen.
The United States envoy says he and Russian officials are moving toward a solution. Hello and welcome to this edition of World News. I'm Rosemary Church at the CNN Centre. The NATO-led peacekeeping mission is being hindered by Russian forces in Kosovo. Russian troops turned away both French and British troops at a checkpoint on the road to the Pristina airport. A similar incident Saturday with British troops was resolved with a compromise. United States Deputy Secretary of State Strobe Talbot says he's, quote, hopeful following a meeting with Russian Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov. The diplomats discussed Russia's role in the Kosovo peace mission. Russian President Boris Yeltsin and US President Bill Clinton are to speak by phone later Sunday. Now, for developments in Kosovo, let's go to Nick Robertson, who's in Skopje, Macedonia. Nick, what can you tell us?
Well, yesterday, as the British forces from the 5th Airborne Brigade negotiated access to the airport by their Brigadier General Freer, to get onto the airfield to have a press conference with General Jackson, the commander of the KFOR forces, the NATO forces in Kosovo. The journalists that were there at the airport were able to see who were able to gain access yesterday to see the Russian forces at the airport. And what we were able to see were Russian APCs that had come from their force in Bosnia, working on the S4 command in Bosnia. They're at the airfield in Pristina, and they changed the decals on their vehicle. They changed the S to a K, to the KFOR force. But interestingly, in convoys with those Russian APCs traveling around the airfield in Pristina were tanks. Now, these were tanks of the same type of tank that both the Russians and the Yugoslavs used. And this raises a number of issues about these tanks and about who controls these tanks at the airfield. As we know, there is an agreement between NATO and between the Yugoslav army for them to hand over all their heavy equipment, to either hand it over or to actually withdraw it out of Kosovo. They're under an obligation to remove it from Kosovo. That obligation still has several days to run in the Pristina area.
He is looking for a new home for KFOR. Apparently, they were turned away from the airport last night, and British forces again tried this morning and were rejected. So these men behind me are basically sitting in a parking lot here in Pristina as they scout out another location. At the airport where we were just a few moments ago, we did see firsthand the French troops being turned away, as well as British troops at the front of the line. At the airport, the Russians were at the control point with an armored personnel carrier blocking the road, the entrance to the airport. The British forces came into Pristina last night, made their way to the airport, and were told by the Russian forces on the ground that they were not allowed to cross, not allowed to pass, and were turned away. This morning, a French caravan of large trucks came to the airport. They were trying to make it through this same roadblock. They, too, were unsuccessful. Some other Norwegians from KFOR also approached in two heavily armed jeeps. They were not allowed to pass through. So basically, the Russians right now are really holding things down there. Here in Pristina, the British troops are starting to take up positions and move around. And let's walk over here for a second. And excuse me, I'm Tom Intier with CNN. You were at the airport last night. Describe the scene in the dark as you approached the airport.
Well, we pulled up to the airport. Obviously, it was secured by the parachute regiment. We pulled up. We were in position ready to go into the airfield, and it was obviously surrounded by Russian armour. We stayed there the night with future plans to move somewhere else, that's all. No, so more or less it was a shock for myself as much as it was everyone else.
Was it cordial?
Was it what, sorry, sir?
Cordial between the Russians and the British?
It was actually quite friendly. The Serbians were friendly, the Russians were friendly. It was all quite happy-go-lucky, really. There was no hardship there.
But there was no question they weren't going to let you through?
Well, I'm sorry, sir, I can't answer that question. Obviously, I don't obviously know.
All right, and now you're looking for another place to put the KFOR headquarters?
Yeah, we're currently recceing around Pristina, Kosovo, the area, trying to set a site up for attack and so on.
So the Communications and Control Center is now being sited for KFOR somewhere here in Pristina?
Well, like I said, sir, it's obviously not up to me. The best person to speak to is actually Brigadier Baxter.
All right. As you pan over here to the right, Dave, you can see Brigadier General Baxter. He is on the phone to headquarters trying to find another location for KFOR. Again, they approached it last night and were basically turned away by the Russian troops who have taken over the perimeter of the airport and now trying to find a new location for them to go into. So as it stands right now, KFOR is not going to be at the airport. Just where they're going to wind up, we'll have to wait and see. Back to you, Rosemary.
Now, Tom, as we heard from that soldier, there seem to be cordial relations between the two sides. Is that what you've been hearing from other sources?
Absolutely. I just talked to General Baxter about 5 minutes ago, and he told me that it was very cordial. It was, very friendly, but they were very firm, that they had control of the airport, and they were not going to allow the British forces to pass by their checkpoint at the entrance to the airport. Just the same as we found this morning when we went there. They were still turning back all of the NATO forces that tried to go there, no matter what their nationality. But he said it was quite friendly and quite cordial, and it wasn't really a problem or a standoff, but the Russians were quite firm.
Tom,
You're looking for a new place because you cannot go to the airport and set up. How much of a problem is this going to be?
It won't be a problem for us. We'll find somewhere. It is just the KFOR TAC headquarters, which is very small. When I get it up here, it's not a problem at the moment, but clearly the General would rather have a base rather closer here than back in Skopje.
But you wanted to be at the airport?
No, we want to be close to Pristina. When the first time you plan from photographs and maps, the airport was the obvious place. We had standbys, and we're now going around all the alternative sites to see. The aim was eventually to end up in Pristina, so we get there faster.
Are there negotiations going on now with the Russian troops to allow a headquarters for KFOR at the airport?
There are no negotiations in that sense. I believe there are negotiations at a higher level, but I'm unsighted on them at present.
You were there last night meeting with them. Was it cordial and friendly?
Very cordial and friendly. The language thing got in the way with a bit of German, a bit of French, a bit of Russian. We managed to communicate and come to an amicable end.
What did they tell you when you first approached?
They just told me that we had no permission to go from his commanders. I then asked him, could he speak to his commanders? And there was lots of shrugging of shoulders. He had an armored vehicle across the road. I had these Land Rovers you can see behind me, and the wise thing was to go back for the night.
We have heard reports that there are Russian tanks at the airport, not just armored personnel carriers. Do you know anything about this?
I'm unaware of that and would be surprised.
Why would it surprise you?
Well, we have no reports of main battle tanks certainly coming in, but often there is confusion in reporting in what is a tank. If it was reported during the night, again, there'd be a high degree of confusion. Certainly I am unaware of any tanks there.
What I have seen at the airport, the Yugoslavs are loading up tanks and moving them out.
Yeah.
Morning, Philippa Young, ITN. Picking up on that point there, could you elaborate on the situation at the moment with the Russian contingent?
The Russian contingent is, as far as I understand, less than 200 strong, so it is very small in relation to the 10,000 NATO troops who will be in Kosovo by tonight. They are involved in the airfield, but KFOR troops are in Pristina airport as well and are in practical discussions with the Russians at the present moment. These discussions are taking place constructively.
Also mentioned earlier that they, as far as you're aware, oppose partition of Kosovo.
The Russians have always opposed partition. In one of our objectives, And you can see in foreign policy terms why that would be the case. The idea that an ethnic war can take place and that it leaves behind a partition of a country based on what might clearly become ethnic lines would hardly be in Russia's own self-interest, never mind that of the international community. So avoiding partition is an objective that we all have, and clearly that will form the backdrop to the discussions that are taking place and over the next couple of days will take place. And clearly there are discussions at a very high level between President Yeltsin and President Clinton that are to take place later today, and these will be among many contacts that will be being made. Right? No other points? Thank you very much for your attendance, and I will be here again tomorrow morning. Look forward to seeing you. Thank you very much.
And that concludes the British Ministry of Defence briefing in London, where Secretary of Defence George Robertson said the deployment of KFOR is well and truly underway and, in his words, going well. On the Russian and NATO troop standoff at Pristina Airport, he said it was more a matter of mix-up than malice. And he said the British government had been assured by the Russian foreign minister that Russia backs a unified command of the peacekeeping force in Kosovo. And he welcomed the Russian contribution. He also claimed the 10,000 NATO forces were currently in Kosovo and seeing what he called the horror at first hand. And he concluded saying the humanitarian exercise of returning the refugees to their homeland would take some time yet. We'll return you to programming and have more world.
At the Marina border crossing between Yugoslavia and Albania, the Germans were supposed to arrive early. They did not arrive. People became impatient, including the press. And after a while, Kosovar Albanians began crossing a narrow, treacherous path across a bridge to get over to Kosovo because the German force who came in from Macedonia had already arrived. So we followed them in. There are some German tanks on the way now, and you'll see as these tanks come by, the crowd will start to cheer and yell, NATO, NATO. Overhead also a German Huey helicopter. It's been flying around, presumably to check out the route of this convoy that's supposed to come. We can't tell if this is the escort yet or not. These are German Leopard tanks, I believe, with the big KFOR, K4 letters written on them. You can hear the reaction. This has been going on for hours, just like this. And the Kosovar Albanians I've spoken to say they don't want to leave. This is the biggest day they've had in quite some time. And they just want to stay here and enjoy it, they say. But getting back, Mike, to my journey down the highway, as we crossed the border, about 50 Yugoslavian troops who had been at the Marina crossing at the Yugoslavian post, the sniper group, which had been firing at the post, it's a place where a Chilean journalist was shot by a sniper less than 2 weeks ago. These snipers came down from the hill. As they came down, the Kosovar Albanians who had come started yelling at them and then chanting NATO, 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 Clinton, 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 and those troops loaded into a truck and were driven off. As we proceeded further down the road, we ran into a huge column of Yugoslavian army, several hundred troops, I would estimate, and just beyond that would appear to be private cars of the families of those soldiers traveling with them, with all their goods, bedding, household possessions, food, stacked on the roof of the car. They were stopped in the road, and they were not in a very good mood. They were in a very angry mood. As we went further, I was surprised at really the lack of damage along the way. We saw a couple of places where NATO bombs had fallen. We didn't see homes that were burned along the way, although we didn't look everywhere along the route. We'd been told to stay just on the main highways until the demining crews came. And then we came into Prizren itself, and it was a mixed bag. As we first arrived, we went through an area where there were Serbs waiting to leave, and there were no cheers as the Germans came in and as we came in. And then we went into the Kosovar Albanian side, which is kind of centered here in the square, and there was applause and singing and people yelling NATO, NATO. So it's been a fascinating and very diverse day, Mike.
Mike, from those you've managed to speak to in the short time you've been there, are most of the people there people who have been in hiding throughout the occupation by the Yugoslav forces?
Well, they say that the ones I've talked to, a lot of them say that they would spend the night in shelters a lot of the time and would not come out at night. They said some nights were worse than others, and it's at one point there was a particularly bad night, and I don't have the date, but I've heard several people mention it, when they did not go out at all because about anyone who went out, they say, was accosted by a Yugoslavian soldier. And they say they would not go out. Now, another particularly bad night was last night, they say. We talked to one man who said that a Yugoslavian army soldier came up to him in his car, pointed a gun at his head, said, get out of the car. He got in the car, and he said, if this car doesn't run, I'm going to kill you and your family. That was his quote, according to this Kosovar Albanian who said he had his car stolen. So at nighttime, people stayed low. Power was sporadic here, and we're told there will be no power tonight. They did have water. We have yet another German vehicle going by, but still no convoy. And I think that I'm surprised, and I've seen this before, and I don't know why it keeps surprising me, the fact that some normal life continues on here, even in a situation that happened in the last 3 months. I'm looking at a pharmacy over there. There's still some drugs in the window. I saw a butcher, and there were big hunks of meat hanging in the window. And the shops and cafes seem to have been used recently. So it's one of those situations where you, from the outside, you think everything must be shut down. You come in, and it proves human resilience, and you've seen it, Mike, how people keep going even in the worst of times.
Indeed, yes, Mike. See there, watching the picture still, that the German soldiers do appear to be fairly at ease. They, like you and like us, are waiting for the convoy to go through. But looking at those pictures, it does strike me that there is clearly a pretty good relationship between the German forces on the ground there and the bulk of that crowd, Mike.
Yeah, no, a remarkably good relationship. You know, I said earlier that the Kosovar Albanians here had a rock in one hand and flowers in the other. The rock for the Serbians who were coming through, the flowers for the soldiers, and indeed they had flowers. You look at a lot of these tanks, you'll see flowers put on them on the German tanks. Some of the soldiers have flowers stuck in their armored vests. Others have flowers in their rifles. And there have been some very funny scenes as the Germans in the square were lifted above the heads of the crowd and thrown up and down and up and down. And this went on for several minutes. As well, a lot of people here are walking through town. This is a quick convoy coming through. Usually when these convoys speed through, it's for an emergency, or they are preceding some sort of convoy, but I see only a van passing through.
Have you had much of a chance to speak to any of...
Getting back to the story of how they're reacting to the Germans here, Mike, you have a lot of people who are going around asking for autographs of all the German troops here. In fact, a lot of people are having the German soldiers sign their arms with pens, so they've got the names of all the soldiers all over them. So the reaction has been very good. The Germans were very smart in putting a fluent Albanian speaker here on the loudspeaker who goes around, and the guy seems to have a good sense of humor. The people seem to love him here. The problem is he's probably too good on that loudspeaker because people won't leave here. But Mike, to answer your question more succinctly, the relationship is incredibly good here between the two right now.
Well, we're waiting for the Yugoslav convoy to move here through behind Mike Betcher in the town of Prizren. Mike, have you had any opportunity to speak to any of the German forces and gauge their reaction to their welcome in Prizren?
really only, I have talked to them, and it really, you only have to look in their faces as they drive by. I think it was kind of stunning for the Germans to be greeted this way. This route, frankly, if you want to look historically, this route that we came in on was the route, ironically, taken by the German army when they invaded this region over 50 years ago.
Right, Mike. Well, we're going to interrupt you here because it's time for us to take a break. That's Mike Betcher. When we do get some indication of that Serb convoy moving through the town of Prizren, we will attempt to bring you the pictures. But in the meantime, let's take a break, and there'll be more news coming up.
And now, back to the players.
In terms of tanks, will be used primarily outside of the big cities, in areas, in rural areas where they need great mobility in order to keep the peace. As I look around, Mike, this crowd has not gotten any smaller. People are waiting around, and people are waiting around for this convoy to pass through. They've been waiting around for hours, and we'll see what happens. Mike?
Mike, you saw many refugees come out of Albania, out of Kosovo at the start of this bombing campaign. Now you're seeing Albanian people, ethnic Albanians, rejoicing. It's a very different view, is it not?
The tanks are so loud here, Mike, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that question, if you don't mind, please.
Yes, indeed, Mike. You saw tens of thousands of refugees coming out of Kosovo in the most terrible shape, fleeing their homes, fleeing in fear. Now you're seeing ethnic Albanians rejoicing. It's a very different view, is it not?
Yes, it is. And especially the fact that early on, no one was optimistic that this was going to happen in a hurry. The refugees coming out would say, coming into Kukish and coming in the Macedonian border at Blotze, would say that they thought it would be a long time before they'd get home. And I've talked to them since this accord was signed, and they still don't trust that this is all going to work. Perhaps now that the German soldiers here and the Italians and the French and the Americans are here, that will perhaps change and reinstill their confidence. It's changed my view of this. It's interesting to watch a story go from beginning to end and have somewhat of a definitive end. That rarely happens in a 3-month period like this, that the bombings occurred and that this accord was signed. The next step will be the refugees, of course, and in Albania there are 450,000 refugees, and I believe another 250,000 in Macedonia. Now, the big concern in Albania was how the refugees would react. Would they immediately storm the border? Would you have 100,000, 200,000 refugees, some of them in wagons, some in cars, some on foot, trying to get through the border, creating a horrible choke point? Well, NATO and the United Nations High Commission for Refugees did launch a very successful campaign to convince the refugees that they should not go back right away, that they should give NATO time to clear the mines, to make things safe, give NATO time to escort the Yugoslavian army out of here, and then they could return. So the ones I've talked to at the camps in Kukish, which seems light years away after today, say that they will wait a few days. But once they hear all of the good news, they hear about the celebrations occurring in cities throughout Kosovo, there may be a real urge to get back, and that's why the non-governmental organizations, the relief organizations, and the United Nations organizations are really trying to stockpile food that they can bring up here to help these people. Now, the World Food Program did arrive about 1 hour ago. They said that they would be at the vanguard of the humanitarian effort, and sure enough, they were. They came here with 1 truck of food, but there will be many more to follow. They, in fact, have a mobile bakery that is really quite unbelievable to see, built specifically for this mission. In Kukës, Albania, it was producing 16,000 loaves of bread a day with the capability of producing 26,000 at full capacity. Well, this little bakery breaks up into 4 trucks, and it will be sent at different parts of Kosovo where bread will be baked fresh at the rate of about, they say, 6,000 to 8,000 loaves per truck, and they'll be able to feed these displaced persons. The refugees who left the country, who are in Macedonia and in Albania, will get, when they leave the country, a ration of food that will give them 1 month's supply of food. It has rice, dried fish, certain tinned meats, and that is the difference on how they will handle these 2 facets of the refugee and displaced person problem in this region, Mike.
Mike, we've seen situations, and you've seen situations in your career where in this type of position, you either have the military arrive without the aid organizations, or the aid organizations arrive without the military, which always results in tragedy or some kind of problem. However, here it does appear to be a well-coordinated exercise.
Yeah, well choreographed today. The World Food Program, they were up there at the border this morning, and Anna DeLilio, who was in the lead car coming in here with the World Food Program, pardon me, said she was going to be up here. And it's not an easy trip, and it's not a safe trip by any stretch of the imagination. And the UNHCR said, World Food Program is going, they have to be there. They have to be on the front lines, and certainly here the front lines are going to be these various regions where they have to feed the refugees. So it seems very well coordinated. As we were preparing to leave Kukës yesterday, the storehouses from the various agencies were in emergency mode. They were stockpiling food because they know that probably by tomorrow there will be a flood of refugees leaving southern Albania, moving through central Albania to the north and trying to get in here. And they should be able to on the road. The road itself is clear. There is one section of the road to Prishtina that has a bomb crater from a NATO bomb, but that section of the road has been partially repaired by NATO troops. There are mines and booby traps along the side of the road. We saw a couple of these just across the border in Kosovo from Albania. As you get further into the country, though, no signs of mines that we've seen. The German engineers have tried to mark the mines that they've seen, but along the way we didn't see any. So this goes to say that there was a very choreographed effort, Mike, by the relief organizations and the military to try to get it right this time, and it appears that they have, but they've got a great task ahead of them. Feeding people in the cities where they're easy to reach is quite a different thing than feeding people in the countryside, in these rugged mountains where people haven't been for quite some time, food and relief organizations. So it will be something to watch. It will be remarkable to see, and if they pull it off, congratulations to them. Mike?
Mike Bitcher in the town of Prizren, thank you for keeping us up to date, and we'll have more from Prizren and from other parts of Kosovo in more news at the top of the hour. I'm Mike Hanna at CNN Center.
Sound like a firefight. The British Army is still patrolling the streets of Kosovo. Whether they will continue that through the evening remains to be seen. Also, whether if they do continue, it will quiet the situation that we had here last night with many bursts of gunfire ringing through the city. I wasn't here. I just came in 3 hours ago, but that's what our people reported. Earlier this afternoon, about 3 hours ago, there was a shooting incident not far from here. British paratroopers shot to death a man who, it was said, was threatening them with a gun. NATO said that he fired repeatedly, and after refusing to stop, he was shot and killed. We sent a crew out to the scene. They heard from soldiers on the scene, and this is not confirmed officially, that the man was an off-duty policeman in civilian clothes, but he was out in front of a police station firing in the air. Several times he was told to stop. Then the soldier said he pointed his weapon at the paratroopers and was shot. We'll await final report on that from NATO. Meanwhile, I arrived about 4 hours ago now with the first land aid convoy to arrive here since before the bombing started. All the aid workers had to leave when that threatened. This was the first load to come up the road from Macedonia since that time. 25 trucks, some of them with 25 metric tons of food and equipment. But the problems of the aid agencies in the United Nations here are manifold. First of all, they take second place to military traffic. The roads are bad and narrow. And when they get here, they are now trying to find out how close to scratch they're going to have to start from. Many have had warehouses damaged and looted. Some of their staff have been driven into exile or, in a couple of cases, killed. So they are now looking to find out, just as NATO is looking to find out what the future holds. Mike.
Richard Blystone in Pristina, thank you. Still in Kosovo, German troops met with huge crowds when they entered the town of Prizren. The German peacekeepers were opening up the main route into Prizren from Albania. CNN's Mike Betcher traveled in with the troops and joins us now from Prizren. What's the latest you have there, Mike?
Well, Mike, the crowd is beginning to thin a little bit here. We talked to you earlier about the tension that was building because it is reported that a large Yugoslavian army convoy with Serbian civilians mixed in was going to be escorted by the German army out of here towards Serbia. In the past, when individual cars or armored vehicles have come by, the crowd spits on the vehicles, throws rocks at it, breaks windshields. Hardly a vehicle has come through here that's been Serbian or Yugoslavian where the windows have not been broken. But at the present time, the crowd is beginning to thin because there's not a whole lot of power here. Some people have generators, but the power grid as a whole is in bad shape, and it gets very dark, and people are starting to head home. As you can see, we have these people, two kids behind us, doing with their, they're saying UÇK, which is the KLA, the Kosovo Liberation Army. There have been a lot of those chants today. There have been chants about NATO. There have been chants, Bill Clinton, and it's been a day of celebration, but also a day with potential volatility, and that's why you see these German armored vehicles here in the square. When they are here, it means that they are looking to prevent trouble, and they've only been here for a few hours. There have been sporadic incidents. At one point, a Yugoslavian truck passed through, and a Yugoslavian soldier in the front seat started firing his automatic weapons into the air. A lot of people hit the dirt, including me. And other than that, that's about the most serious incident we know of, although one press agency, AFP, is reporting that there was an altercation between the German forces and also the Yugoslavian army. We don't know where that occurred. We're trying to confirm that and to see if there are any casualties. It's very easy to have such a confrontation here because there are Serbs and Kosovo Albanians and German peacekeepers from KFOR force in a very close proximity. And when you have the mixture of these various forces and all of them are armed, it creates a very, very difficult...
Will be when we have settled all refugees in their homes. But all those in the House who supported NATO's campaign can be satisfied with an outcome that has vindicated the strategy of the alliance and its resolve.
British Foreign Secretary of State Robin Cook saying that there is much hard work still to be done in Kosovo. He also said that he has assurances from Moscow that it will not deploy any more troops without an agreement with NATO on their role. Cook said Russian troops must be integrated in the NATO-led force. He also stated some of KFOR's priorities, including security for all people in Kosovo, demilitarization of the KLA, also taking care of the needs of those internally displaced in Kosovo, and help the refugees come home from camps outside of Kosovo. We'll join World Sport in Progress right now.
Going home, the agony of separation replaced by the happiness of seeing their loved ones again. But for some, going home may bring even greater pain. For so many Kosovars, months of violence and killing in Kosovo may have taken everything away. The full extent of the problems awaiting these returning Kosovars, the killing, the destruction, the landmines, has yet to unfold. But NATO troops on the ground say they want to make Kosovo as secure as possible before the vast majority of the refugees can return home. Matthew Chance, CNN, at the General Yankovic border crossing in southern Kosovo.
Elsewhere in Kosovo, NATO troops are fanning out and Kosovars are celebrating their arrival. CNN's Mike Betcher is in Prizren. He joins us now. Mike?
Well, Jonathan, it's a different scene than we had last night when it was very tense. The Serbs were still here. The Yugoslav army was still here. Tonight, it's the biggest party they've ever seen in this town. The entire population seems to be in the streets, on trucks, in cars, in bread trucks, on wagons, in baby carriages, you name it. They're out here. Everyone is out on the streets celebrating, honking their horns, banging the roofs of cars, yelling NATO, just generally having a good time. One man told me, God won, NATO too. Another said, you know, for 3 months, we couldn't even drive anywhere we wanted to. We couldn't go to the Serb section of town. We didn't dare go out at night. And as a matter of fact, even last night, when the German contingent of the KFOR force was here, people evacuated the streets at nighttime. They were still afraid. But that fear ended around noon today when about 300 to 400, maybe even more cars from the Serbian population here left. They were not required to leave. The KFOR mandate allowed for the German forces here to protect them too, but the Serbs said that they didn't believe anyone could protect them from the ire of the Kosovar Albanian population. So this evening, the party continues in Prizren. Mike Betcher, CNN Live, Prizren, Kosovo.
Mike, thanks very much. Charlotte?
Thanks, Jonathan. British forces have found what appears to be a mass grave in southern Kosovo. US troops have cordoned off the area and are now guarding the site where military commanders believe as many as 150 people may be buried. The discovery may not be the last of its kind.
Of people were murdered by the Serb troops and paramilitaries, and I think that this discovery at this very early stage in the operation, I think, is a clear indication that much more is yet to be found, and that will underline, first of all, the necessity for the action we took over Kosovo, but secondly, will underline the commitment to making sure that those who have committed these crimes will eventually face justice.
For more on the mass graves, let's go now to CNN's Christian Amanpour, who's standing by in the town of Kaçanik, where one suspected mass grave site was discovered by the British troops, as we've heard. Christian.
Well, Charlotte, you know, in the last 2.5 months of the war, we've heard so many reports about mass graves, mass burial sites, and today, for the first time, the NATO forces coming in have discovered one that they suspect to be just that. We're in the town of Kaçanik, which is not far into Kosovo from the Macedonian border, and if I get out of the way, you'll see what we have here. This is the cemetery of this town, and towards the back of the cemetery is a big mound of earth you can see there. Local residents here tell us that many people are believed to be buried in there, and slightly to the left of that there are 35 separate mounds of earth, each marked with a wooden stake, each numbered. From what we understand from residents here, there may be as many as 45 or more people buried here, and there may be other such sites in this town and certainly in other parts of Kosovo. It corroborates some eyewitness accounts that we've had before we got in here, and some reports we had from colleagues traveling through, that there were some mass burial sites here in this particular area. Right now, US forces are guarding this site until the investigators from the International War Crimes Tribunal can get here, exhume these graves, and find out what exactly is here. We are in the US sector now. hundreds, in fact thousands, of American Marines and infantry troops have come in and are starting to deploy here. They have been going down the road into the eastern part of Kosovo. They've set up bases, and they're really being treated as a liberating army by the Albanians, who are trickling back and coming out of hiding. Many of them have been really lying low, being in hiding for the last 2.5 months. On the other hand, Serb civilians and Serb and Yugoslav army forces are moving out. They have to be out, the Yugoslav army forces, according to the agreements, by tomorrow. They have to be out of this area. And we've seen scores of trucks and armored vehicles and tanks belonging to the Yugoslav army, and they are withdrawing. We are told that there has been absolutely no incident, no trouble between the withdrawing Yugoslav army forces and the American and other NATO troops in this area. Charlotte?
Christian, as far as you know, we know that the deadline for the full withdrawal is June the 20th. As far as you know, is the withdrawal going ahead as scheduled? Will they be out in time, the Yugoslav forces?
That's what we're being told at the moment, and from the evidence that we've been able to see ourselves, it looks like it's in full swing. They do have to be out of this area by tomorrow. It may even be midnight tonight, but certainly by the 15th they've got to be out of here according to the plan for the phased withdrawal. And we have seen scores, if not hundreds, of vehicles moving out throughout the day. We've been here now for about 12 hours or more, and we've been witnessing this all day as they're pulling out and moving out. And there have been no serious incidents. U.S. troops report that they've had a little bit of verbal harassment, some choice words thrown at them, some obscene gestures, but nothing more than that at this point.
Christian Amanpour in Kachanik, thanks very much indeed. Back to you, John, in Atlanta.
Britain is taking action in the wake of the discovery of the mass graves. British Foreign Secretary Robin Cook addressed his country's parliament a few hours ago to update its members.
Fourth, we must record the evidence of the war crimes that have been committed in Kosovo to enforce its ethnic cleansing. There has already been the horrific discovery of a mass grave containing a large number of villagers massacred at Kachanik. We already started the deployment of a British police team to Macedonia in order that the War Crimes Tribunal can draw on their forensic skills and experience in exhuming victims of atrocities and identifying the cause of death. Although we have brought peace to Kosovo, its people will not live at peace with themselves unless we bring to justice those responsible for such atrocities.
Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic made a rare public appearance on Monday. Mr. Milosevic appeared at the site of a bombed-out bridge in northern Serbia. A large crowd greeted him as he stood on the remains of a bridge near the city of Novi Sad, the site of repeated NATO bombings. During a speech, Mr. Milosevic called for the launch of the first phase of post-war reconstruction.
We'll focus on Kosovo and on the perils of peacekeeping on the next edition of Insight. As the multinational force moves into position, it faces a number of unique challenges, cooperating with the Russians, the refugees, and the KLA rebels.
Many days, U.S. President Bill Clinton and Russian President Boris Yeltsin have been on the phone trying to end the standoff between Russian and NATO forces in Kosovo. Russian troops entered Kosovo unannounced on Friday and continue to occupy the airport in Pristina. Talks are scheduled this week in Helsinki, Finland, to determine exactly what role Russian troops will play in the peacekeeping operation. But a short time ago, U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright said the problem is not delaying the deployment of NATO peacekeepers.
This has not prevented any action. We're on schedule. The Serbs are leaving on schedule. We're coming in on schedule. And I think, you know, several hundred Russian forces in Pristina are in no way stopping the progress of this, and we have mechanisms into place now in order how to resolve it, and traction. Well, there's traction on this issue. We'll get it done.
Prime Minister Sergei Stepashin says Russia must play what he called a substantial role in the political settlement of the conflict in Kosovo, and he says that must occur under the framework of the United Nations. But elsewhere in Kosovo, revenge is in the air as NATO forces try to keep the peace. CNN's Richard Blystone reports.
British forces spreading out of Pristina to assert control, to establish what soldiers call facts on the ground. In the other direction, a fact leaving the ground. one of the Serbs' dreaded anti-terrorist units, parties its way out of Kosovo. Serb farm wagons heading north, their turn to be afraid. This was one of Monday's facts. A Serb on his way out, car full of belongings, apparently ran into the vengeance he was fleeing. Made it to this checkpoint of Britain's Irish Guards, was taken off by a British ambulance. NATO will spend a lot of time looking out against revenge by each side against the other. A nicer fact is that the ethnic Albanian majority is, for the time being, firmly on NATO's side. But another fact on the ground is that Russian troops who moved into Kosovo Friday still won't let NATO into the Pristina airport. So what, says the commander of NATO's Operation Joint Guardian.
I've seen the ground. It's too far out of town. I'm a little concerned about unexploded ordnance. So I'm very happy to leave the airfield in Russian hands and come here. No, it's true.
But, says the general, don't expect miracles.
I cannot, with the forces I have, be everywhere all the time. I mean, that is just an ideal which is not achievable. I have to accept that there will be things going on which I rather did not. But I may not be there at the right time.
The general says these are difficult and volatile times, but NATO has moved 14,000 soldiers into Kosovo in 48 hours, most of them along a single narrow route, and things should improve soon. Already, Pristina's people seem to take the forces for granted. For a while, normal street scenes will look like this. So slowly, haltingly, rises the dawn of normality here. A new kind of normality for most of the
pandemonium here at the Blace border crossing in northern Macedonia as literally hundreds of ethnic Albanian refugees make their way from the camps, from the homes they've been staying in northern Macedonia towards this Blace border crossing to try and get back inside Kosovo. That against, of course, the advice of the UNHCR. They're very concerned about how secure Kosovo is in there right now. We've already had reports this morning of at least one car driven by refugees crossing over a landmine. At least 2 people inside that car are reported to have been killed. But that doesn't appear to have been stopping the great many of refugees from Macedonia here, at least trying to get across the border into Kosovo.
One man's long-awaited journey home to Kosovo. Byram last saw this checkpoint in southern Kosovo.
Is it this same road to Kosovo, to the provincial capital, Pristina, is also by NATO troops to resupply their troops on the ground in Kosovo. So that combination of troop supplies moving along this road and refugees trying to get back to their homes in Kosovo is combining to produce congestion at the border. Relitsa.
Matthew, thank you. More evidence is coming to light of atrocities in Kosovo. Residents took CNN reporters to the site of 16 graves in the village of Stari Kaçanik. They found freshly dug graves marked with wooden sticks. NATO peacekeeping troops are guarding the site. The graves are not far from a mass burial site in Kaçanik, which was discovered on Monday. People say up to 150 graves hold the victims of a massacre. In the village of Kruše Madi, on the road to Prizren, NATO peacekeepers are turning up more evidence of alleged atrocities. CNN's Mike Betcher says Kosovo residents of the town tell stories of a massacre on March the 26th.
There's a contingent of German K4 forces there, along with a few Dutch officers attached to them. The Dutch officer came out and told us that inside they found a burned-out house with 20 bodies in one room. Now, KLA officers who were in the area said this was a massacre that occurred a few days after the bombing began. He said that approximately 50 to 60 people were in the house, and that when some tried to jump from the house as it was on fire, set on fire, they say, by Serb paramilitaries, they were shot as they tried to leap from the windows.
A Russian
to demilitarize. NATO commanders say that includes breaking down its military structure and voluntary handover of weapons. But experts have predicted that they will make only a token effort of surrendering arms. Scenes of the KLA going through the motions of seizing towns and villages after the Yugoslav army has withdrawn are raising questions if any kind of demilitarization has yet taken place. The entry of armed KLA forces under the nose of international peacekeepers is also raising questions about just how serious and even-handed NATO is being in enforcing the agreement. It is the entry of the KLA more than the withdrawal of Yugoslav police and military that is fueling the exodus of Serbs from Kosovo province. The Serbs make up a bare 10% minority here. The pleas of ethnic Serb leaders for residents to remain are being ignored.
Live right now, we have Robin Clifford, who is the KFOR spokesman, speaking. Let's listen in.
Of course, to establish the environment to allow the return of refugees to their homes, and those is refugees both inside and outside Kosovo, and to create a secure environment within which the international organizations, particularly those represented here, can begin the task of rebuilding the physical and institutional infrastructure of this country. Now, I just have a quick update to give you on my side, and then I'll leave the floor open to the others. Now, yesterday, General Jackson gave you a commander's operational view of where we stand at the moment on the military side. What I would like to do now is just briefly bring you up to scratch on developments over the last 24 hours. And then once everyone has said their opening statements, I will, of course, be delighted to take any questions you may have. Now, just to reiterate, because I know that there is a deal of interest in the timing and movement of this particular operation, and to repeat what General Jackson said yesterday, that this is a synchronized operation between the KFOR forces and the forces of the Yugoslav army and the interior police. It has to be synchronized to ensure that, firstly, we, as the forces entering Kosovo, do not get tangled up in the tail of the Yugoslav forces as they leave, and secondly, and perhaps most importantly, to ensure that there is no security vacuum created by the removal of one security presence and the establishment of another. So we really should not be alarmed, as I know that some people still are, that there are Yugoslav forces on the ground in Kosovo, because, as you are all no doubt well aware by now, that is a particular time and synchronization and motion issue which allows them to pull back in phases. Now, today, on the 15th of June, is the third day, or D+3, as we call it in military parlance, the fourth day of the KFOR's deployment. And it is the sixth day after the signatures on the military technical agreement. And therefore, it is the sixth day since that agreement came into force. And by midnight tonight, according to that agreement, all Yugoslav forces will have left Zone 1, and that includes Pristina, where we are at the moment. And at the moment, we have absolutely nothing to indicate that that will not happen substantively. There may well, of course, be the odd straggler or the odd broken-down vehicle, but that we are quite content with. As far as we are concerned, we have no indication that the substantive amount of Yugoslav forces will meet their deadline this evening. There are some more KFOR forces arriving into Kosovo over the last few hours. The first company of the Greek battalion entered Kosovo today and is moving up towards Arasovac, and the rest of its battalion will join it later tomorrow. Of those forces already currently deployed into Kosovo, the 12th German Panzer Brigade is now well established in and around Prizren. The Italian Garibaldi Brigade is now operating out of its headquarters in Peć, and the Italian troops are also now in control of the Marina border crossing. The 4th UK Brigade, who will be well known to you who live and work here in Pristina, is now establishing a civilian and military liaison committee to help restore basic services here in Pristina, and General Jackson's own headquarters continues to expand in its site southwest of Pristina. The headquarters of the 5th UK Airborne Brigade is in place at Lipjan, and the United States forces, represented at the moment by Task Force Falcon, are arriving in Gniliani, where they will relieve the French forces in place. The KFOR deployments will continue over the course of today, tonight, and tomorrow. The Yugoslav withdrawal, as I mentioned, has increased substantially over the last 24 hours, and our close surveillance of this operation has indicated that by certainly yesterday evening, about 20,000 Yugoslav personnel, half the total we were expecting to find in the area, were withdrawing or had already withdrawn. The majority of these, the 12,000, have moved out of Zone 1, and we can also verify that over 115 armoured personnel carriers, 65 artillery pieces, and 37 tanks have withdrawn. All this despite some severe traffic congestion, breakdowns, and shortages of vehicles, including heavy lift. As I have said, we have every indication that the deadline of midnight tonight will be met. We already have contacts, liaison contacts between the KFOR military commanders and the Yugoslav military commanders in Zones 2 and 3 to facilitate the movement up there. And as you know, that the Yugoslav forces are required to vacate Zone 2 by EIF +9, which is the 18th of June, and Zone 3 by EIF +11, which is the 20th of June. There are a couple of incidents which I would just like to make comment on before I close. Firstly, to confirm to you all that there is no truth in the sightings of cruise missiles flying over Kosovo at the moment. There are, however, some unmanned drone surveillance vehicles that we are using to monitor the withdrawal of the Serb forces, and some of these drones have exactly the same appearance and flying profile as cruise, but I can assure you there are no cruise missiles flying over Kosovo at the moment. There have also been a number of reports, press reports, of the launching of a rocket-propelled grenade, or some grenades in the area of Pristina airfield. We've heard the press reports, but I have no details of this particular incident other than to confirm that no NATO personnel were involved at all. I can also confirm to you that in the past 24 hours, units, NATO troops belonging to the 4th UK Brigade have arrested and disarmed 5 members of the people in Pristina, killing one and injuring the other. And finally, to answer the question that will be on many of your lips, we are continuing to discuss with the Russians the nature of their formal involvement in Kosovo. Discussions continue today between the commander of the Russian contingent and General Jackson as COMK4, and they are advancing well. That is all I have to say by way of opening remarks, and I'll invite Susan now to say a few words on behalf of the Special Representative of the Secretary General.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief because Mr. McNamara has some breaking news from the border with Macedonia. I just wanted to introduce myself and to let you know that Mr. Sergio Vieira de Mello, who is the acting special representative of the Secretary General, is moving fast to assemble a team for a very far-reaching United Nations mission in Kosovo, which will basically create an interim administration that is a government which will run Kosovo until the democratic institutions are sufficient enough for the people of Kosovo to enjoy autonomy. So what's happening? We've got an advanced team of 15 people came in today. Some 30 more people are coming tomorrow. This includes an international police commissioner, political experts, public information people. Mr. de Mello's been meeting various Albanian, Serbian, and other leaders and intellectuals from across Kosovo and people who left Kosovo. He wants to enjoin these people to assist in the mission, which will create districts run by international civilian administrators, but using the support and of local leaders and other influential figures from the indigenous community. Mr. Vieira de Mello has created a very close daily working relationship with General Jackson. We realize that in this period, the role of KFOR is paramount. We must have security for the return of refugees and for all those living in Kosovo in order to start the creation of the democratic institutions and the new administration. At this moment, we're gravely concerned about the fears and the flight of resident Serbs. Mr. Vieira de Mello has been urging all Kosovars to give peace a chance. There's a large international security presence here now, and there will be a very large and active group of experienced civilian institution builders and administrators, as well as an international police force. We are also now concerned with the return of refugees, which Mr. McNamara will address. I just want to add one more item. World Food Program is currently taking wheat flour and high-density rations to areas east of Pristina and has just contracted 2 Sikorsky helicopters, which are now in Skopje and which will be delivering food to regions as we assess their needs. Dennis?
Thank you very much. And thank you for the chance to join you today. It would normally be Ron Redmond who's sitting in the audience there, UNHCR spokesman. But as we have some rather dramatic developments on the refugee front, I wanted to take the chance to update you on those. Before doing that, I think just to flag the key areas of our preoccupation. The first is the delivery of humanitarian aid to the displaced populations within Kosovo. And as you know, perhaps the first of those convoys went through to Glokovac municipality, 30 kilometers southwest of Pristina on the Pech Road yesterday. I led that convoy of UNHCR, WFP, UNICEF, and NGOs. It wasn't that easy. We had withdrawing Yugoslav army and paramilitaries coming down the same road. We joined their convoy on the way back, which was not the way I would have chosen to come out, but nevertheless, we did it. And I'm pleased to say, most importantly, that about 40 tons of food went into the Mother Teresa warehouse in Glokovac, and the excitement and the joy on the faces of the populations who were clearly desperate was enough to justify, I think, the risks we took for that. That process will continue. The humanitarian aid pipeline is very, very full and active. What we need is a secure environment in order to distribute that aid around the country. We will move forward to the edge of that environment, but not beyond it, because as I've said to some of you before, we've lost too many humanitarian aid workers, more than we've probably lost peacekeepers in recent years, and that equation can't continue. We can't afford those losses here. We've got a very big international military presence coming in. We're going to depend on them to push the edges of the envelope back, and we'll be right on their heels as they do that. In parallel, we have preparations for the return of refugees. I'll come to that, because that's the breaking story in a way. But at the same time, just to pick up what Susan touched upon, we are very, very concerned that the return of refugees to Kosovo must not lead to a new refugee exodus. And there are signs that this is beginning. The Serb minority population are getting into tractors and covering themselves with plastic, just like the Kosovars did a few weeks and months ago. That's a tragic sight for us. Humanitarian action is blind by definition. We have to help them if they cross borders, if they're displaced. We don't want to help people outside. We want the secure environment to keep them inside, and that's the immediate challenge. It's a political, military, security challenge. The humanitarians can't stop those incidents. We can only pick up the pieces. We don't want to pick up these pieces. We need the incidents stopped by all possible means in all possible ways. The return of refugees is our prime mandate. We've got 800,000 of them in the neighboring countries and another couple of hundred or more thousand outside. We've got 1 million of them on the books to come back. And we're making plans vigorously for that. Again, the trigger for that will be a secure environment pursuant to the Security Council resolution by the international military presence in Kosovo. And once we get that green light, we'll move into a proactive mode in returning people. We'll bus them, we'll truck them, we'll bring them by private car and tractors, we'll bring them across, we'll take them to their villages, we'll stay with them through the winter, we'll make sure they can pick up the pieces of their lives, we'll help them rebuild their houses, we'll do everything that we've done around the world for the last 50 years, but we can't do it until it's safe. The problem this morning is that, as we feared, the first group of refugees decided to go it alone. And we have 1,500 to 2,000, we think, who went across Blackshea border, crossing into Kosovo just before the middle of the day on their own. Some walked, some were from host families, some were from camps. We were taken a little by surprise by that movement, but we have teams with them now across the border from Skopje. I've sent an emergency team down from here to meet them on the other side to try and help them if they need it. But our message into the camps, into the refugee communities is don't come yet, it's not safe. That's our message. It's in every camp today, again in Albania. We've asked NATO in Macedonia and Albania to do the same, and I'm sure they're going to do that because we agree on this. It's absolutely vital that this operation is not prematurely disrupted by returns which are not safe. And I'm afraid the worst news is that of that group who came back, 3 or 4 of them tried to go back into Macedonia through another border crossing. They hit a mine, 2 people are dead, and 1 man is seriously injured as a direct result of that. That's the tragic consequence of premature, unsafe moves of refugees back. And any way you can all help us get that message into the camps, into the refugee population, may in fact immediately save lives. We can't risk it yet. It's too soon. We're not ready. Security-wise, we're not ready for those movements. So that's our preoccupation. We're going to help, of course, people if they need help, whether they be Serbs who've fled, whether they be spontaneous returns who've come too early, but we'd rather not have to do it. We'd rather the Serbs stayed where they are. We'd rather the refugees waited for us, because that's the way we can make the operation work. And my final word is, we can do it. We've done it in worse situations with bigger numbers. We're not in the middle of the Congo. We're on the edge of Europe. It's doable for the humanitarians, provided the political, military, security environment is in place. It's not in place today. It's going to be in place, we hope, in the near future. And once it is, you will see that the humanitarian side is not that difficult. It's very difficult if it goes ahead of the political, military, security play, and that's the risk that we face at the moment. Thank you.
Right.
Anything to add?
Certainly. Just a quick brief statement. The Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia has had a presence here in Kosovo since the early stages of the KFOR deployment. We are grateful for the cooperation and the support that KFOR has extended to the tribunal with regards to our ability to carry out our mandate within Kosovo. Our goals are quite straightforward. We will investigate allegations of war crimes committed within Kosovo, and we will investigate and gather evidence in support of the indictments of both President Milosevic and his 4 subordinates within his government for war crimes committed within Kosovo in this year. Our investigations within Kosovo will take place through essentially a multi-phase process. In the first phase, we will rely on KFOR to deploy at and secure specific identified crime scenes. We are working with KFOR to ensure their deployment at priority sites. We also are alert to and anticipate to receive information on additional sites that will require investigation and hence secure presence by KFOR. Not only will KFOR have to secure these sites, but of course they will also have to check them for mines, booby traps, unexploded ordnance, and other such devices that would be detrimental both to our own investigative teams as well as, of course, to the general public. In the second phase, forensic survey teams will document the conditions of specific sites through videotape, through still photography, through mapping, aerial photography, and diagramming. Surface evidence will also be collected at this time. This is a phase that we expect we will be able to begin as soon as the first phase, the deployment and the security of sites by NATO, by KFOR, can be concluded. That second phase has to be done in as rapid a manner as possible. Certainly there is a very small window that will be available between our ability to get into sites and the return of refugees and the return of other interested parties that may, through one reason or another, endanger the integrity of the crime sites themselves. In the third and the final phase of our investigative process, we will be able to deploy comprehensive investigative teams. These teams will be made up of both tribunal investigators as well as investigators seconded from many different countries who have both publicly and privately offered experienced forensic investigative teams for our use and for the specific purpose of gathering the very forensic evidence that is necessary both to corroborate the victim statements, the victims' whose statements we've gathered in both Albania and Macedonia leading up to this point, as well as further statements that we expect to gather from individuals who are here in Kosovo. I really don't have much more to say. I'll be happy to take questions at the end of all this, though.
Well, thank you very much, and I'd just like to endorse everything that, that both Dennis and Paul have said on the need for caution and patience in these early days. Again, as General Jackson said far more eloquently than I can, we are still in a very volatile environment, and anything that anyone can do to avoid unnecessary accidents or incidents would be greatly appreciated all round. We are now open to take your questions. I would remind you that we don't have a roving mic today, I'm afraid, so please speak up. Oh, sorry, Trey, you do it, you do it.
Second row, sir,
KFOR spokesman Lieutenant Colonel Robin Clifford saying the Yugoslav pullout from Zone 1, which includes Pristina, will be completed by this evening on time. By Monday evening, he said the Yugoslav troops, 25% of them are withdrawing or have withdrawn despite traffic congestion and vehicle shortages. Susan Manuel, with the UN representative, expressed concern about the flight of Serbs and urged them to give peace a chance. Dennis McNamara, UNHCR envoy, also expressed concern about the Serb minority fleeing, as well as his concern about ethnic Albanians returning to Kosovo before their safety is provided for. Paul Risley with the War Crimes Tribunal said initially the War Crimes Tribunal will work with KFOR, which will deploy around and secure priority sites and give information.
Who said he was from the region. It said it's basically a farming community. You look around, there are fields around here. It's at any other time in history, it would be a beautiful place to be. Now there are overgrown fields, burned out houses, and the people here were farmers and simple people. Inside one of the rooms, only a bowl. People were probably huddled together there. We don't know, I mean, that's the big question, really. So we don't know if they were forced into these various rooms or they were there hiding, but they paid with their lives no matter what the reason they were there. Relitza?
Mike, thank you. And we will now go back to our regular programming.
We'll be here to start investigating this. Mike Betcher, CNN, reporting live from Malacrusha.
Thanks, Mike. Now, despite phone conversations between U.S. President Bill Clinton and Russia's President Boris Yeltsin, Moscow's...
Javier Solana is joining us from Brussels in Belgium. Mr. Javier Solana, I want to welcome you and ask you first of all how this operation is going. What is the progress on the Yugoslav troop withdrawal?
Well, the information I have at this moment is that everything proceeds very well, proceeds according to plan. In the last 48 hours, we have deployed a good number of peacekeeper forces, over 14,000, and we have prepared another 10,000 to be deployed in the coming days. So by the weekend, we'll have probably deployed already about 25,000 soldiers from different nations.
Can I ask you what progress the NATO peacekeepers in the region are seeing? What are they seeing as signs of what the Yugoslav troops are doing as they leave? Because we get reports, of course, of what's called the scorched earth policy, destruction as they leave.
Well, the information I have at this moment is that the Serbian forces are withdrawing, also according to plan. And I do hope that by Sunday night, which is the day that was fixed for have all the Serbian forces out, they will be out.
On CNN, we witnessed the response of the ethnic Albanians to the Serbian people leaving the area. What is NATO going to do as far as trying to avoid any reprisals?
Well, the obligation of the peacekeepers, the NATO peacekeeper, is to guarantee security for everybody in Kosovo, regardless of their ethnicity. So we are going to defend the security of the Albanian Kosovars, or the Kosovar Albanians, and also the Serbians who live there. So nobody will have to leave Kosovo, because the forces which are going to be deployed, which are being deployed already, will guarantee the security of everybody.
So what plans are there for the disarming of the Kosovo Liberation Army, the KLA?
Well, as you know, in the agreement that was signed, also at the UN Security Council resolution, it is implied that the demilitarization of the UCK will take place, and the Commander-in-Chief of the forces, Lieutenant General Jackson, is already in contact with the leaders of the UCK to make very clear that that will be the purpose and the objective
in order to guarantee the security of everybody.
Of course, you have the agreement on paper, but actually implementing it, surely, with the KLA is going to be far more difficult. Do you have the resources to follow up?
Oh, yes, no doubt about that. We are going to deploy 50,000 troops, and without any doubt, they will be able to guarantee, as I said before, not only the security of Kosovo, but which is to me more important, the security of those people who have been expelled from their country, expelled from their houses, which are now in refugee camps, and they have the right to return home. I will not be relaxed until we see the people who have been expelled returning to their country.
Of course, everyone knows that in the Balkans it's not going to be easy, and no one expects it to be 100% smooth. But is it acceptable that, for example, in an area like, in a town like Prizren, you have KLA forces basically in control?
No, this is not the case. I mean, maybe apparently in control in a question of 10 minutes, but the moment that the forces of NATO, the forces of the countries that build up KFOR will be there, that will not be the case. We will take over the situation and will guarantee stability and security to everybody. And I like to say to everybody, because I like also to use this opportunity to send a message to the Serbian people who live in Kosovo. They don't have anything to fear. We will be there also to protect them. We will be even-handed to protect every citizen that lives in Kosovo, the ones who live now and those who have been unfairly and unjustly expelled from their country, and they have the right to return.
In getting the peacekeeping operation going, have you reached some degree of agreement with the Russian troops that are there at the airport?
Yes, the agreement is about to be finished at this very moment, which we are talking. The Lieutenant General Jackson, which is the Commander-in-Chief of KFOR, is in contact with the Russian contingency, which is a small contingent now, in the airport of Pristina, so that everybody is behaving according to the agreement that has been signed. We need to have one command structure and not two, only one command structure, so that we can guarantee that the stability and the security of Kosovo is a reality, and so that the refugees may return to Kosovo.
Javier Solana, thank you for joining us on CNN.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. NATO Secretary General there, Javier Solana, updating us on the withdrawal of the Yugoslav forces from Kosovo and the NATO peacekeeping operation that's taking place there. We'll keep you updated. There's news coming up in about 20 minutes. Hope you're going to join us for that. I'm Riz Khan at the CNN Center.
This has been a CNN special presentation.
Another guitarist.
I was in a schoolboy. I walk on the street and I saw...
Crews have seen around 20 military trucks and a number of Serbs in their civilian cars loaded with belongings headed northward. NATO is taking a fairly relaxed view about this as long as the Serbs seem to be doing what they're supposed to do. They're not going to be too worried about exact deadlines. We can show you some pictures of some Serb armored vehicles which will be staying in Pristina. Those are attached to the staff of the general who is the liaison between the Yugoslav army and the NATO authorities here. There was, as Jim reported, some shooting last night. Otherwise, NATO says this morning everything's going pretty well. There are 3 days left for the Serbs to be out of all of central and southern Kosovo. That'll be zones 1 and 2, and by Sunday they should be gone from all of...
2 days ago we sent trucks up to Glogovac to assist internally displaced 18,000 to 20,000 people out there that were really in need of help. We are continuing doing that. At the same time, we will start to work the other side, as we're doing today, sending convoys down to Prizren to receive the people that are returning.
Astrid, thank you very much for joining us. Well, there you have it, Michael. More and more refugees returning back across this Blatsay boarding into Kosovo. Back to you.
Indeed, Matthew Chance there in Blatsay. Thanks very much for that. Well, as you heard Matthew report there, that flood of refugees is continuing, and it is slowing the withdrawal of the Yugoslav army. For the latest on that, let's go to Richard Blystone. He's in Pristina, Kosovo. Richard.
Hello, Michael. Well, the exodus does continue, and it's not only military. We'll show you some scenes from an hour ago at the Pristina bus station. Hundreds of panicky Serbs and gypsies here trying to get on the few buses that are available heading anywhere out of Kosovo for fear of reprisals. scenes that recall but don't replicate the experience of the ethnic Albanians here over the last 3 months who were herded to the bus and train stations, suffering abuse along the way. NATO is trying to restore confidence among the Serbs, along with others, that NATO will protect them, but obviously for these people it isn't working. Meanwhile, the military withdrawal, NATO says, is 90% complete from southern Kosovo, the area along the Macedonian and Albanian borders, and the road up to Pristina. Stage 2 is starting, NATO troops fanning out to the north of this area. They've been pretty lenient so far about deadlines, although Stage 1's deadline was at midnight last night. There have been several convoys leaving this morning. There was one non-military incident, NATO tells us last night. Some gunfire burst out in central Pristina. This is near an enclave of Yugoslav military police who have been allowed to stay to help coordinate the exodus with NATO forces. We're told that the military police were not behind the shooting, which took place nearby, but NATO arrived with APCs and soldiers fanning out and made no secret of who was in charge here. Meanwhile, the Russian encampment out at the airport, which is refusing to let NATO into the airport area, was resupplied by a convoy of food today. It was supposed to have been accompanied by NATO escort, but our crew out at the airport saw no evidence of any such escort. Our crew could see, after the Russians arrived, troops mingling with what appeared to be Yugoslav armored troops. Again, NATO can't tell us anything about that because, like us, they can't get onto the airport. Michael?
Richard, it may be difficult to tell, but how real are the fears of those Serbs that we saw earlier in your report there? What indications are there that they, as civilians, are in danger of reprisals?
Well, NATO itself admits, Michael, that it cannot be everywhere and cannot prevent everything. They're trying to establish an atmosphere of calm and normality here, but they know that they can't do anything against hotheads, all the hotheads anyway, on either side. So for a while yet, we're going to have scattered incidents. Actually, NATO commanders say they're a little bit relieved that there hasn't been more of this. There have been, I think, about 3 or 4 people shot and killed in incidents here in Pristina over the last 3 days. But considering what it could be, with both sides armed and both sides angry, it could be a lot worse. Mike.
Richard, what about the humanitarian situation before we let you go? What's there and what is needed?
Well, there are something like the aid agencies estimate 500 to 600,000 people displaced within this province, mostly ethnic Albanians, and the aid agencies are doing their best to get out into the countryside and bring them the first relief in something like 3 months for many of them. This is a slow process necessarily because of security, both because of possible Serb diehards and also because of mines and booby traps and other things. However, the effort has started. Tens of tons of food and other supplies are going out into the countryside. Medical facilities are being set up, so it is starting. Michael.
Okay, thanks, Richard. Richard Blystone there in Pristina. Well, India says it is closing in on guerrilla positions in Kashmir. New Delhi is...
Well, Ralitza, just a few moments ago, Defense Secretary William Cohen arrived here at the presidential palace to meet with Finland's president, Ahtisaari, and then later today he'll be meeting with his Russian counterpart. Cohen arrived in Helsinki just earlier today for these meetings and said that he will be negotiating on behalf of NATO and be flexible, but he cannot give in on NATO's 2 key demands, which is that there be no sector, individual sector for Russian troops, and no separate command. And he said there can't be anything that results in a de facto partition of Kosovo, that NATO didn't bomb Yugoslavia for 2.5 months to end up with a partition. He made that very clear when he was speaking to reporters on his plane en route to Helsinki from Washington.
We've made it very clear that there cannot be a separate sector for Russia. So we're trying to find ways in which we can meet their needs, but not in any way violate the fundamental rules that NATO has to insist upon.
Now, in just about an hour, Secretary Cohen will be sitting down face-to-face with Russian Defense Minister Marshal Igor Sergeyev. They will meet for approximately 2 hours, and then they're scheduled to have a working dinner as well. Cohen said that he spoke to Sergeyev before leaving Washington by phone, and that Sergeyev had been given instructions by President Boris Yeltsin to sit down and find some constructive way to work this out. Meanwhile, the U.S. and NATO is taking Russia at its word when it says it won't send in any more troops to the airport until some arrangement has been worked out. Relitsa?
Jamie, thank you. Thousands of ethnic Albanian refugees continue to pour back into Kosovo despite the dangers of landmines and an unsettled political situation. CNN's Matthew Chance is in Blace, Macedonia with more. Matthew.
Well, it's still gridlock here at the Blace border crossing in northern Macedonia. As you can see behind me, many hundreds of Kosovar refugees waiting to get through that checkpoint, alongside troops of NATO waiting to deploy themselves on the ground in Kosovo. Well, yesterday we saw at least 3,000 refugees from camps and from host families here in northern Macedonia making their way across this border checkpoint. Today, guards at the border checkpoint itself say that that rate of exodus, that rate of return to Kosovo has literally doubled. That's despite concerns, as you say, from the United Nations High Commissioner from Refugees, that the Kosovo province still is not secure enough to handle this mass return of refugees. There are still a lot of landmines strewn across the whole area, still pockets of activity from the Yugoslav armed forces and from Serb paramilitary groups. The United Nations
has been watching the transition, and he joins us now with the latest. Richard.
Relitsa, well, nervous about what might happen to them if they stay, nervous about what might happen to them along the way. Both the military and civilians are pulling out of Kosovo at a great rate today. Serb armor, we're told, has turned around on the other side of the line, with its guns facing back this way in case any of the convoys still coming up now, almost a day and a half a day after the deadline for withdrawal, should come under attack. Meanwhile, scenes like this in the Pristina bus station today, total chaos, panic. These people know what happened to the Albanians here, and they're afraid of retaliation. Mostly Serbs and Gypsies.
Last night was the deadline for the removal of all VJ and MUP forces from Zone 1. In broad terms, we are happy and content that that was compliance with that. Some of you will have noticed that there has been one or two stragglers over the past day moving up, and indeed this was identified yesterday by the VJ as being a possibility, and General Jackson, exercising his powers of authority contained within the agreement, had allowed them a 24-hour extension to that deadline to get the forces from the west of the area out, because they only have limited routes and they almost all of them go through Pristina. Some of you will also have noticed that there are still the occupants of the MUP headquarters next door to this hotel. They have also been given a 24-hour extension, because it is only from there that they can actually control the movement of the MUP forces. If we remove that, then the control of their movement becomes almost impossible. So that is what, for those of you that have noticed, there are still some forces left in Zone 1. That is what that is all about. But in broad terms, we are content that they have complied with that agreement, and we are now moving forward into Zone 2. Let me just give you some of the approximate figures of the extent of the Serb withdrawal. I mentioned some yesterday, but just to bring you up to speed with this morning, as at 8 o'clock today, our sources had indicated that over 26,000 of the originally estimated 41,000 MUP and VJ forces in Kosovo have now left Kosovo. And as they have left, they've taken with them 110 tanks, 210 armoured personnel carriers, and 151 artillery and mortar pieces. We are all now well on schedule for the Serb forces to clear Zone 2, which will occur by this Friday, which is the EIF +9. And of course, synchronized with that is the entry of the KFOR forces into Zone 2 at the moment. and we are still content that there should be no reason whatsoever that all Yugoslav forces should be removed from Kosovo on EIF +11, which is this Sunday, the 20th of June. We do have liaison contacts in both in Zone 3 as well to facilitate and synchronize the movement of our forces in there. And indeed, at the moment, we have elements of the French Framework Brigade moving into Vučitrn, which is in Zone 3, as those of you who have studied the map will note. This has, I can assure you, been fully synchronized and agreed with the Yugoslav authorities, because there is the concern of the volatility in that area and the requirement to get the NATO security presence there as soon as possible. The total troop numbers that I know that some of you are keen to know in here is still around the 14,000 mark. What we are doing now, though, is spreading them further up and into the zones of Kosovo to make sure we establish our presence in the outlying areas as well as in the central areas of urban population. I can tell you that the remainder of the Greek battalion that began its deployment yesterday will enter Kosovo today, in fact has already done so, and we expect a further 3,000 French troops for KFOR arriving in Macedonia tomorrow in readiness for their deployment north here into Kosovo. And finally, in answer to some of the questions that I know that some of you have posed, this morning KFOR released 5 people arrested yesterday on suspicion of involvement of a fatal shooting incident in Pristina. They have been released pending a further investigation. I can assure all of you that KFOR will continue to provide the basic law and order and security presence as it deploys throughout Kosovo. And as you know, the OSCE will in due course establish a police force in conjunction with the civil authority. And I understand that the first of these personnel have already arrived. Now, before I hand over to Brigadier Hoskinson, I would also like to say to you that after we have finished this briefing, the UN will conduct a separate briefing, about a 5-minute gap afterwards, where any questions arising on matters concerning the United Nations, refugee returns, ICTY or police will be addressed then. Thank you very much. I'd now like to introduce to you Brigadier Hoskinson, who will take you through the mining piece, and then, as I said, we'll both be available to take questions for you afterwards. Thanks very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I start, I just want to give, if I may call it a health warning. There are particularly a slide that I wish to show you to make a point which some may find upsetting. But I think, as you'll see, the point is worth making. Well, I've been invited along here today to brief you on the extent of the mine and the unexploded ordnance and booby-trap situation in Kosovo, and to outline the measures that KFOR and other organizations such as the UN are taking to combat the threat. Now, as you can see from the next slide, the situation is a serious one. Mines are deadly, and there are hundreds and thousands of mines scattered across Kosovo. They come in various forms and laid by various parties. Firstly, there are those that have been laid by the VJ. They predominantly are in 2 areas, those around the border region against the UCK, and those slightly north in a region to defend or to protect their defensive positions, which they put in against a NATO entry. They are a mix of anti-tank and anti-personnel mines. They are predominantly on tracks, roads and verges, and areas where clearly they expect to see, to them, enemy forces move against their positions. The second, of course, are the UCK mines. Very similar type, Yugoslav production, most of them, anti-tank and anti-personnel. Not laid to the same extent as far as consolidated minefields, but more as individual mines ambushing VJ and MUT patrols. And there's clear evidence, as I'll allude to later, that many of these were put in, they were not actioned or not initiated by any VJ movement and will then move to other locations. And of course, the third threat that we face is the UXO resulting from the NATO bombing. These particularly of the cluster bomb units that were dropped on locations. The next slide gives you an indication of the extent of the mine problem. It might be easy to say that what isn't green on that map. But the point where it's brought out that if you look at the border region, you can see that there is extensive, almost continuous green across that region, and then various sort of dots around. The dots do not necessarily indicate a single mine or unexploded ordnance. There may well be a report of a mine, but could end up being several mines or dozens of mines. Now, as far as how we have established this information, it has come from various sources. The first is that during the time that the KVM was in Kosovo, they clearly came across mines as they went about their business, recorded them and reported them back into NATO. But I would stress that many of these records are old, and I allude to my earlier remark about them being moved for subsequent actions by the UCK in particular. The next form of information we have is from the VJ themselves. They recorded, or so they have said, recorded all minefields and demolitions and obstacles that they laid during their conflict. We have received some records that have come into us, not, I have to say, of the standard that we would expect to produce them ourselves, but they have some information, but limited. And they have also admitted that not all mines have been recorded or marked. They made an estimate of in the region of 80%. The third form of information, clearly little as yet, but we would hope to get information as part of the undertaking with the KLA to give us information on the mines that they have laid. And the fourth area is the records that we have clearly from the location of the cluster bomb units that were dropped from NATO air. Those are precise, very precise indeed. And the final area is booby traps. As yet we have no records of booby traps, but we have a very strong indication, mainly from previous conflicts in the region, that there will be areas that will have been booby trapped. It is a trait. Now what we've done with this information is clearly we have collated it, fused it together to produce a combined KFOR and UN database, and we're in the process of forming a Mine Actions Coordination Centre based at HQ KFOR to consolidate all the information. As time goes by, we are clearly, as KFOR advances into and takes over areas of Kosovo, we will get more information from own troops and civilians alike. Once we have collated it, then we have to disseminate it. And this we are doing on a daily process through a trace, which is issued to all KFOR troops and to UN organisations. And in due course, you will see one in the press centre up for you to investigate to see where and where not it is safe to go. I would also stress at this point that because there is not a green blob somewhere there, that there is not a mine. That is based purely on the information we have received, which in many cases is not collaborated, and therefore one must assume that wherever you go, there is the risk of mines. This is further exacerbated, or the risk is raised, on the basis of what has been marked. There is an obligation for nations to mark minefields. The VJ have told us that they have. As yet, we have no indication that this has been done. If we find mines in during our operations, then we will mark them to ensure that no other KFOR forces, or particularly civilians, actually come across them. So there, I've laid out the threat as best I can. Now, perhaps the next issue is what we are doing to combat the threat. Now, the first area, quite clearly, and has been going for some time, is education, mine awareness training of the refugees in the refugee centres within Macedonia. And we will continue that process with the internally displaced persons within Kosovo itself. Just an example of some of the awareness points that we bring out that perhaps you too might wish to register as you move around Kosovo covering the operation. Keep on hard surfaces. keep off the verges, particularly. There are many occasions where this is where the verges are where the mines are being laid. Do not touch anything other than what you have taken with you. No souvenir hunting. And observe local behavior. Interesting to see whether people go into a building or don't, or seem to veer off and don't go on a particular road. To date, there have been 4 civilian deaths. It is tragic, quite clearly, but refugees must be aware that until we can give some form of guarantee that the routes are clear of mines, then they must wait and wait for us to assist them in their repatriation. On that basis, we have a number of classifications for route clearance. Now, our primary aim as KFOR is to go in and provide freedom of movement and mission essential clearance for KFOR troops to conduct our primary mission of establishing a secure environment. Now, we cannot do this if we do not have freedom of movement throughout the region. And we do that by clearing the routes themselves, not necessarily the verges at this stage. Now, the next slide will show you a route network of Kosovo. I'm sorry, that is just an indication of the mine marking systems or symbols you might come across within Kosovo. They vary from the more traditional slide on the top to the makeshift one of cairns and cross sticks. So if you see those, you can pretty well guarantee in the region there's a minefield. I say the next slide will give you an indication of the route classification. There are 4 classifications that we adopt. One is an unproven route. That is a route that has not been trafficked by any KFOR vehicle. It is clearly the highest risk route. The second is a proven route. That is one that has been trafficked by KFOR vehicles, but without a mine strike. So there clearly is still a risk of a mine strike, particularly on the verges. Then there's the EOD, Explosive Ordnance Disposal Teams, who have proved the route. And that means that they have trafficked the route with an EOD mine-proving vehicle, and there's a high confidence that the route can be trafficked safely by KFOR vehicles. And the final classification is a EOD cleared route, and that is cleared using instruments of search and prodding a route, or by using some form of mechanical or mine clearance equipment. This quite clearly is the highest and the best level of assurance for the disposal of mines. And as you can see from the map here at this stage, there are no EOD cleared routes at this stage of the operation. The next slide will give you an indication of the sort of equipment that we might use for such clearance. The top one, as you can see, is a flail system, and this will be done to clear a route, to give it that level of assurance that there are no mines where that is trafficked. The 2 slides show, in addition, ways of disposing of ordnance. Now, moving on to the question of demining. I stress the difference, first of all, between clearance and demining. Clearance, I stress, is for Pacific routes, Pacific areas. Demining is clearing an area of mines to such a level of assurance that people can walk quite happily within the area that has been demined. It is predominantly the business of UN, through the auspices of NGOs, to come back into the country and to demine it. We are not, as military, into demining. We are into mine clearance. It is helped initially by the obligation to the VJ, in due course, to return to Kosovo to remove the mines that they laid, set against the records that they have produced, followed by the NGOs providing, as I say, UN clearance teams, demining teams, under the auspices of the UN, and clearly what assistance we will give in the early days of this to clear areas where refugees will wish to return to their homes. I also stress that what we do is done in consultation with the UN, set against the priorities set by the likes of UNHCR. Before I summarise, I'd just like to make one other point concerning the whole question of freedom of movement, because mines are not the only problem we face. You're also aware that a number of bridges have been dropped during the bombing campaign, and the next 2 slides just give you an indication, if you didn't believe it, that bridges can be dropped. That is one.
We're listening to the daily KFOR briefing. Lieutenant Colonel Robin Clifford updating KFOR's operations in Kosovo. He said in
dream, she looked out on a world where women could not even vote and saw with her heart something better, a horizon of equality where women as well as men could be and do their best. I'm so glad she's here on this day. Halfway through this century, when my father saw that thousands of his fellow Tennesseans were forced to obey Jim Crow laws, he knew America could do better. He saw a horizon in which his black and white constituents shared the same hopes in the same world. He fought against the Southern Manifesto and for voting rights. His last election was lost, but his conscience won. He taught me all my life that that was what really counted. I miss my dad, but I know he's here in spirit. Early in this decade, we set out to put America back to work. And today, the gifts that surround us are great. We have built a strong and growing economy. For many of our families, it is a time of first child to go to college, first mortgage for a first home, first regular paycheck, first grandchild. Under the policies President Clinton and I have proposed, instead of the biggest deficits in history, we now have the biggest surpluses in history. Instead of quadrupling our national debt, we've seen the creation of almost 19 million new jobs. Instead of a deep recession and high unemployment, America now has our strongest economy in the history of the United States. We remember what it was like 7 years ago, and I never, ever want to go back. America always looks forward to the next horizon. I want to keep our prosperity going, and I know how to do it. I want to do it the right way, not by letting people fend for themselves or hoping for crumbs of compassion, but by giving people the skills and knowledge to succeed in their own right in the next century. And I want to extend our prosperity to the unskilled and underprivileged, to Appalachia and the Mississippi Delta, to our farms and inner cities, to our new immigrants, y también en las comunidades. But as important as prosperity is, there is more to long for. There is a hunger and thirst for goodness among us. Just visible within a generation's journey is a new horizon. A 21st century America with stronger families, stronger communities, and a more vital democracy in which we live and govern according to our highest American ideals. I love this country with all my heart. I love free speech. I believe in our future. And I know that with our history as our rudder and our ideals as our compass, we can reach our new horizon. And so today I ask you to join with me to keep our economy growing and bring a new wave of fundamental change to this nation. I ask you to join with me to build safe and livable communities where we protect our environment and restore the quality of life we deserve. I ask for your help to strengthen family life in America, and I make you this pledge. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will march in its authority, resources, and moral leadership to fight for America's families. With your help, I will take my own values of faith and family to the presidency, the building America that We must make family life work and not. The measure is not merely the value of our possessions, but the value of creation. We have closed our deficit, but today we are in the deficit of all greater danger. When we go, the horizon and the goal. The care deficit for our little ones and our elderly parents. Our families are loving but overstretched. These deficits cannot be measured in monthly economic tables or even in the size of a family's paycheck. To find them, you have to look harder at the places our statistics do not describe. The dinner tables that sit empty when working parents do not have the time to share a meal with their children. The entertainment that glorifies aggression and indecency with lessons more vivid and overpowering than those in the classroom. The schools where discipline is eroding and the school hallways where guns and fear are becoming too common. The communities where too many families hardly know their neighbors' names anymore and find it too hard to honor an aging parent by keeping them and caring for them in the neighborhoods they love. The crisis in the American family today knows no boundary of class or race. It is a challenge we share together, and it is one we must overcome together. One of the best ways to help American families is by making America's public schools the finest in the world. With your help, I will bring revolutionary improvement to our public schools. And I will start by making high-quality preschool available to every child in every community all across the United States of America. With your help, I will reduce class sizes and establish high standards and accountability. I will make it easier for parents to save for college tuition, tax-free and inflation-free. I will improve teacher quality and treat teachers like professionals. We have to have schools that instill the values and character we need in the next generation. And every school in America has to be drug-free and gun-free. While some want to pass new protections for gun manufacturers to shield them from lawsuits, I will work to get guns off the streets, out of the schools, and away from children and criminals. We must also expand community policing, with more cops walking the beat. It's not enough to support the death penalty, which I do. We must also give police new crime-fighting tools to track every lead, catch every criminal, and protect every citizen. And families deserve refuge from a culture of violence and mayhem. I will work to give parents the ability to protect their children from the marketing of cruelty and degradation. Parents also deserve help balancing work and family. I want to bring after-school programs to every community in America. And no parent should have to risk losing a job to go to a parent-teacher conference at school or to drive a child or an aging parent to the doctor. And I will expand the Family and Medical Leave Act to make sure that we do just that. Families deserve affordable health care with good long-term care for their loved ones. Kids need their grandparents. Grandparents need their grandkids. How many old people in America live in loneliness? I will make it easier for our elderly to get health care in their homes, and I will make sure that we pass the Patient's Bill of Rights. And I will never privatize Social Security or destroy it by diverting funds intended for Social Security. I will strengthen Social Security, not undermine Social Security. And while some want to raise the cost of Medicare and force seniors into HMOs, I will make sure that Medicare is never weakened, never looted, never taken away. I believe it is time also to help seniors pay for the prescription drugs they need. It's time we acted. And Tipper and I want to see the day when mental illness is treated like any other illness by every health plan in America. And I see on the horizon an America where people with disabilities are fully respected for the abilities they have everywhere in this land. Responsible men and women must make their own most personal decisions based on their own consciences, not government interference. Some try to duck the issue of choice, not me. American women must be able to make that decision for themselves. I will stand up for a woman's right to choose. All these policy choices are important, but let's remember this. No executive action can mend a broken family. No legislation can reconnect a parent to a child or a family to a grandparent. No policy proposal can change a culture that does not place family life at the top of our hierarchy of values where it belongs. And so today I say to every parent in America, it is our own lives we must master if we are to have the moral authority to guide our children. The ultimate outcome does not rest in the hands of any president, but with all our people taking responsibility for themselves and for each other. So my first promise is to ask you, each of you, to fulfill that American promise. I want all of our communities to be working communities. We have moved more than 6 million people off our welfare rolls. Now we must make sure the jobs and opportunities are there to restore self-sufficiency and self-esteem. And we must not only sustain the Earned Income Tax Credit, we must raise the minimum wage in America. Families deserve work that pays, and I will fight for this simple principle: an equal day's pay for an equal day's work. Families deserve real neighborhoods, where the word neighbor is not just a geographic term, but a moral one. Let us become neighbors again. We can create a true politics of community by working more closely with faith-based organizations to heal the afflicted, feed the hungry, and house the homeless in their own communities. We can sustain such good, strong, livable communities with green spaces where our children can thrive away from gangs and drugs. With smart growth, we can take back our neighborhoods from sprawl and make the places our kids call home much more than desolate stretches of structures and roads. Some want to cut back on environmental protection and let polluters off the hook. I will never allow that to happen. The environment is our children's home, too. We're in a crucial time when it comes to the health of our earth. It is our children's most precious inheritance, without which everything else we leave them is meaningless. We teach our kids respect by our own actions and also by showing respect ourselves for God's green earth. I will address the international challenge of global warming with new technologies that create more jobs and make our economy even stronger. American families deserve a strong economy. I know what works. I will balance the budget, or better, every year. I will search out every last dime of waste and bureaucratic excess. I know steps. But when all is said and counted, when we in our generation are finished adding up our deeds, our possessions, all our material and scientific advances, I believe we will ultimately be judged by whether we have strengthened or weakened the families that are the hope and soul of America. I am not satisfied. Indeed, I am restless. I believe we can do better. I believe we must build on our success, not rest on it. I believe we have what it takes, not only to keep our economy strong, but to make our values the strongest compass for our future. and the strongest force on earth. As we begin this new millennium, we will face many new questions. But the most important is as old as America itself. It's the one we faced at Concord and Lexington. The question at the heart of the miracle at Philadelphia in 1776, and at every critical juncture since, from the cliffs at Normandy to the bridge at Selma. The question is, will we turn back now, or will we move forward? That is the question I will put to you, the American people, in this campaign. History makes no promises to keep the good times going in the absence of our own wise choices. It is all too easy to slide backward if we are not vigilant, or if we allow ourselves to be seduced with eloquent words advancing harmful realities. No matter what language you speak, sin acción, las palabras no valen nada, aunque sean bonitas. Mis amigos, seguiremos trabajando juntos, mano a mano, para el futuro de nuestras familias y nuestros niños. If you believe America must move forward, if you are ready for America to choose the good once more, then let us lead this nation together. Come with me toward America's new horizon. Across that horizon stands the values and the promise and prosperity of strengthening every family, lifting every child, leveling every barrier, leaving no one behind. Here at the center of my hometown, in the heart of America, in the midst of the people I love, that is the new horizon I see. I need you for this journey. So together let us vow in these first long days of summer that we'll work through the night so that our children may make a clean start from the right place, a higher place in a fresh century. Thank you, and may God bless you, and God bless America.
And that was Vice President Al Gore speaking in the U.S. state of Tennessee, announcing his agenda as he officially launches his year 2000 presidential campaign. Gore's speech was based largely on the kinds of people issues he says he feels strongly for, including greater rights for disabled people and stronger protection of families. He ended there saying, as we begin the new millennium, we face many questions, but he said the main question is, will we turn back now or will we move forward? It's all too easy to slide backwards if we're not vigilant. Now, joining us to give us some analysis of what Al Gore had to say, how substantial his speech was, we're joined by Eric Pooley, who's the chief political correspondent for Time magazine, to give us some analysis there. Eric, thanks for being with us. First of all, how much meat to that speech?
Well, there was a lot more meat to it than you heard from George W. Bush in the speeches that he gave earlier in the week as he rolled out his campaign. In fact, I think you're seeing two contrasting approaches to front-runnerhood, if you will. One, George Bush just issuing thematic pleas, and Al Gore responding to that with very specific ones. In fact, possibly too specific for this kind of speech. It dragged in the middle. I mean, you saw the revved up Al Gore here. This was the Al Gore that, you know, sort of chomping red meat. He roughens up his voice a bit. He really got going there at the end. But even at the same time, I think he made a big mistake by even having this week at all. I believe that Gore would have been much better served to take the week off, let the hoopla from George W. Bush die down, and then come back in a couple of weeks.